Xie Sisi, having unexpectedly traversed time and space, found herself transformed into the namesake of a character she had previously criticized in a novella mere supporting. Character destined to be a cannon fodder. The role of this cannon fodder was to assist the heroine in entering the realm of immortality, dutifully serving as a test subject, ultimately meeting a tragic end under the heroine's experiments. Aware of the plot, Xie Sisi scoffed at the notion of being a mere test subject, resolutely declaring her refusal to comply. Initially, she planned to follow the storyline and bide her time in the outer sect before escaping. To her astonishment, she caught the attention of the era's foremost sword cultivator, who took her as a personal disciple. The subsequent developments were indeed beyond her expectations. The composed and solemn senior brother said, "Junior sister, please take these spirit stones and use them as you wish." Chapter 1. This young girl is quite to my liking. Veiled in mist, the sky was clear and refreshing. A gentle breeze caressed her, leaving her heart chilled. Gazing at the seemingly endless mountain path, tears welled in Xie Sisi's eyes, and she felt an urge to curse. If given another chance, she would surely seal her lips and refrain from uttering a single word against the author. Having endured 3 years of online courses during her university years, she had finally graduated and secured a job, only to start work 3 days later. With 3 days of leisure at her disposal, she idly passed the time reading an archaic Mary Sue novel titled All Men in the World Love Me. The narrative chronicled how the heroine, Yen Rushue, rose from the daughter of a servant to dazzling prominence, attracting the unwavering affections of esteemed male cultivators in the realm of immortality, who vied for her attention in melodramatic fashion. What was particularly unsettling was that the first cannon fodder character in the book was named Xie Sisi, sharing her name without a single variation. In the story, Xie Sisi was the maidservant of the main heroine, Yen Rushue. The affluent Xie family, upon discovering their daughter's spiritual roots, endeavored to send her into a sect for cultivation. Fearing their daughter would struggle alone, they acquiesced to Yen Rushue's tearful pleas of "I can't bear to part with the young lady and I will take good care of her," ultimately spending a fortune to secure a spot for Yen Rushue as well, hoping she would watch over their daughter. Together, the master and servant encouraged one another up the heavenly path, only for the spiritual root test to reveal that Yen Rushue possessed a singular with spiritual root, leading to her acceptance as a personal disciple by the peak master of the Pill Peak, while the original character, burdened with mixed spiritual roots, was relegated to the outer sect. Years later, the Pill Peak master unexpectedly accepted the original character as an inner disciple and assigned her to serve Yen Rushue. Upon inquiry, the original character learned that it was Yen Rushue who had pleaded on her behalf, prompting the master to make an exception. Overwhelmed with joy and gratitude, she was disheartened to find that Yen Rushue's intentions were solely to use her as a test subject. Initially, the original character struggled to comprehend and resisted, but she was met with accusations of ingratitude and malice, with no one coming to her aid. Eventually, she was moved by the heroine's apparent virtues and cheerfully met her tragic end as a test subject. After the original character's demise, Yen Rushue wept bitterly, eliciting sympathy from numerous male cultivators, only to later berate the original character. The author justified this by claiming that the heroine's actions were for the greater good of advancing alchemy, rendering the original character's sacrifice regrettable yet necessary for progress, suggesting that the original character had enjoyed the process. Upon finishing the novel, Xie Sisi vented her frustrations in the comments, questioning why the heroine could not test the potions on herself instead of using others to fulfill her noble cause. After expressing her disdain, she retired for the night. Yet, when she closed her eyes and opened them again, she had become the original character, the cannon fodder. Now, standing at the threshold of the mountain path, she faced the initiation test. Should she continue up the mountain? Xie Sisi found herself in a quandary. Ascending the mountain could lead her to fulfill the storyline, becoming Yen Rushue's test subject and ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Conversely, retreating meant confronting the original character's parents, for she was not the original. Moreover, she suspected that Yen Rushue's actions led to the original character's demise, likely to erase any trace of her past as a maid. The so-called noble intentions portrayed in the book were merely embellishments for the heroine. If she withdrew, Yen Rushue would undoubtedly persist. Given Yen Rushue's petty nature, it was plausible that she would harm her once she gained power, leaving Xie Sisi with no means to resist. Remaining here might afford her a glimmer of hope. After all, there were still years before the original character's tragic, and there was no need to rush. She could always escape early. "Miss, are you tired? Shall I assist you?" A melodious voice interrupted Xie Sisi's thoughts. Lifting her gaze, she beheld Yan Rushua's lovely face, already displaying a hint of charm despite her tender age of 10. The original character was merely 6 years old, too young to discern, believing that Yan Rushua genuinely wished to care for her, placing immense trust in her. Yet Xie Sisi could see the impatience lurking in Yan Rushua's eyes. Indeed, from the moment Yan Rushua offered to accompany her, her intentions were anything but pure. Extending her chubby little hand, she attempted to grasp Yan Rushua's arm. Yan Rushua instinctively recoiled, meeting Xie Sisi's puzzled gaze with a forced smile. "That won't do. Your father and mother spent so much to secure your opportunity to enter the sect. If you were to give up due to a little hardship, how heartbroken would they be? If you truly tire, you may rest here while I ascend first and send someone to fetch you." With that, she hastily climbed ahead, leaving Xie Sisi far behind. Xie Sisi thought to herself, "I knew Yan Rushua wouldn't withdraw, but there's no need for her to treat me like a leper," openly revealing her intentions. Rolling her eyes, she glanced around to find everyone else focused intently on their ascent. As the foremost sect in the realm of immortality, Tianyi's sect recruited new disciples every decade with great fanfare, drawing crowds that overflowed the market below. However, not everyone qualified for entry. A preliminary selection process was required. After the initial screening, only those who passed would be permitted to ascend the mountain for evaluation. Everyone was well aware of the rarity of such opportunities, thus they persevered, unwilling to give up easily. In no time, several individuals had overtaken her. Looking back, she realized she had disgracefully become the last in line. With determination, Xie Sisi pressed onward. This body was merely 6 years old, having scarcely taken a few steps in her life, always carried by servants, raised like a delicate dumpling. In the novel, the original character's ability to ascend was solely attributed to the heroine's aura. Now, with the heroine abandoning her, she had to rely on her own strength. The arduous climb was truly exhausting. She had never felt such fatigue while ascending a mountain. Her feet ached, surely blistering. She felt like crying. And then, she truly began to weep, sobbing and wailing, her chubby hands frequently wiping her tear-streaked face. Research indicates that crying can alleviate tension, anxiety, and sorrow, enhancing one's tolerance for pain. After all, she was just a child. If she felt like crying, she would. Yet, she couldn't cry indefinitely. Prolonged tears could lead to oxygen deprivation in the brain and fatigue in the body. Thus, after releasing a few wails, she stifled her tears and resumed her climb. Stopping was not an option. While climbing was manageable, once halted, resuming would prove challenging. Thus, a peculiar sight emerged along the winding mountain path: a little girl with twin buns, plump and fair, her bottom in the air, crawling upward with hands and feet like a snail, occasionally crying in protest. Just as everyone anticipated she would give up, she miraculously surpassed one larger child after another, gradually nearing the mountaintop. Such perseverance was indeed commendable. Before the water mirror, the Sword Peak Master stroked his beard with one hand and gestured, "This young girl is quite to my liking." Chapter 2. An unexpected arrival. The master wore a composed expression and remarked, "It is still too early to judge. Let us see if she can reach the summit within the allotted time." The master of Dan Peak shook his head, saying, "To weep so over merely climbing a mountain reveals a lack of fortitude." The master of Fu Peak interjected, "Not necessarily. Observe her determination. Despite her tears, she has not surrendered," indicating resilience. Moreover, her attire suggests she hails from a wealthy family, unaccustomed to hardship. Given her youth, her perseverance is commendable. We shall see how her spiritual roots fare. There was a flicker of interest in their words. Should her spiritual roots prove worthy, she might become a disciple under their tutelage. As the conversation waned, the masters lapsed into silence, each observing the performance of the climbers on the mountain path. At this moment, Xie Sisi remained unaware that she had drawn their attention. Her eyes were heavy, her legs felt like lead, and the path ahead seemed interminable. Perhaps it would be prudent to rest a while? Resting would not impede her progress. She could resume her ascent after a brief respite. Had she not noticed others around her pausing to rest? After all, she was but a child, and children were entitled to rest. The benevolent immortals would surely not hold it against her for taking a moment to recuperate. Yes, a brief respite was in order. I am utterly exhausted, beyond measure. A moment's pause would suffice. As she pondered this, more climbers began to settle down along the path. The urge to rest became increasingly insistent, her legs seemingly burdened with 1,000-pound weight. Every step drained her of energy. It was simply too exhausting. She thought once more that perhaps resting was indeed necessary. In a moment of distraction, she stumbled, nearly losing her footing, and suddenly her muddled thoughts cleared. Casting a glance around, she noticed those resting along the path had closed their eyes and succumbed to drowsiness. When she had begun her ascent, the gatekeeper had warned that one must reach the summit before sunset to pass the trial. If she allowed herself to rest and fell asleep, she would surely miss her chance. This realization sent a chill of sweat down her back. She understood her nature as an orphan. She had developed a tenacious spirit, facing countless adversities without ever contemplating surrender. How could she have been so foolish as to desire rest? It appeared that this too was a test from the Tianyi sect. Shaking her head to dispel the haze, Xie Sisi gritted her teeth and continued her ascent. Though the struggle persisted, she eventually reached the summit just before sunset. There, she found several hundred individuals already gathered, including the enchanting Yan Ruxue. Upon seeing her arrive, a flicker of surprise crossed Yan Ruxue's eyes as she hurried through the crowd to offer support, her expression tinged with guilt and apprehension. "Sisi, are you all right? I intended to send someone down to assist you, but the immortals on the mountain insisted that the climb must be undertaken alone." "I'm so sorry." A young man who had been jesting with Yan Ruxue turned his gaze towards Xie Sisi, a frown forming on his brow. "That's where you're mistaken, young lady. How can you expect help in a trial? If everyone sought assistance like you, where would the fairness lie? Ruxue, there's no need to apologize, this is entirely her fault." Goodness, before she had even begun, she was branded as someone attempting to cheat by seeking aid. Xie Sisi, utterly fatigued, felt akin to a lifeless creature, yearning for a place to rest. She had no energy to engage with Yan Ruxue's empty platitudes. Rubbing her eyes, her voice quivering, she said, "I always knew your earlier words were mere flattery. You claimed you wished to care for me, tricking my parents into bringing you along for the sect trial, and then you abandoned me the moment we started climbing." As she spoke, she wrenched her hand from Yan Ruxue's grasp, puffing out her cheeks and sobbing as she flopped down to the side, resembling a woeful victim of bullying. Yan Ruxue was taken aback. She had never anticipated the seemingly naive girl would voice such sentiments. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, "No, I didn't mean." Yet, she was merely a 10-year-old girl, possessing some cunning but lacking a strong mind. Suddenly caught off guard by Xie Sisi's retort, she floundered. After stammering her denials, she failed to articulate a coherent response, feeling the disdainful gazes of those around her, which made her unable to hold back her tears. The young man who had previously defended Yan Ruxue, upon hearing Xie Sisi's words, instinctively shifted his view of Yan Ruxue. Seeing her in tears, any lingering doubts were swiftly cast aside. He hurriedly reassured her, "You've done nothing wrong. To enter the mountain and pursue immortality, one must sever past ties. The trivialities of the mortal realm are but a memory." There is no need to continue addressing her as Miss. It is unfortunate that some fail to grasp their standing even in the realm of cultivation. The master-servant dynamic must be abandoned. Here on the mountain, we are all equals, brothers and sisters. With tear-filled eyes, Yan Ruxue gazed at him. "Is that truly the case?" The young man puffed out his chest. "Indeed it is. I am from the Su family of Zhangzhou. You are aware of the Su family, are you not? My ancestors were all cultivators." Yan Ruxue regarded him with admiration as he continued to expound upon his lineage. Xie Sisi rolled her eyes. No wonder. He had rushed to defend Yan Ruxue upon arrival was one of her sycophants, Su Bongchue from the Su family of Zhangzhou. It was a pity that sycophants often ended up with nothing, and this fool would ultimately meet a poor fate. The master of the Formation Peak exchanged glances with the master of the Beast Peak. "If memory serves, the Su family is a subordinate clan of yours, is it not?" The master of the Beast Peak's expression darkened as he shot a glare at him. "Speak plainly, or keep your silence." The two had a somewhat contentious relationship. While they could not be described as having deep-seated grudges, minor tensions frequently arose. leading to mutual jabs. Given the rare opportunity to witness the Beast Peak Master in a vulnerable light, the Master of the Formation Peak seized the moment to jest. Such a simpleton fits well with your Beast Peak's customary demeanor. It seems to run in the family. To put it nicely, he was a simpleton. To put it bluntly, he was foolish. A grown man led by a 10-year-old girl, utterly devoid of discernment. Though the sect did not adhere to a master-servant hierarchy, the fact remained that he had exploited his standing only to betray it. Such a person, in terms of character, was unworthy. It was wise to maintain distance, lest one be metaphorically stabbed in the back. The Master of the Beast Peak seethed with anger, yet found himself powerless against the Master of the Formation Peak, redirecting his frustration towards Su Bongchue. Originally, he had considered making Su Bongchue a direct disciple due to the family's long-standing contributions, but now, it seemed wiser to keep him as an inner disciple to avoid diminishing the quality of his direct disciples. In any case, having ascended the mountain and passed the trial, she could now enter the Tianyi sect. Assuming no unexpected circumstances arose, she was destined to be a mere outer disciple. What further display of prowess was necessary? It was time to relax. However, reality has a way of surprising one at the most unexpected moments. What? As she beheld the dignified, ethereal middle-aged gentleman atop the platform, Xie Sisi stood in stunned disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. Chapter 3: Apprenticeship and Reaping Benefits. As the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, Tianyi sect sprawled over a vast expanse, encompassing 7 mountain peaks. Solely for its inner disciples, the central peak housed the sect's leader, alongside essential departments like the Mission Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and Library. The remaining 6 peaks were arranged in a protective formation around the central peak. These 6 were categorized into sword, formation, talismans, alchemy, artifacts, and beasts, each with its unique emphasis. The Decennial Disciple Recruitment Conference was a significant event, drawing the attention of elders, peak masters, and leaders from all corners of the sect. The Master of the Sword Peak had initially intended to forego attendance. However, following a recent altercation with an elder from the Hahuan sect who, despite losing the fight, had mockingly retorted, "What good is your prowess in combat when you cannot even boast a single female disciple among your ranks?" Do you know why? Because women possess keen insight and a discerning eye. Upon merely glancing at you, they can discern your true nature. They would rather sever their path to immortality than become your disciple. These words pierced the heart. As the esteemed leader of the Sword Peak and the foremost swordsman of the age, the number of individuals wishing to become his disciple is countless. Yet, his standards for selecting disciples are exceptionally stringent, rendering most applicants invisible in his discerning gaze. He has an old friend who once aided him in his youth, and this friend has a daughter with both gold and with spiritual roots. Such potential would only qualify her as an inner disciple at Sword Peak. However, out of respect for his friend, and upon hearing the girl express her desire to pursue sword cultivation, he reluctantly accepted her as his personal disciple. Sword cultivators are known for their formidable combat prowess, often unmatched among their peers, which may seem glamorous, yet the path of cultivation is fraught with hardship. Exercising the sword 10,000 times daily is a challenge few can endure. The girl, brimming with confidence, arrived at Sword Peak only to cry and beg to leave within a month, even going so far as to forfeit her powers to escape, preferring to start anew rather than remain at Sword Peak. In an instant, the Sword Peak Master became the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. It is customary for masters to expel their disciples, yet here was a disciple who had effectively cast out her master. Thus, whenever the androgynous figure from the Harmony sect was unable to defeat him, they would taunt him with this very tale. Even a mud figure retains some essence of earth after being mocked so persistently. The master, though silent outwardly, felt a growing desire to take on a female disciple to silence the jibes of that androgynous figure. The nature of one's spiritual roots is of little consequence. What truly matters is a spirit that is resilient. This steadfastness, this unyielding resolve, and an unwavering commitment to one's goals, even at the cost of exhaustion, should embody the essence of Sword Peak. As for the girl's mixed spiritual roots, what of it? Though Sword Peak may not be affluent, they possess the resources to nurture a young disciple. If talent is lacking, resources can compensate. Thus, as soon as Xie Sisi completed her spiritual root assessment, he promptly declared, "I shall take this disciple." My dear girl, how about joining us at Sword Peak? I will grant you the status of a direct disciple. Xie Sisi, bewildered, responded, Huh? What just happened? This isn't how it was supposed to go. Wasn't I meant to be assigned to the outer sect? In the original narrative, the former owner of this body was a mere 6-year-old child who, under the halo of the female protagonist, sobbed her way to the mountain's peak, thus earning the disdain of the Sword Peak Master. However, this time, Xie Sisi ascended through her own tenacity. Although she, too, shed tears, her cries underscored her resilience, perfectly aligning with the Master's desire for a disciple of indomitable spirit. If she could endure such sorrow without surrendering, surely she would not abandon her sword training when it became arduous. Fearing she might be unwilling, the Sword Peak Master furrowed his brow. If the girl was discontented, it would pose a dilemma. He could not impose upon her, lest she decide to flee once at Sword Peak, which would undoubtedly lead to further ridicule. With a sigh, he began, Since you seem reluctant. Yet Xie Sisi, suddenly alert, exclaimed, No, no. I am absolutely willing. Master, please allow me to pay my respects as your disciple. Heavenly grace. How fortunate this was. With the Sword Peak Master accepting her as a disciple, she would no longer need to fear being turned into a medicinal pawn by the female protagonist. She must pay her respects. To forego this opportunity would be foolish. In her eagerness to secure her status, she knelt and offered 3 respectful bows. The Sword Peak Master, momentarily taken aback, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Now he had a female disciple of his own who would dare mock him henceforth? He turned to the other Peak Masters and Elders. This is my newly accepted disciple. Do any of you seniors wish to offer a token of welcome? Yet, with so many eyes upon them, potentially including their future disciples, to suggest they would provide no welcoming gift would make them appear miserly. But they truly felt the pinch. Each of them was a formidable figure in their own right, possessing immense power and influence. What they could offer as gifts were treasures of considerable value, sought after by ordinary cultivators. To simply give them away would be painful. The Sword Peak Master, however, cared not for their expressions. Given their financial constraints, having resolved to nurture the young disciple through the use of resources, he intended to start reaping benefits immediately. Understanding the value of what they possessed, he eagerly sought to acquire Xie Sisi. Come, Sisi, bow to this esteemed gentleman. He is our sect's leader. Master Hanhai, you shall address him as Sherbois. Xie Sisi, still on her knees, turned to Master Hanhai and bowed deeply, her cherubic face adorning a serious expression. Sisi pays her respects to Master Hanhai. Master Hanhai shot a knowing glance at the Sword Peak Master. What of the sword cultivator's integrity? Where is it? The Sword Peak Master disregarded him. Integrity is for confronting adversaries. It is unnecessary among comrades. Master Hanhai remained speechless, having forgotten that this man was indeed a rather unconventional sword cultivator. A jade pendant floated steadily towards Xie Sisi. In my haste, I possess no worthy gifts, but this pendant can withstand 2 attacks from the transformation stage. Take it and cherish it. Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to the narrative, the female protagonist's master, the Dan Peak Master, is at the transformation stage, a pinnacle of combat prowess in the cultivation world. If it can withstand 2 attacks from the transformation stage, surely it offers complete protection against those below that level? This is a life-saving treasure. Without hesitation, she graciously accepted the pendant and, with a heavy bow, declared, Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Her sincerity was evident, as the redness on her forehead attested. The Sword Peak Master felt a pang of heartache. My disciple is simply too earnest. A mere formal bow would suffice. Why must you bow so deeply? You are but a child, and if you injure your head, what then? As he spoke, he shot a glance at Master Hanhai. For you, my precious disciple's forehead is turned red. Do you have no gesture of gratitude? Master Hanhai's lips twitched, but remained silent. Yet, he secretly admired Xie Sisi for her sincerity. A slight deficiency in spiritual roots was inconsequential, for no one would dare bully the disciples of their sect, regardless of their cultivation level. Having failed to acquire further benefits, the Sword Peak Master remained undeterred, proceeding to introduce Xie Sisi. This is Master Xuanjue of Dan Peak, you shall call him. Shu. Master Xuanjue, the greatest support of the female protagonist, Yen Ruxue, in her early journey, and one of her admirers later? He possessed an ethereal demeanor, yet his eyesight seemed lacking, and he favored wearing a green hat. Xie Sisi inwardly scoffed but maintained a respectful facade, bowing deeply. Sisi greets Master Xuanjue. Master Xuanjue's expression was indifferent. Very well, rise. Here, take this vial of elixirs as a token of our meeting. As he spoke, he handed Xie Sisi a vial of potions. Noticing the Sword Peak Master's disapproving gaze, he added, should you require any elixirs in the future, feel free to approach Dan Peak or your senior brothers and sisters for assistance in refining. Xie Sisi blinked her innocent eyes. But I have no money. Master Xuanjue replied, no need for payment, it is complimentary. Indeed, it seems the apple does not fall far from the tree. Both master and disciple shared a similar disposition. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily added, however, you must provide the materials yourself. He feared that without this clarification, this young girl would pester the disciples of Dan Peak for free elixirs daily. Even if they were prosperous, they could not afford such indulgences. The Sword Peak Master cast a proud glance at Xie Sisi. Indeed, she was his disciple, effortlessly navigating the art of resource acquisition. He continued, this is Master Yushu of the Talisman's Peak. Amidst the crowd, Yen Rushue observed the scene before her. Her heart stirred. It appeared the young lady's master held her in high regard. As her maidservant, she wondered if she might accompany her to Sword Peak and bask in her glory. Chapter 4. Truly his disciple. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. After conversing with Su Bongchue earlier, she gained a preliminary understanding of cultivation and realized that having more spiritual roots was detrimental. For instance, Xie Sisi's recent test revealed 5 spiritual roots, which were deemed the worst kind, essentially useless. Even if she were to encounter a stroke of luck and catch the eye of the Sword Peak's master, her future achievements would still be limited. Being around such a mediocre individual would hinder her own prospects of success. It would be wiser to wait and observe what spiritual roots she possessed during the testing. If she were fortunate enough to have a good spiritual root, she could remain in the inner sect and cultivate in peace, which was far better than serving a talentless individual like Xie Sisi. Soon, Xie Sisi received a round of gifts and obediently stood beside the Sword Peak's master. The spiritual root tests continued. Zhang De exhibited 3 roots of gold, wood, and earth. Outer sect, Li Shi displayed dual roots of wind and fire. This one is suitable for weapon forging. Let us place him in our instrument peak and accept him into the inner sect. Su Bongchue, with a single wind root, accepted into beast peak. Inner sect. Su Bongchue stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. His father had clearly told him that connections had been established, and as long as he passed the test, he would be accepted as a direct disciple by the Beast Peak's master. Why was the outcome different from what his father had said? Although inner sect disciples were also considered the master's disciples, their status was significantly less prestigious than that of a direct disciple. What does it mean to be a direct disciple? It signifies being personally mentored by the master, akin to being a biological child. Inner sect disciples, on the other hand, resembled students in a mundane academy, sitting in a classroom while a teacher instructs from the front. Could these 2 roles be compared? Oh! Inner sect disciples enjoy slightly better treatment than outer sect disciples. The distinction lies in the superior conditions and higher cultivation levels of their instructors. Those teaching outer sect disciples typically possess foundational cultivation, while those instructing inner sect disciples have at least attained the golden core stage. Had it not been for his father's prior assurances, he would have been rather pleased to be an inner sect disciple. The status of an inner sect disciple in the Tianyi sect is far more prestigious than that of direct disciples in 2nd or 3rd tier sections. However, with his previous high expectations now dashed, he found it difficult to accept, and his discontent was evident on his face. As the Beast Peak's master spoke, Su Bongchue dared not question him. Instead, he maintained a sullen demeanor as he joined the ranks of the Beast Peak disciples. Observing his expression, the Beast Peak's master felt a wave of annoyance toward the Su family, thinking it necessary to reprimand them for their ingratitude. The testing proceeded. Soon, it was Yen Rushua's turn. A slight tension gripped her heart as she lowered her head, avoiding eye contact, and placed her hand on the spiritual testing stone. A flash of green light erupted from the center of the stone, rapidly enveloping it. The emerald glow streamed through her fingers, rich and vibrant as if it were a crystal-clear spring. Yen Ruxiue was momentarily stunned, her mouth slightly agape, instinctively looking up at the celestial masters on the platform. The tester paused, a glimmer of joy crossing their face. Singlewood heavenly spiritual root. The purity of this root was undoubtedly that of a heavenly root. Several peak masters and elders felt a stir of excitement, but hesitated upon recalling her previous actions. However, the Pill Peak Master, devoid of such reservations, spoke first. A Singlewood heavenly spiritual root. Clearly, a prime candidate for alchemy. None of you shall contest this. I claim her as my disciple. Yen Ruxiue's face lit up with exhilaration, and mimicking Xie Sisi, she hurriedly knelt and bowed. Disciple greets master. A Singlewood heavenly spiritual root surpassed Xie Sisi's useless root by leagues. Moreover, her master was also a peak master, equally esteemed, previously constrained by her background. Despite her intelligence and beauty, she could only serve a child like Xie Sisi. Now, with her lineage no longer a hindrance, she had instantly surpassed Xie Sisi. This was the status she deserved. This was the life she was meant to lead. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced at Xie Sisi, only to find her engrossed in fiddling with something, completely ignoring her. How ridiculous. The outcome was already known, so what was there to see? Instead of wasting time, she might as well delve into the gifts she had received. Xie Sisi, filled with enthusiasm, repeatedly examined the storage ring in her hand, entirely unconcerned with the ongoing tests. This storage ring, gifted by the Instrument Peak Master, could be activated with a mental imprint or blood acknowledgement. It contained over 1,000 square meters of space, ample for her needs for a considerable time. One must admit, being a Peak Master bestowed a certain generosity. A typical storage pouch was already costly, and yet the Instrument Peak Master had presented her with such a spacious storage ring, a truly magnanimous gesture. Little did she know, the Instrument Peak Master was feeling the pinch as well. Although crafting storage rings was easy for him, the materials were rare. The materials required for this storage ring had taken him a long time to gather, intended as a welcoming gift for his newly acquired disciple, only to be preempted by that Sword Peak Master. Having witnessed the prior actions of the Pill Peak Master, he feared that the Sword Peak Master might also demand their assistance in crafting items for free, thus he was compelled to offer this ring to silence the duo. Once the disciple selection concluded, the sect leader waved his hand, signaling the outer sect elders to lead the outer sect disciples away while the inner sect disciples followed their respective masters. The Sword Peak had only accepted Xie Sisi as its prized disciple. The Sword Peak Master tossed his personal sword into the air and leapt onto it with his precious disciple in tow. From below, the sword appeared narrow and elongated. But upon stepping onto it, one discovered its surprising width, resembling a small boat, providing stable footing. Xie Sisi, with a face full of curiosity, asked, "Master, how can your sword be so wide and still be used for combat?" As she spoke, she observed the Master's hand. The Sword Peak Master chuckled. "It appears wide because I have employed a minor spell. Once you begin your cultivation, I shall teach you this little spell." Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you? You are my disciple. It is my duty to teach you. Besides me, you have 5 senior brothers. Should I be busy and you cannot find me, your senior brothers will suffice." He continued, "However, we cultivators pursue an extraordinary path, one fraught with challenges that far exceed the toils of the mundane world. You must be prepared." Observing his plump, delicate, and diminutive disciple, he feared that his words might frighten her. He quickly added, "But for now, you are still young, so there is no need for such strenuous efforts. Take your time, progress gradually. While others may swing their swords 10,000 times a day, my little disciple can manage 5,000. The Sword Peak Master nodded inwardly, feeling he was indeed a compassionate master. unaware of the challenges ahead. Xie Sisi felt her master was incredibly considerate. Although she possessed a will of steel, her body lagged behind. After climbing a single mountain, she felt utterly exhausted, wanting nothing more than to lie down and rest. Had she begun with intense training, she was unsure if her frail frame could withstand it. Gradual progress was the way to go. With sincere praise, she shifted the topic. Master, my parents are still waiting for me at the foot of the mountain. Could you send someone to inform them that you have taken me as your disciple, so they need not wait any longer? Primarily, she felt a sense of guilt for having inexplicably taken over the original owner's body and was not quite ready to face the original parents. Otherwise, she would have personally descended to bid farewell to them. Small matter. The sword peak master nodded, retrieving a paper crane from his sleeve. With a gentle touch, he sent it on its way. With a flash of spiritual light, the paper crane fluttered its wings and soared down the mountain. Oh, how marvelous! Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled. Even though she had anticipated the wonders of the cultivation world, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. It was far more impressive than the tricks of any magician. Observing his young apprentice with sparkling eyes, the master of the sword peak could not help but feel a sense of affection. Do you like it? He inquired. Yes. Xie Sisi nodded vigorously. This item seems capable of transmitting sound. It is beautiful, entertaining, and practical. How could I not like it? If you fancy these, take them all. Once you have cultivated your qi, you can infuse a bit of spiritual energy into them, and they shall serve you well, replied the sword peak master, producing a paper crane and placing it into Xie Sisi's storage ring. With a grin that revealed her teeth, Xie Sisi exclaimed, "Thank you, master. With such a generous mentor, I am truly fortunate." The sword peak master felt a surge of joy as he observed her unpretentious, money-loving demeanor, how reminiscent it was of himself. No wonder she was his disciple. Chapter 5. Master, junior sister has fainted. The sword flew swiftly and steadily, soon revealing the sword peak. True to its name, the peak stood alone like an unparalleled sword, towering against the sky, its heights rivaling the sun and moon. Xie Sisi gazed up at the seemingly endless summit, her mouth slightly agape, yearning to ask, Master, wouldn't you be short of oxygen living up there? However, recalling that this world lacks the concept of oxygen deficiency, she closed her mouth instead. Fortunately, the peak's master did not reside at the summit, but halted at a position halfway up the mountain. As soon as the flying sword touched the ground, a youthful figure, appearing to be around 17 or 18, dashed over with great enthusiasm. He regarded Xie Sisi with a curious expression and exclaimed, Master, is this the little junior sister you brought us? Oh, she is quite chubby. While speaking, he mischievously reached out to pinch Xie Sisi's cheek. Xie Sisi attempted to evade but was unsuccessful. The soft flesh of her cheeks was firmly grasped by his hand. She glared at him, saying, Young man, I advise you to release me at once, or you'll find yourself in tears. The boy, undeterred by her glare, only grew more delighted. Look, master, junior sister has such big eyes. Doesn't she look like a little frog? A frog? Enraged, Xie Sisi slapped his hand away, mumbling indistinctly, Let go. You're the one who looks like a frog, your whole family does. As she spoke, she inadvertently sprayed saliva all over him. The boy grimaced in distaste. Why are you spitting? That's disgusting. He was about to retort, but swallowed his words upon catching the threatening gaze of the sword peak master. Internally, he grumbled about how he never wished for a junior sister. While he had once desired a junior sister, the betrayal of the previous junior sister, which led their master to become a laughingstock, had left him quite averse to them. Though he couldn't fathom why his master had whimsically taken on another female disciple, he resolved to keep a watchful eye on her, ensuring their master wouldn't scare her away, or they would all become the subject of ridicule. He decided to seek out the elder brother, for only he could shield the new junior sister from their master's antics. With this thought, he released his grip on Xie Sisi, glancing at the 2 red fingerprints adorning her fair face, feeling a twinge of guilt. Hastily, He retrieved a gift from his belongings. Junior sister, I am your second brother, Xiao Jianyu. Here's a present I prepared for you. I hope you like it. As he produced a beautiful garment for her. Xie Sisi had yet to respond when the sword peak master took the attire, inspecting it briefly. Crimson Phoenix brocade feather garment? Not bad. He then handed it to Xie Sisi. Take it. He is your elder brother. No need for formality. If he dares to bully you again, just tell me. And I shall deal with him. Xiao Jianyu protested indignantly, Master, don't stir discord between me and junior sister. After all this time, I cherish having a junior sister. Why would I bully her? He then turned to Xie Sisi with a charming smile. Junior sister, if you ever wish for something to eat or do, just let your brother know, and I'll make it happen. His eyes darted nervously, avoiding the red marks on her face. In all honesty, he had only pinched her lightly, not with any malice. Despite his feelings, he would never bully a little girl, especially when he was hoping to win her favor. Xie Sisi, having been an orphan in her previous life, had endured the hardships of losing her parents at 10 and had survived on her own by scavenging and selling scrap. Having navigated the complexities of human relationships, she had developed a keen sense of observation. Noticing the guilt in Xiao Jianyu's eyes, she understood that he was merely a bit mischievous, devoid of ill intentions. With grace, she waved her small hand. Let us forget about what happened, but you mustn't pinch my face again. I'm a girl. And my face shouldn't be handled carelessly. Xiao Jianyu was deeply touched. This little junior sister was far too understanding, in stark contrast to the previous one who had been arrogant and vexatious. He resolved to protect her fiercely, vowing that anyone who dared to bully her would face his wrath. In his excitement, he scooped Xie Sisi into his arms. Junior sister, you haven't met the elder brother yet, have you? Come, I'll take you to him. Just so you know, despite Master's prowess, it is actually the elder brother who holds authority on Sword Peak. Master, junior sister has fainted. The pure young true man hurriedly checked, feeling both amused and exasperated. He tapped Xiao Jianyu on the head and scolded, What nonsense are you shouting? Your junior sister is merely asleep. Xie Sisi had long reached her limit, having sustained herself solely on sheer willpower. Once in Xiao Jianyu's arms, her eyelids could no longer resist the pull of slumber, and she drifted into a deep sleep. When she finally awoke, it was the following day, opening her eyes to the sight of a delicate, cloud-patterned canopy. Her head spun slightly as she struggled to comprehend her surroundings. Junior sister, you're awake. A sweet voice rang out as the canopy was lifted, revealing a round, cheerful face. Seeing Xie Sisi's large, bewildered eyes, Wan Sha felt her heart soften. Gently hanging the canopy on the purple jade hooks beside the bed, she smiled. How do you feel, junior sister? Are you hungry? At the mention of food, Xie Sisi's stomach growled in response, I'm hungry. I'll arrange a meal for you right away. Chapter 6. With the senior brother present, the master will not act recklessly while dining. Xie Sisi meticulously recollected the events that had transpired. She had come to realize her experiences from the previous day. She had traversed into a book titled Every Man in the World Loves Me, a vintage Mary Sue novel, where she had become the foremost canon fodder female antagonist. It was unclear where the misstep had occurred. Overcome by fatigue, she had fallen asleep shortly after arriving at the Sword Peak. In doing so, she had unwittingly provided her seemingly ethereal middle-aged master a lesson on what it meant to possess a delicate constitution. However, due to Xie Sisi's situation, the Sword Peak's master had made an exception by recruiting a long-term servant disciple from the outer sect to reside at the Sword Peak, primarily tasked with attending to Xie Sisi's daily needs until she could manage on her own. After searching the outer sect, they had selected Wan Sha. One should not underestimate the significance of attending to another, for the identity of a servant disciple was highly coveted, with countless individuals in the outer sect vying for such a position. Not to mention, the inner sect was rich in spiritual energy. Cultivating here for a single day equated to 3 days in the outer sect. If Wan Sha performed her duties well, the inner sect's direct disciples might bestow generous rewards, and should she offer even a few words of guidance, it would be invaluable. Moreover, being close to the direct disciples presented ample opportunities to become acquainted with them, and others would treat her with greater courtesy out of respect for their status. In essence, there were not only visible advantages, but also numerous hidden benefits that few with lofty ideals could disregard. Upon being chosen, Wansha was overjoyed and devoted herself wholeheartedly to attending to Xie Sisi. Although she was both more skilled and older than Xie Sisi, she was obliged to address her as senior sister due to her status. Furthermore, Xie Sisi had come to learn of her master's esteemed title, Pure Yongjinren, a formidable figure at the transformation stage. When Wansha mentioned Pure Yongjinren, her face radiated admiration. She recounted how an elder from the outer sect had spoken highly of him, stating that despite being at the transformation stage, he was among the most powerful, capable of overpowering the elders from the He-Wan sect. The elders speculated that Pure Yongjinren had likely approached the threshold of the void refinement stage and could break through at any moment. Recalling how her master had brazenly flaunted his authority during the disciple recruitment conference, while the other peak masters could only endure, Xie Sisi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master is exceptionally impressive. By the way, Wansha, how is Master perceived within the sect? Particularly regarding his relations with the other peak masters, Wansha instantly grasped Xie Sisi's intent and chuckled awkwardly. He is too outstanding, which often leads to a sense of isolation. There is an old saying in the mortal realm, high art is seldom appreciated, and it aptly describes this situation. Xie Sisi understood, so his social connections are not particularly great? Truly, a reflection of his uniqueness. After their meal, Xie Sisi changed her attire to pay her respects to Pure Yongjinren. As Wansha assisted her, she marveled, "Senior brother Shao treats you exceptionally well." This set of robes is a new release from the Immortal Fate Pavilion this year, and it is quite expensive. Stunned, Xie Sisi inquired in a hushed tone, does second senior brother have someone special? It was the only explanation for how he had acquired female garments. Surely he hadn't prepared them upon learning of her acceptance as a disciple by their master. Although Xie Sisi spoke softly, as a cultivator, Shao Jianyu's keen senses caught every word. His expression darkened. Were it any other disciples tarnishing his reputation, he would have undoubtedly confronted them. But for his little junior sister, who fainted while merely climbing a mountain, he decided to let it slide, reasoning that she was just a child, perhaps influenced by unprincipled adults in the mortal realm. He had heard that her maid had betrayed her right from the start, revealing her malicious heart, and he concluded that she must have deliberately led the innocent girl astray. Such thoughts evoked a sense of pity for his little junior sister. He resolved to care for her more in the future. One could only say he was adept at self-deception. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Junior sister." A moment later, the door creaked open, revealing Xie Sisi's cherubic round face. "Second senior brother, what brings you here?" Shao Jianyu looked down. Taking in her appearance, she wore cloud-patterned boots and a fiery red feathered robe, her hair styled in a simple yet playful bun, her large, round eyes sparkling with innocence. Having slept well, her fair complexion glowed a rosy pink, melting Shao Jianyu's heart. "Indeed, it was worth my while to purchase this outfit. You look splendid in it." "Junior sister." Xie Sisi blinked in surprise. "This was specially bought for me by senior brother?" "Of course. As soon as Master accepted you as his disciple yesterday, news reached me, and I made haste to procure this attire for you." He felt it necessary to clarify that he did not have any romantic interests. With that, he bent down and lifted Xie Sisi into his arms. "You fell asleep early yesterday, and there are many matters yet to discuss. I shall take you to meet Master and senior brother, so we can collect the gifts that are due." Startled by the sudden lift, Xie Sisi clutched Shao Jianyu's robe, her little legs kicking. "Senior brother, please put me down. I can walk myself." Though her body was that of a 6-year-old girl, her soul was that of an adult, and being carried by a young man felt rather unconventional. Xiao Jianyu refused to let go. I will carry you. Master's residence is somewhat distant. And what if you tire yourself again? The little bundle in his arms was soft and fragrant, a rarity indeed. He thought that if he didn't embrace her now, in a few years when she matured, such moments would be lost forever. Hearing Xiao Jianyu's reasoning, Xie Sisi ceased her struggles. Having read the original work, she knew that the protagonist, due to her unique spiritual root, garnered significant attention from the Pale Peak Master. Upon entering the sect, she was allocated a residence closest to the Pale Peak Master, requiring merely half an hour's walk to reach him, an hour in total. Given that the layouts of the Pale Peak and Sword Peak were likely similar, she surmised that if the protagonist lived closest to the Pale Peak Master and it took her an hour, then her own short legs would necessitate almost 2 hours of travel. Moreover, her own residence might not even be the closest to Master. Since someone was willing to carry her, she decided to comfortably acquiesce. After a brief journey, Xiao Jianyu brought her before a quaint little courtyard, gently setting her down. We have arrived. This is Master's abode. Xie Sisi surveyed the courtyard and then turned to Xiao Jianyu, her expression unimpressed. This is what you consider distant? Completely oblivious to her sentiments, Xiao Jianyu assumed she was merely anxious. He affectionately ruffled her bun and reassured her, "Do not worry, with senior brother around. Master will not act recklessly. He practices swordsmanship 10,000 times a day. He wouldn't dare frighten you away." Xie Sisi thought to herself, what a bold statement. What do you mean you want to act recklessly? Are you aware of the damage you're doing to Master's reputation? I am becoming increasingly curious about the senior brother you speak of. What kind of extraordinary individual can not only keep Master in check, but is also revered by the other disciples? Chapter 7. This Master is quite lackadaisical. As soon as the two arrived, Master Pure Yang was already aware. Upon hearing Xiao Jianyu's words, Master Pure Yang felt an overwhelming urge to strike him with his sword sheath. He was indeed a wayward disciple. You little rascal. Why aren't you bringing your junior sister inside? Xiao Jianyu, undeterred, cheerfully took Xie Sisi's small hand and said, "Come on, senior brother will take you in." From the outside, Master Pure Yang's courtyard appeared small and quaint, but upon entering, one discovered a hidden paradise. Crossing the stone arch bridge, 3 spacious buildings with white walls and gray tiles came into view, their doors wide open. Master Pure Yang, clad in a flowing light blue robe, sat in the center, while a serious yet handsome young man occupied a reddish-brown chair beside him. Upon seeing this young man, the playful expression on Xiao Jianyu's face instantly vanished. He tugged at Xie Sisi and said, "You have already met Master, so I won't introduce you. This is your senior brother. Quickly pay your respects." The handsome young man cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Jianyu. Xiao Jianyu's demeanor stiffened, and he obediently released Xie Sisi's hand, standing there with eyes on the ground, not daring to speak. It was only then that the young man turned his gaze to Xie Sisi, a warm smile gracing his features. "Hello, junior sister. I am Xie, your senior brother. If you encounter any issues within our Sword Peak and Master is unavailable, you may seek me out." Master Pure Yang hastily added, "If I am present, you may still approach your senior brother, especially regarding matters of finance." Xie paused in his actions, exasperatedly calling out, "Master, you truly do not spare yourself any dignity." Master Pure Yang chuckled, exhibiting a carefree demeanor. "We are all family. It is better to speak of such matters now rather than later." Xie Sisi thought to herself, so Master is truly just a master. The real golden thigh is actually senior brother? No wonder second senior brother holds him in such high esteem. She found herself beginning to admire senior brother as well. Despite being aware of Master's carefree and unrestrained nature, Xie still felt a headache coming on. In front of his junior sister, he could not voice his concerns and pretended not to hear Master Pure Yang's nonchalant remarks. He retrieved a bag of spirit stones from his storage ring. "You have just joined the sect. You probably have little savings. Take this money to spend, and if it runs low, feel free to ask your senior brother for more. Spirit stones? Currency of the cultivation world? Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly accepted the bag. Thank you, senior brother. This was a gift that truly touched her heart. Her past experiences had made her acutely aware of the significance of money. There is a saying that money can resolve 99% of the world's troubles. While it is not omnipotent, life without money is utterly untenable. The sweet, cherubic figure of Xie Sisi, clutching the bag of spirit stones, was so endearing that one could not help but want to embrace her. A smile deepened on Feng Xiu's usually serious face as he produced a translucent, 1-foot-long small sword. You may use this Luing sword for now. When you are older, your senior brother will find a more suitable sword for you. Xie Sisi took the Luing sword and examined it closely. The blade was a crystalline, transparent hue, resembling a piece of clear ice, while the hilt, made of an unrecognizable ivory-white material, was adorned with exquisite patterns, perfectly fitting her grip. Furthermore, the sword felt weightless in her hand, causing no fatigue whatsoever. She immediately fell in love with it and expressed her gratitude to Feng Xiu once more. Master Pure Yang stroked his beard. Since you have acquired a sword befitting you, it is time to start practicing. To become a competent sword cultivator, there is no secret other than diligent practice. Your senior brothers, upon entering the sect, had to swing their swords 10,000 times daily. Given your young age, you will need to swing your sword 5,000 times each day. Cough, cough. Xiao Jianyu cleared his throat, desperately signaling to Feng Xiu with his eyes. Senior brother, please intervene. Can you bear to see Master subject our adorable junior sister to such torment? Feng Xiu ignored him, waiting for Master Pure Yang to finish before adding, you are still young, so you need not complete the 5,000 swings all at once. You may divide them throughout the day, as long as you reach the total by day's end. Master Pure Yang nodded affirmatively. Yes, I neglected to mention that. You need not complete them all at once. You are permitted to do so in intervals. Feng Xiu continued, this book, Luoxia Sword Technique, is our sect's foundational sword technique. Take a look, and if anything is unclear, feel free to ask me or Master. Additionally, this Xuanyuan method is our sect's fundamental mental cultivation technique. Begin with these 2 texts, and once you have established a solid foundation, Master and I will impart further teachings. As he spoke, he handed 2 books to Xie Sisi. Master Pure Yang nodded repeatedly. What your senior brother says is correct. Heed his advice. Feng Xiu, in a low voice, conveyed, Master, could you perhaps discuss something else? Let us not forget that you are junior sister's master. It would be quite convenient for someone else to handle this, saving him the trouble of explaining. Feng Xiu continued. Thus, you will not be seeing the other 3 for the time being. However, I have already sent word to them, and they're all quite pleased to know that Master has taken you under her wing. Master Pure Yang affirmed, indeed, that is the case. Xie Sisi blinked, feeling the ethereal image of her master crumbling bit by bit. This master is somewhat lackadaisical, unperturbed by the implications of his actions. Master Pure Yang waited for Feng Xiu to relay everything necessary before leading Xie Sisi to practice swordsmanship. Along the way, Xie Sisi gazed at him with wide, eager eyes. Master Pure Yang touched his face. Is there something on my face? That can't be. I cleanse myself with a purification spell daily. Xie Sisi, with her sparkling, doe-like eyes, adorably looked at him and reached out her small hand. Master, you haven't given me a gift to welcome me yet. Master Pure Yang replied. Did I not give you a paper crane yesterday? At this, Xie Sisi's expression nearly split in disbelief. So, second senior brother gifted her a valuable robe. Senior brother bestowed spirit stones and a precious sword, and when it came to Master, a mere paper crane was all she received. Master, you are rather stingy, aren't you? Chapter 8. A Fortune Awaits. 299, 500, 501, 502. Xie Sisi counted as she swung her sword, feeling as though her arms were no longer her own. Goodness. Wasn't the promise to progress gradually? After just over 500 swings, she was utterly exhausted. 5,000 swings? She might as well perish. Lost in her thoughts, her posture faltered, and she received a sharp reprimand. That doesn't count. Start over. The once amiable master now appeared particularly stern, his face darkened as if possessed by her high school principal. Xie Sisi's heart trembled. She dared not complain. Gritting her teeth and continuing her practice. Despite her iron will, her frail physique and young age meant that certain physiological responses were beyond her control. After laboriously reaching 1,000 swings, her round face contorted in pain, her large, grape-like eyes brimming with tears. Oh, how she longed to cry. Concerned for his little junior sister, Xiao Jianyu strolled over to take a look and was immediately filled with sympathy. Master, let the little junior sister take a break. She's in tears. The pure young master maintained a stern demeanor. Is there any path of cultivation that is not arduous? Those who do not endure hardship are reduced to dust. That's not the same. She's only 6 years old. When I was 6, your grandmaster trained me in the same manner. I had to swing my sword 10,000 times daily. The little sister is a girl, so I only require her to swing 5,000 times. Are you not afraid of exhausting this little junior sister? Then the esteemed Qingmiao from the Hawan sect will mock you. That is a valid point. The pure young master nodded. Xiao Jianyu felt a surge of joy, believing he had swayed his master. However, the pure young master unleashed a wave of spiritual energy upon Xie Sisi. All right, Xiao Jianyu. No wonder you can't retain female disciples. Exhausted, Xie Sisi felt her consciousness fading as she mechanically repeated the sword movements. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped her. A refreshing sensation coursing through her body. Every pore rejoiced in relief, as the fatigue-laden cells instantly revitalized, filling her with renewed vigor. In this state, she could swing her sword another 1,000 times. And so she did. When she reached her limit once more, another surge of spiritual energy invigorated her again. Initially, her plan had been to swing the sword 2,500 times in the morning and another 2,500 in the afternoon. However, with the pure young master's assistance, she completed 5,000 swings in one go. This pleased Xie Sisi greatly. And the pure young master was equally satisfied. You have yet to draw energy into your body. Once you do, you can practice swordplay while channeling energy through your meridians, making it far less exhausting. Xie Sisi nodded enthusiastically, but before she could speak, Xiao Jianyu picked her up and carried her away. Junior sister. You haven't claimed your resources for this month, have you? I'll take you to retrieve them. The pure young master, who had intended to converse with his little disciple, thought. This troublesome disciple. The news of the pure young master accepting a female disciple spread throughout the sect within a day. It was said that his new disciple was merely a 6-year-old girl. Many wore expressions of amusement, eager to witness the spectacle. His previous female disciple, a 12-year-old girl with some cultivation foundation, had been driven away by his rigorous training. Could this 6-year-old possibly endure? Rumors circulated that the newly accepted disciple of the Dan Peak was acquainted with the new disciple of the Sword Peak. The Dan Peak's new disciple reportedly remarked, Sisi has been pampered since childhood. She has never endured hardship, and even cries after walking for a long time. To demand her to swing a sword 10,000 times would be cruel. If she cannot persevere at the Sword Peak, I will plead with the master to transfer her to the Dan Peak. It would be unkind to deny her the path to immortality. Thus, the notion that the Sword Peak's new disciple would not last long gained further credence. Bets began circulating in the marketplace, wagering on how long the pure young master's new disciple could endure, with odds reaching 50 to 1. Although Xie Sisi lacked cultivation, she was perceptive. As they walked, she noticed peculiar expressions from those they encountered, specifically directed at her. Groups of people huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, her second senior brother's face grew increasingly dark, indicating that something was amiss, and it was related to her. She tugged at Xiao Jianyu's sleeve and whispered in his ear, Second senior brother, has something happened? Xiao Jianyu, having just learned of the betting, felt a surge of anger. How dare they gamble on a disciple of a heavenly one sect expert? With the little sister present, he refrained from confronting them, knowing they would not wish the sword peak well. When she leaned in to ask, her soft voice melted his heart, calming his rising ire. He gently ruffled her hair, saying, "It's nothing. Don't mind them." Xie Sisi raised an eyebrow. "Nothing? Young man. Perhaps you should look in the mirror and see your own grim expression before saying that. But this is not the place for discussion. Now you can talk to me. If you don't, I'll tell the eldest senior brother that you're bullying me." With no way out, Xiao Jianyu reluctantly recounted the events. He anticipated that his little junior sister would be upset, but to his surprise, she appeared rather pleased. "Xiao Jianyu? This is bad. The little sister isn't losing her mind, is she? Hurry, second senior brother, help me see how many spirit stones the eldest senior brother gave me." As she spoke, Xie Sisi produced a pouch of spirit stones, raising her hand to pour them out. Xiao Jianyu stopped her. "No need to pour. Just show me." He scanned the contents with his spiritual sense. "Hey! How biased. So exceedingly biased." His initial greeting gift had been a mere 50 medium-grade spirit stones, while this little sister's pouch contained 5,000. 5,000. Even though he had anticipated the eldest senior brother's generosity towards her, he had not envisioned such an extent. In the eldest senior brother's eyes, he and his little sister were 100 times apart. "Second senior brother? Second senior brother?" Seeing Xiao Jianyu's wide-eyed silence, as if struck by a barrage of blows, Xie Sisi tugged at his sleeve. "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing." Xiao Jianyu took a deep breath, resigning himself to the fact that his little sister was inherently more lovable and deserved some favoritism. He could only conclude that the eldest senior brother was wise. "There are 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones in total." Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled. 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones? 5,000 times 50 equals 250,000 medium-grade spirit stones. That means I only need to work a little harder to secure a fortune without any risk? My goodness, such good fortune exists in the world. Am I truly a mere supporting character and not the protagonist? Ha ha, this treatment is simply too delightful. Senior brother, I have a way to make a fortune. Do you want to join me? With that, she eagerly pulled Xiao Jianyu aside, chattering animatedly. Xiao Jianyu listened, his eyes gleaming with admiration for Xie Sisi, little junior sister. "You truly have a talent. We must discuss this with the eldest senior brother. He is the most astute among us at the Sword Peak and manages the finances. With his involvement, we could secure a significant fortune for the Sword Peak. However, are you certain you can endure?" Xie Sisi clenched her small fist, making a gesture of encouragement, her round face radiating determination. "We can definitely do it. For the sake of our Jianfeng's honor, I must persevere." Starting tomorrow, she resolved to request her master to increase her training regimen, vowing to wield her sword 10,000 times each day. She was willing to go all out for that 50-fold return. As long as she could endure, she would push herself to the limits. This deeply moved Xiao Jianyu. Despite having cried from exhaustion today, Sisi was now proactively seeking more training for the sake of Jianfeng's reputation. Such a thoughtful and endearing junior sister was truly heartwarming. Chapter 9. Do you consider me fortunate? After lunch, Xie Sisi took out her cultivation manual and sword techniques for review. Upon seeing this, Wan Sha suggested, "Senior sister, it would be prudent to first study the cultivation manual. Once you have cultivated your qi, the sword techniques will be far easier to comprehend. The foundational principles of cultivation must be grasped before delving into other aspects." Xie Sisi found her reasoning to be quite sound. So she set aside the sword techniques and focused solely on the cultivation manual. Heaven and earth, profound and yellow, the universe, vast and chaotic, in the beginning. The primordial chaos is known as the source of entropy. Strangely, despite the obscurity of the phrases, she found herself inexplicably grasping their meanings, entering a state of profound enlightenment. It felt as if countless luminous points floated around her, pulsating with her breath, eagerly rushing into her body. Wan Sha stood nearby, initially considering offering guidance should Xie Sisi encounter any difficulties. To her astonishment, Xie Sisi merely flipped through the Xianyuanju and then entered a meditative state, successfully drawing in qi. Could this be the distinction between an inner disciple and an outer disciple? Huan Sha was bewildered, but greatly impressed. After some contemplation, she quietly withdrew to inform Feng Xiyu. Upon her arrival, Feng Xiyu had instructed her to notify him immediately of any developments concerning the young junior sister, who was still quite inexperienced. Now that the junior sister had suddenly drawn in qi, it certainly warranted his attention. Feng Xiyu was engaged in conversation with Xiao Jianyu, discussing strategies to profit handsomely at the gambling den. Xiao Jianyu enthusiastically proclaimed, "Our little junior sister is indeed a harbinger of fortune. Ever since her arrival at our peak, she has brought such a windfall. Alas, if only the third, fifth, and sixth brothers were present, we could all share in this fortune." Their sword peak was notoriously impoverished. Didn't they lack even inner disciples? It was believed that their master refrained from accepting more disciples due to financial constraints. Fortunately, their senior brother had ample resources and a knack for generating income, allowing their sword peak to barely sustain itself without resorting to begging. With the arrival of their junior sister, a lucrative opportunity had emerged. She was nothing short of a celestial blessing. Feng Xiyu, as the steward of the sword peak, was well acquainted with the affairs of the marketplace, far more than Xiao Jianyu. The gambling den you mentioned is a branch of the Hehuan sect established within our Tianyi sect, backed by their influence. Xiao Jianyu suddenly understood. No wonder they are so audacious. Those androgynous old geezers from the Hehuan sect will surely be made to pay dearly for their misdeeds. Ha ha ha. The Hehuan sect's Qing Miaozhenren and their own master were at odds, frequently clashing. Naturally, this was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Delighted at the prospect of their rival's downfall, Xiao Jianyu felt it imperative to share this joyous news with their master. Although their master could sometimes be rather eccentric, he was still their master, deserving of protection from outsiders. Feng Xiyu continued, "The owner of this gambling den is exceedingly shrewd. If we were to present a large sum of spirit stones to gamble, he would undoubtedly lower the odds and might even catch wind of our intentions, devising new tricks to thwart us." Xiao Jianyu became anxious. What shall we do then? Do we simply let this opportunity slip away? Of course not. We must ascertain the closing date of the gambling den and place our bets just before the deadline for guaranteed success. This matter is of no concern to you. I will arrange it. However, we must still confront the gambling den, lest it contradict your style. Xiao Jianyu responded, "Understood. I'll follow your lead, senior brother. I shall dismantle the gambling den soon." "Yes, but refrain from mentioning this to our master until the deed is done. I fear he may lose his composure and reveal our plans." While outsiders may be easily deceived, Qing Miaozhenren is no fool. He knows our master better than anyone. Just then, a paper crane fluttered over, landing before Feng Xiyu. He touched it lightly and the crane flapped its wings, its beak opening and closing as Huan Sha's voice emerged. "Senior brother, our junior sister has drawn in qi. Do you wish to come and see?" As the message concluded, the paper crane disintegrated into a cloud of ash. The brothers exchanged astonished glances. Has our junior sister truly drawn in qi so swiftly? Feng Xiyu stood up and moved towards the door. "I shall go and see." Xiao Jianyu hurriedly followed. "Wait for me, senior brother. I will accompany you." Standing outside the door, they beheld a swirling vortex of spiritual energy streaming into the room. Xiao Jianyu gaped in disbelief. Is that truly our junior sister? Could it be a disguise by some ancient monster? What ordinary person could generate a vortex of spiritual energy while drawing in qi? Even if their junior sister were merely a waste with mixed spiritual roots, such a feat was unattainable. Feng Xiyu quickly set up a spirit-concentrating array around the house and established a soundproof barrier, looking gravely at Huan Sha. "You must not disclose anything about our junior sister's situation to anyone." Realizing the gravity of the matter, Huan Sha hurriedly nodded. "I swear, I will tell no one." To assure Feng Xiyu, she immediately made a heartfelt vow. Feng Xiyu's expression softened slightly as he tossed her a porcelain vial. This contains a foundation-building pill. You may use it when you cultivate your foundation. Your presence is no longer required. You may leave. As Huansha held the vial, her eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing it contained a foundation-building pill. Her hands trembled with excitement as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Oh my, a foundation-building pill! Even the lowest grade would require 100 low-grade spirit stones to purchase. As an outer disciple, she received only 5 low-grade spirit stones a month. It would take her 20 months of saving without eating or drinking to accumulate 100 low-grade spirit stones. Yet within just a day of entering the inner sect, she had received a foundation-building pill. Her heart raced with excitement as she resolved to serve Xie Sisi with even greater dedication to earn her favor. Once Huansha departed, Xiao Jianyu could no longer contain his curiosity and began peering eagerly into the room. Isn't our junior sister supposed to have mixed spiritual roots? When did she become so formidable? My goodness. Senior brother, could what you said truly be accurate? Were mixed spiritual roots considered divine in ancient times? Feng Xiyu cast him a sidelong glance. Of course it is true. When have I ever lied to you? Xiao Jianyu replied, if that is the case, we must have a serious discussion. I was merely speaking offhandedly, haha, haha. While it is said that 5 spiritual roots were regarded as divine in ancient times, their strength varied based on purity. The 5 roots of their junior sister must be of exceptional quality and well-balanced to yield such results. In the arduous journey of cultivation, both spiritual roots and comprehension are indispensable. The fact that their junior sister could draw in Qi on her first attempt indicates her extraordinary talent. As long as she continues to cultivate safely, her future is boundless. Xiao Jianyu felt a surge of pride indeed. Just look at who our junior sister is. How could she be anything less? With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, he asked, Senior brother, since 5 spiritual roots are so remarkable, should I consider taking in a few disciples with 5 spiritual roots in the future? Feng Xiyu scoffed derisively, casting him a disdainful glance. Do you possess spirit stones? To cultivate with 5 spiritual roots, one must invest substantial resources. Xiao Jianyu clutched his chest. Senior brother, you need not be so blunt with your words. They say my tongue is sharp. Perhaps those who claim so should hear you speak. Feng Xiyu replied, if I do not speak plainly, I fear you may harbor unrealistic hopes. Why do you suppose that the 5-element root has fallen into the realm of the worthless? The cultivation of the 5-element root demands quintuple the spiritual energy required by a single-element root. As one ascends in cultivation, the requisite spiritual energy increases exponentially. In this era of dwindling spiritual essence, where can one possibly find sufficient resources to nurture the 5-element root? Consequently, practitioners of the 5-element root advance at a painfully slow pace. If one has the backing of a family, it may be bearable. Without such support, one's lifetime may only culminate in the foundational stage of cultivation. Even with familial support, how many families possess the means to sustain such an endeavor? The resources required are abundant, yet the progression is sluggish, and should one meet an untimely demise, all prior investments would be rendered futile. Rather than undertake such perilous risks, it would be far wiser to allocate these resources towards cultivating individuals with single or dual-element roots. Furthermore, if the purity of the 5 roots were uniform, it would be tolerable. However, should discrepancies arise, it could lead to a catastrophic imbalance of the 5 elements in the later stages of cultivation, endangering the practitioner. Additionally, the innate comprehension of individuals varies significantly. Now, do you still wish to accept disciples with 5-element roots? No sooner had the words left your mouth than a sword sheath struck your head. The chilling voice of the pure young master echoed, do you consider your master to be cursed by fortune? Chapter 10. The master's words. Xiao Jianyu widened his eyes, accusingly gazing at Feng Xiyu. You didn't even tell me when master arrived. Feng Xiyu ignored him and solemnly bowed to the pure young true man master. The pure young true man stroked his beard, his divine sense sweeping the room, revealing the scene within. He cast a glance at Xiao Jianyu. Your junior sister is still young yet knows the importance of cultivation, while you have the leisure to wander about. Xiao Jianyu retorted, but master brother is also here. Why don't you mention him? The pure young true man replied, your master brother has already reached the nascent soul stage, and you? Xiao Jianyu, indignant, retorted. Master brother entered the door before me. Feng Xiu shot him a glance. Your resources for this month are halved. This is what happens when you meddle unnecessarily. Xiao Jianyu's expression changed instantly, and he wailed, no. My spirit stones were already scarce. If you reduce them by half, I will be left to fend for myself. He quickly ran off, fearing that if he delayed any longer, he would lose the remaining half of his resources. The pure young true man sighed. Is it that everything I say pales in comparison to a single word from your master brother? This wayward disciple. Xie Sisi was roused by an unbearable stench. Who is digging a latrine nearby? It's so foul. Covering her nose with one hand, she realized that a layer of grimy filth had accumulated on her body, emanating the horrid odor. Disgusted, Xie Sisi sprang to her feet and rushed outside. Wan Sha, is there any water? I need to bathe. A gentle breeze swept through, whisking away the dirt and the foul smell from her body and the room. Master? Master brother? Upon opening the door, Xie Sisi gazed at the figures standing outside, then at her now refreshed form, feeling somewhat dazed. She recalled reading in novels that when one first draws spiritual energy into their body, the energy would cleanse the impurities within, resulting in a foul odor. So, have I drawn energy into my body? Feng Xiu smiled at her. Congratulations, junior sister. The pure young true man, stroking his beard, laughed heartily. As expected of my disciple, your cultivation speed surpasses that of your master brothers by far. Xie Sisi, do you even hear what you are saying? Are the master brothers not also your disciples? Moreover, you certainly know how to incite resentment among your disciples. Is it your intent to ensure that your disciples remain in discord? With too many points to address, Xie Sisi momentarily did not know where to begin. Stealthily, she cast a glance at her master brother. However, Feng Xiu remained unperturbed, calmly stating, I heard from our ancestor that Master took 3 days to draw energy into his body. Junior sister, not only are you stronger than your master brothers, but you are also on par with Master. This truly exemplifies the way of mutual harm between a master and disciple. Xie Sisi suddenly felt that her future days would be quite extraordinary. The pure young true man paused, realizing that this one managed finances and was not to be trifled with. Chuckling softly, he shifted the topic. Since you have drawn energy into your body, focus on your cultivation. I will impart to you a few practical spells for daily use. Practice them diligently. As he spoke, he tapped her forehead. Instantly, a surge of information flooded her mind. Lightness technique, cleansing technique, fireball technique, waterball technique. Dozens of spells were etched into her consciousness. Mastering these spells would greatly facilitate her future endeavors. Xie Sisi joyfully thanked the pure young true man. He nodded in satisfaction. See, this is my obedient disciple. Unlike the others, what use are those rascals? All they do is irritate me. After offering a few encouraging words, the pure young true man left in high spirits, eager to boast about his diligent little disciple. When he first took her as his direct disciple, others had mocked him. Now he would go and slap those faces, proving what it meant to have discerning vision. Once the pure young true man had departed from sight, Feng Xiu knelt down to regard Xie Sisi. Your second master brother briefed me on the gambling den. I will need your cooperation moving forward. Upon hearing Feng Xiu's plan, Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Rest assured, master brother, leave it to me. Yet, she felt some regret. Had I known, I would have drawn energy into my body later. The key point is, I didn't expect it to be so easy. Clearly, the book stated that the original host took a month to draw energy into their body. Had her soul changed, along with her aptitude? Little did she know. The original host was merely a 6-year-old child, having attended private school for 2 years, barely literate. In the outer sect, no one provided serious guidance. The month-long process was merely a narrative necessity. Her situation was different. Although she now inhabited the body of a young child, she possessed the soul of a 20-year-old. In her previous life, she managed to balance work and study while gaining admission to a prestigious university, her learning ability and comprehension far exceeding that of most individuals. Coupled with the rich spiritual energy of the inner sect, the results were profoundly different, despite sharing the same body. Noticing Xie Sisi's round face scrunched up in frustration, Fong Xiu chuckled softly, gently pinching her cheek. It's all right. I have already instructed Huan Shan not to disclose your drawing of energy into your body. As for Master, others usually heed only a fraction of what he praises his disciples for. As for why they only listen to a fraction, that would require delving into his countless previous misadventures. It is a tale filled with tears. Just observing how these disciples transformed from obedient learners into rebellious, wayward children, one could ascertain how unreliable he was as a master. Exiting the Sword Peak, the pure young true man turned his steps towards the Pill Peak. He recalled when he first took in his little disciple. That fellow Xianju remarked that his precious disciple's temperament was lacking, and that this little disciple had once been in a servant-master relationship with his own disciple in the mortal realm. Now his little disciple, deemed to have a poor temperament, had already drawn energy into her body. He was curious to see how far the heavenly root disciple he had taken and had progressed. Surely, they hadn't already established their foundation, had they? Ha ha ha, all the way, he had already envisioned the expression and tone he would use to mock the other. Yet, the other party didn't believe a word he said. What nonsense! A mere waste with 5 spiritual roots drew energy into their body within a day? Xianju's eyelids didn't even flicker, as he solemnly advised. Even if you wish to give your disciple face, there's no need to fabricate such lies. Really, if this gets out, you'll be a laughingstock. The pure young true man was furious, exclaiming, "What do you mean a waste with 5 spiritual roots? Your disciple is not a waste. How far has the precious disciple you accepted yesterday progressed?" Seeing that the pure young true man's expression seemed genuine, Xianju was taken aback, finally taking him seriously. Has she really drawn energy into her body? The pure young true man sat upright with pride. Of course. Would I lie about such a matter? Haha, envious, are you? Such a talented disciple was discovered by my keen eye. Xianju's expression turned sympathetic. To be your disciple is truly unfortunate. What do you mean? The pure young true man insisted, "You must clarify your words. Why is it unfortunate to be my disciple?" Xianju sighed. "It's better not to say. I fear you might become enraged and demolish my Pill Peak." The pure young true man was insistent. "No, you must explain. Do you really want me to say? Speak." Chapter 11. The Establishment of a Written Agreement. A Dejected Countenance. I must speak my mind. Do you recall when your eldest disciple first joined our sect? After admitting him, you boasted to everyone that he was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy in swordsmanship. This attracted the attention of malevolent cultivators who nearly crippled his spiritual roots. Fortunately, they realized he was not as remarkable as you claimed. And the intervention of the sect elders came just in time. Your second disciple fared somewhat better, while you refrained from bragging about his talents. You constantly pitted him against others. This led him to train relentlessly, nearly pushing him to the brink of madness. As for your third disciple, who already has a fiery temperament, you encouraged him to engage in fights, asserting that the path of a sword cultivator is forged through combat rather than mere meditation. Now that he is confined, one might say you bear some responsibility. And what of your fourth and fifth disciples? Before I could finish, the esteemed pure young master rose in indignation and departed. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might be compelled to deliver a sound thrashing to the leader of Dan Peak. Truly, one cannot discuss ice with summer insects. Mark my words, one day, that little disciple will exact a resounding retribution. As pure young master exited, Xianju master clicked his tongue, feeling increasingly vindicated. He earnestly advised Yan Ruxue, who stood nearby. That cultivation must be approached with diligence and patience, step by step, lest one hasten the growth and ruin their foundation. However, for the one with wasted spiritual roots, it mattered little. Unlike you, it is imperative that you establish a solid foundation first. Yenrushue obediently replied, "Disciple shall heed master's teachings." Internally, she felt a sense of pride for having distanced herself from that worthless individual. Otherwise, what would happen if he became clingy in the future? She had heard that the marketplace had set up bets, and with the numerous gifts she received, she could turn a tidy profit. Additionally, she could engage her fellow disciples in a venture, strengthening their camaraderie. Xie Sisi noticed that recently there were quite a few clandestine observers watching her practice swordsmanship. To present the most genuine training results, she declined Pure Yang Master's offer to use spiritual energy to alleviate her fatigue, opting to forgo it herself. Pure Yang Master, misunderstanding her intentions, believed she was resolute in her desire to strengthen herself. Old Huai reproached Xiao Jianyu with a sense of satisfaction. "Look at your junior sister, and then at yourself. She is merely 6 years old and understands the arduousness of cultivation, yet here you are, a grown man leaping about like a hairless monkey. What are you staring at? Is this any of your concern? Off you go and focus on your training." Xiao Jianyu gestured to Xie Sisi, who understood that someone else had come to observe. Seeing that she comprehended, he hurriedly scampered away. Infuriated, Pure Yang Master felt smoke rising from his head. Gritting his teeth in frustration, that ungrateful disciple. Turning his gaze back to his beloved little disciple, he admired her diligence and resilience. Yet, just as he was lost in thought, he noticed that the previously stern-faced girl had thrown her sword aside and collapsed to the ground, wailing inconsolably. Tears and snot flowed freely, her sorrowful visage a pitiful sight. Pure Yang Master? He was bewildered. Never before had anyone behaved so before him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Those who had stealthily approached the sword peak were greeted by this unexpected scene, Pure Yang Master standing nearby, brow furrowed and countenance dark, ready to erupt. Goodness, it seems everything Sister Rushue said was true. Given her current state, it would be a miracle if she could persist. Several individuals exchanged knowing glances, making a silent agreement to place their bets. They returned home and pooled their resources for wagering, recognizing that such an opportunity to prosper would not come again. While Pure Yang Master was at a loss regarding his little disciple, he sensed unfamiliar presences approaching, and his expression darkened. Directing his gaze towards the newcomers, he unleashed several strands of sword intent. As danger approached, the intruders, startled, ducked for cover. But they could not escape the wrath of a divine transformation master. Each received a solid hit. Thankfully, Pure Yang Master merely intended to teach them a lesson and did not strike with lethal force. Otherwise, they would have remained at sword peak indefinitely. Upon witnessing Pure Yang Master's actions, Xie Sisi surmised that he was driving the intruders away. With the audience dispersed, she lost interest in continuing her display. She wiped her tears and resumed her sword practice. Turning back, Pure Yang Master observed the scene. Are today, as children, so incomprehensible? Pure Yang Master eventually learned of the betting incident. Infuriated, he stormed into He Huan's sect and dealt a thrashing to Qing Miao Master. You thought to see my disgrace? Not a chance. I assure you, my little disciple is exceptionally diligent and determined. Not just for a month, but for a year she could sustain her efforts. Though Qing Miao Master had been beaten, he felt a surge of joy. Look at him, he asked flustered. What does this signify? It reveals his own uncertainty. After centuries of rivalry, he knows well Pure Yang Master's character. The more anxious he becomes, the louder he speaks. If he were truly confident, he would remain calm, quietly awaiting the chance to watch others falter. To play it safe, Qing Miao Master feigned disdain, of course, if you were to secretly ease her burdens. Nurturing that precious disciple of yours, she could last a lifetime. To spite me, you even took in a disciple with useless spiritual roots. What wouldn't you do? Forget it. As a gesture of our long acquaintance, I shall allow you to send someone to the betting house to retract the wager, thus sparing you from further ridicule. Ha 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 ha. It is no wonder that Qing Miao Master understands pure young master so well. However, with such scorn directed at him, Pure Young Master could not contain himself, declaring, "There will be no withdrawal of the wager. Let us establish a written contract." As the agreement was set, Pure Young Master's spirits sank. Exiting Yihuan's sect, his expression fell. Winning would indeed be a formidable challenge. Little junior sister, splendid news. A most extraordinary piece of news. Before he arrived, his voice echoed from afar, filled with excitement. Chapter 12. Something strange. Xie Sisi was practicing her swordplay when she heard Xiao Jianyu's voice. She halted her movements and turned her head, inquiring, "What good news do you have?" "An exceptionally great piece of news." Xiao Jianyu's smile was broad enough to reveal his teeth. "Do you know what the odds are now for betting against your ability to last a month?" Xie Sisi scrutinized his expression, her lively eyes darting. "Has it increased? Is it now 1 to 60? Xiao Jianyu feigned suspense. "Incorrect. Guess again." 1 to 70? Still wrong. Try again. Xie Sisi, tired of guessing, glanced behind him. "The senior brother is here. I shall ask him." She dashed away on her short legs. As Xie Sisi struggled with her outfit, she suddenly froze upon hearing him. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "What? 1 to 100? Are the gamblers out of their minds? They would lose everything." Xiao Jianyu released his grip and erupted into laughter. "You heard correctly, it is indeed 1 to 100. Moreover, our senior brother placed his bet just 15 minutes before the market closed. Even if the gamblers wished to alter the odds, they couldn't. Ha ha ha. The thought of the gamblers' bewildered expressions made him laugh even harder. Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled. So, in a month's time, her little treasury would acquire 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wow, I'll be rich overnight. In my previous life, I dreamed of wealth but never attained it. Now, in just a few days, it is about to materialize. Grateful to the deity of transmigration, she felt lucky to have been reborn correctly this time. With her hands clasped together, she bowed to the sky and, with her short legs, joyfully ran towards Feng Xiu. "Ah, senior brother, I adore you. You are my fortune god." Without the senior brother's brilliant calculations and guidance, she wouldn't have made such a fortune. Feng Xiu smiled warmly as he watched the little girl rush towards him and bent down to embrace her. "Your remarkable performance has been crucial to our success. I must thank you for providing me with this lucrative opportunity. Is there anything you desire? I shall procure it for you." Xie Sisi shook her little legs and replied cheerfully, "I don't want anything right now. When I do, I will let you know, and I won't hold back." In these past few days, she had fully adapted to her 6-year-old identity and had grown accustomed to being carried around, relishing every moment. Xiao Jianyu, with a shameless grin, leaned in. "Senior brother, since the little junior sister doesn't want anything, I do. I've been working hard these days. Haven't you thought about rewarding me?" He then mimicked Xie Sisi, striking a cute pose and winking at Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu replied curtly, "Get lost." Xie Sisi laughed heartily at Xiao Jianyu's antics and, in a generous spirit, patted her chest. "If the second senior brother wants something, just tell me and I'll buy it for you." Xiao Jianyu was touched and reached out to hug Xie Sisi. "The little junior sister truly cares for me. I'm so moved. Let me hug you." Feng Xiu sidestepped and said to Xie Sisi, "Keep your money for yourself. Don't mind him. If he wants anything, he should earn it himself." He then turned sternly towards Xiao Jianyu. "Do not exploit the little junior sister, understood?" Xiao Jianyu protested, "How could I exploit the little junior sister? Don't underestimate me." Feng Xiu scoffed, "If you want my respect, first reach the nascent soul stage." Xiao Jianyu, "Let us not discuss cultivation. We are still good brothers." Zhenren Chunyuan felt a pang of distress. Indeed, one's joys and sorrows cannot be shared. While he fretted over the gambling matters, his disciples were all preoccupied with their playful antics. Clutching his chest, Zhenren Chunyuan glared at his second disciple. Xiao Jianyu. How many times must I remind you not to disturb your junior sister's cultivation? Have you come here seeking a beating? Xiao Jianyu's smile faded. With the betting closed, the matters of the gambling game could no longer be altered. He had intended to share this good news with his master to lift his spirits, but his master scolded him without hesitation. He would withhold the news. After reprimanding his second disciple, he turned to his eldest disciple, softening his tone. See you. Your junior sister is young and impressionable, easily swayed by external distractions. As the eldest brother, you must take on the responsibility of supervision. Until her tasks are completed, you must not lead her into frivolity. Fang Xiu's eyes sparkled. Master, have you been to the Hawan sect? The expression and tone indicated he was aware of the gambling situation and had been pressured by Zhenren Qingmiao. Zhenren Chunyuan's expression stiffened slightly, and he waved his hand dismissively. Let us not speak of it. In any case, you must fulfill your duty as the eldest brother and ensure your junior siblings remain diligent. Remember, there are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation, only diligence will suffice. After imparting this earnest advice, he turned to his little disciple. The chubby disciple gazed up with her round, innocent face, her big, watery eyes fixated on him, radiating such sweetness that it melted his heart. Zhenren Chunyuan felt a headache coming on. However, addressing his petite disciple, who was still a fragrant and soft little girl, he knew he couldn't utter harsh words. What if he frightened his precious disciple? After a moment of contemplation, he crouched down and retrieved a long sword from his storage ring. At first glance, the sword appeared plain and unremarkable. However, once infused with spiritual energy, it shimmered brilliantly, with hints of stars swirling within. With just a glance, Xie Sisi felt a surge of overwhelming awe. Even without understanding, she could tell the sword was extraordinary. Fortunately, Zhenren Chunyuan was very measured. In an instant, he withdrew the spiritual energy, dimming the sword's brilliance. A hint of reluctance crossed Zhenren Chunyuan's face as he gritted his teeth, sheathed the sword, and handed it to Xie Sisi. This sword is named Star Chaser, a top-grade treasure. If you can practice with it 10,000 times daily for a month, I shall gift you this Star Chaser sword. Xie Sisi reached out to accept the Star Chaser sword. It felt somewhat heavy, and she stumbled slightly before standing upright with it. She looked up at Zhenren Chunyuan in surprise. Master? She certainly did not miss the hint of reluctance on his face. How could he be so unwilling yet still bestow the sword upon her? Something was amiss. Chapter 13. Persuasion through reason. The pure young master feigned nonchalance. You may keep this sword for now. He reassured himself, thinking it would be all right. If his young disciple found the motivation to persevere, even without the sword, he still had the luminous cloud sword from that fellow Qing Miao to fall back on. Should his disciple falter, the sword would eventually be relinquished, serving as an early farewell. Xie Sisi turned to Fang Xiu, who nodded in agreement. Since master has said so, you should accept it. It was best not to divulge the wager to their master, to prevent any change of heart. Upon hearing this, Xie Sisi thanked the pure young master and stored the star-chasing sword in her storage ring. Initially, she intended to share the details of the wager with her master, but noticing that neither the senior nor junior brothers mentioned it, she assumed they had their reasons and chose to remain silent. Thus, although the three had not conferred, their thoughts aligned remarkably well. It was only on the day of the wager's conclusion that the pure young master realized what he had missed, and his frustration was beyond measure. His young disciple was still inexperienced and unaware, so it was forgivable that he had not informed him of the matter. However, his cunning elder disciple and the playful junior disciple had also chosen to remain silent. Those unruly disciples. Fang Xiu, being in charge of finances, was not to be trifled with. But that was a matter for another time. At this moment, seeing Xie Sisi accept the star-chasing sword, the pure young master's tense heart relaxed somewhat. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Now that you have accepted the sword, practice diligently. With the wager assured and the master himself encouraging her to train, Xie Sisi felt unburdened and began to earnestly practice. She committed to swinging her sword 10,000 times each day. Due to prior arrangements with Qing Miao, the pure yang master could no longer assist her in refining her body with spiritual energy. He worried that his young disciple might once again cry out, but instead, he witnessed her, despite her drenched brow and exhaustion, persevering with every stroke of the sword techniques he had taught her. The progress she exhibited was strikingly greater than before. The pure young master felt a wave of satisfaction, nodding in secret. Truly, he had chosen an exceptional disciple. Her tenacity was rare even among adults. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly saw Xie Sisi sheath her sword and plop down onto the ground. The pure young master's forehead throbbed. Surely, she wouldn't. He wished to intervene, but recalled his agreement with Qing Miao and restrained himself. He could only hope his disciple would find her strength and hold on. To his surprise, rather than crying as she usually did, she sat cross-legged with her palms facing the sky, entering a state of meditation. Soon, a small whirlpool of spiritual energy formed around Xie Sisi, swirling into her body. Exhausted, she felt the sudden influx of energy, transforming rapidly into spiritual power that coursed through her meridians and permeated her muscles and tendons, akin to a skilled masseur working on her. The sensation was so delightful that it felt as if her bones were melting away. In no time, the spiritual power circulated through her body, rejuvenating her previously fatigued form. Upon opening her eyes and exhaling a breath of stale air, Xie Sisi was astonished to find her realm had loosened. Ever since she had begun to draw energy into her body, she had practiced diligently in her room. Though she absorbed a great deal of spiritual energy, her cultivation had not progressed significantly. As Feng Xiyu had stated, the energy she needed for cultivation was 5 times that of an ordinary single spiritual root. Thus, her cultivation speed was on par with that of a single spiritual root prodigy. However, now her cultivation speed was astonishingly quicker than in previous days. After a moment of reflection, she understood the rationale behind this change. To illustrate, her body was like a sponge. During her regular meditation, while her body still contained spiritual power, it was akin to a half-wet sponge attempting to absorb water, resulting in limited intake. But after depleting her internal energy, resuming meditation was like squeezing the sponge dry before absorbing water, naturally allowing for greater and swifter absorption. Recalling that the texts had mentioned that exhausting one's spiritual power before meditation would yield twice the results with half the effort, Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled. From now on, as long as she was in a safe environment, she would practice in this manner. Feeling invigorated and full of energy, Xie Sisi stood up to continue her swordplay. The earnestness etched on her small face touched the pure yang master deeply. Truly, she was his precious disciple. That fine-grade treasure he had gifted her was not in vain. Days swiftly passed, and in 10 days, Xie Sisi successfully advanced to the 2nd layer of qi refinement. In just 18 days since entering the sect, she had transformed from an ordinary person devoid of spiritual power into a 2nd layer qi refinement practitioner, an unparalleled existence within the realm of cultivation. Among her peers who had also joined the sect, aside from those who had prior cultivation, the fastest had only just begun to draw energy into their bodies, stabilizing at the 1st layer of qi refinement. Seeing his young disciple excel so remarkably, the pure young master felt a compelling urge to boast. Yet, recalling the incredulous expression of Master Xianju, he found it uninteresting. He resolved that his disciple was a gem shining through the dust, destined to dazzle others in due time, so there was no rush. Now, observing Xie Sisi's training progressing smoothly, the once halting 10,000 sword swings had transformed into a seamless flow. The pure young master felt utterly at ease, with no further worries clouding his mind. He spent his days simply sitting in a rocking chair atop the peak, watching his beloved disciple train. While he found tranquility in this, others who had placed bets grew restless, frequently seeking excuses to visit, hoping to catch a glimpse of Xie Sisi faltering and descending the mountain. The pure young master was well aware of their motives, but did not intervene, only stipulating that they could observe, but must not disturb his disciples' training. Furthermore, mere spectatorship could not be without recompense. Those skilled in the mundane world could earn tips for their performances, while his precious disciple was practicing genuine skills. How could they watch for free? He did not demand much, setting the price of 1 spiritual stone for each observer, splitting the proceeds with his disciple 50-50. When this news reached Master Hanhai, he felt embarrassed. He instructed his disciple, "Go, deliver some spiritual stones to your uncle Master Pyongyang." A dignified deity at the transformation stage should refrain from engaging in such undignified activities. Having such a combat-capable junior brother was indeed troublesome. If only the other party's cultivation were slightly inferior, he could have subdued them and corrected their avaricious tendencies. Alas, he could not best him and was left to persuade through reason instead. The Pyongyang master accepted the spiritual stones, but had no intention of changing his ways. Justifying his stance, they go to the gambling house, eagerly awaiting our sword peak's misfortune. I have already spared them by not expelling them. Do they expect me to treat them with courtesy? He was tempted to assert, then why not expel them yourself? The dignity of a deity at the transformation stage could not be challenged. Even if he were to eliminate 1 or 2, who would dare to complain? However, as the sect leader, such words could not be uttered, lest they disrupt the unity of the sect. Oh, how infuriating! This was a truly obstinate individual. After thoroughly discussing the matter, the Pyongyang master accepted Master Hanhai's good intentions. Very well, since the sect leader has commanded it, I shall heed your words. Soon after, a restriction was placed on the peak where Xie Sisi practiced, ensuring that disciples from other peaks could no longer observe her training. As the date of the wager's expiration drew near, information about Xie Sisi became increasingly elusive, causing those who had placed bets to grow anxious. Many, driven by the prospect of wealth, had wagered their entire fortunes. Should they lose, their despair would be profound. With no other options, they turned their sights toward Yen Rushue. What? You want me to go to Sword Peak to gather information? Yen Rushue exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment at the request. Chapter 14. The unwitting target. Yen Rushue has been a servant of the Xie family for generations. Influenced by her surroundings, she learned to be charming and persuasive from a young age. It was no wonder that the matriarch of the Xie family chose her to attend to Xie Sisi. And eventually, she managed to coax a significant sum from her to secure a spot for both herself and Xie Sisi in the sex examination. After entering the Pill Peak with her single spiritual root, Xie Sisi quickly endeared herself to her senior brothers and sisters, becoming their favorite little junior sister. All thanks to her exceptional skills in flattery. However, Yen Rushue was taken aback when her third senior brother, Muqin, made an unexpected request for her to visit the Sword Peak and gauge Xie Sisi's intentions. He was well aware of the complicated history between them, and this felt like a deliberate attempt to put her in an uncomfortable position. Anger simmered within Yen Rushue. She had always suspected that those who appeared kind to her held no genuine affection. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, she quickly masked her astonishment with a troubled expression. It's not that I don't want to go, but due to some misunderstandings with Sisi on the mountain path. She bit her lip, feigning resolve. Never mind, for the sake of my senior brothers, I shall go see her. Even if I face her reproach, I shall accept it. Only a handful knew the details of the incident on the mountain path. As her senior brother, Muqin had heard whispers and frowned. This junior sister of ours is indeed a bit overbearing. I shall accompany you. With me there, even if she intends to bully you, she will think twice. That's a good idea. Just then, the chief disciple of Pill Peak, Chao Xian, entered, casting a reproachful glance at Muqin. Knowing how kind-hearted our junior sister is, why would you send her to the Sword Peak, where the people are unreasonable? Is this how you care for her? Muqin's face flushed crimson, and he bowed apologetically to Yen Rushue. I truly owe her an apology. Once this matter is resolved, I shall accept any punishment she deems fit. Yen Rushue hurriedly stepped back, flustered. Senior brother, what are you doing? Your affairs are my affairs. It's just a trip. Even if it is no great matter. With a forced playful smile, she added, "Besides, you've forgotten that I've also placed a bet. If I lose, I too will suffer a loss. Thus, it is only fitting that I go for my own sake." Chao Xin and Mu Qin observed her reaction with growing admiration. Everyone knew that she was favored by their master, receiving ample treasures and spiritual herbs. With such resources at her disposal, what were the stakes of the bet? It was clear that she did not wish to confront Xie Sisi, yet she was willing to compel herself to do so for their sake, even fabricating excuses to spare them from guilt. Her kindness was truly remarkable. Mu Qin gritted his teeth. "Forget it. Our junior sister need not go. Wins and losses are predetermined. Even if she visits, it will not change anything." His heart ached for the money he had wagered. It represented his entire fortune. Chao Xin hesitated as well. He had also placed a considerable bet at the gambling house, wagering that Xie Sisi would not last a month. Should he lose, it would be a significant blow to him. Thus, he found himself leaning toward allowing Yan Ruxue to make the trip. However, her selflessness made him reluctant to send her. Noticing the expressions on Mu Qin and Chao Xion's faces, Yan Ruxue's gaze flickered, and she began to comprehend their thoughts. The more they hesitated, the more resolute she became. If they lost their money after this, they might blame her, especially since they had bet largely based on her claim that Xie Sisi would not endure. Her determination only seemed to deepen their feelings for her. "I will accompany you," Chao Xian declared. "Even if that Xie Sisi is overbearing, she would not dare offend us from Pill Peak. After all, we supply all the sect's medicinal pills." Mu Qin quickly added, "I shall join as well." With their decision made, they wasted no time. Chao Xian summoned a spirit bird to carry the three of them swiftly to Sword Peak. Xie Sisi had just completed 1,000 sword strikes when she received a message from Feng Xiu. It was reported that the direct disciples of Pill Peak were visiting with Yan Ruxue. Xie Sisi's mind raced, and she quickly grasped their intentions. They were here to assess her strength. She held no fondness for Chao Xian and Mu Qin. In her readings, they were devoted sycophants of Yan Ruxue, even having harmed another of their fellow disciples for her sake. In her current position as the antagonist, her disdain for them had only intensified. Not in a hurry to meet them, she first summoned a paper crane to contact Xiao Jianyu. "Second brother, where are you? Come to the training grounds." Shortly after, Xiao Jianyu arrived on his flying sword. "Junior sister, what do you need? Brother, do you have any pills you desire?" Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled with mischief. Xiao Jianyu, puzzled, replied, "Yes, there are many pills I want." "Why do you ask?" Xie Sisi smiled enigmatically. "Oh, there's good news. Let me tell you." And she took off on her flying sword. Is junior sister still practicing her sword? Why hasn't she arrived? Chao Xian opened his mouth, but swallowed his greeting. Chuckling awkwardly, "You're quite the stern senior brother. Spare me the pleasantries. This is merely to prevent them from discovering the truth about Xie Sisi." The more they obstructed, the more determined he was to meet her. Feng Xiu feigned ignorance to the sarcasm in his words, maintaining his expression. "Thank you for the compliment," Chao Xian replied. "Who praised you? You really know how to flatter yourself." After another round of tea, a breathless Xie Sisi finally arrived. As soon as she entered, her gaze fell upon Chao Xian. "You must be Brother Chao from Pill Peak?" Chao Xian nodded, ready to speak when Xie Sisi excitedly approached him. "Did you come all the way here to help me refine pills? That is wonderful. I was just about to seek you out, and you've come to me instead. You truly are considerate." She even gave him a thumbs up. Chao Xian was taken aback. Her words implied he had willingly come to assist her in refining pills. When had he ever agreed to that? Did she not realize the cost of his services? Before he could express his confusion, Xie Sisi produced a storage bag and thrust it into his hands, beaming with a smile that revealed her teeth. "This bag contains the herbs for the pills. Brother Chao, please refine them for me. I've written down all the pills I want inside, so please don't make any mistakes. Thank you for your hard work." She even playfully patted his arm, adding to his bewilderment. Chapter 15. overwhelming strength before Chao Xian could utter a word. Mu Qian could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. "What nonsense are you spouting, you foul girl? My senior brother is not someone you can command." Fong Siyu's expression darkened instantly, the oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage bearing down on Mu Qian. "Our junior sister from the Sword Peak does not warrant your reprimand. Apologize." The disciples of the Pill Peak primarily focus on alchemy, their cultivation levels generally modest. Under the weight of Fong Siyu's nascent soul pressure, Mu Qian faltered, collapsing to the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Stubborn by nature, he refused to concede, gritting his teeth and defiantly meeting Fong Siyu's gaze. "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, you Sword Peak disciples shall never purchase a single pill from our Pill Peak again." Chao Xian, aware that he was no match for Fong Siyu, refrained from acting recklessly and coldly declared, "Brother Fong, do you seek to wage war against our Pill Peak by acting this way?" Unfazed, Fong Siyu replied, "Mu Qian trespassed into our Sword Peak to scold my junior sister. I am merely teaching him a lesson, even if this reaches the sect leader. The fault does not lie with our Sword Peak. It's clear that Sisi was at fault first, ordering my senior brother to refine pills for her without regard for rank. My third senior brother was merely upset and spoke too harshly. As the esteemed senior brother of the Sword Peak, how can you be so unjust?" A delicate voice interjected. "But, Brother Fong, my master Xianhua told me that anyone wishing to refine pills can find the senior brothers and sisters at Pill Peak at any time, free of charge." Upon hearing this, the three from the Pill Peak froze. Even Mu Qian, consumed by anger, wore a look of disbelief. "Impossible. How could my master make such a promise to you? Does that not reduce our Pill Peak disciples to mere laborers for Sisi?" Blinking innocently, Sisi replied, "This matter is known to junior sister Yan as well. Master Xianwei made this promise during the disciple recruitment meeting. If you don't believe me, ask her." Chao Xian and Mu Qian, momentarily distracted from Sisi's title, were captivated by the notion of free pill refining. They turned to Yan Rushue. "Junior sister, is what she said true?" With many aware of this matter and nothing to conceal, Yan Rushue nodded. "Master indeed said this." Chao Xian and Mu Qian felt as if struck by lightning, their thoughts racing. Has our master lost his mind? Noticing their expressions, Yan Rushue hastily added, "However, master only promised to refine pills for her free of charge with no specified time frame. Implicitly, they can take the materials now and when they are finished. It is still up to them to decide." Chao Xian and Mu Qian's eyes brightened. Yes, as long as they delayed for several decades. They doubted this girl would still dare to seek their assistance in refining pills. Yet Sisi gazed at Fong Siyu with confusion. "Brother, are the senior brothers and sisters at Pill Peak really so lacking in skill? Does it truly take them a long time to refine ordinary pills?" Fong Siyu glanced at Chao Xian and his companions without a hint of emotion, speaking bluntly, "That is certainly not the case. Master Xianhua is a current master of alchemy. He can refine ordinary pills effortlessly. As his prized disciple, your alchemical skills should be exemplary as well. If it takes a long time to refine ordinary pills, it simply means he is unwilling to help you, employing such underhanded tactics to bully you. Is that so?" Sisi's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Isn't that the behavior of a rogue?" Realizing she may have misspoken, she quickly waved her hands. "Brother Chao, please do not misunderstand. I did not mean you. As Master Xuanyue's esteemed disciple, how could you commit such acts that tarnish his reputation?" Faced with such pressure from his fellow disciples, even if Chao Xian had opinions, he could not voice them, his expression darkening. "That is only natural." Sisi beamed brightly, visibly relieved. "Then how long will it take you to refine the pills I need?" Chao Xian scanned his storage bag, instinctively estimating, "About half a month." "Great. I shall await your good news in half a month." "Chao Xian, did I agree to help you refine pills?" "You are indeed presumptuous." Sisi paid no heed to his thoughts, proceeding to finalize the pill refining arrangements. She then advocated for Mu Qian. "Brother, Mu Qian is merely thoughtless. Considering his youth and naivety, Please do not hold this against him. Her words infuriated Mu Qian. You, a little sprite no taller than 2 blocks of tofu, how dare you claim he is young? In the secular world, his age could well make him the grandfather of this little sprite. Seeing Sisi's taunts towards Mu Qian, a fleeting smile danced in Fong Siyu's eyes. Mu Qian, I have 1,000 words of reproach, yet, constrained by my inferior strength, I can only seethe in silence. He turned to leave, stating, I shall remember your lesson, Brother Fong. We have ample time ahead. Once he departed, Chao Xian and Yen Ruxue could no longer remain and bid their farewells. As they mounted their spiritual beast and felt the mountain breeze, the trio exchanged glances, slowly realizing the purpose of their visit. They had accomplished nothing significant. Merely coming to assist Sisi with her pill refining? Exchanging glances, they all felt a sense of frustration. Chao Xian suddenly spoke. Did you notice Sisi's cultivation level? Chapter 16. The expiration of the bet. Yen Ruxue was utterly perplexed. What? She could only sense that Xie Sisi had become increasingly astute and difficult to manage, but felt no other emotions. Chao Xian, with a composed expression, nodded in agreement. Indeed, she has already reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. Given this situation, it is highly likely that she will endure. Her preoccupation with scheming against us clearly indicates she is not on the verge of collapse and leaving Sword Peak. Yen Ruxue's expression shifted slightly. The thought that the once inept individual had surpassed her in cultivation was incomprehensible. However, upon a second thought, she chuckled with relief. Ah, so it is her cultivation level. On her 2nd day at Sword Peak, Master Pure Yang came to boast to our master, claiming she had succeeded in channeling qi into her body. According to our master, it was Pure Yang who used a special method to assist her in this process. Chao Xian, upon hearing this, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. So that is it, I thought. How could a waste with a mixed spirit root cultivate at such speed? It turns out Pure Yang was aiding her. Such cultivation, reliant on external forces, is inherently hollow. It is far more prudent to cultivate steadily, step by step. Mutan chimed in, I never expected that, in pursuit of superficial appearances, this junior sister Xia would resort to damaging her own foundation. She is still too young to grasp the weight of her actions. His tone dripped with disdain. Yen Ruxue's eyes flickered. If she can fabricate her cultivation level, do you think the rigorous training of swinging a sword 10,000 times a day could also be a facade? Chao Xian and Mu Tan exchanged glances, sinking into contemplation. They harbored little fondness for the people of Sword Peak, and with their own interests at stake, they found Yen Ruxue's concerns to be quite valid. They needed to devise a way to verify this. The corners of Yen Ruxue's lips subtly curled upwards, quickly replaced by a fade of worry. Junior sister, did you truly manage to have Chao Xian help you refine pills for free? Xiao Jianyu circled around Xie Sisi, astonished. As a direct disciple of the Pill Peak, Chao Xian was notoriously proud. To have him refine pills, one would typically need to offer a substantial reward, contingent on his mood. If he felt inclined, he would assist. If not, one could only wait. Unexpectedly, junior sister Sisi had truly found a way to persuade him. How impressive. Xie Sisi replied nonchalantly. Uncle Xuanjue agreed to it. Brother Chao made a special trip. It would be rude to let him leave empty-handed. Ha ha ha. Xie Sisi puffed her cheeks and raised her chin defiantly, exclaiming that because they came with ulterior motives, wanting to see our Sword Peak's misfortune, brazenly prying for information. If we don't teach them a lesson, they might think we are easy to bully. Her demeanor was fitting for a 6-year-old girl, mischievously plotting against those who annoyed her. Fong Siyu nodded slightly. He too was dissatisfied and seized the opportunity to reprimand Mu Tan. After all, with their master absent, should things escalate, it could merely be attributed to youthful disagreements, not a conflict between the two peaks. However, with him present, he could allow the junior sister to have her fun. Were he absent, her innocent nature would surely lead to her being at a disadvantage. Thinking thus, he cautioned Xie Sisi, in the future, If you encounter them and your brothers aren't around, do not engage in conflict with them. Yes, if anyone bullies you, just tell your brother. And I'll take care of it. Xiao Jianyu added, mimicking a fist gesture. Although Sword Peak was the poorest mountain in the sect, its combat prowess was unrivaled. Saying this filled Xiao Jianyu with confidence. Feeling the warmth of her brother's care, Xie Sisi's heart swelled with happiness. She cheerfully replied, "Don't worry. I have a protective jade pendant from Master. Even if they try to bully me, they cannot harm me." Only then did the brothers recall that Xie Sisi possessed a jade pendant capable of withstanding attacks from those at the transformation stage. They laughed. It seems we were overly concerned. Nonetheless, there are many ways to play tricks. If you are traveling alone, it's best to remain cautious. Xie Sisi nodded earnestly. I will remember. Time swiftly passed to the day agreed upon for the wager. The esteemed Master Qingmiao personally brought the owner of the gambling den to visit Master Pure Yang. Just before the betting was closed, the gambling den unexpectedly received a deposit of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, wagering that Xie Sisi could endure for a month, with the bet placed by Fong Xiu, the senior brother of Sword Peak. However, the closure of the betting had already been widely publicized. After Fong Xiu placed his bet, he personally oversaw the matter. The gambling den staff attempted to contact the owner to extend the betting period and alter the odds, but it was futile. They had to close the betting on time and handed the betting certificate to Fong Xiu. Upon hearing this news, Master Qingmiao sensed something amiss. Should they lose, not only would they owe Sword Peak 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, but he would also have to part with his high-grade treasure, the Luoyun sword. To Master Pure Yang, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones equated to 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones and 10 billion low-grade spirit stones, based on the established exchange ratio of 1:1. Such a vast sum of spirit stones represented the entire wealth of a mid-tier sect. Even though the Huan sect was a first-rate sect, producing such a large quantity of spirit stones at once would still be a significant strain. Should they resort to using the sect's magical artifacts and medicinal pills as payment, Master Pure Yang would certainly take the opportunity to undervalue them. No matter how it was calculated, the Huan sect would face substantial losses. And then there was his precious Luoyun sword. In the cultivation world, the hierarchy of artifacts is divided into levels: mortal artifacts, spiritual artifacts, magical artifacts, and treasured artifacts, each further classified by quality into low, middle, high, and supreme grades. Most modern cultivators utilize spiritual artifacts and low-grade magical artifacts, thus highlighting the rarity and value of high-grade treasured artifacts. Originally confident of victory, he had deliberately provoked Master Pure Yang into wagering his treasured artifact, only to find himself the fool. From the moment he received the news, his mind was in turmoil. And he had tested Master Pure Yang several times. The more he probed, the more uncertain he felt, convinced he had been outmaneuvered. Simultaneously, he was perplexed by how this individual possessed both the cunning to scheme and the talent for performance. It seemed he had underestimated him in the past. Fortunately, a turn of events was on the horizon. The owner of the gambling den suddenly sent him a message, indicating that Master Pure Yang was likely to engage in foul play, requesting his presence to oversee the verification of authenticity. After some contemplation, he thought, given Master Pure Yang's character, cheating was unlikely. However, there might be other methods to win the bet. Without further ado, he set off to Sword Peak with the owner in tow. His little disciple was unexpectedly spirited, which greatly uplifted Master Pure Yang's mood. Upon seeing his old rival, Master Qingmiao, he greeted him with a smile. I was just planning to visit the Huan sect to find you, and yet here you are. Did you bring the Luoyun sword? Master Qingmiao wore a forced smile. It's still too early to discuss that. Let me first meet your newly accepted little disciple. Ha ha. Master Qingmiao is indeed a rare guest. You must visit my Pill Peak for a while as well. A hearty laugh echoed as everyone turned to see several individuals approaching from outside. Chapter 17. A slap in the face. Xianju. What brings you here? Exclaimed Pure Yang Jinren in surprise. The arrival was none other than Xian Zhuzhenren, accompanied by several of his disciples, among whom was Yenru Shui. Xian Zhuzhenren smiled. I heard about the wager and came specifically to witness it. By the way, where is your little disciple? The elixirs she requested from Chao Xian have all been refined. I brought them along this time. He had never been fond of Xie Sisi, considering her temperament rather poor. After hearing his disciples recount her actions, his displeasure only grew. As a powerful figure in the transformation stage, he would not stoop to reprimanding a mere girl, but felt it necessary to admonish her slightly, lest she truly treat the disciples of Dan Peak as her servants. Xie Sisi soon arrived, accompanied by Fang Siyu and Xiao Jianyu. After greeting everyone, she stood obediently to the side. This was the first time Qing Miaozhenren had seen Xie Sisi. He had expected a pitiful, weeping child. To his surprise, she appeared quite lively despite her young age and was already a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Observing her aura, it was round and stable, clearly indicating a solid foundation not achieved through external means. Qing Miaozhenren fell silent. Was this truly the so-called waste of 5 spiritual roots? If such a waste could be this impressive, what then could be said of their own direct disciples in the Hehuan sect? Were they mere trifles? No wonder he later sought to test pure Yangzhenren. He was not only unperturbed, but appeared quite proud. If his disciple were so exceptional, he too would feel a sense of pride. As fellow powerful figures in the transformation stage, Qing Miaozhenren could see what Xian Zhuzhenren saw. Faced with pure Yangzhenren's smug expression, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment, losing any inclination to scold Xie Sisi. The younger generation, not fully grasping the situation, sensed the unusual atmosphere but did not dwell on it. They were all aware of the purpose of their gathering today, and a harmonious atmosphere would have been more surprising. Pure Yangzhenren beckoned everyone to sit down and cheerfully began. Is this the proprietor of the Gathering Wealth Gambling House? The proprietor hurriedly stood and bowed, his demeanor exceedingly humble. I dare not trouble you, esteemed Zhenren. I am indeed the one. Please be seated. Pure Yangzhenren waved his hand. I owe you my gratitude. Without you, our sword peak would not have earned such a substantial profit. You are truly a good person. The proprietor turned pale, glancing nervously at Qing Miaozhenren, fearful of being misunderstood and incurring his wrath. Qing Miaozhenren snorted. If I tell you to sit, then sit. Why are you staring at me? You truly are an unremarkable fellow. The proprietor hastily sat down, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, which he dared not wipe away, striving to diminish his presence. Yet pure Yangzhenren would not let him be, continuing. I have heard that the Gathering Wealth Gambling House has established a wager regarding whether my little disciple can persist for a month without giving up. Now that the time has come, you have come to verify the wager, correct? My little disciple is right here. You may ask her directly if she wishes to give up. Before the proprietor could speak, Qing Miaozhenren interjected. Here you are. Even if your little disciple regrets joining your sect, would she dare voice it? Pure Yangzhenren proclaimed boldly. What is there to fear? If my little disciple wishes to leave, I will not hinder her. Huh, you think you can escape the wager? From this day forth, the flowing cloud sword shall be mine. Qing Miaozhenren's eyes brightened. You said it yourself. Xianzhu, please witness this. Xian Zhuzhenren nodded. I am here to serve as your witness. Qing Miaozhenren waved to Xie Sisi. Good child, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I do not have much to offer, but take this little trinket to play with. He produced a tiny, beautiful doll from his storage ring, and upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the doll quickly transformed to human size, appearing almost lifelike despite its vacant expression. This is a puppet of the Golden Core stage, Qing Miaozhenren explained. It recognizes its master through blood and will follow you to ensure your safety. He had acquired it from the puppet sect, but had no use for it, so he kept it in his storage ring until now, perfectly timed to win favor. Upon hearing it was a golden core puppet that could recognize its master through blood, Xie Sisi wasted no time in initiating the bonding process. She faintly sensed a connection with the puppet, her heart swelling with joy. With this, her safety would be further assured. With a mere thought, she shrank the puppet back down to its original size, stowing it away in her storage ring before joyfully thanking Qing Miaozhenren. Thank you, esteemed Zhenren. Do you like it? Xie Sisi nodded, very much. Huh, that is wonderful to hear. Let me tell you, I have many more trinkets like this. Moreover, I possess exquisite magical artifacts and earth-level cultivation manuals. All of these shall be yours if you are willing to call me your master. Everyone present was taken aback by Qing Miaozhenren's bold ploy. No one had anticipated he would attempt to poach a disciple. Was he truly so desperate as to resort to such underhanded tactics to ensure Sword Peak's loss? One could not deny that this was indeed a shameless strategy. Now, it remained to be seen whether Xie Sisi could withstand such temptation and how she would respond. All eyes turned toward her. Before she could speak, Pure Yang Zhenren grew impatient, unleashing a sword chi towards Qing Miaozhenren. You shameless old monster! Do you have no sense of decency? Trying to lure my disciple right under my nose without my consent? Qing Miaozhenren countered, dispelling Pure Yang Zhenren's attack and retorted, I asked you earlier. You said that as long as your little disciple wanted to leave, you would not obstruct her. Those words still linger in the air. Are you now going back on them? Pure Yang Zhenren was infuriated. I meant if my disciple leaves of her own volition, not under your deceitful influence. Listen to me. Dear disciple, do not fall for this old monster's tricks. Everything he promises is a lie. Once you truly enter his sect, you will gain nothing. Qing Miaozhenren shot back angrily. You speak nonsense. Do not tarnish my reputation. Young lady, I assure you, if you call me master, all these treasures are yours. Do you see the storage ring? If you agree to call me master, I can give it to you right now. Qing Miaozhenren was genuinely risking it all. Although motivated by the prospect of the spiritual stones and flowing cloud sword, he genuinely recognized Xie Sisi's potential. In just a month, she had progressed from a mere mortal to the third level of chi refinement, undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Xie Sisi attempted to speak several times, but was drowned out by their escalating voices. As their argument intensified, threatening to erupt into a physical confrontation, she resigned herself to silence, sitting calmly in her chair, observing the dispute. Feng Xiyu, accustomed to such antics, nonchalantly turned to the gambling house proprietor. Today is the day. Have you prepared the spiritual stones? Chapter 18. Accusations of cheating. The proprietor of the gambling house cast a troubled glance at the still arguing Qing Miaozhenren and felt utterly helpless. He was merely a subordinate, following orders. Without Qing Miaozhenren's command, he dared not speak. If he were to err in his words, who would bear the loss of the 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones? Although the majority wagered that the Pure Yang Zhenren's young disciple would not last a month, and those who lost surrendered their spirit stones to the gambling house, their bets were but a drop in the ocean compared to the colossal deficit they faced. The proprietor found himself in a quandary. Seeing the delay, Xiao Jianyu could no longer contain his frustration. The initial wager was placed by me and my senior brother. The sign of your gambling house is still in our possession. Clearly stating the terms of the bet. Are you attempting to breach the contract? Xie Sisi seized the opportunity to express her stance. I practice swordsmanship 10,000 times a day and derive immense joy from it. I will continue my training. Furthermore, my master and senior brothers are all wonderful. I have no intention of seeking another sect. Upon hearing her words, Pure Yang Zhenren's anger dissipated. He raised a brow and cast a sidelong glance at Qing Miaozhenren, a cold smile playing on his lips. Did you hear what my disciple said? She will not seek another sect, so give up on that notion. Qing Miaozhenren, however, remained calm and sought confirmation from Xie Sisi once more. Are you truly not reconsidering? With a serious demeanor, Xie Sisi replied, I am grateful for your kindness. But I have made my decision. Very well, Qing Miaozhenren sighed. Should you ever change your mind, you may come to Hewan sect to find me. Pure Yang Zhenren snorted dismissively. That day shall never come. Do not entertain such fantasies. At this point, there was little more to discuss. Xie Sisi sat there confidently, her spirit brimming with vitality, having recently broken through to the third level of chi refinement. Her verbal commitment to not abandon her sect clearly indicated that the Sword Peak disciples had emerged victorious in the wager. According to the terms, the gambling house was obligated to pay them 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, the gambling house lacked such funds and thus, the Huan sect would have to cover the cost. Given that this incident stemmed from Qing Miaozhenren's instructions to the gambling house, the final bill would ultimately fall upon her. Consequently, not only would Qing Miaozhenren's life savings be depleted, but she would also incur significant debts to the sect. It could be said that she had lost both her fortune and her resources, suffering grievously. As for shirking responsibility, Qing Miaozhenren never entertained such thoughts. One cannot escape the temple as easily as one might flee a monk. Even if she were to leave, the Huan sect would still provide a safety net. In such a scenario, Tianyi sect would certainly not remain passive and would surely come to Pure Yongzhenren's aid. Moreover, Pure Yongzhenren was not to be trifled with. He was the foremost sword cultivator of the age, and when roused, even the elders of Huan sect might struggle to contain him. As Qing Miaozhenren resigned herself to the outcome, Yan Ruxue could no longer remain seated. Hesitatingly, she spoke up. But how can we prove that Sisi has been practicing swordsmanship diligently for the past month and has not been idle? No sooner had she finished speaking than she sensed an oppressive gaze upon her. Under the stern scrutiny of Pure Yongzhenren, Yan Ruxue instinctively shrank behind Xuanjue Zhenren. Her face etched with defiance as she continued, I have grown up alongside Sisi and know her well. She can barely walk a few steps without demanding to be carried. It seems unlikely that she could persist in daily sword practice. Seeing Qing Miaozhenren eagerly trying to take Xie Sisi as her direct disciple, promising her so many rewards, only deepened Yan Ruxue's dissatisfaction. Why should a perceived failure like Xie Sisi receive such favor? Surely, it must be because Qing Miaozhenren wished to avoid compensation for the spirit stones. If she could prove that Xie Sisi was deceiving them, Qing Miaozhenren would not have to pay, saving a substantial sum. Perhaps she would even share some of the promised benefits with Yan Ruxue, who would then be coveted as a disciple herself. Though she had not considered switching sects, being sought after by a powerful figure in the god transformation stage would undoubtedly enhance her reputation. And because of Xie Sisi, the Sword Peak would not only suffer a significant loss of spirit stones, but also face humiliation. If she were a fellow disciple of Xie Sisi, she would surely be despised. The more she contemplated the scheme, the more appealing it became. Yan Ruxue feigned sincerity as she addressed Xie Sisi. Sisi, you are young and may not understand. However, one must be sincere and have a clear conscience. Are you truly willing to cheat for the sake of a mere wager? If word gets out, your family's reputation will also be tarnished. Can you bear to see your parents subjected to scorn because of you? I say this for your own good. Please, confess the truth. Since becoming a direct disciple of the Dan Peak, her disdain for Xie Sisi had grown. Whenever people discuss Xie Sisi, they would inevitably mention that she had once been Xie Sisi's servant in the secular world. This was an indelible blemish on her life that she wished to erase immediately. Yet, her eagerness had led to some unfavorable rumors circulating since her ascent. Even though she would wish for Xie Sisi's downfall, she dared not express it openly. Instead, she pretended to be concerned about Xie Sisi's well-being and the truth. Pure Yongzhenren interjected with a scoff, directing his gaze towards Xuanjue Zhenren. Do you share this sentiment? Xuanjue Zhenren's expression soured. Ruxue, be quiet. Although he had come at the behest of his disciple, he was there solely as a witness and would remain impartial. A sword cultivator embodies righteousness. Regardless of Pure Yongzhenren's avarice, when it comes to principles, he would never resort to deception. To jeopardize one's path of cultivation for a mere wager is something no one would willingly do. This was also why neither he nor Qing Miaozhenren had suspected Pure Yongzhenren of fabricating evidence. Did they not observe Qing Miaozhenren attempting to persuade Xie Sisi to switch sects while steadfastly avoiding any mention of her training this past month? Unfortunately, Yan Ruxue, being young and inexperienced, did not comprehend these nuances. Mistaking her understanding of Xie Sisi for insight, she unwittingly drew ridicule upon herself. oblivious to the underlying implications. Yan Ruxue believed her master was merely concerned about appearances, as she had often experienced in the secular realm. Each time she bullied others or took their possessions, her mother would feign a reprimand, ensuring that others would not accuse her of indulging her child. Since she had already endured her mother's scolding, it would seem petty for anyone to press the matter further. Thus, Yan Ruxue felt no fear. Instead, she muttered defensively, "I am merely speaking the truth. Can one not voice what is evidently false?" Pure Yang Jinren's expression darkened, while Xuanjue Jinren's demeanor grew even graver. Chapter 19. The Great Green Tea Showdown. Before anyone could speak, Xie Sisi suddenly interjected. "When we were in the secular world, you constantly flattered me, addressing me as miss while diligently attending to my every need. You even went so far as to enlist the help of my wet nurse to secure a position for your maid beside me. Even before we arrived at the sect, you solemnly assured my parents of your unwavering loyalty in serving me. Yet, as soon as we embarked on the mountain path, you refused to call me miss any longer. Despite my commitment to practicing swordplay 1,000 times each day, you not only doubted my resolve but also questioned my sincerity. Why do you act this way? Are you truly the elder sister, Ruxue, who grew up alongside me?" Xie Sisi tilted her head, gazing at Yan Ruxue, her large eyes filled with confusion and sorrow, as if she genuinely could not comprehend the change. In response, she is even more two-faced, more insidious. To walk the path of another, leaving them with no escape. With years of social experience, Xie Sisi recognized this tactic well. Her words struck at the very core of Yan Ruxue's heart. Yan Ruxue despised any mention of the secular world, yet Xie Sisi relentlessly recounted events from the past, removing the veil of shame and exposing her to ridicule in front of so many. This little vixen was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Being still quite young, Yan Ruxue struggled to control her emotions. For a fleeting moment, her expression twisted in agony, and though she quickly regained her composure, the onlookers noticed the shift. Real Master Xuanjue frowned slightly. When he accepted Yan Ruxue as his disciple, he was aware that she was sensitive about her past. Otherwise, she would not have been so eager to sever ties with her former identity upon stepping onto the mountain path. It seemed that the matter was even more serious than he had anticipated, reaching a point where it could not even be mentioned. If this continued, it would surely affect her resolve and cultivation, and he needed to find a way to resolve her inner turmoil. He promptly halted Yan Ruxue from speaking further and scrutinized Xie Sisi with suspicion, wondering if the young girl was acting with malice. After a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. A 6-year-old child could not possess such intricate schemes, and Yan Ruxue's transformation was indeed perplexing for someone so inexperienced in the world. "I have heard that Ruxue's contract is in your possession. How about I exchange it for a bottle of Supreme Peiyuandan?" he proposed. The Peiyuandan helps cultivators restore their essence and stabilize their foundations, suitable for use from the qi refining stage to the spirit transformation stage. "Pure Yang Real Master," retorted icily, "our sect does not practice the path of ruthless detachment. Why sever ties with the past? A person who forgets their roots is no different from a beast. How dare they bully his precious disciple in his presence?" Previously, he had merely found Xuanjue's arrogance irritating, but now he realized that this individual was not only proud but also lacked discernment. Real Master Qingmiao nodded. "On this matter, I stand with Pure Yang." It was not that he was particularly principled, but he understood Pure Yang's virtues. A little encouragement would yield a brilliant response. He was inherently one to avoid losses, and with support, he would become even more adamant. Xie Sisi, under Xuanjue's gaze, pouted in grievance and turned to Pure Yang. "Master, I read in a storybook that when a fairy consumes a person, they take on that person's appearance to harm their family. The true Ruxue would have been devoured by a fairy long ago. This one must be a transformed fairy." As her fears escalated, tears as large as beans streamed down her face. "Woo-woo, Master, I want my Ruxue back. Please make this fairy return her to me." She completely disregarded Xuanjue's remarks. as she had no intention of exchanging a bottle of Peiyuan Dan for Yan Rushue's contract. Keeping that contract might prove useful one day. In stark contrast to Yan Rushue's feigned concern, her tears were genuine. After all, children often have the most peculiar thoughts. Unable to comprehend why Yan Rushue had changed, she speculated that the latter had already been consumed by a fairy, and the current one was merely an impostor, an entirely reasonable assumption for a 6-year-old. Pure Yang's heart ached for her. "My dear disciple, please do not cry. She has not been consumed by a fairy. It is merely that you are young and have not understood things clearly in the past." As he spoke, he shot a look of reproach at Xuanjue. "This is all your fault. You and your disciple have caused my precious student to weep. I will hold you accountable for this." Xiao Jianyu interjected, "Junior sister, do not cry. She is not worth your tears. She is merely a schemer who previously acted as a servant and now reveals her true colors, believing herself to have gained status. Do not engage with her, lest she harms you in the future." Feng Xiu, with a cold expression, agreed. What the second junior brother says is quite accurate. Their words were brutally candid, and the expressions of the Danfeng members darkened one after another. Especially Yan Rushue, whose innermost thoughts had been publicly exposed, felt humiliated and furious, crying out, "You are all talking nonsense. I did not. I simply believe in honesty. What is wrong with that?" Her tears were beautiful, cascading down her delicate, pale face, creating an image that was both fragile and compelling. However, Xie Sisi's loud cries overshadowed her soft sobs, diminishing their impact. At least Xiao Jianyu perceived her tears as insincere. With a sharp tongue, he remarked, "Even while crying, you still manage to maintain a pretty expression. Your tears are quite the performance. To speak of honesty, are you the only one capable of it? Master Xuanjue also colluded with us in cheating." Upon hearing this, Xuanjue could no longer remain composed. Furrowing his brow, he rebuked, "Xiao Jianyu, be cautious with your words." Pure Yang shouted angrily, "Cautious? When your disciple is spouting nonsense and making a fool of herself, why did you not urge her to be cautious? I warn you, if you continue to prattle on in my presence, I shall flatten your Danfeng." Xuanjue, understanding that remaining any longer would yield no benefits, stood up and took his disciples to leave. "You are currently in a fit of anger. I shall not engage further. We will discuss this another day." Once Xuanjue departed, real Master Qingmiao also rose to take his leave, accompanied by the steward. Although they had suffered a significant loss of spirit stones and a high-quality treasure, witnessing such a spectacle provided them with a slight sense of psychological comfort. With the consolation of her master and senior brothers, Xie Sisi eventually ceased her tears. That day, a letter was dispatched from Tianyi sect to Xie Sisi's home in the secular world. Chapter 20. Is this featherless chicken a peacock? As she perused the book, she couldn't help but scoff at the fact that the original owner had perished due to a medicinal trial. The following day, she found herself transported into the narrative, leaving her unaware of the subsequent developments within the story. However, given Yan Rushue's temperament, it was likely that the original owner's family would not fare well either. The fact that they raised a daughter like Yan Rushue indicated that her parents were not particularly loyal. They might very well harbor grievances of their own. Having usurped the original owner's body, she was initially too anxious to face the original owner's parents, yet felt compelled to offer them a word of caution. Trusting in the astuteness of the original owner's father, she was confident he would handle matters judiciously. Once she resolved her internal turmoil, Xie Sisi was in high spirits as she secluded herself in her room to examine the spirit stones. She placed a wager of 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, anticipating a return of 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Noticing her sorrow, the senior brother waved his hand generously, bestowing upon her 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while the second senior brother also offered her some. The stones filled her storage ring, occupying nearly half of its capacity. Then there was the master. Gazing at the little rabbit given to her by her master, Xie Sisi helplessly tapped its head. "Master sent you to me. Intending for me to raise you for a spicy rabbit dish, is that it?" The little rabbit, oblivious to its fate, nestled comfortably in her embrace, blissfully closing its eyes. At that moment, Xiao Jianyu entered the room. "Junior sister, you haven't ventured down the mountain since your arrival. Today, the second senior brother will take you to the market." This was a place for those who had a penchant for spending, and anyone with a bit of money would yearn to indulge. With a recent windfall, the thought of shopping was irresistible. Xie Sisi's eyes brightened. That sounds wonderful. She had yet to explore the market in the cultivation realm and was eager to broaden her horizons. Clutching the little rabbit, she excitedly followed Xiao Jianyu out the door. As they soared through the air on their swords, Xiao Jianyu suddenly altered their course towards the Beast Peak. Confused, Xie Sisi asked, "Senior brother, weren't we going down the mountain? I'll first buy you a spirit pet." "In the future, when you wish to go out, you can ride your spirit pet," he replied. The swordsmen of Sword Peak were accustomed to flying, having overlooked that Xie Sisi, being merely at the Qi refining stage, lacked a means of transportation, making her descent from the mountain quite time-consuming. The Beast Peak, primarily dedicated to the rearing of various spirit pets, boasted the most expansive area among the 7 peaks. Upon seeing Xiao Jianyu, a disciple from the Beast Peak approached. "Xiao Shixiang." He glanced down at Xie Sisi. "This must be the new junior sister taken in by Master Chunyang, right?" Xiao Jianyu, brimming with pride, replied, "Indeed, this is my little junior sister. Are you envious?" The Beast Peak disciple responded with a nonchalant demeanor. "It seems like you have no junior sister of your own, so what is there to envy?" Xie Sisi dutifully greeted him. "Greetings, Shixiang." The disciple smiled warmly. "My name is Li Yuan. You may call me Li Shixiang. Are you here to purchase a spirit pet?" "Yes, I want to get my junior sister a means of transport," Xiao Jianyu answered, his generosity evident. "Choose a good one. Money is no object." Li Yuan twitched his lips, aware that Sword Peak had recently come into a fortune due to a betting agreement. He advised, "You should temper your extravagance. Do you know how many have lost their fortunes over this gamble? If you continue flaunting your wealth, you might just get yourself into trouble." Fearing the repercussions of her second senior brother's behavior, Xie Sisi tugged at his sleeve. "Second senior brother, let us be discreet." Li Yuan pretended not to notice their little exchange, and led them further in. "What type of spirit pet does junior sister desire? Do you prefer a spirit bird or a spirit beast?" To clarify for Xie Sisi, he elaborated, "Spirit birds can fly, but possess lesser combat abilities. Spirit beasts are grounded and boast greater strength. Each has its advantages." After pondering, Xie Sisi replied, "I'd like a spirit bird, one that is beautiful." Li Yuan grinned. "As luck would have it, we just received a first-tier green peacock yesterday, which possesses a trace of ancient phoenix blood. A first-tier spirit bird has just begun to develop intelligence and is easy to train. Starting from such a low level ensures high loyalty, although it comes at a premium. Should it return to its ancestral traits, it could become a divine beast, yielding substantial rewards." Xiao Jianyu, unimpressed, retorted, "Li Yuan, stop trying to deceive my little junior sister. How many spirit birds and beasts nowadays lack ancient divine beast bloodlines? Just because you claim it can return to its ancestral form doesn't mean it actually will. Most of the current spirit birds and beasts are descendants of divine beasts from ancient times. Who doesn't he have a glorious ancestor?" Li Yuan, undeterred, chuckled. "I said if. I never claimed it was certain. If you find my words displeasing, I shan't speak further." Yet Xie Sisi felt a stirring in her heart. "May I see the green peacock?" The peacocks she had observed in the zoo during her previous life had left her in awe, and she imagined the ones in the cultivation realm must be even more magnificent. The thought of soaring through the sky atop a peacock was a delightful fantasy. "Really? Little junior sister, do you genuinely believe what he said?" Xiao Jianyu was taken aback. Li Yuan, however, was pleased, giving Xie Sisi a thumbs up. "You, junior sister, clearly have an eye for quality." Xie Sisi smiled. "I simply appreciate beauty. It has nothing to do with discerning quality." Upon seeing the green peacock, Xie Sisi exclaimed, "This featherless chicken-like creature is the so-called beautiful green peacock? Surely you jest." She cast a dubious glance at Li Yuan. Li Yuan was equally bewildered. It was perfectly fine when it arrived yesterday. How could it have changed so drastically overnight? A disciple tasked with overseeing the spirit bird garden approached, looking despondent. Li Shixiang, I assure you, it's not that I lack diligence. This peacock is just indescribable. He then recounted the events that had transpired. Due to the scarcity of peacocks, the Beast Peak lacked a dedicated peacock garden. Upon its arrival, the green peacock had been placed in the enclosure with eagles and hawks, but it had no sense of humility. Upon entering, it boldly provoked the eagles and hawks, flapping its wings and challenging them to a fight. Consequently, it was outnumbered and lost a significant portion of its tail feathers. Fortunately, the overseeing disciple intervened in time, separating them and rescuing the peacock before more damage could occur. Afterward, the green peacock was relocated to the crane garden, where the elegant and tranquil cranes appeared easy to intimidate. However, whether out of spite for its plucked feathers or simply due to its combative nature, the green peacock charged at the cranes upon entering the garden, resulting in most of its feathers being torn out, including its tail feathers. Ultimately, the overseeing disciple had no choice but to confine the green peacock in a separate cage. After hearing the account, before anyone else could voice their opinions, Xiao Jianyu exploded. We can't have this. If this violent green peacock injures my little junior sister, what will we do? He then gently reassured Xie Sisi, you love beauty, don't you? This peacock has lost all its feathers. It's utterly unattractive. Let us look for another one. I believe the cranes over there would be a splendid choice. Many female cultivators adore them. It was best to sell off such a troublesome creature as soon as possible. After all, confining it in a cage was hardly a solution, and constructing a dedicated enclosure for it would not be cost-effective. Meanwhile, a familiar voice rang out. Senior brother, is there truly a peacock here? What does a peacock look like? I've never seen one in my life. Chapter 21. Defeating magic with magic. Xie Sisi turned her head and beheld the delicate and fragile visage of Yan Ruxue. According to the memories of the original owner, Yan Ruxue was a lively and vivacious beauty, radiating health. However, ever since she entered the Tianyi sect, she began to adopt an image of purity and fragility, transforming with such seamlessness that it appeared almost unnatural. Was she a chameleon in human form, adept at adapting her outward appearance to her surroundings? Upon seeing Yan Ruxue, Xie Sisi noticed that Yan Ruxue had also spotted her, listening intently to every word she uttered. A surge of dissatisfaction welled up within her. The day before, she had suffered indignities at Jianfeng, and upon learning this, her second senior brother had sought to cheer her up by telling her about a beautiful green peacock that had arrived at the Beast Peak. He had specially brought her to see it today, only for this wretched girl to show up as well. It was evident that this little vixen had come with the intent to disrupt her enjoyment. Did it imply that she was only worthy of what others discarded? This malicious little brat was clearly trying to provoke her. How despicable to harbor such venomous thoughts at such a tender age, truly befitting the daughter of a merchant. Xie Sisi unapologetically rolled her eyes at her. Did you not hear everything I said? Why do you even ask? Yan Ruxue's expression froze, and she immediately donned a pitiful countenance, saying, Sisi, I understand that you do not like me. Have you even refused to converse with me civilly now? Trust me. I genuinely wish for your well-being. I fear you might stray from the right path, which is why I hope you can be more honest. As she spoke, she forced a smile and retrieved a pill from her storage bag. This is a foundational pill bestowed upon me by our master. I intended to bring it to you at Danfeng, but since we have crossed paths now, allow me to give it to you. I merely ask that you do not misunderstand my intentions. Upon hearing this, the disciples from Beast Peak cast dubious glances at Xie Sisi. The male disciple accompanying Yan Ruxue spoke indignantly, Junior sister, this is a foundational pill from our master. Why would you give it to her? I understand your sentimentality, but not everyone deserves your concern. Sai, your kindness is what allows her to bully you. At this, Xiao Jianyu immediately protested. Lu Su, clarify your words. Who has bullied her? It is she who has turned her back and falsely accused my junior sister. How has it become a tale of her being bullied in your mouths? Have you perhaps recently cultivated a technique titled turning black into white and speaking nonsense? Your slanderous skills seem to be improving by the day. The disciples from Beast Peak were baffled, taking Xiao Jianyu's words at face value. The managing disciple inquired of Li Yuan, is there truly such a technique? Who could have conceived it? It sounds rather sinister by name. Li Yuan frowned, hesitating. That seems unlikely. Would Master Xuanjua really allow his disciples to stray from the path unchecked? Lu Su retorted. Have you all spent too much time with spirit beasts? How can you believe such absurdity? Yan Ruxue cried, I know that you dislike me, Brother Xiao. But there is no need to slander our Danfeng disciples. Are you trying to drive us to despair? Xiao Jianyu, prepared to retaliate, was interrupted as Xie Sisi seized his arm, her innocent face tilted upward as she blinked, gazing at Yan Ruxue with confusion. My second senior brother was only curious when he asked, if you have not cultivated this technique, simply tell him so. Why must you cry? Yan Ruxue's sobbing faltered. Lu Su retorted angrily, there is no such technique. He is clearly slandering us. Xie Sisi's expression turned even more perplexed. My teacher in the mortal realm often told me that the world is vast and full of wonders. One should not doubt the existence of things simply because they have not encountered them. This senior brother speaks so assuredly. Has he indeed seen every technique in existence? Lu Su's furious demeanor froze. Xie Sisi sighed, it seems not. I suggest this senior brother read the story of the frog at the bottom of the well, as it may provide some enlightening insights into your life. Xiao Jianyu, once filled with anger, found his ire dissipating upon hearing Xie Sisi's words. He turned to Lu Su with a smile, saying, I happen to be heading to the market later. I shall see if they sell that story. If they do, I will purchase a copy for you. So you need not struggle to find it and delay your enlightenment. Lu Su's face turned a shade of red and green, and he spat, you are the fool. You are the one in need of enlightenment. Xie Sisi paid no mind to their bickering, redirecting her gaze back to Yan Ruxue. Yan Ruxue instinctively shrank back. Xie Sisi, with her warm lips, uttered words that chilled Yan Ruxue to the bone. You still have not told me why you are crying. Previously, I diligently practiced swinging my sword 10,000 times each day, and you insisted that I was cheating and faking. I did not cry. Oh! I did cry later, but that was because I thought you had transformed into a fairy, and my original mate had been devoured by a fairy. Li Yuan and the managing disciple exchanged glances, intrigue sparkling in their eyes. Fairies? Maids? There was certainly more to this story. Xie Sisi continued, later. I heard you bet a significant amount of money that I could not persist for a month, and it became clear to me why you said such things. With a sigh, her face displayed profound disappointment and sorrow. I am not unwilling to speak with you. I merely recall how you arrived, making solemn promises to my parents to care for me faithfully. My parents, valuing my welfare, invested heavily to send you here to accompany me in facing the trials. Yet, upon entering the sect, your attitude towards me shifted. I pondered for a long time, unable to fathom the reason. But I must have done something wrong as a master for you to treat me this way. I truly do not blame you. I simply feel remorse for the money my parents spent. Though I am young, I understand that earning a living is no easy feat. Seeing you reminds me of the sacrifices my parents made, and it pains me. I do not know how to face you. If this has caused you any harm, I sincerely apologize. In contrast to Yan Ruxue's tears streaming down her face, Xie Sisi's delicate and youthful visage, with her tear-filled yet defiant eyes, evoked even more sympathy. Coupled with her articulate explanation of events, bystanders instinctively gravitated towards the weaker party, and the expressions of the Beast Peak disciples began to shift towards Yan Ruxue. Li Yuan could not help but voice, if what junior sister Xie says is true, then Yan junior sister's actions are truly unjust. Is this not akin to dismantling the bridge after crossing, showing ingratitude? Chapter 22. The unbearable truth. Yuan Ruxue's face turned pale in an instant. She never anticipated that events would unfold contrary to her expectations. With just a few words, Xie Sisi had completely reversed the situation. Panic welled up within her as she stammered a feeble defense. I didn't. I am not. Xiao Jianyu's disdain for her reached its zenith. And he retorted angrily, what do you mean not? Are you still attempting to tarnish my junior sister's reputation? Li Yuan also regarded her with suspicion, waiting for her to justify herself. However, she suddenly covered her face with her hands and fled, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Lu Su shot them an indignant glare before hastily pursuing her, exclaiming, Junior sister, wait for me. Li Yuan muttered to himself, what is going on here? He turned to Xie Sisi, a hint of sympathy gracing his features. After a moment's hesitation, he proposed, Xie junior sister, if you truly desire this green peacock, I can arrange for a discount on the spirit stones, and I will also gift you a spirit beast pouch. The little rabbit you have can fit inside. Xie Sisi was taken aback, expecting something more profound from him, yet he merely continued to discuss business. She had to admit, this Li Senior was remarkably diligent. Raising 2 fingers, she declared, I will take 2 spirit beast pouches in exchange for this peacock. As Li Yuan had mentioned, although the peacock's feathers were currently absent, they would eventually regrow. Most importantly, upon seeing Yuan Ruxue, she recalled that in the book, Yuan Ruxue possessed a spirit companion, a peacock king. Considering Yuan Ruxue's earlier words, she speculated that this very peacock might indeed be the one in question. In any case, she intended to purchase a spirit companion. And acquiring this green peacock would not be a loss. If it turned out to be the Peacock King, she would have struck gold. It was well known that the animals accompanying the protagonists were seldom of ordinary stock. Even a domestic cat could revert to a divine beast like the white tiger. The heroine's Peacock King ultimately transformed into a phoenix. However, despite her desire, she insisted on bargaining. This was a habit cultivated in her previous life, one she found quite agreeable and had no intention of changing. Li Yuan appeared hesitant. Offering you 1 spirit beast pouch already incurs a loss. Providing 2 would be excessive. Xiao Jianyu interjected, Junior sister, you might consider other spirit companions. This peacock is both unattractive and fierce, and quite expensive. By the way, how many spirit stones does this green peacock cost? At Beast Peak, spirit beasts could be purchased with spirit stones or contribution points. Xiao Jianyu had previously exchanged all his contribution points for medicinal herbs, leaving him with only spirit stones. Li Yuan replied, it is not expensive. Merely 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones. What? 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones? Xie Sisi feigned to turn away, exclaiming, that is far too costly. I shall look for something more affordable. She felt as though they were trying to swindle her. Being an ordinary first-tier spirit bird, it hardly warranted such a price. Li Yuan hurriedly reassured her, the price is negotiable. Although it is of lower rank, its rarity elevates its value. While common peacocks are plentiful, those with awakened intelligence are exceedingly rare. Even if they exist, they are typically found in specialized peacock clans, making them difficult to encounter in the outside world. This particular one was acquired through considerable effort by our group. After an extensive negotiation, Xie Sisi ultimately purchased the peacock for 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones, which included 2 spirit beast pouches. The green peacock glared at her with its beady eyes, exuding defiance and resentment. When she reached out to grab it, it stretched its neck in an attempt to peck her. Xie Sisi swiftly slapped its head, asserting, behave yourself. If you dare to peck me, I shall pluck the remaining feathers from your body and make soup. The slap was delivered with force, causing the green peacock to see stars. Xiao Jianyu intended to place a spirit companion ring on it, a tool used to control spirit beasts, but Xie Sisi refused, stating, I like its stubborn temperament. Don't you, Baldy? The green peacock had gained some intelligence. While it could not speak, it understood human language. Upon hearing this name, it became enraged once more, flapping its sparsely feathered wings as if to confront Xie Sisi. Unfazed, Xie Sisi seized it by the neck, sitting on it and delivering a flurry of punches. Dust and feathers swirled about in the air. Ultimately, the confrontation ended with the green peacock sprawled on the ground. Li Yuan watched in astonishment, unable to believe that such a petite figure could be so ferocious. Meanwhile, Xiao Jianyu, filled with concern, grasped Xie Sisi's hand, checking for injuries. Does it hurt? Are you hurt? Why are you bickering with a featherless creature? Listen to your senior brother. Just dispose of this wretched beast and acquire another spirit companion. As he spoke, he cast a fierce glare at the prostrate peacock, ready to end its life if Xie Sisi consented. The green peacock, in a desperate attempt to survive, awkwardly crawled closer to Xie Sisi, bowing its head in submission. It seemed to think, preserve my life first. Xie Sisi, puzzled, turned to Li Yuan. What is it doing? Li Yuan, at a loss for words, replied, it is expressing submission to you. Xie Sisi, realizing the peacock was not as tough as it seemed, responded with a smirk. So, it enjoys being beaten, I see. She then lifted the green peacock by its neck and tossed it into the spirit beast pouch. From this day forth, you shall be known as Baldy. If you behave well in the future, I may grant you the chance to change your name. With a clap of her hands, she secured the spirit beast pouch at her waist and bid farewell to Li Yuan before continuing her journey to the market with Xiao Jianyu. Junior sister, Ruxue. Wait. Lu Su anxiously chased after Yuan Ruxue. She looked at him with tear-filled eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Senior brother, do you think I am truly wicked? I never intended to cause harm. I genuinely believed she had cheated. I even wanted to share the pills Master gave me with her, yet she accused me. I cannot comprehend why she would do such a thing. I can endure a little grievance. I am accustomed to being a servant. But you, senior brother, as a direct disciple and a favored one, have suffered humiliation because of me. Just thinking about it makes me feel unworthy to face you. I am to blame for dragging you down. I am truly sorry. Lu Su felt a mix of pity and anger. What does this have to do with you? It is they who are being excessively cruel. Recalling the aggressive demeanor of the brother-sister duo, Lu Su felt disgusted. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Let us seek out the master. Chapter 23. Provocation in the market. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Yan Rushue's face as she wiped her tears and said, perhaps it's best to let it go. Master cannot intervene with them. The pure young master is quite protective of his disciples. This implied that she should disregard the past, focus on her cultivation, and avoid further conflict with Xie Sisi. If Master were to discover that she had approached Xie Sisi and instigated a confrontation, he would undoubtedly be disappointed. Lu Su, feeling increasingly indignant, recognized the validity of Yan Rushue's words. He had not accompanied her to the Sword Peak the previous day, but he had caught wind of the events that transpired. In his opinion, the pure young master was rather biased, using his superior cultivation to intimidate others, thereby tarnishing the dignity of a formidable figure in the transformation realm. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. They must be taught a lesson, lest they think that those from the Dan Peak are easy to bully. Ruxue? A pleasantly surprised voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Bangchue, with his somewhat handsome face, appeared at the end of the mountain path, beaming with joy. What brings you here? Are you looking for me? Lu Su frowned, noticing Su Bangchue donned in the attire of an inner sect disciple, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes as he turned to Yan Ruxue. Do you know him? Yan Ruxue had entirely forgotten about Su Bangchue. Initially, she had approached him, intrigued by his distinguished appearance, unaware of what awaited her upon entering the sect. After becoming a cherished direct disciple, she had little reason to remember him, as he was merely an inner sect disciple. However, being accustomed to navigating social situations, she concealed her disdain and, after briefly explaining to Lu Su, feigned surprise as she addressed Su Bangchue. Su Shixiang, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here. After entering the sect, I intended to find you, but I was concerned about interrupting your cultivation, so I delayed. How have you been? Is your training arduous? Initially feeling a twinge of discomfort upon hearing that she hadn't come to find him intentionally, Su Bangchue felt reassured by her concern for his training. He smiled. Not too difficult. I've grown accustomed to it. But you, having reached the second level of qi refinement in such a short time, must have worked very hard. Yan Ruxue replied with a smile. Compared to my previous days, this hardship is nothing. Moreover, both master and my senior brothers have been very supportive. I hardly feel overwhelmed. By the way, this is my second senior brother. Second senior brother, this is my friend Su Bangchue. Out of respect for Yen Rushue. Lu Su nodded slightly at Su Bangchue. Su Shidi. Everyone knew the pride of the direct disciples of the Dan Peak. The fact that he could converse amiably with Lu Su was surely due to the commendations Yen Rushue had spoken of him. He increasingly admired Yen Rushue for her beauty and kindness. With genuine concern, he inquired, "Has that master of yours from the secular world caused you any further trouble?" A wave of embarrassment surged within Yen Rushue. What did he mean by that master from the secular world? Could he not choose his words more carefully? Fearing Su Bangchue might perceive her discomfort, she quickly lowered her head, her eyes reddening slightly as she replied, "Sisi is doing quite well." "Well? Every time you meet. She bullies you," Lu Su retorted indignantly. "Just earlier, that's enough, Xixiang, please don't say more." Yen Rushue tugged at Lu Su's sleeve. "I have grown accustomed to her behavior in the secular world. It's just her temperament. She means no real harm." The more she spoke, the more Lu Su admired her magnanimity, regarding Xie Sisi with increasing disdain. "You are simply too kind-hearted, always seeing the good in others, unaware that they wish to keep you beneath their heel for eternity." Su Bangchue, sensing the underlying distress in her words, instinctively agreed. "Indeed, those who are kind are often taken advantage of. Rushue, your kindness might only lead to further mistreatment. You must not allow this to continue." A glimmer of pride flashed in Yen Rushue's eyes, though she responded, "Sisi is merely young. Once she matures and gains wisdom, everything will be fine." The more she insisted, the more Lu Su and Su Bangchue viewed her as benevolent and Xie Sisi as detestable. Understanding the concept of moderation, Yen Rushue quickly sought an excuse to depart with Lu Su, leaving Su Bangchue standing there, still simmering with indignation. Xie Sisi, cradling a small rabbit, strolled through the bustling market with Xiao Jianyu. Surrounding them were vibrant cultivators clad in flowing robes, exuding vitality, with many disciples from the Tianyi sect among them. Alongside several loose cultivators, there's a delicacy shop ahead that serves delicious food. "Let me take you there," Xiao Jianyu suggested. He was a frequent patron of the delicacy shop, and as soon as they entered, the proprietor recognized him and greeted them with a smile. "It's been a while. Is this the new disciple of the pure young master?" As he spoke, he discreetly assessed Xie Sisi. Those engaged in commerce within the market were all cultivators. The proprietor, possessing mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, quickly discerned that Xie Sisi had already achieved the third level of qi refinement, feeling a twinge of surprise. Indeed, a gifted individual, truly extraordinary. Xie Sisi humbly replied, "You flatter me." However, Xiao Jianyu beamed with pride. "Of course, my junior sister is exceptional." Xie Sisi realized at that moment that her second senior brother was indeed a show-off when it came to her. The proprietor, evidently familiar with Xiao Jianyu's nature, adeptly offered praise. "Anyone who can be your sibling is undoubtedly remarkable. Since it's your first visit, I'll treat you to a dish. Shall we use your previous private room?" Xiao Jianyu nodded. "Thank you. Yes, let us use that room and bring out all the signature dishes." He then beckoned to Xie Sisi. "Come on, let us head over." Just then, a mocking voice echoed through the air. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Jianyu? Has he finally made enough money to treat everyone to a meal?" Chapter 24. Identical Virtues at the Sound. Xie Sisi turned her gaze and saw a lanky young man with a long face glaring at them with an unfriendly expression. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be an inner disciple of the Fufeng sect. Xiao Jianyu raised an eyebrow, scoffed arrogantly, and remarked, "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just Ma Dalian. You gambled and lost, so you should know that money lost is gone. If you can't afford to lose, then don't play." "What? You think barking at me will soften my heart and earn you some spirit stones? With that ugly horse face of yours, your aspirations are quite lofty. How dare you accuse others of swindling? Just take a look at your own scrawny self. Do you really believe I would stoop to cheating you? You don't deserve it. My money is earned honestly, So swallow your jealousy. Xie Sisi had long been aware of her second senior brother's sharp tongue. But now she realized her understanding of him was still insufficient. When he unleashed his verbal prowess, it could strip the skin off a person and cast it to the ground. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this Madalian. Why provoke her second senior brother of all people? How embarrassing for him. Serves him right. As Xiao Jianyu exposed Madalian's hidden thoughts, the latter was filled with fury. After entering the sect, Xiao Jianyu had become a direct disciple, while he remained merely an inner disciple, leading to his deep-seated resentment. Following several minor conflicts, their animosity only deepened. This time, hoping to witness the spectacle at the Sword Peak while also profiting, he wagered all his belongings and borrowed a considerable sum of spirit stones, betting that Xie Sisi would not last a month. After all, if a 12-year-old chi-refining disciple couldn't endure, how could a mere 6-year-old mortal girl? Yet, to his astonishment, she persisted. Not only did he fail to win any money, but he also found himself drowning in debt. Many shared his sentiments, yet they could only swallow their grievances in silence, intimidated by the formidable pure Yang master. Just as he wallowed in discomfort, he caught sight of Xiao Jianyu flaunting his ill-gotten gains, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he vocalized his doubts. In front of everyone, he was met with scorn, his face flushed with embarrassment. He retorted coldly, "Everyone knows the truth. You rely on your strength to force us to accept this outcome. We concede only because we cannot match you. It's not as if we agree with you." He, being astute, realized he couldn't confront Xiao Jianyu alone. So he sought to broaden their feud by involving onlookers. Most present had participated in the betting. He doubted their hearts were at ease with their losses. Indeed, as he spoke, the patrons of the tavern began to regard Xiao Jianyu with discontent. Suddenly, Xie Sisi interjected, however, on the day the bet expired. It was the esteemed Qing Miao and Xianju who came to verify, along with the tavern's proprietor. Are you suggesting that they colluded in cheating? She tilted her head, feigning perplexity. If it were true that Xianju aided us in deception, it could be understood. But why would Qing Miao and the tavern's owner also partake in such treachery? Is it because they possess too much wealth and sought to lose to us intentionally? Do enlighten us, Ma Dalian. How could that be? That amounts to 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Many only knew that the Sword Peak had profited handsomely from the betting, oblivious to the fact that even Qing Miao had been present during the final verification. Previously, Fong Xiu had bet openly, and nearly everyone was aware he wagered 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, which would amount to a staggering 1 million at the odds given. Such a sum would be exorbitant anywhere, and the betting house would never engage in such foolishness as to give away money for free. Ma Dalian had not anticipated such underlying circumstances. Now, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, he found himself at a loss for words, stubbornly retorting, "That's merely your opinion. Who knows what really transpired?" Xie Sisi scoffed dismissively, "With your intellect, it's no wonder you utter such foolishness. Even my pet rabbit is more astute. Perhaps you should indulge in some pig brains to enhance your wit." Being disparaged by a 6-year-old girl left Ma Dalian infuriated. "You little brat." Just as he opened his mouth, a blade of sword energy shot towards him. Startled, he hurriedly retreated, barely avoiding it. He looked at Xiao Jianyu, who had sheathed his sword, his face pale. "You, what are you doing?" Xiao Jianyu regarded him with derision. "What did my little sister say that was incorrect? If you are unaware of the situation, why not use your eyes to observe, your ears to listen, and your mouth to inquire? If there were truly a problem, would the Joyous Union sect behind the betting house accept responsibility?" He continued, "All you do is flap your gums incessantly, and no one can spin a tale like you. Calling you foolish is an understatement. With someone like you, even 1,000 pig brains would be futile. Consider this a warning. Should you dare to speak ill of my little sister again, I shall have your tongue." Xie Sisi nodded vigorously, supporting Xiao Jianyu. "Indeed, my senior brother speaks the truth. The people in the tavern, truly, they were a matched pair, exhibiting identical traits. However, after their exchange, The patrons realized that the Joyous Union sect was behind the prosperous betting house. With this revelation, there was little left to question. It was well known that Qing Miao and Pure Yang Master were at odds. It was inconceivable that they would deliberately gift spirit stones to curry favor with the Sword Peak. The victory of the Sword Peak was entirely legitimate. In an instant, the way they looked at Ma Dalian shifted to one of suspicion. Perhaps their status within the sect was low, or they were wandering cultivators, making their ignorance understandable. Yet, how could Ma Dalian, an inner disciple of the Fufeng sect, be oblivious? Could he truly not afford to lose and resort to slander? That was utterly despicable. Rendered speechless by Xiao Jianyu's retorts and sensing the disapproving gazes of those around him, Ma Dalian knew that remaining would only make him a laughingstock. He lowered his head and left in haste. With the farce concluded, Xie Sisi and her companion quickly put the incident behind them. It must be said that the chefs at the Jinqiu Pavilion, capable of maintaining such a large establishment in the marketplace, indeed possessed remarkable culinary skills. The dishes crafted from spirit rice and spirit vegetables here were far superior to those from the Wansha Pavilion. Having endured much hardship in her previous life, Xie Sisi, now with wealth, wished to indulge herself. She decided to save her life for a while, otherwise, dying with unspent riches would be a great regret. Xiao Jianyu smiled. If my little sister enjoys it, I can bring you here every day. As they chatted, suddenly a surge of sword energy shot toward them. Xiao Jianyu was taken aback. Quickly maneuvering his flying sword to evade the attack, and upon glancing down, his expression darkened. Chapter 25. The Fight in an Instant. A man with flaming red hair brandished a colossal sword, pursuing another man with the intensity of a cat toying with a mouse. As the sword's aura swept through the air, vegetation was uprooted, and flocks of birds took flight in panic. The one being chased, none other than the large-faced man they had encountered at the tavern, was in a disheveled state. His robe was tattered, his headband had snapped, and his hair flowed wildly. Resembling a madman, he jumped and dodged desperately, hurling talismans behind him in frantic attempts to escape. "Stop it, old three!" shouted Xiao Jianyu, commanding the flying sword to descend. "How is it that he is out today? Has he not been confined long enough?" The little junior sister, as anticipated by the elder brother, was indeed adorable and obedient. More importantly, she could endure hardship, bringing honor to their Sword Peak right from the start, far surpassing the previous individual. Xie Sisi greeted amiably, third senior brother, tilting her small head to observe him. Third senior brother, Shen Qianzhua, a fire element genius with a singular spiritual root, was as fiery in temperament as his abilities. He relished combat. Previously, upon hearing descriptions of him, she had envisioned a robust figure akin to the legendary warrior Zhang Fei, but instead, she found a handsome youth with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his complexion fair, exuding an air of nobility akin to that of a scion from a prestigious family. Without uttering a word, he appeared regal, but once he spoke, his true nature was revealed. "Little junior sister, from now on, third senior brother will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I shall deal with them." As he spoke, he slashed his sword, generating a ripple of sword energy aimed at the fleeing large-faced man. In a frantic bid for defense, the large-faced man threw out several protective talismans, shouting in exasperation, "What have I done to offend you, Shen? Why do you torment me so?" Unable to fight back or flee, he was so enraged that he coughed up blood. Shen Qianzhua sneered, "You foul-mouthed scoundrel. How dare you insult my little junior sister behind her back? If I don't teach you a lesson, you want to know your own worth." With that, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, deliberately tormenting his opponent without intending to take his life. Little did he know, this was the reason behind the large-faced man's fury. He had grown accustomed to Xiao Jianyu's sharp tongue, but being insulted by a mere 6-year-old girl was a humiliation too great to bear. In his anger, he muttered a few curses, which coincidentally caught the attention of Shen Qianzhua. The latter, always eager to stir up trouble, could not tolerate such disrespect towards their Sword Peak, especially regarding a junior sister he had never met. Without hesitation, he engaged in combat with the large-faced man. What was termed a fight was, in reality, a one-sided domination. Although he had only just been released from confinement and intentionally moderated his strength, otherwise, the large-faced man would have long been left sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. What? You dare insult my junior sister? Initially, Xiao Jianyu attempted to intervene, but upon hearing this, he was displeased. Old 3, use your fists instead of your sword. Give him a good beating. If anything goes awry, I'll take responsibility. If it came to it, Old 3 could always be sent back for confinement. After all, he was accustomed to it. Shen Qianzhua, having a habit of fighting with a sword, suddenly realized he could also employ his fists. Using his fists was far more gratifying than wielding a sword, and he need not worry about accidentally killing the opponent. Sheathing his colossal sword, he swiftly approached the large-faced man and unleashed a barrage of punches. Although Shen Qianzhua was late to the scene, his combat prowess was unmatched among their disciples. With early-stage nascent soul cultivation and a ferocious sword intent, he possessed remarkable explosive power. Despite Fang Xiyu's superior cultivation by a minor level, he would still struggle against Shen Qianzhua in actual combat. The large-faced man, who could not even best Xiao Jianyu, was akin to a chick squaring off against a mastiff under Shen Qianzhua's relentless assault. Yet this man was obstinate, even when outmatched. He spat a few words to vent his frustration. I'll report you for harming a fellow disciple. Within the sect, no one dared to kill him, which gave him the audacity to speak so boldly. After cursing, he crushed a communication talisman, but Shen Qianzhua landed a punch squarely on his face. Am I afraid of your threats? If you go today, I'll just beat you again when I'm out next time. With several blows, he toppled the large-faced man to the ground, resembling a ruffian. Xie Sisi watched in astonishment. Fearing for her impression of Shen Qianzhua, Xiao Jianyu hastily explained. Your third senior brother has a bit of a volatile temper, but he means no harm. As long as you don't provoke him, you'll be fine. Xie Sisi nodded in agreement. Third senior brother, hold him down. I'll give him something to eat. She trotted over, retrieving a pill from her pocket and attempting to shove it into the large-faced man's mouth. He clamped his lips tightly and shook his head vigorously. Shen Qianzhua punched him on the forehead. Behave yourself. Turning to Xie Sisi, he asked curiously, Junior sister, what are you feeding him? With a mischievous grin, Xie Sisi replied. Corpse-dissolving pill. Just a tiny bit can turn a person's organs into liquid, dissolving flesh and bones. It's a marvelous remedy for silencing witnesses. As she spoke, she pinched the large-faced man's mouth open, forcing the pill inside. Wait, don't. If he dies, things will escalate. Shen Qianzhua was taken aback. He hadn't expected the seemingly innocent junior sister to be so ruthless. To obliterate evidence at the slightest disagreement was not in line with their sword peak-esque principles. Yet, it was too late to intervene. The pill melted immediately upon entry, and he could not even vomit it out. The large-faced man trembled in terror, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his stomach. In a mix of rage and despair, he glared at Xie Sisi and the others. You dare to kill a fellow disciple? The law enforcement hall will not spare you. If my master finds out, he will seek vengeance for me. Xie Sisi tugged Shen Qianzhua to the side, grinning mischievously. You're going to die anyway. What you say now won't matter. Consider it comfort for your last moments. At this moment, Shen Qianzhua and Xiao Jianyu also grasped the situation, feeling reassured as they stood aside, allowing Xie Sisi to continue. Xie Sisi chirped, Look at you, not much to behold. Yet harboring such a small heart. You're a master at stirring trouble and framing others. You're rotten to the core. What I'm doing is a good deed, giving you a chance to start anew. Don't be ungrateful. Shen Qianzhua turned to Xiao Jianyu in astonishment. Is this sharp-tongued junior sister you're doing? I'll inform the elder brother and let him deal with you. After all, over the past month, he had spent the most time with her, and in their casual exchanges, she had unconsciously picked up his acerbic wit. Feeling slightly guilty yet still defiant, he proclaimed, So what if she learned from me? A sharp tongue is essential for winning arguments. While this was true, the thought of their sweet and innocent junior sister transforming into a miniature version of Xiao Jianyu unsettled Shen Qianzhua. Regardless, he resolved to inform the elder brother, intending to let him handle Xiao Jianyu. Just as they discussed, the large-faced man suddenly felt a surge of strength returning to his body, his pain subsiding. Consumed by rage, he conjured a fireball spell aimed at Xie Sisi, shouting, "You wretched girl, die!" Chapter 26. The Law Enforcement Hall arrives. Stop. You dare, grandson. Sisi, get away. Several voices echoed simultaneously, and before she knew it, Xie Sisi felt a flash before her eyes as she was repositioned. In the same instant, a loud thud accompanied by a scream resonated as Ma Dalian was sent flying. Junior sister, are you all right? Xiao Jianyu inspected Xie Sisi from head to toe, relieved to find her unscathed. Turning around, his gaze turned icy as he looked at the fallen Ma Dalian, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. Shen Qianzhua had intercepted the fireball and was just about to confront Ma Dalian when the latter was sent hurtling away. The assailant was none other than Wang Jihao, the chief disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall and an old acquaintance of Shen Qianzhua. It turned out that after Ma Dalian shattered the communication talisman, he had summoned a fellow disciple to report to the Law Enforcement Hall. Coincidentally, Wang Jihao was on duty, and upon hearing that Shen Qianzhua had struck again, he feared that others would be unable to subdue him and personally brought 2 disciples to the scene. Upon arrival, they witnessed Ma Dalian assaulting a 6-year-old girl, shouting for her to die. Wang Jihao, known for his righteousness, was immediately enraged and unleashed his true energy towards Ma Dalian, sending him flying. It was a matter of mere moments. After being struck, Ma Dalian was still dazed, unable to comprehend why the very reinforcements he had summoned would turn against him. However, that was irrelevant now. He was destined to perish and intended to take someone down with him. He staggered to his feet, ready to fight again. How dare you? Wang Jihao bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder as the pressure of his nascent soul descended upon Ma Dalian. With a loud thud, Ma Dalian was pinned to the ground. Still struggling as he cursed, "I refuse to accept this. You are all in cahoots, a bunch of scoundrels. What fair and just law enforcement hall? Pah! You merely bully the weak and fear the strong. Today, you conspired against me, and even in death, I will not spare you." Wang Jia's face darkened. He had never been insulted in such a manner in his life. Furthermore, Ma Dalian not only insulted him, but also disparaged the law enforcement hall. Could he endure this? He clenched his fists tightly, barking, "Take him away." The disciples of Fufeng timidly approached to assist Ma Dalian, grumbling, "You dare to insult the law enforcement hall? You're impressive. Truly remarkable. But if you wish to die, don't drag me down with you. What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter a fool like you? You truly are a menace." Unfazed, Ma Dalian retorted, "I'm going to die anyway. What do I have to fear? Law enforcement, shut your mouth." The Fufeng disciple hurriedly covered his mouth, pleading, "Please, don't curse me further. I don't want to hear any more." He resolved that once this ordeal passed, he would sever ties with this troublesome fool, though he wished to distance himself immediately as the complainant. He had no choice but to accompany them to the law enforcement hall. Before long, they arrived at the law enforcement hall. Shen Qianzhua defiantly protested, "What do you mean by assaulting a fellow disciple? I was merely pointing out his shortcomings." Wang Jihao was tired of hearing this excuse. Every time Shen Qianzhua got into a fight with a fellow disciple and was brought in, he always used this same rationale, either claiming to be advising the other or engaged in sparring. In any case, he never admitted to fighting. With a cold expression, Wang Jihao dismissed his defense. "I sentence you to a month of confinement in the back mountain. Are you satisfied with that?" Shen Qianzhua had anticipated the possibility of being confined for his actions and was about to agree when Xie Sisi interjected, flashing a smile at Wang Jihao, "Senior brother. My third senior brother's actions were provoked. This Ma Dalian secretly insulted me, which is why my third senior brother wanted to teach him a lesson. Besides, He didn't injure anyone, he merely damaged his clothing. That should be acceptable, right? She wasn't entirely dishonest. As her third senior brother indeed hadn't harmed Ma Dalian, but had only torn his clothes. It was later that the second senior brother suggested using fists, which resulted in Ma Dalian being injured. This was also partly due to Ma Dalian's incessant insults. Just damaged clothing? Wan Ziha paused, scanning Ma Dalian with his spiritual sense. Indeed, aside from looking disheveled and somewhat embarrassed, he bore no external wounds. The only internal injury was from Wan Jiha's strike. Wan Jiha's lips twitched in disbelief, casting a dubious glance at Xie Sisi, suspecting that the absence of external injuries was due to her intervention. Given his understanding of Shen Qianzhua, he knew that the latter would not hold back in a fight. Xie Sisi stood tall, unperturbed as Wan Jiha scrutinized her. At that moment, Shen Qianzhua also realized, raising his voice, "Yes, I only damaged clothing. I didn't injure anyone, so you cannot confine me." There is no rule in the sect against damaging someone's clothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Dalian protested, "You're talking nonsense. You clearly bullied me because of your superior cultivation. Do you think these injuries on me?" He glanced down, suddenly at a loss for words. Where are my injuries? He distinctly remembered being beaten black and blue, covered in bruises and pain. How had they vanished so suddenly? Suddenly recalling the pills Xie Sisi had fed him, he realized that it wasn't a corpse-dissolving pill, but rather a healing elixir. Did that mean he wouldn't die? Just as he felt a moment of joy, the memories of his earlier reckless actions flooded back, leaving him dizzy and conflicted as he looked at Wan Jiha. "Senior brother Wan, do you believe that my previous actions were the result of being framed?" Ultimately, Ma Dalian was punished with 10 years of confinement for falsely accusing a fellow disciple, attempting to harm a fellow disciple, and insulting the law enforcement hall. All combined into one sentence. Shen Qianzhua was released without charges due to a lack of evidence against him. Upon returning to Sword Peak, Xiao Jianyu curiously asked Xie Sisi, "Junior sister, what did you feed Ma Dalian?" The pills she had were concocted by Chao Xin. Neither their color nor flavor matched. No wonder junior sister claimed it was a corpse-dissolving pill, and Ma Dalian believed her so easily. "Oh, I dislike bitterness. So I had Huan Sha coat these pills in a layer of candy and dry them," Xie Sisi replied, pulling out a few more pills to offer Xiao Jianyu. Indeed, these pills were covered in a faint golden shell, giving off a subtle sweet aroma. After inspecting them, Xiao Jianyu returned the pills to Xie Sisi and asked Shen Qianzhua, "Aren't you still supposed to be confined for another half a month? How did you get out early?" Chapter 27. The bald one. This life has become unbearable. How can I possibly endure another half month? I was clearly released today, so stop putting me in a bind. Shen Qianzhua glared at Xiao Jianyu with palpable dissatisfaction. Xiao Jianyu, perplexed, questioned, "Could it be that I misremembered the date?" With unwavering certainty, Shen Qianzhua replied, "You have indeed misremembered." Xiao Jianyu conceded, "Oh, perhaps I truly did miscalculate." Shen Qianzhua's gaze lingered greedily on the elixir in Xie Sisi's hand. This marked his first skirmish with a member of the sect, and he had escaped unpunished. Sensing Shen Qianzhua's intense stare, Xie Sisi casually offered him the elixir, saying, "Third senior brother, here, take these elixirs." The young junior sister, being of tender age and humble cultivation, found it challenging to accumulate resources. Thus, he felt no shame in accepting her generosity. As he spoke, he produced a jade talisman, presenting it to Xie Sisi. "This contains 3 of my most potent sword energies, capable of slaying any cultivator below the mid-yuaning stage. Take it for your protection." After expressing her gratitude and accepting the talisman, Xie Sisi insisted on forcefully placing the elixirs into Shen Qianzhua's hands. "If you feel indebted, then do prepare additional alchemical materials for me. With someone to assist in alchemy, free labor should not go to waste." Shen Qianzhua remained bewildered, prompting Xiao Jianyu to smugly elucidate the situation. He had only heard that their master had recently taken Xie Sisi as a disciple, describing her as resilient and hardworking. capable of generating substantial profits for the Sword Peak. However, he was unaware that she was also adept at capitalizing on the resources of the Pale Peak. How remarkable! Upon returning to the courtyard, Xie Sisi extracted the bald one from her spirit beast pouch. Wan Sha, perplexed, inquired, "Junior sister, are you planning to have stewed chicken today? With its feathers gone, it must be ill, right? At least it makes plucking easier." The bald one, upon hearing Wan Sha's words, glared with its beady eyes, exuding a fierce aura. "Chirp! You are the one who is sick. Your entire family is sick." Xie Sisi smacked it lightly, admonishing, "Behave yourself." Unyielding, the bald one flapped its wings. "Chirp! Why aren't you scolding her for her words? You're biased." You're looking for a beating, are you?" Xie Sisi rolled up her sleeves and gave the bald one a thorough thrashing. Defeated, the creature collapsed, its eyes vacant, letting out a mournful cry. "Chirp! This life is unbearable." Wan Sha stood in stunned silence, finally realizing her misunderstanding. "Junior sister, is this your spirit pet?" Xie Sisi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Its name is Bald One. I entrust its care to you from now on." Wan Sha gazed at the plump creature on the ground, muttering, "Bald One? That name is quite fitting. But I've never raised a spirit pet before. How does one care for it?" After some thought, Xie Sisi replied, "Feed it what we eat. After all, it is a spirit beast, so it shouldn't be too difficult to keep alive." The bald one protested vehemently. "Chirp! Chirp! I refuse to eat your human food. I want spirit rice, spirit pills, spirit fruits." Despite its rapid advancement in cultivation, attributed to abundant spirit stones and ample spiritual energy, it was equally diligent. With no internet to browse, it preferred to cultivate rather than waste time idly. As the spiritual energy circulated within her body for 2 full cycles, she felt her cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement rise further, estimating that a few more sessions would allow her to break through to the 4th level. Satisfied, Xie Sisi nodded. Surrounded by a pile of powdered spirit stones, she waved her hand, casting a gentle wind technique to disperse the powder into the air outside. Wan Sha's voice broke the silence from outside. "Junior sister, Master Chunyang has sent word. After you finish your cultivation, he wishes to see you." Xie Sisi acknowledged, glancing at the hourglass. 2 hours had passed since she began meditating, and the sky outside had turned dark. Upon arriving at Master Chunyang's courtyard, she found Fong Siyu and the others already there. "Sisi has arrived. Come, take a seat." Master Chunyang beckoned with a warm smile. "I have summoned you all for an important matter." The senior disciples settled in, with Fong Siyu responding, "Yes." Master Chunyang continued, "Regarding Jianyu, the mere mention of his second apprentice caused him a headache. Impulsive, with a sharp tongue and a plethora of mischievous ideas. Jianyu was both lazy and lacking in cultivation, truly a troublesome disciple, leading him to question his judgment in taking him under his wing." With a sigh, he remarked, "Now that you have a junior sister, it is time to act with more maturity and learn from your elder brother." Xiao Jianyu retorted, "What's wrong with me? I believe I am doing quite well." No sooner had he spoken than he received a light smack on his head. Master Chunyang glared, "When I speak, you listen. Speak out of turn again, and you'll join me in seclusion." This sudden idea struck him as rather appealing, a perfect opportunity to temper his second disciple's temperament. Xiao Jianyu, sensing the impending reprimand, hurriedly admitted his fault. "I was wrong. I will heed Master's teachings and diligently learn from my elder brother during your seclusion. You can rest easy." Master Chunyang replied, "Remember your words." Xiao Jianyu nodded earnestly, his sincerity evident. Were it not for his impending seclusion and the desire to assign the 3rd disciple to care for the young one, he would not have pleaded on behalf of this troublemaker. After all, he would end up in confinement again within days. It was better to keep him under lock and key. Xiao Jianyu turned to Shen Qianzhua. "Didn't you say you were supposed to be released today? So, Master interceded on your behalf?" Shen Qianzhua, sword in hand, ignored him and addressed Master Chunyang. "I shall do my best." Master Chunyang sighed. "Very well. This is partly my responsibility as well. Confinement is confinement. With the elder disciple looking after the young one, all will be well. His gaze fell upon Xie Sisi, and a smile graced his face. Although Sisi joined us last, she is the most sensible and well-behaved, requiring little worry from me when I enter seclusion. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to approach your senior brothers. If anyone dares to bully you, take note, and I shall deal with them upon my return. Xie Sisi smiled. My senior brothers are all very kind. They will not bully me. You need not worry, Master. Feng Xiu and the others were displeased by Master Chunying's insinuations, hastily refuting his claims. Junior sister is clever and capable. I regard her as my own sister. How could I ever bully her? I would never bully junior sister. Master, please refrain from sowing discord between us. Rest easy, Master. I will take good care of junior sister. If anyone dares to bully her, I shall ensure they don't recognize their own parents. With their encouragement, Master Chunying entered seclusion. Time passed, and a month flew by. Xie Sisi successfully broke through to the 5th level of Qi refinement and had skillfully mastered 3 sword techniques from the falling sunset sword technique, 1 finger resplendent sun, autumn water stretching to the sky, and skylight at dusk. One day, while practicing swordplay on the mountain peak, Xiao Jianyu approached her with enthusiasm. Junior sister, would you like to descend the mountain for some practical training? Chapter 28. Journey down the mountain, is it true? I can venture down the mountain? Xie Sisi inquired, sheathing her sword and regarding Xiao Jianyu with a look of curiosity. Alone, you would certainly struggle, but you can accompany your senior brother. Xiao Jianyu replied with a sense of pride. I have accepted a task to collect this year's offerings for our sect in Tianjian City. It is devoid of danger and the schedule is ample, making it the perfect opportunity for you to breathe some fresh air. Xie Sisi felt a flicker of excitement. But won't senior brother object? As long as you wish to go, senior brother will not hinder you, Xiao Jianyu urged. Let me tell you, for us sword cultivators, merely practicing daily is of little benefit. The crux lies in engaging in real combat. It is through battles that we absorb experiences, transcend our limits, and discover our own sword path. Do you know why your 3rd senior brother is so formidable? It is because he fights daily and gains experience from it. Honestly, his talent is not superior to mine, yet he stands as the mightiest among our sword peak. That speaks volumes about the merits of practical experience. This outing will allow you to stretch your limbs and find some opponents to practice against. If you continue to practice swordplay without real combat, it amounts to creating something in isolation. Your technique will be lifeless. Sword moves must be fluid and dynamic to harness the advantages of our sword cultivators. Once you grasp this, battling beyond your level will be a breeze. After Xiao Jianyu's continuous persuasion, Xie Sisi found his reasoning compelling. She approached Feng Xiu to express her desire to descend the mountain. Feng Xiu shot a piercing glance at Xiao Jianyu. Did you coax her into this? Huh. Feng Xiu let out a cold laugh. As he was about to voice his thoughts, he caught sight of Xie Sisi's eager gaze and swallowed his reprimand, softening his expression. Do you truly wish to go down the mountain? Xie Sisi nodded. Yes. Feng Xiu pondered for a moment. If you wish to descend, ensure you stay close to your 2nd senior brother. If anything arises, let him handle it. A radiant smile spread across Xie Sisi's face. Thank you, senior brother. I will listen to you. Feng Xiu ruffled Xie Sisi's hair. No need to be so polite with your senior brother. Do you have enough spirit stones? Would you like me to provide you with more? He began to reach for his pouch. Xie Sisi quickly interjected, that's enough. The 100,000 spirit stones you gave me are still plentiful. She shot Xiao Jianyu a look of self-preservation and hurried away. As Xie Sisi exited, Feng Xiu cast a soundproof barrier, turning his gaze sternly towards Xiao Jianyu. How dare you encourage our junior sister, who is still so young, to accompany you down the mountain? Your audacity is astonishing. Feeling the pressure, Xiao Jianyu's scalp tingled, and he turned to flee. Senior brother, let me explain. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Jianyu limped into Xie Sisi's courtyard, a look of deep sorrow on his face. Junior sister. You abandoned me in my time of need. Xie Sisi felt a pang of guilt. I have some minor recovery pills. Would you like a couple? Xiao Jianyu grunted twice. At least you have a shred of conscience. After consuming the pills, his injuries began to heal rapidly. He stretched his arms and legs, shaking off the stiffness. Are you ready? If so, we shall depart. Xie Sisi picked up her little rabbit and brandished the luing sword. All set. As the plump little creature, dubbed Bald Feather, saw her preparing to leave, it rushed over, craning its neck to grasp Xie Sisi's clothing. Its eager little eyes brimmed with longing. Chirp. I want to go too. Having spent a month together, Xie Sisi could somewhat decipher Bald Feather's intentions and retorted disdainfully. No way. You can't even fly. What use would you be accompanying me? Over the past month, Bald Feather had only grown a thin layer of feathers, interspersed with its former long plumes, resulting in a rather unfortunate appearance. Xie Sisi couldn't help but wince at the sight. Bald Feather protested, Chirp. Is that my fault? Who told you to pull out my feathers? How can I fly without them? Xie Sisi was unyielding. In any case, until your feathers grow back properly, you are not leaving. Chirp. Bald Feather was exasperated. Seeing that Xie Sisi was resolute, it reluctantly closed its eyes and began to channel its limited demonic energy. The short feathers on its body visibly began to grow. In no time, it returned to its pre-plucked form. Having accomplished this, Bald Feather nearly collapsed from exhaustion, panting as it gazed at Xie Sisi. Chirp. Now can I join you? Xie Sisi stared at the transformation before her in disbelief. So, you could have regrown your feathers all along? Bald Feather replied proudly, Chirp. Naturally. However, it consumes demonic energy, and once I grow my feathers, I would be subject to this girl's whims, so I didn't rush to do it. Xie Sisi smirked. You think I want to ride you? You can stay right here in this courtyard. When your time comes, I'll dig a hole and bury you here. You shall never leave. Senior brother, let us go, she declared. Chirp. No. I was wrong. I will let you ride me, I promise. Bald Feather called out desperately, fearing Xie Sisi's threat. Unmoved, Xie Sisi replied. Now you realize your error? It's too late. Chirp. Chirp. After persistent pleas from Bald Feather, Xie Sisi reluctantly agreed. Fine, you can follow me. But you must obey my commands. If you don't, I want to take you out again in the future. Bald Feather nodded eagerly. Chirp. I will listen to you. I promise. Secretly, it plotted to escape as soon as they descended the mountain. It had no intention of being a human steed. Xie Sisi grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and stuffed it into the spirit beast pouch. You stay here until I need you. Then I will let you out. Since they were embarking on an adventure, Xiao Jianyu refrained from flying and instead purchased a spirit beast and a cart in the marketplace. The two siblings settled into the cart, pulled by the spirit beast. Senior brother, will taking a cart to Tianjin City delay us? I've heard it's quite distant. Xie Sisi expressed her concerns. The realm of cultivation spanned vast territories, and she felt somewhat skeptical about the reliability of traveling by cart. Xiao Jianyu waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, it will be fine. I have made arrangements with the task hall. If we are late, I will collect next year's offerings as well. Xie Sisi remained silent, contemplating the journey ahead. Chapter 29. The bloom of peach blossoms. The two disciples, Shi Xiong and Shi Mei, ambled along their journey, arriving after a fortnight at a quaint town in close proximity to the Tianyi sect. Though referred to as a town, it bore a striking resemblance to a bustling city in the mortal realm. Within its confines, an array of shops flourished, with a throng of people bustling about, creating an atmosphere of vibrant prosperity. Xiao Jianyu led Xie Sisi to the largest tavern in the town. A diligent attendant approached them with eagerness, inquiring whether the esteemed guests wished to dine or seek lodging. Dining indicated a temporary meal, while lodging suggested 2 rooms for their stay. How fortuitous, the attendant exclaimed. We happen to have 2 rooms available. Upon hearing they desired accommodation, A broad smile illuminated his face as he beckoned them inside. As they walked, Xiao Jianyu inquired about the cause of the crowd. He had visited this town before, but never had he witnessed such liveliness. "Is there a competition for marriage?" Xie Sisi asked, her curiosity piqued. "In the tales I've read, martial artists often engage in contests for marriage. Does such a practice exist in the realm of cultivation?" The attendant chuckled. "This isn't the first occurrence. Approximately a decade ago, Miss Xie from the mayor's family also held a contest for marriage. If the young lady is interested, you could linger a few days to witness the spectacle. The day of the competition is public, and anyone wishing to attend may do so at the mayor's residence, provided they possess a spirit stone for entry." Xie Sisi expressed her astonishment. "A ticket is required? This mayor certainly knows how to conduct business. For merely one spirit stone, one could observe multiple duels and glean valuable insights. One might think that a spirit stone is well worth the investment," she mused. Those with sects and mentors were naturally indifferent to such matters. However, for wandering cultivators, the opportunity to safely observe others in combat was incredibly rare. As they conversed, the attendant guided them to their chambers. "Here are rooms 10 and 11, he announced. "Please inform me should you require anything else." Xiao Jianyu surveyed the rooms briefly and waved his hand. "This will suffice for now. You may go." The rooms contained only basic furnishings, yet both he and his junior sister carried their own supplies within their storage rings, eliminating the need for additional purchases. After a simple arrangement of their quarters and securing the door, the two descended to the tavern for a meal. In the main hall, patrons were engrossed in discussions about the upcoming marriage competition. One burly man, evidently inebriated, animatedly recounted, "Our mayor is quite the character. Though we cultivate immortality, advocating detachment from desires, our mayor has fathered numerous children with various concubines over the years. He has indulged in both beauty and legacy, achieving all without hindrance. Years ago, he was mocked for his lack of ambition, yet now he has attained the golden core stage. Where are those who once scorned him?" Another at the table scoffed. "With your intellect, you might as well give up. If it were so simple, why has only the mayor succeeded all these years? Just drink your wine." He filled the burly man's cup to the brim. The man downed his drink, grinning. "If I can't be the mayor, perhaps I could become his son-in-law? I shall attend the marriage competition in a few days." His companion rolled his eyes. "You're babbling nonsense. Best keep your mouth shut lest you choke on your food." Xie Sisi found the conversation amusing and leaned in to whisper to Xiao Jianyu, "Elder brother, do you know anything about this mayor?" Xiao Jianyu nodded. "I am aware of a few details." He cast a sound barrier around them before continuing. "This mayor, surnamed Shui, was once a steward within our sect. When he deemed his prospects for advancement bleak, he resigned and took on the role of mayor here, managing affairs for the sect in this region." Xie Sisi understood. Each sect has its own affiliated towns, overseen by sect-appointed individuals. The mayor's position was to manage local affairs on behalf of the sect. It was said that Mayor Shui had once been a diligent cultivator, but after assuming his role, he began to indulge in pleasures, becoming less devoted to his cultivation. Remarkably, without the pressure to break through, he found clarity, leading to unexpected progress in his cultivation. Having tasted success, he grew increasingly indulgent, and his progeny multiplied. Eventually, he sought to forge alliances through marriage, marrying off his daughter to powerful cultivators or ensuring his son wed into influential families, sending the gifted to the sect. The notion of a marriage competition was new to me. As he had not breached any sect rules, the sect turned a blind eye to his activities. How intriguing! Xie Sisi mused, intrigued by Mayor Shui's character. Xiao Jianyu smiled. As the saying goes, every person has their own temperament. Exploring the world allows one to encounter diverse individuals and broaden one's horizons. After their whispered conversation, Xiao Jianyu dispelled the barrier, and the cacophony of voices filled their ears once more. Nearby tables had shifted their topic from the mayor to speculating who might soar to victory in the competition and become the mayor's favored son-in-law. Just then, a fiery young woman clad in red burst in, flanked by a group. Wielding a long whip, She lashed out at the burly men, exclaiming, "I'll teach you to speak ill of my father. Watch me take you down." Xiao Jianyu's expression darkened as he unleashed his spiritual energy, disintegrating the whip inch by inch. The girl, both startled and furious, turned to him with wide eyes. "You." Upon seeing Xiao Jianyu's countenance, her expression shifted from rage to shyness. "Are you also here to participate in the marriage competition?" Chapter 30. The withered peach blossom to speak of Xiao Jianyu. Despite his impetuous nature and sharp tongue, often being scolded as an ungrateful disciple by the pure young master, he possesses the most striking looks among his peers. His long brows gracefully arch into his temples, untouched yet vibrant. His nose, akin to a suspended gallbladder, stands proud, his half-closed, drowsy phoenix eyes, with their gently upturned corners, exude an air of romantic charm. His subtly contoured jawline lacks any overt femininity, yet adds a touch of tender allure, complemented by a smile that invites both ire and joy, naturally endearing him to many. Furthermore, as a disciple of a prestigious sect, he radiates an aura of superiority, which captivates a throng of young maidens, even when he remains silent and still, leaning against a slanted bridge on horseback. It is no wonder that when the girl in red first laid eyes on him, her heart fluttered wildly, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. Yet, she remained oblivious to Xiao Jianyu's true disposition. In silence, he appeared to be the dream lover of every woman. However, once he spoke, he provoked the desire to strangle him. Xiao Jianyu chuckled derisively, his gaze unabashedly surveying the girl from head to toe. "So, you are the sixth young lady participating in this martial contest for courtship?" Upon realizing that he was well aware of her identity, the girl became more convinced that he was indeed here for the competition. Initially, she had vehemently opposed her father's idea of hosting such an event, yet she dared not voice her dissent. Frustrated, she had taken to wandering the streets daily with her guards, venting her discontent through brawls. However, upon encountering Xiao Jianyu, her perspective shifted. If her future husband were to be this handsome young man, perhaps this marriage was not entirely unacceptable. Yet, she felt the need to lay out the terms clearly. Standing tall, she declared proudly, "Indeed, that is I. However, while you may recognize me, the rules of the contest remain unchanged. You must triumph over the others to win my hand." At this point, concern creased her brow as she worried about his capabilities. What if he faltered before the end? Her eyes darted, and she added, "But we must separate matters. You have disrespected me by breaking my whip and must be punished. For the next few days, I will allow you to accompany me as a form of atonement." With this arrangement, she planned to request her father to provide him with guidance and lend him a magical artifact to aid in his victory. This plan seemed flawless. Surely he would appreciate her thoughtful intentions. "Do you never glance at yourself in the mirror?" Xiao Jianyu suddenly interjected. The girl was taken aback. "What do you mean? If you had ever looked in a mirror before stepping out, you would not utter such nonsense," Xiao Jianyu retorted, his words sharp and unyielding. "What gives you the delusion that I am here to participate in this contest? And what grants you the audacity to think you can punish me? Atonement? The only reason I haven't struck you dead is out of respect for your father. You think you can command me?" It was truly a case of ignorance of one's own flaws, akin to a horse unaware of its own visage. "With a face like yours, I find it nauseating to even glance at you, and 2 looks would make me ill. How dare you flaunt such an unattractive countenance?" Before he could finish his tirade, the girl erupted in rage. "Ah, you vile man, I shall kill you." The notion of a beautiful man paled against the venom of his words. With her illusions shattered, she perceived Xiao Jianyu as utterly detestable. Aware of her inferiority, she commanded her subordinates, "Seize them both. Leave none alive." As the girl in red rushed in, those around her quickly retreated, including the burly men at the table. A vacuum of space formed around them, with only Xie Sisi and her senior brother remaining seated. Xie Sisi had just mentally commended her elder brother for his sharp tongue, only to find themselves surrounded moments later. Having only fought as a child in her past life, She had since learned to navigate high school-esque complexities and had not engaged in any brawls. Meanwhile, Xiao Jianyu urged, "Little junior sister, it is time to test your training. Go on, chase them away. Your brother is counting on you for protection." Xie Sisi thought to herself, if there's a dog, it must be my second brother. She had little time to ponder this, as those guards were already charging at them with weapons drawn. They showed no mercy, even considering her youth. In front of her stood a lecherous middle-aged man, wielding a large iron hammer in one hand and reaching out toward her with the other. Grinning maliciously, "Little girl, I advise you to behave and surrender willingly to spare yourself some pain." His disdainful expression dismissed her as a threat. Instinctively, Xie Sisi summoned her spiritual energy and executed a move from the falling sunset sword technique. The initial strike, divided into 3 forms, saw sword energy condensing on the Luing sword, bursting forth from its tip in a dazzling flash, reminiscent of the sun's last rays cascading upon the river, forming a brilliant golden beam in the space between heaven and earth. This seemingly magnificent golden light was deceptively sharp, cleaving through all obstacles before it. The middle-aged man was momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance, only to feel an excruciating pain in his hand, unable to suppress a cry of agony. To his horror, he discovered his left hand had been severed. The sword's light did not cease after injuring him. It continued its descent towards the floor of the hall, leaving a deep gash in its wake. The onlookers gasped in shock. No one had anticipated this seemingly adorable young girl to exhibit such ferocity and skill. She must have reached at least the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement. Otherwise, such power in a single strike was unfathomable. Instantly, the crowd's perception of Xie Sisi transformed. With such prowess at such a young age, she must belong to a prominent family or a revered sect. Not only did the onlookers feel this way, but Xie Sisi herself was taken aback. It was her first time fighting, and she had no idea her sword strike possessed such tremendous force that it could sever a hand. Though she understood this was the norm in the ruthless world of cultivation, having come from a civilized society made it difficult for her to accept, and she felt somewhat guilty for dealing such a heavy blow. These events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for Xie Sisi to dwell on her guilt. The middle-aged man, enraged by the loss of his hand, swung the hammer down towards her, bellowing, "You little wretch, you seek death." Xie Sisi hastily raised the Luing sword to defend herself. Initially, she fumbled under pressure, nearly falling into peril several times. However, as the skirmish prolonged, she began to find her rhythm. This sensation was entirely different from her rigid sword training on the peak. Now, she understood what Xiao Jianyu meant by applying sword techniques dynamically. Xiao Jianyu allowed Xie Sisi to engage the middle-aged man because the latter was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, only 2 minor realms above her. Sword cultivators could typically battle above their level, and given that Xie Sisi possessed 5 spiritual roots, her spiritual energy reserves were 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator. The longer the battle endured, the more advantageous it became for her. Indeed, while the middle-aged man initially held the upper hand, he gradually showed signs of decline, eventually being pressed back by Xie Sisi. Ultimately, she managed to bring her sword to rest at his dantian. "You have lost." Xie Sisi panted slightly, her eyes gleaming with intensity. The middle-aged man momentarily stiffened, then, in defeat, nodded, "I concede." He appeared as proud as a peacock in that moment. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from behind, carrying with it a chilling sense of danger. Chapter 31. Shall we continue the fight? The 2 parties were alarmingly close when the middle-aged man launched a sudden attack. Xie Sisi realized it was too late to evade. Gasps of shock erupted around her, as onlookers cast sympathetic glances toward the young girl, foreseeing her imminent injury. With a resounding crash, a heavy blow struck the invisible barrier, compressing the air and generating rippling waves. The wall was marred by spider-web-like cracks. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, blood spewed forth, and he slid down the wall, unconscious. The hall fell into an eerie silence as people stared in disbelief at Xie Sisi. They were astonished to discover that this young girl possessed a defensive artifact. This revelation further solidified their suspicions about her lineage, prompting silent contemplation about which prestigious family or sect she hailed from. The red-clad girl's expression shifted multiple times. Though brash, she was not oblivious to the situation. The two disciples before her effortlessly incapacitated her companions, seemingly unperturbed by her status as the sixth young lady of the town mayor's family, exuding an air of confidence. Regret began to creep into her mind. Why hadn't she restrained herself and avoided this confrontation? If her opponent truly wielded significant influence, her father would not protect her. To him, children were merely pawns for profit, and should they threaten his interests, he would be the first to dispose of her. The more she pondered, the more regretful she became. She wished to say something to ease the tension, but found herself at a loss for words, standing there looking utterly vexed. Xiao Jianyu ignored the surrounding crowd, focusing instead on instructing Xie Sisi. Today, my dear junior sister, I impart upon you your first lesson. Never expose your back to the enemy. Have you considered the consequences you would have faced without a defensive artifact? No amount of teaching could compare to first-hand experience, which was precisely why the senior brother had agreed to take his junior sister down the mountain for training. Xie Sisi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. In that perilous moment, she had completely forgotten about her defensive artifact, consumed only by the thought of her impending doom. She regretted not having struck her opponent down, leaving herself vulnerable to danger. She lamented her gullibility in believing the opponent's surrender and subsequently lowering her guard. Though she was unharmed now, the fear and remorse she had experienced were all too real. Through this ordeal, Xie Sisi finally grasped the harsh realities of the cultivation world. It was not merely a phrase about the weak being devoured by the strong, it was a stark struggle for survival. Previously, she had not felt this deeply, retaining some of her past life's softness and compassion. But realizing that such naivety would only lead to her downfall, she swiftly cast aside those misplaced sentiments. Ultimately, in her previous life as an orphan, she had managed to protect her parents' home amidst the predatory behavior of relatives, raising herself and excelling in her studies. She was, in essence, a person of resolve. It was her failure to adapt her mindset that had made her hesitant about inflicting harm. Yet, now that her life had nearly been forfeit, to speak of mercy would be a disservice to herself. Having come to this realization, Xie Sisi earnestly thanked Xiao Jianyu. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Since a feud has been established, it is best to sever all ties and eliminate any potential threats. As she contemplated her first act of violence, a sense of discomfort welled up within her. Her hands trembled slightly. Nevertheless, she recognized that this was a necessary experience she must endure and grow accustomed to. Suppressing her unease, Xie Sisi fixed her steely gaze upon the red-clad girl. Shall we continue? Chapter 32. Enlightenment. The girl in the red dress, pale-faced, took a step back, her eyes scanning the guards sprawled across the ground in disarray. These guards were all cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, the strongest among them having reached the 9th level. Yet they were utterly powerless against these siblings. Particularly, the male figure, whom she observed merely raised his hand, and those who besieged him fell to the ground. How can one fight under such circumstances? The girl in red bit her lip, striving to regain her composure. I acknowledge your prowess. However, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. In our vicinity, you are fully aware of my identity. Do you dare to act against me, disregarding my father? She paused. I am not unreasonable. You have damaged my whip and spoken disrespectfully. I have retaliated, and we can consider this matter settled, shall we? Xie Sisi? The manner of this lesson is exquisite. As for who is teaching whom, that remains ambiguous. First, she brought out the town head, warning them not to go too far. Then she used the term lesson to obscure the events, preserving her own dignity through her words. It must be said that this sixth young lady is not only adaptable and astute, but also quite eloquent. Xie Sisi remained silent, turning her gaze to Xiao Jianyu. Xiao Jianyu looked at the girl in red and commanded, "Leave." The girl in red secretly sighed in relief. Casting a wary glance at Xiao Jianyu as she beckoned her guards, "Let us go." The guards struggled to rise, carrying the body of the middle-aged man, following the girl in red as they retreated in a dejected manner. The people in the hall watched the siblings with trepidation, swallowing hard, instinctively distancing themselves from the two. Xie Sisi was still engulfed in the shadow of her first kill. As they departed, the tension dissipated, and she sat on a stool, her expression one of disinterest. Xiao Jianyu understood her feelings at this moment. Unless one is inherently abnormal, no one would remain calm and unperturbed after their first act of killing. He recalled his own initial experience, which left him unsettled for several days before he regained his composure. This process cannot be substituted by anyone, it must be traversed alone. He sighed internally, feeling a twinge of regret for perhaps being a bit too hasty. After all, his junior sister was only 6 years old. He should have waited until she was older before exposing her to such trials. However, on second thought, once she embarked on the path of cultivation, she would inevitably face various dangers. In this realm of contention against heaven, earth, and man, no one would offer her special treatment simply because of her youth. Having him to protect her now, allowing her to confront the harsh realities of the cultivation world early on, is indeed the best arrangement. Otherwise, should he and his fellow brothers fail to safeguard her one day, and she suffers a grave loss due to her kindness, that would be a regret beyond measure. This sentiment is perhaps shared by every parent, the desire for their child to grow while fearing the potential harm that growth may entail. They wish they could impart their years of accumulated life experience into their child's mind in an instant. With such events unfolding, the appetite for food was lost. Xiao Jianyu ruffled Xie Sisi's bun, encouraging her with a smile. "You did wonderfully, junior sister. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. You did nothing wrong. You handled it remarkably, far better than what the second brother did back then." Seeing the concern and worry in Xiao Jianyu's eyes, Xie Sisi understood he was attempting to alleviate her fears of developing psychological scars. She suppressed her discomfort and feigned curiosity. Really? What was the second brother like back then? Noticing her expression had softened, Xiao Jianyu felt relieved and seized the moment to shift the topic. Let me tell you about the time, my dear junior sister. I was not nearly as strong as you." As he spoke, he led Xie Sisi out, wandering through the town. Soon, she became engrossed in the various new sights, her mind distracted from thoughts of killing. At the town head's residence, have we traced the origins of the person who clashed with the little sixth lady? Town head Xue stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze sharp as he regarded the newcomer. The newcomer shook his head. "They have just arrived in the town today." Seemingly unaware of the sixth young lady's martial recruitment event. However, that little girl is a sword cultivator. Those present remarked that her swordsmanship is exceptionally fierce, with strikes accompanied by flashes of light, easily severing Wang De's hand. Town head Xue's eyes narrowed, suddenly recalling something, yet he found it hard to believe. How old is that little girl? She appears to be about 6 or 7 years old. 6 or 7. Town head Xue gasped. Could it truly be that little ancestor? If so, then she is not someone a mere town head like me can afford to offend. Although he no longer served as an official in the sect, he had not severed ties with it. A month ago, he had heard of the ruckus surrounding a betting event in the sect's marketplace. Knowing that the protagonist was the newly accepted disciple of the pure young real person, a 6-year-old girl with 5 spiritual roots. There was little information about this girl, but being favored by the pure young real person surely indicated her remarkable talents. Fengyuan town falls under the purview of the Tianyi sect, now with a sword-wielding girl appearing. He immediately associated her with the pure young real person's new disciple. The man accompanying the girl was likely her senior brother, one of the pure young real person's disciples, though it remained unclear which one. Whether it is or not, a visit will clarify. With such thoughts in mind, Townhead Shui decided not to take anyone with him and left on his own. What is this? Xie Sisi squatted in front of a stall, examining a piece of yellow stone. No matter how she looked at it, it appeared to be an ordinary rock, devoid of any remarkable qualities. Yet, how could a mundane stone be put up for sale? Could this be a mineral containing fine gold? Xiao Jianyu hesitated, uncertain. As a sword cultivator at a certain level, one must forge their own weapons, so he had some knowledge of refining materials. However, he had only ever used premium fine gold, and this low-grade mineral was a first for him. The stall vendor, noticing someone knowledgeable had arrived, smiled eagerly. Good eye, friend. This is indeed fine gold ore, which I stumbled upon by chance. Extracting the fine gold from it and incorporating it into weapons can enhance their sharpness. If you are interested, I can sell it to you at a discount. Xie Sisi turned to Xiao Jianyu and inquired, is he telling the truth? Xiao Jianyu nodded. Fine gold can indeed enhance the sharpness of weapons. However, the amount contained in this stone, once extracted, would barely sharpen a needle. It is of little use. Oh! Xie Sisi glanced at it for a few moments before setting the fine gold ore down and continuing to explore other items. Since entering the sect, she had devoted herself entirely to cultivation. Apart from the minor spells and sword techniques taught by her master, she had scarcely learned anything else, and she had never visited the sect's library even once. Now, after this outing, she realized there was still much she needed to learn. Initially, the stall owner was enthusiastic about his wares, but upon realizing Xie Sisi was merely browsing without buying, his enthusiasm waned. Constrained by Xiao Jianyu's profound presence, he even felt inclined to roll his eyes at her. What is this? Xie Sisi picked up a piece of sheepskin near a pile of herbs. Xiao Jianyu, unfamiliar with it, looked toward the stall owner. The stall owner, initially reluctant to respond, finally spoke under the pressure of Xiao Jianyu's gaze. It's a treasure map, found alongside that piece of fine gold ore. I'm not sure where it leads. The sheepskin bore a haphazard drawing of lines, and upon closer inspection, Xie Sisi indeed noticed the words treasure map scrawled on it. Intrigued, Xie Sisi asked, how much for this treasure map? The stall owner replied, this thing is clearly a scam. Who would actually believe it? Upon observing Xie Sisi's expression, he began to understand. Only a child like her would fall for such a ruse. He busily exclaimed, one low-grade spirit stone. Let me tell you, I am only unable to seek this treasure myself because I am occupied with setting up my stall. Imagine if this treasure map were genuine. Wouldn't that lead to fortune? Isn't it worth a single spirit stone for such a possibility? As he spoke, he covertly cast glances at Xiao Jianyu, fearing that he might suddenly interject and disrupt this transaction. Chapter 33. The expression split. Fortunately, Xiao Jianyu remained silent. To him, a low-grade spirit stone held little value. As long as his little junior sister was happy, spending it was justified. If she later realized she had been deceived, this experience could serve as a valuable lesson, rendering the expenditure worthwhile. However, Xie Sisi instinctively began to haggle. You expect me to trade a spirit stone for this tattered sheepskin? It's far too costly. Are you trying to swindle me just because of my age? The vendor replied, this is not a mere sheepskin, it is a treasure map. Xie Sisi pinched one corner of the sheepskin and disdainfully remarked, if it were truly a treasure map, would you be willing to sell it? To be honest, I only found it amusing and considered purchasing it for that reason, but if the price is too steep, then I shall forego it. The vendor was left speechless by Xie Sisi's retort. He had initially thought her an easy mark, only to realize she was quite perceptive, making him appear foolish by comparison. He had merely stumbled upon this treasure map and hoped to make a quick profit. Even the smallest gain was better than none, yet he felt reluctant to concede. After a moment's thought, he asked, what do you suggest? A spirit stone is already the lowest price I can offer. I cannot reduce it further. In the realm of cultivation, currency begins with low-grade spirit stones. Gold and silver from the mundane world holds no value for us. Xie Sisi had already devised a plan. A spirit stone for the sheepskin is excessive. How about this? You can throw in something extra for me as a bonus, and I will purchase the sheepskin. The vendor was taken aback. This tactic sounded somewhat familiar. He scrutinized Xie Sisi and then glanced at Xiao Jianyu, beginning to suspect that these two might have discovered some hidden treasure within his humble stall. Perhaps they intended to use the pretext of purchasing the sheepskin to abscond with a valuable item. Feeling a bit wary, he inquired, "What kind of bonus are you looking for?" Xie Sisi casually pointed, "How about this? Could this fragment possibly be a treasure?" The vendor swiftly picked up the fragment, stating, "This is something I wish to keep. It is not for sale." Xie Sisi frowned and pointed to another item. "What about this one?" The vendor shook his head again. "That one is also not available." This is quite valuable. I cannot part with it for just one spirit stone." "Then I will add more money." "Adding money won't change anything." Xie Sisi glared at him, her small hand slapping the stall forcefully. Her demeanor fierce. "If this isn't for sale, and that isn't either, are you deliberately trying to play me for a fool?" Xiao Jianyu placed his hand on his sword hilt in a supportive gesture. The vendor thought to himself, "If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't win in a fight, I would shout that I am closing up shop for the day and selling nothing." After much deliberation, his gaze landed on a piece of fine gold ore. This can be included as your bonus. If you are still unsatisfied, that is no longer my concern, as I am giving it away." Xie Sisi accepted the fine gold ore with a look of disdain. "What is this? After all that, you just offer me a worthless rock? You are quite stingy." The vendor chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. Xie Sisi said no more, collecting the fine gold ore and the treasure map, handing him a spirit stone while casually asking, "Where did you find this treasure map?" The vendor, puzzled, wondered if that fine gold ore truly held some value. Perhaps it was just an ordinary stone after all? He felt conflicted about the sale, not displaying much joy on his face. Hearing Xie Sisi's question, he replied with little enthusiasm, "I found it near the Dongshan forest. Many adventurers go there, frequently stumbling upon various odds and ends left behind by previous cultivators. I lack the strength to venture deeper. And I found the sheepskin and the fine gold ore on the outskirts." Xie Sisi shot him a curious glance, wondering why the vendor suddenly appeared so burdened by thoughts. However, it was of no concern to her. She merely found it intriguing and chose to disregard it. Mayor Xue exited the town hall and hurried to the tavern. Upon inquiry, he learned that the two siblings had gone out shopping. Given that Fengyuan town was in close proximity to Tianyi sect, it was plausible that some powerful figures might pass through. He speculated that the siblings were direct disciples of the Sword Peak, which is why, despite the convenience of using his spiritual sense to locate them, he did not dare to do so recklessly. Using spiritual sense to probe was a provocation for higher-level cultivators. His sixth daughter was already embroiled in conflict. If he were to probe further, it might provoke trouble. Until he confirmed the identities of those involved, he would not engage in such foolishness. As he continued his inquiries, he arrived at a market where loose cultivators sold their wares. Just in time to see Xiao Jianyu and Xie Sisi preparing to leave after making their purchases. He had previously observed the Sword Peak's direct disciples during the sect's grand competition from a distance. Although many years had passed, cultivators had excellent memories, and he had made an effort to remember their faces, thus recognizing Xiao Jianyu immediately. He inwardly gasped, realizing how fortunate he was for his caution had he acted carelessly. He might have inadvertently antagonized a direct disciple of the sect. Anger simmered within him regarding his daughter's penchant for trouble. His mind raced as he pondered how to establish a favorable relationship with the sect's direct disciples. In the sect, hierarchy was paramount. As a direct disciple and a golden core cultivator, Xiao Jianyu was someone he should respect and address as senior brother. Xie Sisi glanced at her brother's youthful face, which could enchant anyone, and then at the approaching elder, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. How could this old man dare to call her brother senior brother? Before she could fully process her thoughts, the old man looked down at her and smiled obsequiously. You must be the newly accepted junior sister of pure young real person, correct? Xie Sisi was bewildered, her mind filled with question marks. It took her a moment to realize that he was addressing her as junior sister, and her expression instantly transformed. Chapter 34. Moving into the mayor's residence, Xie Sisi, donning the fresh identity of a junior sister, entered the mayor's residence alongside Xiao Jianyu, both graciously welcomed by Mayor Xue. Their initial reluctance to visit was dispelled by the mayor's insistence that it would be more convenient for them to stay at the mayor's residence to observe the upcoming martial arts competition for marriage. Delighted by their agreement, Mayor Xue promptly sent servants to cancel their reservations at the inn and personally ensured that the brother-sister duo was comfortably settled in. Noticing Xie Sisi's youthful demeanor, the mayor thoughtfully brought over some delightful novelties that children typically enjoy. He had initially considered assigning some servants to attend to them, but both Xie Sisi and Xiao Jianyu preferred privacy and politely declined. Feel free to command the servants for anything you require during your stay, Mayor Xue urged, emphasizing the bustling atmosphere of the residence as the competition approached. Should any inconsiderate individuals cause you trouble, rest assured, you may handle it as you see fit without concern for my reputation. Xiao Jianyu nodded. Please, attend to your own matters. We are merely here to enjoy the festivities. We shall depart once the competition concludes. With a cheerful acknowledgement, Mayor Xue left. Their accommodation in the mayor's residence proved far more comfortable than the inn. To win their favor, Mayor Xue had arranged a lavish courtyard with meticulously decorated rooms. Xie Sisi retrieved her little rabbit and the proud feathered creature from her spirit beast pouch. This place is expansive. You both should come out for some fresh air. The little rabbit twitched its nose, nuzzled against Xie Sisi's hand, and hopped off to nibble on the spiritual herbs in the courtyard. Fool, that girl is deceiving you. Dry spiritual herbs cannot compare to something fresh and delicious, the feathered creature scoffed, strutting around the courtyard with an air of superiority. After half a month of confinement, its opportunities to stretch its wings had been exceedingly rare, always under the watchful gaze of a certain male cultivator. Consequently, it could only vent its frustration by teasing the naive rabbit. The rabbit, unfazed, continued to munch on the herbs. Hey, I'm talking to you. The feathered creature, feeling slighted, sauntered over and pecked at the little rabbit. Enough. If you continue to bully my little one, I shall pluck every single feather from you. Xie Sisi firmly grasped the creature's crown, as if seizing its very lifeblood. Instantly intimidated, it ceased its movements, uttering soft chirps. Let go, you little brat. I won't bother it any longer. The rabbit, with its crimson eyes, seemed to revel in the feathered creature's plight, savoring its meal even more. Xie Sisi released her grip and playfully flicked the creature on its forehead. Should I catch you bullying it again, I shall indeed pluck you bare. The feathered creature, seething but silent, begrudgingly retreated. What? Those siblings were welcomed into the residence by my father? Sixth Miss Xue Qian's expression darkened with fury. After leaving the inn and overcoming her initial panic, her heart seethed with resentment. As the daughter of the mayor, she had always been pampered. This was the first time she had suffered such a significant setback. With her subordinates injured or dead, the townsfolk must be mocking her behind her back. The more she contemplated, the more bitterness she felt. She recognized that the siblings were formidable adversaries. Yet, before she could act, her father had already invited them into the residence. Moreover, the master decreed that they are esteemed guests, and anyone who dares to offend them shall be dragged out and punished severely. Xue Qian's complexion turned ashen. Her father's words were clearly directed at her. He held her in such disdain, expecting her to contribute to the family after her marriage? The maidservant, too frightened to meet Xue Qian's gaze, lowered her head and murmured. The master also instructed the steward to convey that Xue Qian's voice turned icy. What is it? The maidservant's head drooped even lower. Before the martial arts competition concludes, you are to remain in the courtyard and focus on your cultivation, avoiding any outings. With a crash, Xue Qian shattered the corner of the table. In her fury, she found an unusual calmness and composed herself, clapping her hands. Go! Inform my seventh sister of that young man's distinguished background. She cast a fleeting glance at the maidservant. You know how to phrase it, don't you? The maidservant, a trusted confidant, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Rest assured, Miss. Seventh Miss longs to marry into a prominent family, and this young man certainly seems to have an extraordinary lineage. She will not let this opportunity slip by. A smile crept onto Xue Qian's face, her eyes glinting coldly. Seventh sister has long mocked me for participating in the martial arts competition, intending to marry a nameless wandering cultivator. As her elder sister, how could I allow her to follow my path? If an opportunity arises, I shall certainly assist her. From a young age, she had understood that she was a pawn in her father's schemes. Her mother often advised her that to alter her fate and gain her father's regard, she must strive diligently in her cultivation and demonstrate her worth. However, her birth mother was a commoner, and her father's spiritual roots were mediocre at best. Thus, how could hers be any better? With a subpar spirit root, only marginally better than a waste root, despite years of relentless training, she had barely attained the second level of qi refinement. Despite her efforts to curry favor with her father, he had never regarded her with any significance. Now, she was treated like a commodity, tossed into the fray for a group of insipid men to vie over. All while her father profited from the competition by charging entry fees. Just the thought of it filled her with unquenchable hatred. If she could not attain happiness, she would ensure that no one else could either. Sir, I have prepared some peach blossom pastries for you. Do give them a try. Do they suit your palate? Xie Sisi, engrossed in regulating her spiritual energy, was startled by a delicate voice from outside. Leave. Xiao Jianyu's cold voice cut through the air. How rude. My lady has kindly come to see you, and you dare to tell her to leave. Do you not remember whose territory this is? Recognizing the escalating situation, Xie Sisi quickly ceased her cultivation and made her way outside. Upon opening the door, she was met with Xiao Jianyu's disgusted expression directed at a girl clad in pink. Chapter 35. The enchantress. The girl appeared to be merely 15 or 16, her visage strikingly beautiful and alluring. Her voice, as melodious as a nightingale, flowed sweetly and gracefully, and every strand of her hair exuded an irresistible charm. It was no surprise that even women found themselves weak-kneed in her presence, yearning to hold her close and shower her with affection. Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing as if a fawn had taken residence within. Abruptly, a soft command pierced her reverie. Close your eyes. Instinctively, she complied, and a cool sensation enveloped her mind, soothing the tumultuous thoughts that had plagued her. Though she inhabited a youthful form, her soul was that of an adult. Having been influenced by various dramas from her past life, she quickly realized she had fallen into a trap. No wonder her senior brother bore a scowl towards that woman. It was clear the latter harbored ill intentions. Regret washed over her for being so careless. Had her brother not been there, she might have found herself in grave danger. While her mind raced with chaotic thoughts, her expression remained innocent and perplexed. Brother, what just happened? The flicker of anger in Xiao Jianyu's eyes vanished upon seeing she was unharmed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. You have fallen victim to her enchanting arts. At your tender age, with limited cultivation and weak spiritual strength, you were susceptible to her allure. However, as you grow in power, you will find it far more challenging to be ensnared. Xie Sisi nodded, now on guard. She turned her gaze back to the woman, irritation bubbling within her. Who are you? Why did you use enchanting arts on me? Xue Dai nearly sputtered in disbelief. Who would attempt to enchant a mere child? Her true target was the handsome young man who exuded an aura of nobility. Initially, she had intended to approach him more subtly, creating a chance encounter to foster a natural friendship. However, upon overhearing her maid discussing the siblings' brief visit, she felt pressed for time. Thus, she brazenly brought forth a platter of peach blossom pastries to test the waters. being the most beautiful among her sisters. She was aware that her father intended to arrange marriages for them and would not overly concern himself with their futures. Hence, under her mother's guidance, she had mastered the art of enchantment to attract a scion of a prominent family or an inner disciple of a grand sect. Her father was quite pleased with her ambition, favoring her above her siblings. Consequently, her maidservants held a more privileged position than those of her sisters. Upon their first meeting, after exchanging just a few words, her maid, Xiao Chui, had already begun to assert herself over the distinguished guest. Shui Dai's excessive indulgence of the maid had led her to believe she could use her to assert dominance. However, the damage was done, and no words could amend it. Fearing a tarnished reputation would hinder future interactions, Shui Dai instinctively resorted to her enchanting arts, only to inadvertently ensnare the wrong person. While the intended target remained unharmed, the one who should have been enchanted had instead become entranced. Shui Dai's frustration mounted, feeling that her fortunes had turned ill on this day. Yet she could not show it. Adopting a contrite demeanor, she half-squatted to apologize. "I am truly sorry. I am still mastering this technique and often use it unconsciously. Please forgive me." To justify her actions would be futile. It was better to acknowledge the mishap and maintain her dignity. "As a gesture of goodwill, I invite you to Linglong Pavilion tomorrow. There are many delightful trinkets there. Feel free to take whatever you fancy, and I shall cover the expenses as an apology." Internally, she commended her own cleverness. That handsome young man seemed difficult to approach directly, so winning over this little girl first would be a strategic move. "I am the seventh young lady of the house, Shui Dai. You may call me Sister Shui. My courtyard is not far from here. You can visit me anytime." However, Xie Sisi believed not a word of it. What did it mean to be still learning the arts of seduction? It was evident that Shui Dai had intended to entice her senior brother. Had she approached with sincerity, Xie Sisi might have been more understanding. Yet, employing enchanting arts was crossing a line. It was akin to using aphrodisiacs for nefarious purposes. Fuming, Xie Sisi furrowed her brow, casting a disapproving glare at Shui Dai. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not understand the distinction of rank? Your father addresses me as junior sister, yet you wish for me to call you sister? Are you suggesting your father should address you as sister as well? Or are you secretly dissatisfied with him, seeking to humiliate him with this charade?" Her words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving Shui Dai little room to interject. Each statement seemed to drain the color from Shui Dai's face, and after several failed attempts to defend herself, she was nearly in tears. "It's all my fault. I shall take my leave." With a hasty bow, she fled, accompanied by her maid, fearing further humiliation at the hands of this audacious child. This incident only solidified Shui Dai's determination to win over Xiao Jianyu. If her father would address a mere child as junior sister, it hinted at the latter's high status. Clearly, that handsome young man was not of ordinary lineage either. With a day still remaining, she resolved to devise a plan, convinced an opportunity would present itself. Once Shui Dai had departed, Xie Sisi turned her attention to Xiao Jianyu, scrutinizing him intently. Perplexed, he queried, "Why do you regard me with such a peculiar gaze?" With a playful click of her tongue, she succinctly declared, "A blue-eyed disaster." Xiao Jianyu, incredulous, gestured to himself. "What did you just say? You dare label your beloved second brother a blue-eyed disaster? Within a single day, 2 beauties have fallen under your spell. What else could you call it?" The tales spoke of a handsome man surrounded by a throng of women, branding him a blue-eyed disaster. Alas, at such a tender age, what transgressions had he committed to be ensnared by this so-called disaster? Xiao Jianyu felt a throbbing at his temples. He had never realized that his young junior sister possessed such a flair for theatrics. Ruffling her bun mischievously, he adopted a mock-serious expression. "From now on, refrain from reading those frivolous tales. Such nonsense should not cloud the mind of a good child." Seeing Xie Sisi being teased, the bald-headed creature erupted in laughter. Xie Sisi, freeing her hair from her brother's grasp, dashed after the creature, declaring, "How dare you observe my spectacle? Watch as I pluck every last feather from you. Help! Help! The creature cried in fright, scampering away with its delicate legs. Little Tuzzy shifted position, avoiding the fray, and calmly resumed nibbling on the spiritual herbs. While he wished to broaden his junior sister's horizons, he was reluctant for her to be exposed to such chaos too soon. This time, he would let it slide. But should there be a next time, he would not be so lenient. Chapter 36. The attack. The events transpiring in the courtyard swiftly reached the ears of Mayor Xue. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, "Given that Shaoqi harbors such ambitions, it would be unwise for me to impede her. I shall let her pursue her path. Keep a close watch and inform me of any developments at once." The steward acknowledged with a nod and withdrew. Mayor Xue narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of shrewdness flitting across them. Possessing the three elemental roots of metal, wood, and earth, he had languished in the outer sect for many years, barely reaching the foundation establishment stage. Although the role of an outer sect steward sounded commendable, it was bereft of substantial rewards. His inferior roots necessitated a vast array of resources for advancement, and a mere outer sect steward could hardly fulfill that requirement. Coincidentally, a mishap had befallen the mayor of Fengyuan town, prompting the sect to seek a replacement. He seized the opportunity, volunteering to take the position. While the spiritual energy in Fengyuan town was not as rich as that within the sect, the mayoral position afforded ample external wealth. Various families in the town, eager to forge connections, willingly offered spirit stones and even women. He accepted their offerings without hesitation, utilizing the spirit stones to purchase elixirs and arrange spirit-gathering formations. Gradually, he managed to break through to the golden core stage. Furthermore, he forged alliances through marriages with the offspring of these women, thus expanding his network. It can be said that his current status was entirely due to his audacity and cunning. Now, with a ready opportunity to establish ties with the sect's direct disciples, he would certainly not let it slip away. If Shaoqi could captivate Xiao Jianyu, he would bask in the ensuing glory. Conversely, should she provoke the latter and face consequences, he would feel no remorse, for he had many children and could easily afford to lose one. Xie Sisi engaged in playful antics with the bald-haired creature, only to be subsequently fed sword techniques by Xiao Jianyu, her stomach beginning to grumble. At that moment, Mayor Xue entered with a maid, bearing food. The provisions in the manor are modest. Brother Xiao and junior sister will have to make do with these. Xiao Jianyu had long since embarked on a fasting regimen, indifferent to food. Xie Sisi, now at the 5th level of qi refinement and still in her growth phase, felt hunger pangs with every bite omitted. Upon seeing the delectable spread before her, her mouth watered uncontrollably. Noticing the restrained expression on Xie Sisi's face, Mayor Xue felt a swell of pride. The dishes he presented, though appearing ordinary, had been meticulously selected, crafted from top-grade spirit rice and spirit vegetables. Even the chef was a culinary cultivator. It was no exaggeration to say that even the finest chefs in grand restaurants could scarcely replicate such a meal. He had exerted considerable effort to please Xiao Jianyu and his sister. Xiao Jianyu nodded slightly. "Thank you for your efforts." Mayor Xue beamed. "It is my honor to provide for Brother Xiao and junior sister." He lowered himself greatly. Despite being referred to as a golden core ancestor by outsiders, he knew well that in the presence of Xiao Jianyu, his status was negligible. Aware that the siblings preferred solitude, he exchanged a few words before discreetly taking his leave. "Now let us dine." Xiao Jianyu washed his hands, peeling shrimp for Xie Sisi as he spoke. "Your swordplay has reached mastery, yet your practical experience is lacking. And your adaptability in combat is insufficient. As we pass through the Dongshan forest on our way to Tianjin City, we shall linger there for a few days, allowing you to practice against spirit beasts." Xie Sisi nodded while eating, recalling the treasure map she had purchased, and eagerly produced it. "Brother, do you think this treasure map could lead to real treasures?" Casting a cleansing spell to rid his hands of grease, Xiao Jianyu took a glance at the map. It is merely a common piece of sheepskin. The lines upon it appear haphazardly drawn, with some inaccuracies in their placements. It is highly likely that someone fabricated this to deceive. As he spoke, he pointed out the details to Xie Sisi. This map seems to depict the terrain surrounding the Dongshan forest, indicating several paths into it. However, these two lines are evidently erroneous. There are no such routes within the forest. Do not inquire how I know this. The truth is, I was once cast into the Dongshan forest by the pure young real person for training, spending an entire year within, facing life-threatening situations repeatedly, nearly succumbing to despair. It was only when my senior brother intervened, halting my master's grueling training, that I was rescued. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Jianyu imparted a lesson. Remember, no wandering cultivator you encounter is without merit. Even if their insights do not match those cultivated within the sect, their instincts honed through life experiences often surpass those of most disciples. If genuine treasures existed, they would sense them, and such riches would not be easily relinquished. Thus, do not harbor fantasies of stumbling upon a fortune. Xie Sisi sighed, not overly disheartened. I read in novels that protagonists often stumble upon treasures during their journeys. Hence, I wish to try my luck. Xiao Jianyu was left speechless. In the future, read fewer novels. Xie Sisi nodded earnestly. I shall refrain from reading them henceforth. They are merely imaginative works from my past life, and now I cannot even access them. After their meal, an uneventful night passed. The following morning, Xie Sisi completed her meditation and, feeling rejuvenated, pulled Xiao Jianyu out for a stroll. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Shui Dai. Clad in an ethereal gown of smoke and mist adorned with butterflies, and with a delicate purple hibiscus flower pinned in her hair, she appeared angelic, exuding an air of otherworldliness that contrasted with her previous sultry demeanor. As Shui Dai approached from a different path, she momentarily paused upon seeing them, her face breaking into a graceful smile. Young Master Xiao Sisi, are you heading out? As she spoke, she discreetly observed Xiao Jianyu's reaction. Having dressed provocatively the day before to no avail, she hoped this new style would elicit a favorable response. After all, her beauty was undeniable, and, even without charm techniques, her careful grooming could easily incite jealousy among many cultivators. Xiao Jianyu offered her naught but a sidelong glance, guiding Xie Sisi past her without acknowledgement. Shui Dai's expression fell as she stomped her foot in frustration, internally cursing the uncouth man who wasted such a flawless visage. Fortunately, she had a backup plan. Today, she was determined to establish a connection with them. Tomorrow marks the day of the martial arts competition for marriage proposals, and today is the final day for registration. A long line of eager participants, predominantly wandering cultivators and the scions of fallen families, formed outside the mayor's residence. Xie Sisi eyed them with curiosity, noting that some approached them after registering, attempting to ingratiate themselves and glean information. Xiao Jianyu, feeling overwhelmed, subtly released his golden core pressure, causing them to hesitate. Once they had moved away, he retracted his aura, resuming their leisurely stroll. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. A frenzied serrated wolf charged through the crowd, barreling towards Xie Sisi. Its gaping maw, lined with sharp fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight, emanated a foul stench even before it drew near. The frenzied wolf moved with alarming speed, and before Xie Sisi could react, its massive head loomed before her. "Sisi, watch out!" A voice called out in urgent distress. Faster than the serrated wolf was a figure clad in smoke and mist. Chapter 37. The injury. Xie Sisi began to suspect whether she had an unfortunate disposition, as it seemed that every time she ventured outside, calamity awaited her. While she was simply walking along the road, she was not only attacked by a ferocious spirit beast, but also ambushed by someone. Truly, misfortune had taken residence in her life. When the serrated wolf launched its assault, she was caught off guard and momentarily stunned. However, she felt no fear. Her second senior brother was beside her, and she was confident he would shield her from harm. Even if he were to falter, she possessed defensive artifacts that would ensure her safety. Yet, calamity often strikes without warning. Xiao Jianyu quickly discerned that the rampaging serrated wolf was a second-tier spirit beast, far beyond Xie Sisi's capabilities to handle. Without hesitation, he engaged the beast, inadvertently neglecting Xie Sisi. Just as she had thought she was safe, she found herself tackled to the ground. The defensive artifacts only responded to injuries that exceeded her body's threshold for pain. Since the assailant bore no ill intent, the artifacts remained dormant, leading to Xie Sisi being knocked down with considerable force, landing flat on the ground. Pain radiated through her face and hands, and it was evident that her skin had been broken. The person who had fallen atop her spoke in a tone of self-righteousness. "Sisi, do not fear. I shall protect you. I will not allow this beast to harm you." Xie Sisi was furious, her thoughts racing with expletives. Drawing from her extensive experience from her past life, she wagered that this incident had nothing to do with the seventh young lady. She would bet her head on it. What a coincidence it was that she was suddenly attacked just as this seventh young lady appeared. Did she intend to lure her second senior brother? Was she using her as a decoy, believing her small stature made her easy to manipulate? Channeling her internal spiritual energy, Xie Sisi forcefully pushed Xuetia away. "That's enough. I'm telling you, if the town mayor's residence does not provide me with an explanation for today's events, I will not let this matter rest." As she spoke, she stood up, but the sudden movement aggravated her facial wounds, causing her to grimace in pain. In her rage, she felt an overwhelming desire to kick Xuetia again. Xuetia, taken aback by the shove, was momentarily stunned until she heard Xie Sisi's words. Panic surged within her. Had her scheme been exposed? That was impossible. She had planned everything so discreetly. Even if it were to be revealed, it should not have happened so swiftly. Just as she contemplated defending herself, she noticed the injuries on Xie Sisi's face. Xie Sisi had delicate, porcelain-like skin that seemed almost fragile, making her appear quite endearing. However, at that moment, her face was marred with significant abrasions and bruises, presenting a truly pitiful sight. There was no doubt that these injuries were a direct result of her tackling. Xuetia immediately panicked. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. I just wanted to save you, and I didn't consider the consequences. I never intended for you to get hurt. Rest assured, I have healing salves. I will ensure you do not bear any scars." A voice from the crowd, recognizing Xuetia's identity, chimed in. The seventh young lady meant well. This young lady should not hold a grudge. If it weren't for the seventh young lady tackling you, you might have been bitten by the serrated wolf. Yes, although you were injured, it is not primarily the seventh young lady's fault. If you must blame someone, let it be the sudden appearance of the serrated wolf. Young lady, you must not be unable to distinguish right from wrong. While you have sustained some superficial injuries, Xuetia risked her life to save you, and you should be grateful. However, some sensed that the situation was awry and fell silent, merely observing from the sidelines. Xiao Jianyu, having dispatched the serrated wolf, turned to find his junior sister injured. His once languid eyes transformed into a piercing gaze as he approached, taking hold of Xie Sisi's face to examine her injuries, and, upon confirming they were only superficial, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning to Xuetia, he unleashed a pressure characteristic of a golden core cultivator. He was uncertain of the specifics, but since Xie Sisi had linked the incident to the mayor's residence, he resolved that none of its inhabitants would escape unscathed. Xuetia let out a terrified scream. As she attempted to rise, she was forcefully pushed back down, her face meeting the ground with a resounding thud. Xiao Jianyu, not yet satisfied, rubbed her face against the earth, his gaze sweeping across the onlookers. Does anyone else have something to say? Those who had previously supported Xuetia turned pale, lowering their heads in fear of speaking further. They had defended her in hopes of pleasing the mayor's residents, not out of genuine belief. Now, faced with a golden core cultivator, who would dare to provoke him? The two individuals who had initially supported Xuetia were among those whose faces drained of color. They wished to refuse, but found themselves too intimidated under the pressure of the golden core cultivator, ultimately complying with Xiao Jianyu's commands. Meanwhile, Mayor Xue, upon hearing the news, was livid, his face darkening. He had assumed his seventh daughter would exercise discretion. Even if something went awry, it would not escalate to a significant issue. To his dismay, she had recklessly caused injuries to Xie Sisi's face. Women value their beauty above all, and although Xie Sisi was young and could recover, her face was not something to be easily marred. The Jianfeng faction was known for being protective, and hearing that this favored junior sister had been harmed, Xiao Jianyu would undoubtedly seek retribution. What a blunder! Had he known, he would have confined her like the sixth child, preventing her from venturing outside. Cursing silently, he scrambled to remedy the situation. First, he needed to ascertain the details of the incident. Xuetie's actions had been careless, and the housekeeper had previously been instructed to keep a close eye on her. It wasn't too long before the entire sequence of events was unraveled and presented to Mayor Xue. When Xiao Jianyu arrived to demand answers, Mayor Xue dared not conceal the truth. This was not something that could be hidden. Should Xiao Jianyu become enraged, the consequences would be dire for the entire mayor's residence, and he would surely be replaced. Thus, he recounted everything in detail. This misguided girl, driven by her own whims, had plotted to create a crisis, intending to emerge as a hero and gain Xie Sisi's favor, hoping for an opportunity to interact more closely with her senior brother. Mayor Xue had little left to offer, and this time, he was willing to part with a precious item to quell Xiao Jianyu's wrath. It was a significant sacrifice indeed. Observing Mayor Xue's sincere demeanor, Xiao Jianyu's anger subsided somewhat as he accepted the item and handed it to Xie Sisi. Junior sister, how do you intend to punish her? Xuetie, trembling and kneeling on the ground, gazed up at Xie Sisi with tear-filled eyes. Regret washed over her. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have attempted to outsmart others. Xie Sisi had intentionally left her facial injuries untreated, wishing to retain evidence. She should never have stayed to watch the spectacle. Chapter 38. The Flight of the Bald One. With a resolute heart, he swiftly incapacitated Xue Dai by severing her dantian, deeming her lackluster spiritual roots a trivial matter. Her life could still serve a purpose in a strategic marriage. It must be acknowledged that his ascent to power was not solely attributed to audacity and cunning, but also to a merciless disposition. If Xue Dai met such a fate, those who aided her were bound to share a similar destiny. Even Xue Qian, who had once encouraged Xue Dai, was reprimanded by Mayor Xue. Were it not for the imminent martial competition for suitors, she would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Mayor Xue's actions further illuminated for Xie Sisi the brutal reality of the cultivation world. Life was as disposable as straw. It was not merely an idle expression. Especially in the eyes of high-tier cultivators, the lives of low-tier practitioners and mortals were akin to ants, insignificant and easily extinguished, with no one to advocate for them, nor any laws to punish their slayers. Xie Sisi felt immense relief that she had refrained from descending the mountain. Had she done so, she would have become just another expendable creature. With the support of her sect, even at the Qi refinement stage, she commanded respect. Relying on external forces is precarious. Relying on water is fleeting. Relying on anyone is inferior to relying on oneself. Only through personal strength can one cultivate fearlessness. She resolved to train diligently and elevate her abilities. Xiao Jianyu noticed that ever since they departed from Fengyuan town, his junior sister had been exceedingly diligent, consuming spirit stones at an alarming rate and rapidly advancing her cultivation. In just 3 days, she had broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. While this should have been a cause for celebration, Xiao Jianyu found no joy in it. His junior sister was far too young. Her rapid advancement in cultivation outpaced her mental fortitude, making her susceptible to inner demons, which could hinder her training and threaten her life. This concern was why he sought to take her down the mountain, to temper her pace and broaden her experiences. Previously, their journey had been carefree, but now, for reasons unknown, his junior sister seemed driven to devote even her fragmented moments to training. Xiao Jianyu was increasingly troubled. "Senior brother, why do you look at me like that?" Xie Sisi inquired, awakening from her meditative state to find Xiao Jianyu gazing at her with a furrowed brow, leaving her perplexed. "Junior sister," he replied, his tone heavy with concern, "your relentless pursuit of cultivation weighs upon me." "What do you mean?" she responded, genuinely confused. "You are still quite young. There is no need to push yourself so hard." Xie Sisi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "My teacher in the mundane world often taught me, a young person who does not engage in diligent study will only regret it when they grow old. I believe that studying and cultivation share a similar principle. And indeed, cultivation demands even greater diligence. After all, if one fails in their studies, they may simply live as a dandy. However, neglecting cultivation in the face of danger could cost one their life. One leads to a loss of prospects, the other could lead to the loss of life itself. Senior brother, do you not agree that one must strive even harder in cultivation?" Xiao Jianyu nodded. "Your reasoning is sound. Yet, as a young lady, can you not also indulge in a carefree life?" With a wave of her chubby hand, Xie Sisi replied, "That is not the point. The crux is to seize this precious time with effort. I may be young, but I understand this truth. Surely, senior brother, you comprehend it even better than I do." Of course, he conceded, unable to assert otherwise without feeling lesser than a young girl. Xie Sisi clapped her hands and exclaimed, "I knew we shared the same thoughts. Let us strive together." Before Xiao Jianyu could protest, she produced a pile of spirit stones and arranged a large gathering formation. "These spirit stones will sustain us for 2 days. Come on, senior brother." "That is entirely unnecessary. Thank you," he stammered, but faced with her eager gaze, he could not voice his refusal and reluctantly joined her in meditation and cultivation, secretly cursing his own verbosity. He had no desire to train. In the days that followed, Xiao Jianyu once again experienced the depths of hardship. Whenever there was a moment of leisure, Xie Sisi would drag him into cultivation, reminiscent of the days when their master compelled him to train, truly unbearable. "Woe is me, my junior sister is a relentless taskmaster. Spare me. I truly do not wish to cultivate." They no longer ventured into the Dongshan forest, nor did they leisurely travel by cart. Instead, they took a shortcut through a teleportation array to reach Tianjin City. Upon receiving the news, the city lord was somewhat bewildered. He turned to his trusted cultivator and said, "Didn't they say they would arrive later? Why are they here early? Have they uncovered something?" The trusted cultivator pondered. "This spirit stone mine was discovered by our people in secret. We took control of all who knew of it immediately. The news should not have leaked. Their early arrival may be due to other reasons. If they truly discovered our concealment of the spirit stone mine, they would have come quietly to gather evidence before confronting us, rather than notifying you." The city lord nodded. "Your reasoning holds merit. We must be prepared. Should they realize the existence of this spirit stone mine?" A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. In the cultivation world, mishaps were commonplace. It would simply be their misfortune. As a subsidiary of Tianyi sect, upon discovering a large mineral vein, they were obligated to report it to Tianyi sect, who would then dispatch individuals for investigation and allocation. However, this time, they had unearthed a substantial spirit stone mine, rich in superior and precious spirit stones. With this mine support over time, Tianjin City could potentially liberate itself from Tianyi sect, becoming a force second only to it. Naturally, he was unwilling to relinquish such a tremendous opportunity. The trusted cultivator acknowledged the order and departed to make arrangements. The city lord gazed skyward, filled with trepidation. He hoped for a peaceful resolution. In the lush green mountains, a vibrant green peacock spread its wings, soaring freely through the sky. "Haha, I have finally escaped." If it had arms, Bald One would surely be striking a triumphant pose. However, still in its untransformed state, it could only chirp in joyous exclamation. Alas! It was a tale steeped in sorrow. Having sneaked out from its clan to frolic, it had barely enjoyed a few carefree days before being pursued by a group of cultivators who sought to capture it. After a harrowing escape, it collapsed in the forest due to severe injuries. Upon awakening, It discovered its cultivation had plummeted to the first tier and that it had been captured, sold to Tianyi sect, and subsequently ended up in Xie Sisi's hands. Though it now enjoyed sustenance and ample spiritual energy for training, it had no desire to serve as a spirit companion, regardless of the favorable conditions. Moreover, those conditions were hardly enviable. The little imp often threatened it with plucked feathers. To top it off, it had been saddled with the dreadful name Bald One. How absurd. You are the Bald One. Your entire family is bald. Bald One reveled in its newfound freedom, contemplating where to wander next when suddenly an excited voice rang out. Senior brother, there's a green peacock spirit beast over there. Quickly help me catch it. Chapter 39. Yan Ruxiue versus the Bald Peacock. As Yan Ruxiue traversed the mountains, she was suddenly greeted by the melodious chirping of birds. Looking up, she beheld a magnificent green peacock soaring gracefully before her. Its vibrant plumage and elongated tail shimmered in the sunlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance with every gentle shake. In all her years, she had never encountered such a splendid avian creature. This was far more enchanting than the featherless peacock she had observed on Beast Peak. The moment she thought of Xie Sisi's displeasure, joy filled her heart. Senior brother, there's a green peacock. Please help me catch it, she exclaimed exuberantly. Accompanying her was Lu Su, the second disciple of the esteemed Xuanjue Zhenren, the same individual who had once accompanied her to Beast Peak and faced Xie Sisi's ire. He recalled the time he had promised to help his junior sister acquire a green peacock, only to return empty-handed and vexed. Upon hearing Yan Ruxiue's call, his eyes sparkled as he spotted the peacock in flight. Wait here, junior sister. I shall catch it for you, he declared, retrieving a beast-attracting pill from his storage ring and tossing it towards the bird. As an alchemist, while his combat abilities were lacking, he possessed an array of peculiar elixirs. The beast-attracting pill, a small yet potent concoction, emitted an irresistible aroma to spirit beasts. Once the peacock descended, he would seize the opportunity to capture it. What a delightful scent! I want to eat. The bald peacock, mid-flight, caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance that beckoned irresistibly. Unable to resist, it turned its head toward the source of the aroma, quickly spotting Yan Ruxiue and Lu Su in the distance. The peacock, startled, puffed up its feathers. It recognized them instantly. Weren't they the companions of that little girl? The last time it had been in the presence of that girl, it had seen her conversing with these two. This clever creature was not easily fooled. Away with you. I shan't be deceived. With a vigorous flap of its wings, it summoned a gust of wind that shattered the pill on the ground. The powder dispersed, swirling around Yan Ruxiue and Lu Su. Observing their expressions turn vacant, the peacock triumphantly cackled, swaying its rear in delight before soaring away. Is it mocking us? Yan Ruxiue gasped, her eyes gradually alight with realization. The bloodline of this green peacock was undoubtedly exceptional, and she urged, Senior brother, we must catch it. She understood that spirit beasts were categorized by their cultivation levels, from 1 to 9. Additionally, there were distinctions in bloodlines. The higher the bloodline rank, the greater the intelligence of the spirit beast. This peacock, despite its modest cultivation, displayed remarkably human-like behavior, discerning the trap of the beast-attracting pill, indicating a superior bloodline. It was far more impressive than Xie Sisi's bald peacock, which was only skilled at fighting. Wait a moment, junior sister, Lu Su interjected, grasping her arm. We must first eliminate the scent of the beast-attracting pill from ourselves. Otherwise, we risk provoking a spirit beast attack. He swiftly cast several cleansing spells on himself, eager to pursue the peacock. Yan Ruxiue casually cast a couple of cleansing spells on herself. After checking for any lingering odors, she shrugged off the concern. Suddenly, the forest erupted with commotion. Lu Su's expression shifted, and he urged Yan Ruxiue to flee. Quickly, there are spirit beasts drawn to us. Over here, senior brother. The green peacock is flying this way. Yan Ruxiue pointed, directing their course as Lu Su adjusted his direction and sprinted with fervor. The bald peacock, hearing the ruckus, turned to see the two pursuing it. and its alarmed caw transformed into a frantic cry. What now? They can fly too? I must escape. It flapped its wings fiercely, conjuring a tempest that hurled leaves and dried grass toward the duo. Lu Su managed to wave away the leaves, but Yan Ruxiue was not so fortunate. With her lower cultivation and scant combat experience, she was blindsided, becoming entangled in the debris, transforming her from a delicate fairy into a disheveled beggar. The impact was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Yan Ruxiue, who cherished her appearance, was nearly driven to madness upon witnessing her disheveled state. I shall capture that wretched bird and bind it to the most disgraceful master-servant contract. Just you wait. Her frustration mounted. Yet, the peacock's ability to fly rendered their efforts futile. Wait, Yan Ruxiue exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Senior brother, summon our spirit crane. We can ride it to chase after the peacock. In her moment of desperation, she had forgotten about their spirit crane. She internally chastised herself, realizing that her elder brother should have remembered too. Prompted by her words, Lu Su recollected and quickly retrieved the spirit crane from his spirit beast pouch. Upon its release, the spirit crane nuzzled against Yan Ruxiue affectionately. Mistaking its affection as admiration, she felt a surge of pride, but she urged, "Oh, don't nuzzle. Do you see that peacock ahead? Let us go after it." With that, she mounted the crane, and Lu Su followed suit. The spirit crane, at its peak second-tier cultivation, equivalent to the foundation establishment stage of humans, spread its wings, boasting an impressive wingspan of over 6 meters. The two rode comfortably atop its back. As the spirit crane began to ascend, Lu Su activated the spirit pet ring, momentarily pausing the crane's movement. With a gentle flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, chasing after the bald peacock. The peacock, upon hearing the commotion, glanced back and squawked in alarm. What is this? They can fly. Panic-stricken, it darted away in a frenzied escape, prioritizing flight over direction. Faster, pursue it. Yan Ruxiue commanded excitedly from atop the spirit crane. Hurry! Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, a horde of spirit beasts surged forth. These creatures, agitated, paced on the ground and sniffed the air, howling as they followed the direction of the spirit crane's flight. With the crane's ascent, several spirit birds joined the pursuit. What is that commotion? Why are the spirit beasts in an uproar? A group of cultivators exploring the forest wondered, perplexed by the disturbance. One companion mused, could it be that a rare treasure has emerged? Exchanging glances, they decided, let us investigate. Such discussions echoed among various groups, all converging towards the source of the spirit beast's chaos. In a secluded part of the forest, 2 golden core cultivators remained vigilant, occasionally exchanging banter. I wonder when the Tianyi sect will depart. Their presence has delayed us for a day. Let us remain quiet for a few days. If word leaks and they discover us, the city lord will not spare us. Indeed. Wait, what is that? They looked up to see a large bird, glowing with green luminescence, soaring towards them. Chapter 40, The Revelation of the Spirit Stone Mine as the Bald Creature. Known as Tuma, found itself pursued by Yan Ruxiue. Panic gripped its heart, compelling it to flee in a frenzied manner. Suddenly, a profound sense of impending danger washed over it. Lowering its gaze, Tuma noticed 2 human cultivators ahead, their expressions menacing and their intentions clear as they prepared to strike. In despair, Tuma lamented its ill fortune. Trapped between relentless pursuers and formidable obstacles, what could it do? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tuma decisively turned back. Yan Ruxiue, fueled by her anger, gleefully taunted, "Little creature, why have you stopped running? Now you wish to follow me, how astute of you." Tuma rolled its eyes, chirping sarcastically. "Oh yes, I am utterly terrified of you. Please, rush ahead." With a swift flick of its tail, it feigned a move and darted past them. Liu Xiu, sensing something amiss, glanced down just in time to see a surge of spiritual energy hurtling toward them. Alarmed, he hastily summoned a defensive array to shield against the impending attack. Simultaneously, The pursuing spirit beasts and spirit birds arrived on the scene, followed by a throng of cultivators. The faces of the two golden core cultivators shifted dramatically. Damn it. Who leaked the information? Quickly, inform the city lord and seek his judgment. Observing the seething Xie Sisi, Xiao Jianyu offered words of comfort. The thought of her 2,000 spirit stones vanishing made her heart ache. Although she possessed 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which seemed ample, she knew all too well their swift consumption during cultivation. As a 5-element root cultivator, her demand for spirit stones would escalate exponentially with her advancement. And those stones would barely suffice for her initial golden core stage. She was not selfish. She could not cultivate alone while her senior brother watched idly. Even her pets, the rabbit Xiaoguai and the annoying Tuma, were treated equally, allowed to absorb spiritual energy in the gathering array. Calculating it all, she realized her spirit stones were woefully insufficient. I am not unreasonable, she declared. If Tuma does not wish to accompany me, I do not care for that insolent creature either. As long as it returns my 2,000 spirit stones, I shall gladly let it fly far away. With a glare from her bright, round eyes, she fumed. If I ever encounter that bird again, I swear I will pluck every feather from its body. With that, the two entered Tianjin City. Tianjin City, named after the phrase heavenly action and resilience, is said to have been founded by a scholar cultivator who, despite his limited talent, reached the peak of the golden core stage before passing away. His descendants, however, displayed exceptional aptitude, gradually transforming Tianjin from a mere town into a thriving city, aligning themselves with the Tianyi sect. Yet, as is the nature of prosperity, it eventually wanes. In recent centuries, Tianjin City has shown signs of decline, with each successive city lord weaker than the last. The current city lord, who inherited the position a century ago, possesses initial stage nascent soul cultivation, decent but inadequate against major sects, though significantly stronger than some minor sections. With the backing of the Tianyi sect, even the second and third-rate sects surrounding them dared not make a move against Tianjin City. As Xiao Jianyu walked, he briefly shared the history of Tianjin City with Xie Sisi. Just then, a procession approached them. At the forefront were 2 rows of elegantly dressed female cultivators, followed by an opulent carriage drawn by a unique spirit beast, with a retinue of 20 guards in tow. Standing by the roadside, Xie Sisi craned her neck to observe, who is this grand entourage? Just as her words left her lips, the procession halted before them, and a middle-aged cultivator disembarked from the luxurious carriage. With a benevolent smile reminiscent of Maitreya, he greeted, "Are you 2 fellow practitioners from the Tianyi sect?" Although Xiao Jianyu had never met the city lord of Tianjin City, he had seen his portrait in the task hall and recognized him immediately. He performed a respectful bow, introducing himself. "I am Xiao Jianyu from Sword Peak, honored to meet City Lord 1. He gestured to Xie Sisi. "This is my junior sister, accompanying me to broaden her horizons." City Lord 1 smiled warmly. "Ah, a distinguished disciple of the pure young true person. What an honor to meet you both. I anticipated your arrival today and came out to welcome you. Surely, your journey has been arduous. Please, allow me to offer you refreshments in my carriage." His demeanor was both cordial and respectful, not belittling Xie Sisi due to her youth. Xiao Jianyu did not decline and took Xie Sisi's hand, leading her onto the carriage. Noticing this gesture, City Lord 1 stole a few more glances at Xie Sisi, perceiving her favored status within Sword Peak. It would serve him well to cultivate rapport with her, as she might prove useful in the future. Xiao Jianyu looked at Xie Sisi, allowing her to make the decision. She nodded, her face lighting up with a smile. "Then I shall trouble you, City Lord 1. City Lord 1 chuckled. "It is my granddaughter's honor to accompany you, so there is no trouble at all." Suddenly, a communication talisman at his waist flickered. Glancing at it, his expression nearly faltered. "Is there an urgent matter, City Lord?" Xiao Jianyu observed keenly and quickly suggested, "If you have pressing affairs, please do not let us hinder you. We can visit the City Lord's residence later." City Lord Wen suppressed his rising anger and replied with a forced smile, "Indeed, there are some matters to attend to. I have arranged accommodations for you at the City Lord's residence. I will come back later to apologize for my absence." As he spoke, he summoned one of the leading female cultivators to attend to Xiao Jianyu and Xie Sisi. After offering another apology, once outside the carriage, City Lord Wen's expression darkened, and he soared into the air, heading towards the Spirit Stone Mine. Chapter 41. Senior Brother. I have been bullied. Xie Sisi and Xiao Jianyu were assigned to the City Lord's mansion. As the City Lord was absent, his eldest son, Wen Xiqing, was responsible for hosting the two disciples. Following his father's instructions, Wen Xiqing arranged for them to stay in the most luxurious guest house. This guest house was specifically designed to accommodate esteemed guests, equipped with a spirit-concentrating array that gathered the surrounding spiritual energy, rivaling that of the inner sanctum of the Tianyi sect. Upon seeing it, Xie Sisi was immediately enamored. "This place is wonderful. It saves me the trouble of arranging the formation with spirit stones." Xiao Jianyu twitched at the corner of his mouth, fearing that Xie Sisi would drag him into cultivation, and hastily sought a reason to slip away. "Daoist Wen, I have yet to explore Tianjin City. Would it be possible for you to show me around?" Wen Xiqing smiled warmly. "It would be my honor." Xiao Jianyu turned to Xie Sisi. "Junior sister, will you be cultivating here, or shall we venture out together?" Xie Sisi replied, "You go ahead, senior brother." Wen Xiqing added with a smile, "Miss Xie, if you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct the maidservants. There is no need for formality." After a few more words, he took Xiao Jianyu away. Xie Sisi retrieved her little rabbit. "I will go cultivate. You can play in the yard, but don't wander too far. We Haven Tea signed a contract, and if you stray too far, I won't be able to find you." The little rabbit nuzzled against her hand, hopping a few times before settling in the flower bed to bask in the sun. "What on earth is my grandfather thinking, sending me to accompany a little girl?" In a lavish courtyard, a young girl with her hair tied into a delicate bun was sulking. This girl, around 8 or 9 years of age, was charmingly beautiful, adorned in magical artifacts. Clearly a favored child. A gentle and astute woman embraced her, soothingly saying, "Your grandfather only wishes the best for you. That little girl is from the Tianyi sect, a disciple of the pure Yang true person. If you cultivate a good relationship with her now, it will benefit you when you eventually enter the Tianyi sect." The girl remained somewhat unconvinced. "I am used to others flattering me. Now I must flatter someone else. What if she is temperamental? Am I to endure her whims?" The woman's expression turned serious. "Even if you must endure, you must go. Do you know how many of your aunt's daughters would seize this opportunity? If you refuse, someone else will gladly take your place. It is not solely because of your superior aptitude among your cousins, nor your father's favoritism that your grandfather thought of you first. Do you believe that if you declare your refusal now, your cousins would not be eager to take your place? What is a little discomfort in comparison to your future?" The girl was dismissive in her heart. Her grandfather was a formidable figure at the nascent soul stage and the city lord of Tianjin City. Her future was secured from birth, so why should she compete? Rather than endure the whims of those so-called great sects, she would prefer the comfort of being the city lord's daughter. However, she dared not voice this to her mother, fearing reprimand. "Fine, I shall go." The girl pouted, thinking she could not let others have the upper hand. "You must be pleasant," she demanded. The woman tapped her forehead lightly then, fearing the girl might misbehave when out of sight, coaxed her. "Even if she proves difficult, she will only stay for 2 or 3 days. Bear with it. And once she departs, I will have your father take you to the auction. You can choose whatever you desire. How does that sound?" The girl's eyes sparkled. "Really? Would I deceive you?" The girl squealed in delight, hugging her mother affectionately. "I knew you were the best, mother. I will go now, rest assured. I will make her happy. Xiaolan, bring forth Zhang Xiong for me." She further explained to her mother, "I have not met Miss Xie. If we fail to connect, I can always amuse myself with Zhang Xiong." The woman pondered for a moment, finding the reasoning sensible, and did not object. Song Xiong was a massive golden hunting dog, over a meter tall and 3 meters long, looking immensely powerful, one of the girl's cherished pets. Seated atop Sang Xiong, the girl marched confidently towards the courtyard where Xie Sisi was. As Xie Sisi was engrossed in her cultivation, she was startled by the shrill cries of the young girl outside and the fierce barking of the dog, accompanied by the sounds of rapid commotion, like an uproar reminiscent of a demolition site. Annoyed, she opened her eyes and stood up to open the door. Suddenly, a snow-white rabbit dashed towards her. Xie Sisi quickly reached out to catch it, frowning as she scanned the scene outside. In just a glance, she could see the chaotic state of the courtyard. The once tidy and elegant space now resembled the aftermath of a hurricane. The spiritual flowers and herbs in the flower beds were trampled beyond recognition. A large water tank that had housed ornamental spiritual fish was now shattered, water streaming across the ground. The spiritual fish floundered helplessly on the ground, struggling in vain. There was also a stone table, its surrounding stone stools now toppled over. The maidservant assigned to her by Wen Xiqing upon his departure perceived Xie Sisi merely as a guest of the city lord's mansion. In her view, the young girl was the most favored daughter of the household. Thus her priorities were clear. Xie Sisi, both amused and exasperated, thought to herself, now I understand the hospitality of your esteemed residents. She was small and weak. With limited cultivation, the individuals before her were evidently not easy to deal with, particularly the lavishly dressed young girl, who had wreaked havoc in the courtyard without so much as an apology, was glaring at the rabbit in her arms with ill intent. Engaging in conflict would only leave her at a disadvantage. If not now, then when? Meanwhile, Xiao Jianyu was chatting amiably with Wen Xiqing in the bustling streets. Previously, the offerings were collected by ordinary inner disciples of the Tianyi sect, but this was Wen Xiqing's first time hosting a direct disciple, specifically from the Sword Peak. He was overly cautious, fearful of saying something amiss that might bring trouble to the city lord's mansion. The Sword Peak's master, the pure young true person, was notoriously protective and unreasonable, acclaimed as the foremost sword cultivator on the Kangming continent. Offending him might leave no room for negotiation, unlike other peaks of the Tianyi sect. Angering him meant waiting for retribution at their doorstep. Fortunately, Xiao Jianyu turned out to be much more agreeable than Wen Xiqing had anticipated. It seemed he had come solely to collect offerings, not inquiring about other matters in Tianjin City. Wen Xiqing's anxiety lessened, and his smile became more genuine. However, he soon noticed that Xiao Jianyu's previously gentle smile had transformed into a sharp and formidable glare, as if he had morphed from a refined gentleman into a ferocious beast eager to pounce. A sudden sense of crisis washed over Wen Xiqing. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a figure flash before him, and Xiao Jianyu vanished without a trace. It was over. It was over indeed. He fervently prayed for his ancestors' protection, hoping nothing untoward would occur. Chapter 42. The support arrives as Xie Sisi had just sent her message. The haughty young girl in the courtyard could no longer contain her anger. She pointed furiously at Xie Sisi and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting, you wretched girl? Who has bullied you? It was clearly your dead rabbit that tormented my Song Xiong." The maid beside her sensed the situation escalating and became extremely anxious. The master had left with repeated instructions to take good care of this esteemed guest from the Tianyi sect. Having served in the city lord's residence for several years, she understood that the Tianyi sect was a prestigious institution and its disciples were not to be trifled with. However, she instinctively underestimated the young girl before her due to her tender age. Now that trouble had arisen, while the young lady might be safe, her own fate was uncertain. Seeing Xie Sisi's youth, the maid adopted a threatening yet coaxing tone. "You, young lady, are being quite unreasonable. Do you not fear that your scolding of the master's daughter will tarnish your reputation as a tyrant? No one favors a brash child. Fortunately, this is merely a misunderstanding. If you sincerely apologize to my young lady, we can put this matter behind us. Otherwise, if this escalates, only you will suffer." Do you believe your senior brother will confront my young lady on your behalf? My young lady is the daughter of Tianjian City, even if your master were to come. He would have to show her respect. Unaware of who Xie Sisi's master was, she believed that the city lord, being at the nascent soul stage, represented the pinnacle of power, and thus she asserted her words with confidence. Consider this carefully, for I genuinely wish to help you. Do not be ungrateful for my kindness. If this were an ordinary 6-year-old child, she might have been intimidated by the maid's words. However, Xie Sisi, possessing the mind of an adult, found this speech laughable. Casting a cold glance at the maid, she retorted, "So, you mean to say that my senior brother is unworthy of conversing with your city lord and must seek my master instead? Very well, I shall summon my master." As she spoke, she made a motion to take out a communication talisman. "Xia, young lady, no, absolutely not." A voice of urgency rang out. And when Xiqing and Xiao Jianyu appeared in the courtyard almost simultaneously, Xiao Jianyu cast a cold gaze around the courtyard, then hurried to Xie Sisi's side. After a thorough inspection to confirm she was unharmed, he sighed with relief and coldly mocked when Xiqing, "Is this how you care for my junior sister?" Glancing around the courtyard, he added, "Your care is truly remarkable. My little junior sister is cherished by our entire sword peak. Even my master has never scolded her. Yet your maid shows such arrogance, not only threatening and reprimanding her, but also demanding an apology. If she apologizes, can you bear the consequences?" With that, the pressure of his golden core cultivation surged forth. The maid who had threatened Xie Sisi screamed as she was thrown backwards, her eyes wide open, blood gushing from her orifices as she perished. No one had anticipated such a sudden act of violence, and the entire courtyard fell into stunned silence. Faced with Xiao Jianyu's questioning gaze, when Xiqing found himself at a loss for words, hastily apologizing. "It is my failure to manage the situation that has caused Miss Xie distress. Xiao Dao friend, please temper your anger. I will deal with them immediately." "Father, it was my Tsang Xiong who was wronged. Why do you not seek justice for me but instead side with them?" The young girl in the courtyard, now realizing the gravity of the situation, pouted and protested. "I merely inquired about the matter, and, though ignored, this girl threatened to kill my Xiao Guai in a fit of rage and then forced me to apologize. Now that my senior brother and Wen Dao friend are here, let us clarify who truly bullied whom." Her Xiao Guai was known for its gentle disposition and would never initiate a confrontation. Xie Sisi raised her chin, articulating the series of events clearly. Regardless of the circumstances, the disrespect shown to her was undeniable. Xiao Jianyu retrieved a chair and sat down with an air of authority. "Let us discuss this matter properly. I wish to hear it all." Noticing that Xie Sisi remained standing, he procured another chair for her. To an uninformed observer, this scene would suggest that they were the masters interrogating their subordinates. The young girl, still aggrieved, attempted to speak, but was silenced by Wen Xiqing's glare. "Be quiet. This is all a result of your recklessness. Once this matter is resolved, you shall receive a proper lesson." The gruesome sight of the maid's demise lingered in everyone's minds, and with Wen Xiqing's threat hanging over her, the remaining maid, terrified, confessed everything without reservation. Through her account, Xie Sisi learned that the arrogant young girl was the 5th miss of the house, and also Wen Xiqing's legitimate daughter. Miss Wen had come to accompany Xie Sisi at the behest of the city lord, but upon entering, she had been displeased to find Xie Sisi engaged in her cultivation and had not awaited her arrival. Feeling slighted, Miss Wen had spotted Xie Sisi's Xiao Guai basking in the sun and, upon learning it was Xie Sisi's spirit pet, commanded her Song Xiong to entertain the rabbit. While she called it playing, the size difference indicated her intentions were less than innocent. However, Xiao Guai, appearing small and harmless, was, in fact, a fierce creature. Sang Xiong not only failed to dominate, but was instead bitten severely by Xiao Guai, leaving it injured. As Song Xiong was Miss Wen's beloved pet, she could hardly contain her fury and ordered her servants to capture Xiao Guai. Just as they were about to seize it, Xie Sisi intervened. The subsequent events were well known to all present. Xie Sisi and Xiao Jianyu exchanged glances at Xiao Guai. They had both assumed Xiao Guai was merely an ordinary rabbit. Initially, Xie Sisi had even criticized her master for being stingy, believing he had gift-wrapped an ordinary rabbit, which she had kept out of obligation. Having heard the maid's account, it became evident that Xiao Guai was far from ordinary. Zhang Xiong was a second-tier spirit beast, yet Xiao Guai had bested it, suggesting a higher rank, though its exact breed remained unknown. Now was not the time for speculation, as Miss Wen was loudly protesting. I simply wanted Zhang Xiong to play with that rabbit. It wouldn't harm it. It's merely too timid. And besides, it was it that bit my Zhang Xiong so fiercely. Shouldn't it bear some responsibility? Upon hearing this, Xie Sisi hurled a fireball at Miss Wen. The latter shrieked, "What are you doing? Stop at once." Yet Xie Sisi did not relent, launching a barrage of fireballs while retorting, "I'm just playing with you. I shan't harm you. Why are you screaming?" Chapter 43. Truth brings leniency. Resistance brings severity. Miss Wen, possessing a cultivation level of the third layer of Qi refinement, is considered a genius within the Wen family. However, in the presence of Xie Sisi, she is utterly insignificant. Xie Sisi intends to deal with her, leaving no room for resistance. Although the maid beside her boasts formidable skills, who would dare to act under the watchful gaze of Xiao Jianyu? Miss Wen is reduced to a state of panic, jumping around and shouting incoherently, completely devoid of her previous haughty demeanor, resembling a madwoman. When Siqing's face twitches in discomfort, he wishes to utter some words of comfort, but swallows them upon witnessing Xiao Jianyu's frosty expression. Perhaps it is for the best that his daughter, spoiled since childhood, learns a lesson. After all, her life is not in peril, let her be. Turning away, he chooses not to witness the spectacle. Miss Wen is on the brink of collapse. A flame hovers before her, its proximity allowing her to feel its heat, as if it might singe her face at any moment. Terrified, she desperately tries to evade it, but to no avail. Finally, unable to contain herself, she cries out in a hoarse voice, "Father, save me. I do not wish to be burned or disfigured." When Siqing, unable to bear her plight, looks to Xiao Jianyu and pleads, "My daughter has learned her lesson. Might you show mercy and spare her this once?" Xiao Jianyu glances at him dismissively. She seems quite lively and exuberant. Let us not disturb their playful antics. When Siqing is momentarily taken aback. This sentiment echoes the earlier claims made by Miss Wen, who said that Zhang Xiong was merely playing with two Xiaoguai. All was said to be harmless fun until the tables turned. Despite Xiao Jianyu's veiled message, when Siqing comprehends its essence, they are in the wrong, and his daughter's grievances are valid. However, the reputation of the city lord's residence, represented by Miss Wen, cannot withstand further mockery without suffering disgrace. With a sigh, he scolds her sternly, "You wretched girl, quickly apologize to Miss Xia and seek her forgiveness. For this incident, I shall inform your grandfather, and you will be punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for a month." Miss Wen bristles with indignation. How can she be compared to a mere beast? If a beast is killed, it can merely be repaid with another, but if she were disfigured, could the other party compensate her? Moreover, it is Zhang Xiong who has suffered. Now, her father demands an apology from her? It is the other party who should apologize, and she longs to see that wretched rabbit suffer for her grievances. When Siqing, discerning his daughter's thoughts through her expression, is filled with regret. He should not have indulged her talents to the point of making her oblivious to the realities around her. He questions whether such a disposition could ever bring glory to their family, or if it would only invite calamity. With his affection for her waning, he grabs Miss Wen and thrusts her towards Xie Sisi, commanding, "Apologize." This time, it is not a request, but a directive. Faced with her father's fury, Miss Wen finally relents, muttering an apology. Xie Sisi dismisses the fireball spell. If the apology is insincere, it means nothing. But what about my two Xiaoguai? Who has been frightened? Two Xiaoguai was entrusted to me by my master with strict instructions to care for it. In its current state, I do not know how to present it to my master or how they will react upon seeing it like this. As Xie Sisi speaks, Tu Xiaoguai trembles in her arms, appearing utterly terrified. When Xiqing interjects, I have a 1,000-year-old spirit herb to soothe its nerves. Additionally, I acknowledge my shortcomings in hosting this incident. I shall provide 2,000 spirit stones as compensation for the distress caused to Miss Xie. Xie Sisi emphasizes, its name is Tu Xiaoguai. She continues, as for the compensation, I will accept it on behalf of Tu Xiaoguai, but it truly requires recompense. I will take the spirit herb and spirit stones. She gently pats Tu Xiaoguai's head. Quickly think Wen Daoyu. Tu Xiaoguai, in a human-like gesture, rises slightly in Xie Sisi's embrace and nods its head towards Wen Xiqing. Since Tu Xiaoguai has no objections, let us consider this matter resolved, Xie Sisi states, and then, with a semblance of decorum, apologizes to Wen Xiqing. I must confess, I acted rashly. I apologize for my timid nature. Please do not let this incident affect your relationship with my senior brother. Xiao Jianyu and Wen Xiqing, having just met, share no significant bond. Her words serve merely to indicate to Wen Xiqing that this incident should not disrupt the relationship between Tianjin City and the Tiani sect. Having said her piece, Wen Xiqing can only smile and agree that it was a misunderstanding, allowing the matter to rest. Wen Xiqing feels increasingly despondent. Both are young girls, yet Xie Sisi, at the age of 6, has already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Meanwhile, his daughter, lauded as a genius, has only achieved the 3rd layer at the age of 8. Their social skills are equally lacking. The cleverness of the young girl allows her to seize every advantage without leaving a trace. His own daughter, however, is spoiled and lacks awareness of her surroundings. The more he compares, the more he feels that his daughter is not worthy. After departing with Miss Wen and the attendants, Xie Sisi places Tu Xiaoguai on the table, resting her chin on her hand, engaging in a silent stare-down with the creature. What exactly are you? She inquires, poking Tu Xiaoguai's nose with her finger. Tu Xiaoguai twitches its nose, its ears flicking as it leans forward to nuzzle Xie Sisi's finger. Do not play coy with me. Speak honestly. I warn you. Truth brings leniency, while resistance brings severity. Tu Xiaoguai blinks its ruby-like eyes, tilting its head in a manner that suggests it does not comprehend her words. Undeterred, Xie Sisi pries open its mouth to examine its teeth. I heard you bit Miss Wen's wretched dog? Let me see your bite. Tu Xiaoguai obediently squats, allowing her to investigate. After a lengthy inspection, Xie Sisi is left frustrated. Second senior brother, did you discern anything? Xiao Jianyu, who has been examining the rabbit from the opposite side of the table, shakes his head. I cannot detect anything. It exhibits no fluctuations of demonic energy. It is clearly an ordinary rabbit. However, it cannot be just an ordinary rabbit. Perhaps we should wait for Master to emerge and inquire about its origins, as he would surely know. Xie Sisi nods in agreement. While the two siblings ponder the mystery of the rabbit, Wen Xiqing hastily informs City Lord Wen of the events that transpired, providing a concise account. He has a vague awareness of the City Lord's actions, which makes him particularly anxious about Xie Sisi's complaint. With the storm now calmed, it is essential to relay this information promptly to prevent any repercussions on the City Lord's affairs. At that moment, City Lord Wen is overwhelmed with distress. Upon receiving Wen Xiqing's message, his expression softens slightly. However, as he surveys the chaos before him, the veins in his forehead throb, and he bellows, "Everyone, cease at once." Chapter 44. The great chaos. The oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage surged forth, enveloping the battlefield and causing both factions to halt in their tracks. The two sides were clearly delineated. One comprised the cultivators stationed at the Spirit Stone Mine, while the other consisted of rogue cultivators and disciples from various sects pursuing a herd of spirit beasts. After being attacked by a golden core cultivator, Lu Su, in a moment of panic, deployed a defensive formation plate. Remembering that they were within the territory of Tianjin City, which was under the jurisdiction of the Tiani sect, he shouted, "Cease your assault." We are disciples of the Tianyi sect. Are you intent on making enemies of both the Tianyi sect and Tianjin City? The two golden core cultivators were entirely unconvinced. They received word from the city lord that the Tianyi sect had sent disciples to collect tributes via the teleportation array. Arriving outside Tianjin City, how could they possibly have ridden spirit cranes to this desolate mountain? What a coincidence to stumble upon the spirit stone mine. If the Tianyi sect had foreseen the presence of a spirit stone mine, would they have dispatched only two inexperienced cultivators? Surely. They would have sent a formidable nascent soul expert. Thus, they suspected that these two intruding thieves were merely using the Tianyi sect as a guise to deceive them. The two cultivators, already on edge from guarding the mine, now feared that their secret might be exposed. Without hesitation, they unleashed lethal force. At this moment, Yan Ruxue and Lu Su were too preoccupied to pursue the fugitive spirit beast as they struggled to counter the attacks from the two golden core cultivators, facing dire peril. Fortunately, the disciples from Danfeng were affluent, with a plethora of life-saving items stored in their spatial rings. They discarded an array of explosive talismans and pills, bursting talismans, explosive pills, and rainstorm pear blossom talismans, hurling them down indiscriminately. Whether they would be effective remained uncertain, but the commotion was undeniably significant. Boom, crack, thud. The ground trembled, and clouds of dust billowed forth. The spirit beasts, acutely attuned to danger, sensed the disturbances and fled in terror. However, the approaching cultivators were less concerned about the source of the chaos. The noise unmistakably indicated that high-tier cultivators were engaged in a duel. In such circumstances, it was typically a matter of vendetta or treasure-seeking. Whatever the situation, they would soon discover the truth, and with their numbers, they felt emboldened, ready to share the burden of any potential trouble. Thus, instead of retreating, the throng of cultivators pressed forward, drawn by the tumult. The two golden core cultivators were taken aback. This scenario had escalated beyond their control. They sent messages to City Lord Wen while calling upon others in the mine, summoning anyone capable of fighting, determined to keep the encroaching cultivators at bay. As the arriving cultivators beheld the gathering crowd, their eyes widened in astonishment. Lo and behold, so many individuals are concealed here. Without question, there must be treasures within. Otherwise, what would draw such a multitude? Sensing the presence of righteous cultivators and not a single demon, the probability soared that they had indeed stumbled upon a great treasure. Cultivators, driven by the instinct for survival, cared little for the claims of discovery. There was no rule dictating that the first to uncover a treasure should rightfully claim it. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to those with the strength to seize them. In simpler terms, the one with the mightiest fist would lay claim to the spoils. It is unclear who instigated the conflict, but before it was even confirmed whether treasure existed, a fierce melee erupted. The cultivators, cunning as they were, quickly sought reinforcements. The rogue cultivators messaged their friends and family, "Hurry! A rare treasure has emerged. If you delay, it may be snatched away." Disciples from various sects messaged their masters, "Master, Senior brother, ancestor, a precious treasure is here, and we cannot defend it alone. Please come quickly." Heirs of noble families messaged their kin, "Father, uncle. Second uncle, I have discovered a treasure, but a horde of unscrupulous individuals is contesting it. I cannot withstand them alone. Come quickly." By the time City Lord Wen arrived, a fierce battle was already underway. Initially, he intended to assert his authority, but before he could act, several elders from various sects and noble families arrived. As they were all acquainted, it seemed unseemly to engage in combat, so they began to negotiate. Just as the discussions were getting underway, when Xiqing sent him a message detailing the happenings at the city lord's residence. It was as if misfortune had compounded upon misfortune, and City Lord Wen felt the weight of his predicament. Fortunately, he need not worry for long. New information soon arrived from the city lord's residence. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he was simultaneously incensed by the chaotic scene before him. With a thunderous voice, he commanded, "Cease this at once." The oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage surged forth once more, causing both factions to feel the weight of his authority and come to a halt. In the ensuing silence, the cries of the spirit beast echoed prominently. Everyone looked up to see a brilliantly colored green peacock flapping its wings and soaring through the sky, chased by two figures mounted on spirit cranes, striking at it. It must be noted that the spirit beast had brought this upon itself. After diverting the chaos towards Yan Ruxue and Lu Su, it did not make its escape, but instead lingered just out of reach to observe the spectacle, occasionally letting out mocking cries. Caught up in their struggle against the Golden Core cultivators, Yan Ruxue and Lu Su had no time to address the troublesome spirit beast. Later, as the attention of the two Golden Core cultivators shifted due to the incoming reinforcements, they seized the opportunity to confront the peacock. Thankfully, during their battle, they had expended most of their offensive talismans and pills, saving a few in case of unforeseen circumstances, allowing the peacock to evade them for the time being. Although it was swift, shaking off its pursuers was no easy task. Thus, a stalemate ensued. However, despite Lu Su's lack of prowess, the Golden Core cultivator on the spirit crane relentlessly pursued the peacock, making it quite difficult for the creature to escape. During the chaotic melee below, it could find cover behind other cultivators, but now that the fighting had ceased, it became a living target, suffering several painful strikes. Letting out a cry of pain, it exclaimed, "Ouch! That hurts terribly." At this moment, Yan Ruxue no longer wished to capture it as a spirit pet. With a fierce glare from her position atop the spirit crane, she commanded, "Senior brother, dispatch it swiftly. Do not hesitate." Chapter 45. Seek the senior brother for assistance. The Lord of Wind City was unfamiliar with Lu Su and Yan Ruxue, as they were not adorned in the garb of their sect. Observing the two timidly sharing a spirit bird, he presumed they hailed from some minor clan. Upon hearing his words, the others ceased their skirmishes, yet these two persistently pursued a bird, shouting threats and violence, disregarding his authority. A surge of ire bubbled within him, prompting an angry outburst. "How audacious, young ones!" With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy towards them. An inexplicable dread surged in Yan Ruxue's heart. The overwhelming sense of peril nearly halted her heartbeat. With the pressure of the nascent soul bearing down, even a flicker of movement was an arduous task. She could only watch as the violent energy bore down upon her. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if death beckoned her. Lu Su fared little better. However, as a Golden Core practitioner, he was not entirely immobilized under the nascent soul's oppressive force. In a moment of desperation, he painfully retrieved an escape talisman from his storage ring with one hand while grasping Yan Ruxue with the other. "Let's go." A flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished just as the spiritual force descended. Their spirit crane, however, was less fortunate. Obliterated into a mist of blood by the spiritual energy, dissipating into the air. The feathered creature, in a frenzy to escape, heard a commotion behind it. Turning to witness the spirit crane's demise, its feathers stood on end in terror. Chirp! How terrifying humans are! Recognizing it as a mere first-tier spirit bird, it posed no threat, thus going unnoticed as it fled. With two audacious youngsters eliminated, the Lord of Wind City felt a modicum of his anger dissipate. He turned a stern gaze towards the elders from various clans and sections. This mineral vein was discovered by Tianjin City and is to be submitted to Tianyi sect. Do you wish to oppose Tianyi sect? Given the circumstances, the news of the spirit stone mine could no longer be concealed. It was prudent to leverage the name of Tianyi sect to deter those with ulterior motives. As for future negotiations regarding the division of this spirit stone mine with Tianyi sect, he could only strive to secure greater benefits for Tianjin City. With this thought, the Lord of Wind City cast a fleeting glance at the elders before him, a barely perceptible glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Had these individuals not caused such turmoil, the existence of the spirit stone mine would not have been revealed. The following day, Xie Sisi and Xiao Jianyu once again encountered the Lord of Wind City. Upon meeting, he promptly apologized for the incident involving Miss Wenwu from the previous day, then presented the required offerings to Xiao Jianyu before broaching the topic of the spirit stone mine. "Yesterday, my subordinates informed me of a spirit stone mine discovery. As its grade was uncertain, I did not invite you both to accompany me. A high-grade spirit stone mine? Xiao Jianyu and Xie Sisi exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of delight. Xie Sisi, a pure money enthusiast, felt elated at the prospect of visiting the mine, even if she had no claim to it, merely to bask in its fortune. Xiao Jianyu pondered deeper. Historically, disciples who encountered great opportunities while on missions and reported them to their sect would receive corresponding rewards. Although he did not discover this mine, it was unearthed on the same day he and his junior sister arrived in Tianjin City, thus indirectly making it akin to their discovery. As for the logical connection, he would let his master and sect handle that. Oh no! He had forgotten that his master was in seclusion. Therefore, it would fall to the senior brother. When it came to securing benefits for Jianfeng, aside from his master, only the senior brother had the requisite experience. With this in mind, Xiao Jianyu promptly produced a communication talisman and sent a message to Feng Xiu. Receiving instructions, Xiao Jianyu turned to the Lord of Wen City. Shall we first inspect the spirit stone mine? Once confirmed, I can relay the news to the sect. The Lord of Wen City eagerly anticipated the delay of Tianyi Sect's arrival. After having used Tianyi Sect's name to dispatch those coveting the spirit stone mine, he had ordered urgent repairs to the mine. The excavated sections were hastily filled with stones and soil. After a sleepless night, they managed only a rudimentary repair, sufficient to deceive the untrained eye but not withstand scrutiny. If Tianyi Sect arrived a few days later, he could ensure the mine was adequately restored. And even the most seasoned individuals would find no trace of the previous chaos. Thus, upon hearing Xiao Jianyu's suggestion, the Lord of Wen City had no objections. I shall lead you both there at once. He then called for Wen Xiqing. You shall accompany us. You will be responsible for assisting the sect in the excavation of the spirit stone mine. Wen Xiqing beamed with joy. Thank you, Father. This was a lucrative opportunity that could also elevate his standing. It seemed his father had not held yesterday's incident against him. In silence, the group swiftly arrived at the spirit stone mine. The signs of yesterday's conflict were no longer visible. A contingent of guards in the city lord's attire stood watch, and upon seeing the Lord of Wen City, the leader approached to pay his respects. Is everything in order here? The Lord of Wen City feigned inquiry. The guard leader replied earnestly, after discovering this mine yesterday, my brothers and I have remained vigilant. Aside from a few unruly rogue cultivators and minor sect disciples causing disturbances, nothing else has occurred. This was the narrative the Lord had prepared in advance. It was better to disclose the events of yesterday than to risk Tianyi Sect growing suspicious upon hearing rumors later. Nodding, the Lord of Wen City said, Lead us to examine this spirit stone mine. Yes. Following the Lord of Wen City, Xiao Jianyu and Xie Sisi were guided by the guard leader to a mountain face. The guard leader casually fiddled with the ground, and suddenly, a cave materialized before them. Xiao Jianyu whispered to Xie Sisi, There's a concealment formation set up outside to hide the contents within. The Lord of Wen City smiled and remarked, Indeed, friend Xiao speaks the truth. There is a concealment formation here, which I arranged to prevent unnecessary complications. Only a novice like Xie Sisi would be unaware of such formations. Any moderately knowledgeable cultivator knew that spirit artifact shops sold concealment formations. The mine sloped downward, and the Lord of Wen City led them forward for several zhang until they reached a dead end. Explaining briefly, he retrieved a compass from his storage ring and placed it on the ground. The compass's needle hesitated for a moment before spinning. The device was inscribed with labels indicating inferior, medium, superior, and excellent grades, each with designated ranges. Before long, the needle settled at the far right of the superior range, adjacent to the excellent range. A look of delight spread across Xiao Jianyu's face. Indeed, this is a superior grade spirit stone mine, nearly reaching excellent status. Lord Wen, you have achieved a remarkable feat. I shall notify the sect at once. Rest assured, the sect will not treat you poorly. Despite his youth and lower cultivation level, Xiao Jianyu spoke with authority, representing Tianyi Sect. The Lord of Wen City felt a pang of regret but maintained a facade of joy. It is all thanks to your kind words, friend Xiao. Overjoyed, Xiao Jianyu sent a message to Feng Xiu. Concurrently, Lu Su, having narrowly escaped peril, rushed towards Tianjin City with Yan Rushua. They had nearly faced death within the city's confines, and the city lord must provide an explanation. Chapter 46. The resentment of both man and dog upon receiving a message from Xiao Jianyu at Jianfeng. Feng Xiu pondered momentarily before summoning Shen Qianjua. There is a task that requires your presence. You shall accompany me to meet the sect master. Over the past month, Shen Qianjua had engaged in numerous brawls. Consequently, the enforcer hall had only ever encountered a victim who emerged unscathed, leaving them no grounds to confine him, save for issuing verbal warnings. However, was Shen Qianjua the type to heed such admonitions? He was, after all, a troublemaker, perpetually itching for a fight. Curiously, despite the risks of confinement for brawling with fellow sect members, he stubbornly chose to engage with them rather than seek external opponents. From the very day he joined Tianyi sect, he had relished combat with his own peers. Initially, he was at a disadvantage due to his lower cultivation level, often being the one on the receiving end. Yet, within a few short years, he made remarkable progress, ultimately proving unbeatable among his contemporaries. Soon thereafter, he began to challenge those of higher ranks. Presently, with his nascent soul stage cultivation, he could only be matched by those at the transformation stage, and, even then, it was unlikely anyone within Tianyi sect could best him. It was improbable that a transformation stage master would involve themselves. After all, even if they triumphed, what would it matter? Shen Qianjua had a master himself, one who was formidable and not to be trifled with. It was said that if a transformation stage master were to defeat Shen Qianjua, Pure Yang would swiftly retaliate, leveling their mountain with a mere flick of his sword. Such brazen acts were not beyond Pure Yang's repertoire. In summary, enlightened by his experiences, Shen Qianjua had become a veritable force of chaos, a source of frustration for the entire sect. If Feng Xiu were to suggest that others from Jianfeng take charge of mining the spirit stone vein, the sect master and the elders from other peaks would undoubtedly oppose it. However, if he were to propose sending Shen Qianjua, those individuals would likely celebrate his departure. Naturally, Shen Qianjua was known for his fiery temperament, showing little interest in matters beyond fighting. It would be unwise to assign him the sole responsibility of mining operations without sending others along. Nevertheless, as long as Jianfeng members were involved, there would be ample room for maneuvering, ensuring that the sect would favor Jianfeng in future resource allocations. Indeed, as he anticipated upon hearing the news, Master Hanhai promptly convened the senior members of the sect to deliberate. Is this information confirmed? Why has there been no communication from Lingyun? Inquired Jinming, the peak master of the Qi Peak. Lingyun was stationed in Tianjin City to oversee the sect's disciples there, boasting a late nascent soul stage cultivation. She typically refrained from involving herself in minor matters unless significant issues arose, necessitating additional personnel for tasks like collecting tributes. The discovery of a high-grade spirit stone vein, however, was a matter that should not have gone unreported. Master Hanhai explained, 10 years ago, Lingyun conveyed that she required seclusion for a breakthrough to the transformation stage. Given the tranquility of Tianjin City over the years, I did not dispatch anyone else, allowing Lingyun to focus on her advancement. It stands to reason that she remains in seclusion, which accounts for her silence. Understanding this rationale, Jinming ceased his inquiries and shifted the discussion towards those responsible for the mining operations. Despite the seemingly aloof demeanor of the peak masters, excluding the master of Jianfeng, they exhibited fierce tenacity when it came to their own interests, engaging in a heated exchange, the air thick with unspoken tension. After extensive debate, Master Hanhai ultimately decided that the matter would be overseen by the sect's third elder, known for his fairness and meticulous nature, as well as his amicable relations with the various peaks. He was the most suitable choice for this responsibility. With the main overseer established, Feng Xiu, seated in place of Pure Yang, slowly interjected, the third elder, being of high rank and considerable experience, may find certain violent matters unsuitable for his involvement. It would be prudent to have Qianzhua accompany him. Should any issues arise, he could address them. As soon as the words left his lips, Kunjing, the master of the Beast Peak, hastened to oppose, only to be restrained by Jinming. I support this proposal. Since joining the sect, Qianzhua has rarely ventured out. This opportunity would allow him to gain experience and is ultimately beneficial. Upon hearing this, Kunjing quickly concurred, indeed. It is high time that Qianzhua descends the mountain to avoid causing trouble for our disciples at the Beast Peak. With these two leading the charge, the others readily agreed. Master Hanai regarded Qianzhua with a glimmer of sympathy. To be so reviled by both man and beast was no small feat yet. It was impossible for him to feel pity for Qianzhua. Rather, he relished the thought of sending this troublemaker away to wreak havoc elsewhere. Thus, it was settled that Qianzhua would descend the mountain. As for Qianzhua's own sentiments, he feared not the heavens or the earth, but rather his senior brother, Feng Suyu. Once Feng Suyu spoke, whether he desired to go or not, he was bound to comply. Chapter 47. Yan Ruxiue arrives. Now that the discovery of the spirit stone mine has been made, they cannot leave before the arrival of the sect members. Xiao Jinyu will be preoccupied all day with Lord Wen, exploring the spirit stone mine and its surroundings to eliminate potential dangers. Wen Xiqing has arranged for the construction of shelters nearby to accommodate the cultivators who will be mining in the future. This spirit stone mine is a significant vein that will take at least 7 or 8 years to fully excavate, and various living facilities must be established. Previously, Lord Wen had sent people to secretly mine, fearing discovery, which is why they could not procure these necessities, so everything must now be started from scratch. Everyone has become busy. Xie Sisi, being young and possessing low cultivation, found herself unable to assist and didn't want to create chaos by following them. So she chose to stay in the Lord's residence to cultivate in peace. Yet, Xiao Jianyu worried that her rapid cultivation might affect her state of mind. After speaking with Lord Wen, he took her to the library of the Lord's residence, hoping that she could pass the time by reading. For the sake of this little junior sister, he was truly concerned. This arrangement suited Xie Sisi perfectly, and she spent a good part of the day immersed in the library. Tianjin's city had risen in just over 1,000 years, and the library did not possess particularly ancient texts. Most were about local customs, historical chronicles, and some intriguing tales from the vast continent, along with the inspirational biographies of certain renowned cultivators. There were also some basic cultivation techniques. The profound methods could only be learned by the direct descendants of the Lord's residence, while the texts in the library were meant for collateral descendants and the guards, featuring simpler and coarser techniques. After skimming through a couple of them, Xie Sisi lost interest. In her previous life, while working and studying, she had developed an exceptional capacity for learning, able to read nearly at a glance. In this life, having become a cultivator, her memory was more than 100 times stronger than before, and her reading speed was astonishing. She could finish a book and comprehend its essence in mere moments. Among the materials were jade slips. By pressing them to her forehead, vast amounts of knowledge would pour into her mind, more efficient than reading. However, these jade slips were single-use, requiring spirit stones to inscribe new ones for further use. Xie Sisi, not lacking in funds, promptly inscribed all the jade slips in the library, excluding the cultivation methods. In less than 10 days, Xie Sisi had nearly perused all the books in the library. The elder guarding the library, witnessing this, silently shook his head and sighed, thinking the child was still too young to grasp the importance of reading extensively. Such a valuable opportunity was squandered, as she treated it as mere amusement. Remembering the collateral descendants in her clan who found it nearly impossible to enter the library, he felt a pang of disappointment that this girl, given the chance, did not cherish it and merely flipped through the texts carelessly. Resolving to ignore her, he closed his eyes and focused on resting. One day, while the elder was outside the library meditating, he suddenly heard a crisp voice inquire, "Grandfather Zhao, is Miss Xie inside the library?" Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a smile. "Ah, It is the third Mississippi Miss Xie is indeed inside. You may go in and find her. This third Miss, when Muron, was the eldest daughter of the second master of the residence and the direct granddaughter of Lord One, a true descendant with the privilege of free access to the library. After exchanging pleasantries, she stepped inside. Xie Sisi was seated on the floor of the second floor, surrounded by a stack of books. Upon seeing her, when Muron noticed that she was intensely focused, flipping through the thick volume with remarkable speed, turning pages swiftly until she finished the book in the blink of an eye. When Muron was taken aback, she had heard tales of Miss Xie's unusual reading habits but had assumed they were exaggerated. Seeing it firsthand, she realized those rumors were understated. This was not merely reading. It was as if she were playing with the books. Yet, this did not concern her. After witnessing the fate of Wenwu, she was determined not to bring trouble upon herself. Composing her expression, when Muron approached Xie Sisi and greeted her respectfully, Miss Xie. Xie Sisi, having been absorbed in extracting key points from her reading, opened her eyes at the address, responding mildly, "And you are?" Over the past few days, many had approached her, most from the residents. However, after the incident with Miss Wenwu, her feelings toward the inhabitants of the residence were less than favorable. She was well aware of their intentions in seeking her out. Furthermore, Xiao Jianyu had instructed her that, as a member of the sect, she need not extend courtesy to those in the Lord's residence if she chose not to engage. Thus, she maintained a cold demeanor toward those who approached her. Noticing Xie Sisi's indifferent attitude, when Muron remained unfazed and smiled, "I am Wen Muron, the third in rank among the sisters in the residence. I apologize for the abrupt intrusion, but I have a matter that requires your confirmation." Xie Sisi regarded her in silence. When Muron paused before continuing, "Earlier, two individuals claiming to be direct disciples of Tianyi sect arrived at the Lord's gate, presenting their sect identity tokens. My father invited them in for questioning, but they seemed unaware of the arrival of the sect members. My father is uncertain of their origins and has asked me to invite you to confirm their identities. The tokens are lifeless, the people are alive," she added. "It is possible they harmed the real disciples and are masquerading as them. Thus, the tokens cannot be taken as proof of authenticity. The matter of the spirit stone mine is no longer a secret, and there may be unscrupulous individuals with ill intentions. At this juncture, every person entering the Lord's residence must have their identity verified thoroughly. Considering the timing, the representatives from Tianyi sect to take control of the mine should be arriving soon, and it is said they are led by the third elder. The sudden appearance of two individuals claiming to be direct disciples without knowledge of the third elder's arrival raises suspicion. The cautious second master would not confront them hastily without confirming their identities. He would placate them with kind words, and then he sent Wen Muron to invite Xie Sisi. Upon hearing this, Xie Sisi felt it inappropriate to decline and stood, saying, "Then let us go." Coincidentally, she had seen the direct disciples from the Pale Peak before. She could easily discern their authenticity. In the main hall of the Lord's residence, Yan Ruxiue sat in a chair, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction. Having served in the residence since childhood, she was adept at reading the nuances of behavior. The second master, appearing cordial and effusive with flattery, concealed deep-seated wariness in his eyes. Her foolish second brother could not perceive this, but it was evident to her. Reflecting on the misfortunes of recent days, she could no longer restrain herself and, rubbing her wrist, complained to Lu Su, "Second brother, I am so tired. May I rest now?" Indeed, considering that just over 2 months ago, her junior sister was still an ordinary person and quite young, it was natural for her to feel fatigued. In truth, her ability to endure until now before expressing weariness was already a testament to her strength compared to most people. Lu Su, feeling sympathetic, replied, "You have endured much on this journey. I shall take you to rest." Turning to the second master, he added impatiently, "My junior sister is tired. Do arrange accommodations for us to settle in quickly. Enough with the incessant chatter." The disciples from Pill Peak were notoriously proud within the sect and outside. They showed little regard for small families affiliated with the sect. Lu Su spoke with an air of authority, showing no courtesy whatsoever. The second master felt momentarily stifled, a flicker of darkness crossing his eyes, yet he maintained a smile, saying, "Of course, I shall have someone arrange it immediately." At that moment, Xie Sisi and when Muron entered from outside, the second master quickly stood, his face brightening with a smile. "Miss Xie, you have arrived." Chapter 48. Sent flying Yen Ruxiue and Lu Su also spotted Xie Sisi. Yen Ruxiue paused for a moment. Then her expression transformed into one of joy as she stood up merrily and walked towards Xie Sisi. "Sisi, what a coincidence. You are here too." It was as if their previous conflict had never occurred. Xie Sisi was astounded by her audacity and retorted with a stern expression, "My senior brother accepted a mission in Tianjin City, and naturally, I came along with him." She couldn't believe that Yen Ruxiue was pretending to be oblivious to the situation. Instantly, Yen Ruxiue's eyes turned red, biting her lip, appearing utterly helpless. Xie Sisi felt the urge to roll her eyes. Here we go again. It was always like this. After just a few exchanges, Yen Ruxiue would present herself as if she had suffered a monumental grievance, as if Xie Sisi had bullied her. Wasn't she tired of it? Yet, there were always those who fell for her act, as if bewitched, rushing to her defense at the sight of her expression. Indeed, upon witnessing Yen Ruxiue's demeanor, Lu Su's heart ached, and he glared at Xie Sisi with displeasure. "Can't you speak properly? Ruxiue is kindly greeting you, yet you choose to bully her?" Xie Sisi shot him a scathing look, retorting, "I'm accustomed to speaking to her like this at home. Should I be overly cautious when addressing my servants?" Furthermore, she questioned, "What exactly did I say that could be considered bullying her?" Yen Ruxiue's complexion turned pale, and she felt an overwhelming rage brewing within her. This insufferable wretch, aware of her vulnerabilities, insisted on bringing them up every time. Did she have to carry the scars of her past servitude throughout her life, becoming a permanent blemish upon her existence? As long as Xie Sisi lived, this matter would be repeatedly resurrected, and people would never forget. Biting her lip, a murderous intent gradually enveloped Yen Ruxiue. As a faint, dark aura began to emanate from her dantian. Lu Su, stifled by the situation, reached his breaking point upon seeing Yen Ruxiue's expression. His ire towards Xie Sisi surged, and he bellowed, "Once a cultivator embarks on the path of ascension, all ties to the mortal realm should be severed. Your repeated references to the past are merely an attempt to oppress Ruxiue. Individuals like you, who are so arrogant and oppressive towards your peers, deserve a severe lesson. As her senior brother, I shall impart the wisdom of humanity to you today." With that, he raised his hand, sending a surge of spiritual energy towards Xie Sisi. Despite Lu Su's lackluster abilities, he was still a golden core practitioner, 2 major realms above Xie Sisi. She was caught off guard by his sudden aggression and, despite her attempts to evade, was struck and sent hurtling from the room like a cannonball. Master Wen's face paled in terror. No. He rushed to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch in horror as Xie Sisi was sent flying. Everyone in the manor was aware of how dearly Xiao Jianyu cherished his little junior sister. If anything were to happen to her under his very nose, given Xiao Jianyu's temperament, he would undoubtedly flay Lu Su alive. After all, it was he who had summoned her here. Simultaneously, Master Wen secretly loathed Lu Su for his cruelty. How could such a powerful golden core cultivator stoop to bullying a mere 6-year-old girl? What audacity! Yet, through their conversation, Lu Su's identity had been confirmed. Despite harboring 100 disdainful thoughts about him, Master Wen dared not express them openly and hurried out to check on Xie Sisi. Lu Su, however, remained unfazed. Although his attack had been somewhat excessive, it would not claim a life. At worst, she would suffer severe injuries. He had longed to teach this insolent girl a lesson ever since their encounter at Beast Peak, and now he felt a sense of satisfaction. His thoughts raced, though they only transpired in an instant. As for Xie Sisi, watching herself being sent flying, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Indeed, strength was the ultimate truth. her cultivation was still too feeble. She resolved to devote herself to training diligently. Fortunately, she bore 2 layers of protection, making injury nearly impossible. In her ears, the thunderous roar of her 3rd senior brother echoed. "Who has bullied you?" Xie Sisi was momentarily stunned, then looked up, her face breaking into a delighted smile. 3rd senior brother? Thankfully, he had grown impatient with the flying boat and had hurriedly arrived at the outskirts of Tianjin City on his sword. Had he arrived even a moment later, his little junior sister would have been bullied out of his sight. Recalling the earlier scene, Shen Qianzha felt his anger bubbling uncontrollably. Xie Sisi, emboldened, recounted, "It was Lu Su from the Dan Peak. I did not provoke him. He attacked me without warning." "Lu Su, is it? Very well." The fury in Shen Qianzhai's eyes surged as he slowly drew the long sword from his back. Chapter 49. A debt repaid as Master Wen rushed out of the house. He beheld a striking young man hovering in midair, cradling Xie Sisi securely in his arms. Before he could even exhale the pent-up tension in his chest, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the young man, who was now revealing a formidable sword from his back. Under the oppressive force of the nascent soul, Master Wen felt as though a mountain was resting upon his shoulders, making it nearly impossible for him to stand. He managed to muster the strength to plead, "My lord, please forgive me. Let us discuss this matter amicably. We cannot resort to violence." He silently prayed to the heavens and the earth, wishing for the young man to spare him. Had he known that remaining at home would lead to such turmoil, he would have preferred to escape. Xie Sisi pressed her tiny hand against Shen Qianzhao's arm, declaring, "This is not his fault. It was all Lu Su who bullied me." Inside the house, Lu Su, sensing the commotion, rose to investigate. Upon seeing the figure in the air, his pupils constricted in terror, and without a word, he turned to flee. Shen Qianzhao, notorious for his explosive temper within the sect, would undoubtedly take vengeance upon Lu Su for striking Xie Sisi. "Run, quickly," he thought. "Once I return to the sect, everything will be manageable." Yan Ruxue followed closely behind, stunned by Lu Su's sudden retreat. "2nd senior brother?" she exclaimed. Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of pure white sword light cut through the air before her, the sharp aura stinging her skin. A scream echoed as the sword pierced through Lu Su's chest, blood erupting forth. Shen Qianzhao's cold voice rang out, "Dare to secretly bully my junior sister, and this is the consequence you must face." Seeing that Lu Su remained standing, he prepared to deliver another strike. Xie Sisi, alarmed, quickly clung to his arm, saying, "He struck me once. You have avenged me with your sword. We are even now. There is no need for further violence." After all, injuring someone was acceptable, but if he were to accidentally kill him, the situation would escalate dramatically. In such a case, even Master would struggle to protect 3rd senior brother. It was not worth endangering him for a scoundrel like Lu Su. Though Shen Qianzha felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he respected his junior sister's wishes. Xie Sisi calmed him down and turned to the stunned Yan Ruxue, questioning, "Your 2nd senior brother is injured. Are you not going to tend to him, perhaps feeding him some elixirs? After all, he was injured on your behalf." Thankfully, cultivators possessed robust vitality. Coincidentally, both Lu Su and Yan Ruxue were direct disciples of the Pill Peak and had no shortage of life-saving elixirs. So Xie Sisi was not overly concerned for Lu Su's life. As Xie Sisi spoke, the attention of the group shifted toward Yan Ruxue. Unaccustomed to such a scene, she instinctively stepped back. Xie Sisi raised an eyebrow. TSK. "I thought you shared a deep bond with your senior brothers and sisters. It seems I was mistaken." "What a pity that Lu Su risked his life for you." "Hey, Lu Su, are you not going to take your elixirs? If you delay, you may lose all your blood." Even with elixirs, recovering from Shen Qianzhao's fierce strike would require months of recuperation. Lu Su seethed inwardly but dared not show it, fearing that another outburst from Shen Qianzhao would provoke further wrath. His face darkened further upon witnessing Yan Ruxue's reaction. Although he had struck Xie Sisi in retaliation for being bullied at the Beast Peak, ultimately, it was to defend Yan Ruxue's honor. Now, having been injured, he felt abandoned by her lack of concern. Amidst his thoughts, he pulled out an exquisite jade vial from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Su, tears streaming down his face. "It's all my fault for causing you to be hurt. I would gladly bear the pain myself rather than see you harmed." Wiping her tears, she turned resolutely to shield Lu Su, refusing to meet Shen Qianchao's gaze, and fixed her eyes on Xie Sisi. "One must take responsibility for their own actions. The trouble arose because of me. Direct your anger at me, but do not harm my senior brother." Xie Sisi couldn't help but be impressed by the display of righteousness. It was a stirring appeal that would move anyone who heard it. Just look at Lu Su, who was previously resentful toward Yan Ruxue, now visibly touched by her words. Yan Ruxue, astute as she was, subtly shifted the blame away from herself. The conflict between her and Xie Sisi was merely verbal and had never escalated to physical altercation. Third senior brother would not dare to press charges against Yan Ruxue, a mere girl, for her sake, otherwise he would be in the wrong. Perhaps sensing this, Yan Ruxue found the courage to step forward. If she were to agree with Xie Sisi, she would be falling into a trap. She refused to align with Yan Ruxue's sentiments. Instead, she responded with unwavering agreement. "You are correct. One must take responsibility for their own actions. Your senior brother inflicted harm, and this matter does not concern you." "I understand. There is no need for you to explain further." Yan Ruxue, flabbergasted, thought, "For heaven's sake, that was not my intention." She quickly turned to Lu Su, second senior brother. "Do not listen to her provocations. I did not mean it that way." Lu Su's expression remained inscrutable. "I understand," he replied, though his true thoughts remained concealed. Yan Ruxue felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She wanted to clarify, but was at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Given the circumstances, Lu Su was unwilling to remain at the city lord's estate, fearing Shen Qianchao might lash out again. He turned and departed, realizing that in this situation he had no ground to stand on. Should it be reported to the law enforcement hall, it would only result in humiliation. With Lu Su gone, Yan Ruxue also felt compelled to leave, hastily following after him. Watching his somber expression, she suddenly felt lost. Earlier, upon hearing that Xie Sisi had undertaken a mission with Xiao Jianyu, she had been troubled. Due to their past connections, she found herself instinctively comparing herself to Xie Sisi. Fearing that she would develop any negative feelings, her master had sent her senior brother to escort her down the mountain. Out of selfishness, she had accompanied her senior brother to Tianjin City. Yet, rather than resolving her inner turmoil, her relationship with her senior brother had become strained due to Xie Sisi's meddling, resulting in her brother being gravely injured. So, she pondered, what was the purpose of her outing? Chapter 50. Complaining once the unwelcome presence departed, Shen Qianjua's expression finally softened. He gently landed with Xie Sisi in his arms, bent down to set her down, and affectionately ruffled her small head. "Did I not give you a jade talisman containing 3 blades of sword energy? In the event of such an encounter again, you should use the sword energy to deal with him. If anything goes awry, your senior brother will take the blame." Fong Siyu interjected. "Let me express my gratitude to you." Xie Sisi, puzzled, asked, "Why is it your senior brother who takes the blame, and not our master?" Shen Qianjua pondered for a moment. "Our master would merely commend you for your prowess and escalate the situation." Xie Sisi sighed. "Well, I suppose I forgot that our master enjoys a spectacle and is quite protective of his own." Reflecting on it, it made sense. After all, one could hardly expect a person who incited Shen Qianjua to fight daily to maintain a calm demeanor. In the end, Fong Siyu was the only reliable and sensible choice. Eavesdropping on their conversation, Master Wen felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. It was widely acknowledged that the individuals from Tianyi sect's Sword Peak were formidable, and their reputation was well-deserved. He suddenly realized that Miss Wen's previous slight towards Xie Sisi, merely confining her, seemed too lenient. He resolved to report the day's events to Lord Wen, ensuring that future dealings with the Sword Peak would be approached with greater respect. Taking a moment to bolster his confidence, Master Wen smiled. May I ask how to address you, esteemed practitioner? I shall arrange accommodations for you at once. Shen Qianzhua waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. I merely wish to see my junior sister and will not be staying. Now that all is well, I must head to the Spirit Stone Mine. Junior sister, would you care to accompany me? Having witnessed his junior sister being bullied, he could not bear to leave her alone. Xie Sisi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. No sooner had she spoken than Shen Qianzhua lifted her up. Let us go. The speed of a nascent soul cultivator was astonishing. Within the time it took to burn half a stick of incense, they arrived at the Spirit Stone Mine's location. The third elder had just arrived with his entourage, disembarking from the spirit vessel. Upon seeing Shen Qianzhua carrying Xie Sisi, he merely cast a glance, but said nothing. Lord Wen approached with a beaming smile. Greetings, third elder. The third elder nodded slightly. How is the cleanup around the Spirit Stone Mine progressing? Quite well, replied Lord Wen. You shall not be forgotten for your contributions in discovering the Spirit Stone Mine. This is a reward bestowed upon you by the sect leader. Please accept it. As he spoke, the third elder produced a storage ring from his robe and handed it to Lord Wen. It contained a wealth of elixirs, magical tools, and a volume of earth-grade cultivation techniques. Though Lord Wen accepted the storage ring, he felt little joy. The more he was rewarded, the less room he had for negotiation regarding the benefits from the Spirit Stone Mine. He yearned for spirit stones far more than for elixirs or techniques. Even if he could cultivate to the void refinement stage, his aptitude only allowed him to reach the later stages of nascent soul, rendering even the finest techniques useless. It would be far more practical to accumulate spirit stones. Perhaps in his lifetime, he might break through to the transformation stage. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he could not show his true feelings. He maintained an expression of gratitude and led the third elder and his group to inspect the Spirit Stone Mine. Shen Qianzhua, impatient with the pleasantries, carried Xie Sisi over to Xiao Jianyu. Xiao Jianyu was still astonished. Third junior brother, why have you brought junior sister here? Did you not come with the third elder because you first visited the Lord's estate? Shen Qianzhua replied irritably. Thank goodness I did. Otherwise, junior sister would have been bullied to death. Xie Sisi, feeling bashful, said, It wasn't that serious. I had a defensive magical tool with me. Ignoring her, Shen Qianzhua recounted Lu Su's misdeeds in detail to Xiao Jianyu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jianyu's fury ignited. How dare he, a golden core cultivator, lay a hand on junior sister? This is utterly shameless. This cannot go unpunished. Fortunately, junior sister had a defensive magical tool. Otherwise, her life would have been in peril. This is clearly an attempt to harm a fellow disciple. With the third elder present, they would have him seek justice for junior sister. Shen Qianzhua had not considered this angle. Since joining the Tianyi sect, he had always been the one receiving complaints. It was a novel experience to be the one lodging a complaint. Instead of objecting, he urged, Let us go, strike while the iron is hot, and make our complaint. Xie Sisi expressed her concern, but senior brother, you also harmed Lu Su. Will the third elder punish you? Understanding her unease, she likened it to a suspended sentence, where the matter might dissipate over time. With that in mind, she had no further worries. She promptly altered her expression to one of feigned terror, her large eyes blinking rapidly, tears welling up. Oh, second senior brother, I nearly lost you. Whoa. Xie Sisi remained silent, only weeping. Her cries were sharp and high-pitched, leaving those who heard it heartbroken and in tears. Shen Qianzhua exclaimed, Why are you all acting without prior discussion? Xiao Jianyu desperately gestured for him to speak up. Quickly, voice the complaint. Say it. Shen Qianzhua felt exasperated. Fortunately, his impatience did not cloud his judgment, and he quickly grasped the situation. It was Lu Su, and thank goodness I arrived in time. You do not know when I got there. What began as mere theatrics turned sincere, his anger boiling as he nearly wished to strike Lu Su again. The commotion created by the trio did not escape the keen ears of the third elder. Astute and principled, Upon hearing that Lu Su had dared to lay hands on such a young girl as Xie Sisi, he furrowed his brow. What are you discussing? Come over and clarify. Seeing Xie Sisi's frightened and aggrieved expression, he believed their words to be at least partially true. It was no wonder Shen Qianjua had brought the girl. She must have been quite shaken. The matter was not difficult to investigate. After some inquiries and with Master Wen's testimony, the third elder quickly understood the sequence of events. He held Lu Su's actions in utter disdain. Therefore, he promptly produced a communication talisman to contact Xianwei Zhenren. Xianwei, it seems your second disciple requires stricter supervision. Chapter 51. The turmoil unfolds. Xuanjuet Zhenren was partaking in tea with Kunjing Zhenren when suddenly, the communication talisman hanging from his waist flickered. He picked it up and gently brushed it, revealing a series of written lines. Upon reading the message from the third elder, Xuanjuet Zhenren felt a sharp pang of embarrassment and a rare surge of anger. He had instructed Lu Su to take Yan Ruxue down the mountain for her to broaden her horizons and untangle her thoughts. Yet this wayward disciple had brought her before Xie Sisi instead. How outrageous! Furthermore, as a golden core cultivator, he had struck a young girl in the qi refinement stage, and now it had been reported to the third elder. This wayward disciple had brought shame upon Danfeng. Xuanjuet Zhenren had only been reprimanded by his master upon his initiation into the sect, and never had he faced scolding from others. Now, due to this troublesome disciple, he had to endure a lecture from the third elder. 3 years of confinement felt far too lenient. He should be locked away for even longer. Though the third elder was generally diplomatic, he held steadfastly to the rules of the sect, disregarding anyone's face. If he decided that Lu Su would be confined for 3 years, then that was undoubtedly the fate that awaited him. It was merely a courtesy to inform Xuanjuet Zhenren in advance, a token of respect. Noticing the change in Xuanjuet Zhenren's expression, Kunjing Zhenren inquired with concern. What troubles you? Has something occurred? Xuanjuet Zhenren shook his head, unwilling to elaborate, and stood to leave. I have matters to attend to. Let us partake in tea another day. Just as he settled himself, he received a message from Xuanjuet Zhenren. Upon reading it, Lu Su's countenance darkened ominously. This is intolerable. It was evident that the 2 senior disciples had reported him. How they managed to distort the truth was beyond him. Yet his master had believed them and sent a scolding message. Yan Ruxue, appearing anxious, asked, Second senior brother? Lu Su turned to her, contemplating, and suddenly broke into a smile. Little junior sister, you can report this, can't you? Yan Ruxue looked confused. Lu Su pressed the communication talisman into her hand, his gaze fixed upon her. I was grievously injured while protecting you by Shen Qianzhao, and now I lie unconscious. You must tell Master. Shen Qianzhao was notorious for causing trouble. If little junior sister said this, Master would surely believe her. Yan Ruxue's heart raced, and she felt a sense of foreboding at the thought of following her second senior brother's suggestion, her expression reflecting her reluctance. Lu Su's tone sharpened, and his demeanor grew stern. Yan Ruxue shuddered internally and quickly grasped the talisman, resolutely stating, Second senior brother, do not worry, I know how to express it. Lu Su then smiled again. Good, then you must articulate it well. Holding the talisman, Yan Ruxue mentally prepared her words, relaying her grievances through the talisman to Xuanjuet Zhenren. Once she finished expressing herself, a sigh of relief escaped her. Shen Qianzhao has wronged you, but has the third elder wronged you as well? What a scoundrel! As her words fell, the white light of the talisman dimmed abruptly, shattering into fragments, rendering it utterly inoperative. Lu Su's expression turned dark. What does this have to do with the third elder? Yan Ruxue, bewildered, replied, I do not know. This exemplified the perils of misinformation. Lu Su was entirely unaware that the sect had sent the third elder to investigate, nor had anyone mentioned it to him. As a result, his attempts to play the situation to his advantage backfired, further tarnishing his image in Xuanjuet Zhenren's eyes. After transmitting his message to Xuanjuet Zhenren, The third elder specifically sent a message to Wang Jihe, instructing him to keep watch over Danfeng, ready to apprehend Lu Su the moment he arrived. After this, he turned his attention to Shen Qianzhao. This troublemaker was known for his penchant for brawling, though he had stabbed Lu Su this time. It was somewhat understandable given his usual behavior. He had demonstrated remarkable restraint. Thus, a mere verbal reprimand would suffice. No punishment was necessary. The third elder was only aware that Shen Qianzhao had stabbed Lu Su, but he was oblivious to the severity of the injury. Unaware that the blade had pierced Lu Su completely. When Xie Sisi and her companions reported the incident, they had naturally framed the narrative to favor their side, downplaying Shen Qianzhao's actions. Upon questioning Lord Wenair, who already harbored dissatisfaction with Lu Su's arrogance and disdain for his shameless behavior of bullying the weak, he instinctively downplayed Shen Qianzhao's retaliation as well. He simply stated that Shen Zhenren had been quite angry upon arrival and had stabbed Lu Su, who then departed. As far as he was concerned, he had not lied. It was true that a stab had occurred. Upon hearing this, the third elder concluded that since Lu Su had been able to leave on his own, the injuries could not have been severe. Remarkably, this troublemaker had shown restraint, indicating some progress. Instead of feeling dismay over Shen Qianzhao's actions, he felt an inexplicable sense of gratification. Thus, the matter was settled. Shen Qianzhao, receiving such unexpected leniency, found it hard to believe and cast a suspicious glance at the third elder, wondering if he was harboring some ill intentions. The third elder shot him a glare. "What is with that look? I warn you, while you oversee the spirit stone mine, behave yourself. If you dare stir up trouble or engage in fights again, I shall deal with you." Shen Qianzhao felt reassured. This was more like the normal attitude of the sect's members towards him. As for the third elder's threat, he hardly paid it any heed. They could punish him. It was not as though he had not been punished before. In truth, it was a chaotic situation. The third elder took charge of the spirit stone mine, rendering Xiao Jianyu's involvement unnecessary. Xiao Jianyu returned to his idle state, no longer needing to oversee little junior sister. He smacked his lips, suddenly feeling that life was as lonely as snow. Well, if he had nothing else to do, he might as well check on little junior sister. With this resolve, he sent a message to Xie Sisi for directions and soared over on his sword. Upon arriving at his destination, he spotted a rather ugly bird flying towards him, chirping excitedly as it approached. Chapter 52. The Contract with the Bald Bird. What on earth? Xiao Jianyu was taken aback and instinctively unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. The large bird, startled, emitted a disjointed cry and hastily turned to evade. However, it was a moment too late, and it was struck, sending feathers flying as the creature plummeted from the sky. Just then, Xie Sisi and Shen Qianzhao emerged from the woods. In contrast to her previous soft and adorable demeanor, Xie Sisi now exuded a sharp aura of lethality, a result of the brutal battle she had endured over the past few days. Without even glancing at the fallen bird, she stepped around it. The bird, struggling to regain its footing, attempted to approach Xie Sisi. She cast a disdainful look at it and said, "Stay away from me. Don't you desire freedom? I've decided to grant you that. Fly as far as you can, quickly." At that moment, Xiao Jianyu recognized the creature on the ground. "Is this Bald Bird?" He mused, realizing why its cry had sounded so familiar. It was the fugitive known as Bald Bird. He regretted not having struck harder earlier. Xie Sisi scoffed. "Isn't just Bald Bird? Look at it. It suits the name perfectly." The current state of Bald Bird was even more pitiful than when they had last seen it at Beast Peak. Its feathers were nearly all gone, and it appeared filthy, as if it had been rummaging through a dumpster in some hidden corner for days. Faced with Xie Sisi's mockery, Bald Bird felt too ashamed to raise its head. In its eagerness to escape, it had never anticipated the harshness of the outside world. When it had slipped out of its clan territory, it was merely a third-tier spirit beast, comparable to a human in the Golden Core stage, not particularly formidable. As long as it avoided the territories of high-ranking spirit beasts or ferocious beasts, it was generally safe. Unfortunately, it had attracted the attention of human cultivators, who pursued and persecuted it relentlessly, causing its cultivation to plummet to the first tier. A first-tier spirit beast was considered the lowest tier among spirit beast populations. While it had been preoccupied with evading human cultivators, it had forgotten that the struggles among spirit beasts were even more brutal. It had narrowly escaped death at the hands of other spirit beasts on several occasions, almost becoming prey itself. Luckily, its speed had allowed it to escape with its life. Only now did it realize the benefits of being near Xie Sisi, no worries about food or safety, and ample spiritual energy for cultivation. While it was lamenting its fate, it witnessed Xie Sisi wielding a short sword with deadly efficiency in the forest. The spirit beasts that had once bullied it were now vanquished at the hands of Xie Sisi. Overcome with excitement, Bald Bird thought she had come specifically to find it and rushed toward her, only to be struck down once again. Its already ragged feathers were further plucked away. Despite Xie Sisi's insistence on driving it away, Bald Bird was reluctant to leave. After all, encountering such a powerful ally was a rare opportunity. What pride or dignity could it hold onto when faced with the threat of death? After several days of being ignored by Xie Sisi, it was in despair, losing feathers from stress. Just when it was unsure of what to do, it spotted Xiao Jianyu and excitedly flew over, hoping he would plead for it. Unfortunately, it was met with another strike. Life as a bird was indeed difficult. Upon learning the circumstances from Xie Sisi, Xiao Jianyu offered a single word to Bald Bird: deserved. To which Bald Bird replied, "Chirp. I understand my wrongs. I beg for your mercy. Please accept me." Seeing that Bald Bird had learned its lesson, Xie Sisi softened her stance a bit. "I might consider accepting you, but we must sign a contract. After all, you are to be the future Peacock King. I am not willing to let you go easily." Bald Bird hesitated. "Chirp? Must we sign a contract?" Xie Sisi smirked. "Do you think you have the luxury to negotiate? If you do not wish to sign, we part ways here. Whether you live or die thereafter is no concern of mine." Under Shen Qianzhu's guidance, Xie Sisi and Bald Bird successfully signed the contract. At that moment, an unseen connection formed between them, and Bald Bird realized that the contract they had entered was, surprisingly, an equal one. It was astonished. "Chirp? You actually signed an equal contract with me?" It had expected her to impose a master-servant contract, but was taken aback by the respect she had shown. For the first time, Bald Bird felt a sense of affection towards Xie Sisi. It was also the first time it harbored positive feelings for a human. Under the contract, Xie Sisi could hear Bald Bird's thoughts. Not holding back, she rolled her eyes at it. "With your intellect, I fear that having you as a servant would lower my standards. Don't celebrate too soon. This contract is merely temporary. Once you work off your debt and repay the 2,000 spirit stones I spent to acquire you, our agreement will be dissolved." "Oh! And you must keep track of all your expenses while in my care. They too must be repaid. After all, you wouldn't want to be known as a bird that fails to repay its debts, would you?" Though her words were filled with disdain, Bald Bird felt a peculiar joy upon hearing them. So, this equal contract was just temporary? Oh my, this human girl was quite splendid. Its affection for Xie Sisi grew even more. Flapping its wings in assurance, it declared, "Chirp. Rest assured, I will repay the spirit stones I owe you." Xie Sisi nodded. With the contract in place, it would be impossible for Bald Bird to escape its debts. Bald Bird pondered, so the reason for the contract was because of its previous escape? No wonder. Reflecting on it, Bald Bird recognized that it was indeed at fault. Escaping was fine, but it should have settled its debts first. This realization sparked a rare sense of guilt within it, further increasing its fondness for Xie Sisi. Noticing the shift in Bald Bird's attitude, Xie Sisi casted a puzzled glance, unable to comprehend the erratic behavior of this peculiar bird. For over half a month, they hunted in the woods, and under Shen Qianzhu's tutelage, Xie Sisi made rapid progress in her swordsmanship, mastering the entirety of the falling sunset sword technique. Pleased with her progress, Shen Qianzhu praised his junior sister as a swordsmanship prodigy and introduced her to the higher-level falling blossom sword technique. As the Spirit Stone mine officially commenced operations, Xie became preoccupied with its affairs and could no longer accompany Xie Sisi on hunts, entrusting her to Xiao Jianyu instead. Chapter 53. Fourth senior brother Zhou Ping'an having been away for quite some time, Xie Sisi found herself missing her elder brother. She nodded in agreement. At present, she was not in need of spiritual stones, but in contrast, Xie was in greater need. The disciples of the Sword Peak were notoriously impoverished, especially Xie, who seldom ventured down the mountain and often found himself in confinement. The spiritual stones he possessed were solely provided by the sect, and as a direct disciple, he received a mere 5 medium-grade spiritual stones each month. However, cultivation demanded substantial resources. The acquisition of spiritual tools, elixirs, talismans, formations, spiritual beasts, and the practice itself all required the use of spiritual stones. Thus, 5 medium-grade spiritual stones were utterly insufficient. Over the years, Xie had lived in dire straits. His only significant income came from a lucrative venture by the Sword Peak at the Gathering Wealth gambling house, where Feng Xiu generously gifted Xie 5,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. The moment the spiritual stones were in his possession, Xie upgraded his lifebound sword, depleting his entire stock. The contents of his storage bag now represented nearly all his accumulated wealth. Xie Sisi was well aware of his situation and could never accept his offer. Xie chuckled. Rest assured, I guard a spiritual stone mine. Do you truly fear that your elder brother lacks spiritual stones? Was it not true that the position of guarding the spiritual stone mine was so lucrative that sect members would vie fiercely for the opportunity? Such reasoning left Xie Sisi momentarily speechless. Very well then, she conceded, adding, I do not lack spiritual stones, so you needn't keep me in your thoughts. Third senior brother. Xiao Jianyu, observing from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. Third junior brother, do you have nothing to say to me? Perhaps a storage bag for me as well? Xie playfully patted him on the shoulder, nearly toppling him over. Take care. Xiao Jianyu, bewildered, asked, take care of what? His eyelids twitched, an ominous feeling creeping over him. Just as he was about to inquire further, Xie ignored him and departed. The cultivators possessed robust physiques, unyielding to the elements. Xie Sisi remained clad in her vibrant red-feathered attire, her feet adorned with a pair of deer leather boots. In half a year, she had not only grown taller, but, due to her cultivation, had shed much of her baby fat, transforming from a plump cherub into a refined and charming young girl. After traversing through the teleportation array, they arrived at the foot of the sect's mountain 5 days later. This place had been her residence since arriving in this world. For her, Sword Peak was home. So much so that throughout the journey, she found it difficult to concentrate on her cultivation. Upon seeing the familiar mountain gate, her restless heart instantly found tranquility, a sense of belonging enveloping her. Junior sister? A voice of surprise rang out. Upon returning from her travels and encountering a familiar face, Xie Sisi beamed with joy. Wan Sha? What a coincidence to meet you here. Are you shopping in the market? Wan Sha smiled brightly and nodded, yes. I am buying things and also selling a few. The two chattered enthusiastically, momentarily forgetting about Xiao Jianyu, who stood aside. After a while, Wan Sha noticed Xiao Jianyu and jumped in surprise, quickly bowing. Greetings, senior brother Xiao. Remembering something, she hurriedly pulled out 2 xiaoguai and 2 mao from her spiritual beast bag. Look, this is our sect, Tianyi sect. Xie Sisi pointed at the imposing 3 characters on the mountain gate. 2 xiaoguai nodded obediently, nuzzling against Xie Sisi's arm. 2 mao chirped, chirp chirp. So, this is what the mountain gate looks like. It appears quite impressive. When he entered Tianyi sect, he was carried in a spiritual beast bag. Now, he was being brought out the same way. This was his first time seeing the mountain gate. To be honest, it looked far more grand than the entrance to their peacock clan. However, he thought better of mentioning it, as the elders in his clan would undoubtedly disapprove. Zhou Ping'an's eyes immediately lit up. Is this the little junior sister that Master took in? Fong Siyu glanced at him. Aside from her, do you have any other junior sisters? Zhou Ping'an replied earnestly. Was there not one before? Fong Siyu retorted that one was long expelled from the sect. Does she still count as a junior sister? Zhou Ping'an scratched his head, correcting, she left the sect of her own accord. Fong Siyu sighed, realizing he should not engage in a debate with this simpleton. Noticing Fong Siyu's displeasure, Zhou Ping'an realized he had misspoken again, though he was unsure where he had erred, as he believed he was merely speaking the truth. Fong Siyu closed his eyes, warning, when we meet the little junior sister, do not mention anything about the former junior sister. In our Sword Peak, there has always been only one junior sister, Xie Sisi. Do you understand? Zhou Ping'an nodded blankly. Oh, but a sharp glance from Fong Siyu silenced him immediately. Fong Siyu exhaled. Let us go. As they stepped out of the courtyard, a bright red figure joyfully dashed toward them. Elder brother. Fong Siyu's face broke into a smile once more. Xie Sisi rushed to Fong Siyu's side. Standing obediently and greeting him with a radiant smile, Sisi greets elder brother. Her gaze then shifted to Zhou Ping'an, and she sweetly revealed 8 pearly teeth. This must be senior brother Xie, right? Sisi greets senior brother Xie. Considering the timing, the only one remaining with elder brother at Sword Peak was indeed senior brother Xie. Chapter 54. Indicating his change of heart the moment Zhou Ping'an laid eyes on his new junior sister, he felt an instant fondness. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was not a romantic affection, but rather a sibling-like admiration. Compared to his previous junior sister, who wore a perpetual frown and exhibited an arrogant demeanor, this little sister radiated warmth and joy, akin to a vibrant little sun, dazzling and delightful. It was no wonder the senior brothers spoke so highly of her. Who could resist such an endearing young lady? Initially, he planned to present her with some spirit stones as a token of their first meeting, merely a gesture. However, upon hearing her sweetly call him senior brother Xie, he hesitated and felt somewhat unworthy of such a gift. Instead, he retrieved a pale blue pearl from his storage ring and offered it to her. Junior sister, I don't possess many fine things, but please take this Jiao pearl to play with. With curiosity, Xie Sisi accepted it. Is this truly a Jiao pearl? During her time at the city lord's manor, she had diligently studied various aspects of this world, including the records regarding Jiao pearls. It was said that only the royal lineage of the merfolk could produce them, and they were exceedingly rare. When worn, one could breathe and move freely underwater. This singular ability was enough to make anyone envious, as many precious treasures lay hidden beneath the waves, and ordinary cultivators found it difficult to hold their breath for extended periods. Thus, possessing a Jiao pearl granted a significant advantage. Consequently, the emergence of a Jiao pearl often incited fierce competition. To her astonishment, Zhou Ping'an had gifted her a Jiao pearl. Thank you, senior brother Xie, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Zhou Ping'an chuckled, there's no need for formality between us. Xiao Jianyu scrutinized Zhou Ping'an and teasingly approached him. I heard you encountered some romantic entanglements during your mission? Zhou Ping'an looked utterly bewildered. What romance? Xiao Jianyu replied. Did you not save a girl who now wishes to marry you? Xie Sisi's eyes widened in surprise. Is that true? Eagerly, she perked up her ears to listen, as gossip was her favorite pastime. Zhou Ping'an, with a serious expression, countered, Second brother, you ought to refrain from speaking carelessly and tarnishing the girl's reputation. She merely wishes to express her gratitude and stay by my side to assist me. I have no need for such assistance, so I sent her away. Xie Sisi was taken aback. Wow, senior brother, she is quite the gentleman. Xiao Jianyu flashed a grin and gave Zhou Ping'an a thumbs up. With your wit. It's a miracle you've reached this age. Recognizing Xiao Jianyu's usual playful nature, Zhou Ping'an ignored him and continued conversing with Xie Sisi. I heard you were bullied by people from Danfeng? A sense of foreboding crept in, prompting her to abruptly turn to leave. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must go now. But as she turned, Fong Xiu threw a rope around her, restraining her. What business do you have? Speak up. Zhou Ping'an was perplexed, glancing between Xiao Jianyu and Fong Xiu. Senior brothers, what is going on? Xie Sisi also looked at them, wondering if there was something she was unaware of. Xiao Jianyu shot Zhou Ping'an an exasperated glare. You absolute fool. If it weren't for you mentioning it, the eldest brother wouldn't have caught him now. Zhou Ping'an retorted. Second brother, clarify yourself. How am I a fool? Xiao Jianyu ground his teeth, noticing Xie Sisi's puzzled gaze and swallowing back his words. He shot Zhou Ping'an another glare, muttering under his breath, You're just a big fool. Fong Xiu tugged the rope, pulling Zhou Ping'an into the courtyard while turning his back to address both him and Xie Sisi. I need to have a word with your second brother. Junior brother Xi. Please look after your little sister. Xie Sisi, bewildered, asked Zhou Ping'an, Did second brother do something wrong? Zhou Ping'an, equally confused, shook his head. I don't know. Seeing the worry etched on her face, he comforted her with a smile. Don't fret. The eldest brother won't do anything harsh to second brother. At most, he'll just impose a training retreat. You see, second brother detests training, so the eldest brother often finds reasons to impose such penalties on him. If it weren't for the eldest brother being able to keep him in check, he would still be wandering around in the foundation establishment stage. This time, it was likely the eldest brother had found yet another reason to discipline him, perhaps due to the fact that she had pulled him into training during their hunting excursions. Upon this realization, Zhou Ping'an thought it quite beneficial for second brother to receive some discipline from the eldest brother. After all, in a world where strength reigns supreme, improving one's abilities is always advantageous. Zhou Ping'an invited Xie Sisi to his courtyard, and as they walked, he began recounting some past stories about Xiao Jianyu. Don't let his current golden core stage fool you. His talent is the best among us brothers. He's simply lazy, as Master would say. Second brother is like a toad in autumn. Poke him, and he'll move a little. Otherwise, by now, he should have reached the nascent soul stage. As Zhou Ping'an animatedly spoke, Xie Sisi listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with playful comments. The two new siblings shared a rapport that felt as if they had known each other for years, devoid of any awkwardness. After Fong Xiu pulled Xiao Jianyu into the courtyard, he released the rope. Do you know where you went wrong this time? Xiao Jianyu felt a twinge of guilt. I shouldn't have left the little sister alone at the city lord's manor. He had not anticipated that Lu Su would show up at the manor, nor that he would shamelessly confront the little sister. Fong Xiu snorted. At least you realize your mistake. The first time you left the little sister at the city lord's manor, the people there dared to bully her, clearly underestimating her. Although I wasn't in Tianjin City, I later learned of the events that transpired. The way they treated her indicates their arrogance and disdain, stemming from a fundamentally flawed attitude. If it were any other subordinate family, they wouldn't dare to treat a direct disciple of the upper sect with such contempt. Even the most insignificant servant from the upper sect would be treated like a revered ancestor. Yet, a mere maid dares to speak harshly to the little sister? She must either be foolish or unaware of what Tianyi sect represents to the city lord's manor. The same goes for Miss Wenwu. If both the master and servant display such behavior, does that not speak volumes? Upon hearing Fong Xiu's analysis, Xiao Jianyu felt a chill run down his spine. What does that indicate? Fong Xiu's tone was calm, but his words sent shockwaves through Xiao Jianyu. It indicates that the current city lord of Tianjin City has ulterior motives. This was akin to a royal princess visiting a vassal's home. Would the vassal servants dare to disrespect her? Would they belittle her simply because of her youth? If they did, it would certainly reflect the head of that family harboring disloyalty, influencing others in the household. How could you feel at ease leaving the little sister alone in the care of such a family? Did you truly believe that if something were to happen, they would protect her? If they genuinely regarded her as an esteemed guest, they would have ensured her safety without hesitation, even amidst uncertainty regarding Lu Su's identity. After listening to Fong Xiu's words, Xiao Jianyu felt a tightening sensation in his chest. These were thoughts he had never contemplated. He had initially believed that the incident was merely a coincidence, that the little sister had narrowly escaped harm from Lu Su. However, it seemed that signs of trouble had been present from the very beginning. Given the city lord's manners attitude, it would not have been just Lu Su. There could have been Wang Su or Sun Su, emerging as well. He realized he had been foolish, failing to see the signs, and naively thought he had handled the situation appropriately. The more I ponder, the more I feel a deep sense of shame. This time, I genuinely realize my mistakes. I sincerely declare, this oversight is entirely my fault. Please, senior brother, impose the necessary punishment upon me. Fang Suyu responds with a simple acknowledgement. Indeed, you deserve to be punished. Had your strength reached the nascent soul stage, the other party would have acted with more caution. Now that we have the junior sister to protect, do you think you can afford to remain complacent? At this moment, Xiao Jianyu is engulfed in guilt and, without a second thought, replies, certainly not. To prevent such circumstances from arising again, I must elevate my cultivation. Fang Suyu nods in agreement. That is precisely what you have stated. Go into seclusion. Do not emerge until you attain the nascent soul stage. Xiao Jianyu looks up in astonishment. Wait, he merely expressed the need for diligent cultivation. He did not imply that he must seclude himself until reaching the nascent soul. Fang Suyu's brows furrow. Are you retracting your previous statement? Xiao Jianyu. No. Very well, for the sake of freedom, he shall endure the arduous path and strive diligently to attain the nascent soul. Yet, he cannot shake off a sense of dissatisfaction. With the lord of Tianjin City harboring ulterior motives, should he inform the sect leader? Fang Suyu gives him a meaningful glance. If I can discern such matters, do you truly believe the sect leader is oblivious? Otherwise, why do you think the sect dispatched the third elder? The third elder is renowned for his astuteness. Enough of the sect's affairs. Hasten to your seclusion and cultivate. Chapter 55. Learning something new. Xiao Jianyu had entered seclusion, and the entire sword peak fell into a tranquil silence. Xie Sisi released 2 Xiaoguai and 2 Mao, allowing them to roam freely about the peak while she seized the time to cultivate. This recent journey had made her acutely aware of the significance of her cultivation level. Although she was protected by her senior brothers, she did not wish to remain perpetually sheltered under their wings. Consequently, after 3 days of seclusion, she was pulled out by her eldest senior brother. After a thorough and patient lecture from Fang Suyu, Xie Sisi learned that hastening her cultivation was not necessarily advantageous. The path of cultivation was fraught with the element of mental state. Although she did not perceive any issues with her own mental state, she felt it prudent to heed her senior brother's advice. Thus, she resolved to dedicate half a day to cultivation and devote the remaining time to exploring other pursuits. Diversity enriches the spirit. The sect provided a dedicated transmission hall where the inner disciples received lessons from seasoned practitioners at the golden core or nascent soul stages, alongside sharing their personal experiences. The transmission hall offered a plethora of topics related to cultivation, including talisman crafting, artifact forging, array formation, beast taming, alchemy, and sword practice. Each peak was required to conduct lessons at the hall once a month, with additional sessions rewarding the instructor with contribution points. At other peaks, where disciples were plentiful, teaching at the transmission hall was a coveted opportunity to earn contribution points, with many eager to participate. However, at Sword Peak, due to the scarcity of individuals, only those available among the few brothers took turns, resulting in a once-a-month occurrence, with no possibility for additional sessions. Generally, Fang Suyu attended the most frequently. Having spent nearly 2 months at Sword Peak before descending the mountain for training, Xie Sisi had not previously noticed these details, only becoming aware of them now as she sought other activities. Contribution points could be acquired through tasks at the task hall, as explained by Wan Sha. Xie Sisi was already familiar with this. Wan Sha continued, stating that contribution points could also be purchased from others within the sect. Typically, 20 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Some disciples, lacking a means to earn spirit stones, opted to trade for contribution points instead. For instance, while she was in the outer sect, she would accept tasks to guard the spiritual fields. Guarding for a month would earn 2 contribution points. For those with ample spirit stones, spending time on tasks to earn contribution points was not cost-effective, leading them to purchase points at a premium from disciples like her. Although this approach meant sacrificing cultivation time, many outer disciples preferred task completion, while others, more focused on cultivation, deemed tasks a waste of time, leaving it to personal choice. Contribution points held great significance. They could be utilized to acquire talismans, spiritual pets, and spiritual artifacts at other peaks, where both spirit stones and contribution points were accepted. However, at the task hall, transactions could only be made with contribution points, and accessing the library also required them. After Wan Sha's explanation, Xie Sisi began to grasp the concept. In summary, the task hall and library functioned as state-run entities, with contribution points as the sole legal currency issued by the Tianyi sect. To spend at these establishments, only the state currency was accepted, while other peaks operated more like private enterprises, allowing for more lenient currency requirements. Therefore, contribution points were indeed vital, especially since she needed them to access the library. However, she currently possessed only 5 contribution points gifted by her second senior brother. It seemed she had to find a way to undertake tasks to accumulate more points. The notion of trading spirit stones for contribution points had never crossed her mind. She considered her own spirit stones scarce and could not fathom spending them extravagantly. Thus, with her senior brother advising her against rushing her cultivation, she decided to select a few simple tasks, balancing them with her desire to learn. With that resolution, Xie Sisi and Wan Sha made their way to the main peak. Wan Sha intended to attend lessons at the transmission hall, technically as a servant disciple. She was not qualified to study at the inner sect's transmission hall, but due to the absence of inner disciples at Sword Peak, her status as the sole servant disciple granted her access. Xie Sisi, on the other hand, planned to explore the library first. From the outside, the library appeared to be an ordinary 3-story bamboo building, nestled amidst lush greenery, exuding an air of rustic elegance, with a plaque inscribed with the words library prominently displayed. In front of the bamboo structure sat a rattan rocking chair, occupied by a venerable elder with white hair and beard, clad in a loose blue robe, holding a black and white feather fan, seemingly meditating. Xie Sisi had never encountered this elder, but had read about him in books, noting that this seemingly ordinary individual was actually a respected elder of the sect, though she had forgotten his exact rank. Nonetheless, he was highly esteemed. However, because he solely guarded the library and refrained from participating in any sect activities, few from the younger generation recognized him, mistaking him for an ordinary sect attendant and offering him little respect. In the narrative, Yan Ruxiue had been accepted as a direct disciple by the esteemed Xianju, surrounded by flattery and praise, causing her to lose her bearings like a newly wealthy individual eager to flaunt her fortune. Consequently, she encountered a setback before this elder. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, she directed a group of sycophantic inner disciples to trouble the elder, only to be dealt with one by one. Eventually, the matter escalated, and Xianju learned of the incident, compelling Yan Ruxiue to apologize to the elder, which made her realize his true identity. This was Yan Ruxiue's first experience of defeat in the story. In the author's words, this was a necessary growth moment for the female protagonist, a refinement of her character. Subsequently, Yan Ruxiue recognized her mistakes and formed a friendship with the elder, although Xie Sisi was skeptical of this claim, considering the original protagonist had met a tragic end shortly thereafter. Regardless, Xie Sisi felt a burgeoning fondness for the elder, as he was the first to humble Yan Ruxiue. With a respectful demeanor, she approached the elder and offered a courteous bow, greeting him with, "Greetings, esteemed elder." On this outing, she donned the sect's direct disciple attire, a sky-blue robe with wide sleeves and a cinched waist, featuring an embroidered golden sword on the front. The design was simple and unremarkable, Yet the golden sword allowed her to traverse the sect with confidence, deterring anyone from provoking her. Primarily, she wished to avoid trouble. If she wore regular clothing and encountered someone unwise enough to bully her due to her youth and lower cultivation, it would waste her time in conflict. Thus, she opted for her finest attire, ensuring no one dared to confront her. Although the elder kept his eyes closed, his awareness remained attuned to the surroundings. Surprised to see a young girl in direct disciple garb, bowing respectfully before him. He noted that this was the first time in many years that a disciple had shown him such respect, and one of direct lineage at that. It was indeed a rarity, and he felt a flicker of fondness for Xie Sisi. Opening his eyes, he greeted her warmly. "This must be your first visit to the library, young lady." The elder chuckled. "I am unworthy of the title esteemed elder. I am merely an ordinary gatekeeper. If you wish to enter, simply swipe your disciple token against the door." After expressing her gratitude to the elder, Xie Sisi approached the library entrance. As she entered, the elder closed his eyes once more, murmuring softly, "A pure heart, indeed, she is a fine child." Chapter 56. First. Let us learn alchemy. The library appeared unremarkable from the outside, but upon entering, one discovered a hidden paradise within. It was adorned with rows upon rows of bookshelves, brimming with volumes that seemed to stretch endlessly. This was merely the first floor. There were still 2 more levels above, illustrating the vast collection housed within. Established over a span of more than 100,000 years by the Tianyi sect, the books here had been meticulously gathered by the sect's members throughout the ages. Thankfully, to facilitate the disciples' access, the library had organized its vast collection into detailed categories, allowing one to seek out what they required with ease. Xie Sisi resolved to embark on a journey of learning alchemy. Although the esteemed master Xuanjue had assured her that she could request the disciples of Danfeng to concoct elixirs for her without any fee, she believed that self-reliance was preferable. Given her current relationship with the Danfeng disciples, she could easily envision their disdainful and haughty expressions should she seek their assistance. She had no desire to subject herself to such humiliation, nor did she wish to tarnish the reputation of the Sword Peak. Thus, she decided to learn alchemy on her own. In her previous life, she had engaged in a variety of part-time jobs, including assisting an elderly traditional healer in her village with the preparation of medicinal plasters. As long as the proportions were correct, she thought, alchemy couldn't be that difficult. Could it? With a hint of uncertainty, she began her quest. Following the categorization indicators, she located the introductory materials on alchemy. The first was a comprehensive guide titled A Complete Compendium of Alchemical Materials, Flora and Fauna, followed by an introductory guide for alchemical novices. The latter was a thin volume that succinctly covered essential techniques and precautions in alchemy, including 2 basic formulas for beginners to practice. The compendium, however, was extensive, divided into 6 thick volumes, each akin to a brick in weight, promising to be a daunting read. Xie Sisi first diligently perused the introductory guide for alchemical novices, committing every word to memory before lifting the first volume of the compendium. Time slipped away, and before she knew it, over half an hour had passed. Estimating the duration, she realized that the session in the transmission hall must be concluding. She carefully put away her books and rubbed her temples, acknowledging the challenge of absorbing such material in such a short span. With that thought, she exited the library. The elder was still resting with his eyes closed. Upon noticing Xie Sisi emerging with an alchemy book, he expressed mild surprise and opened his eyes. "You wish to learn alchemy?" If he was not mistaken, this girl was the newly accepted disciple of Pure Yang. It was intriguing to think of his disciple delving into alchemy. He wondered what Pure Yang would feel about this development, and a sense of anticipation welled within him. Xie Sisi smiled openly. "My senior brother mentioned that my rapid progress might be detrimental to my mental state and advised me against becoming too absorbed in cultivation. So I thought to engage in some other pursuits." Although her words were somewhat pretentious, her delivery was refreshingly candid. The elder chuckled softly, recognizing her boastful nature mirrored that of Pure Yang. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Your senior brother speaks wisely." These foundational texts are permissible. However, the original volumes cannot be borrowed. You may spend a contribution point to have a copy made here. The copy texts are restricted to the sect's disciples. They cannot be sold or lent to outsiders. Xie Sisi understood this, acknowledging that the texts were the result of generations of painstaking collection by their predecessors, representing a vital asset to the sect's foundation, which must not be compromised for outsiders. Entering the library cost her 1 contribution point, leaving her with 6. The elder marked her identity token, deducting the contribution point, and then produced a stack of neatly cut papers. With a flick of his fan, 6 pristine volumes appeared before Xie Sisi. "Here, take these." Gratefully, Xie Sisi carefully stored the 6 volumes in her storage ring and made her way to the transmission hall, which had just concluded its session. As Huanxia tidied up and prepared to leave, she was halted at the door by a young woman clad in a pale, yellow, immortal dress. The woman's demeanor was haughty, her chin raised defiantly as she scrutinized Huanxia with disdain. "You are the one who incessantly intrudes upon the inner sect's transmission hall for lessons, are you not?" Behind her trailed 3 young men and women, all dressed in resplendent garments, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Sensing their ill intentions, Huanxia chose to ignore them, pursing her lips as she attempted to sidestep the confrontation. Having become accustomed to such encounters since attending the transmission hall, she believed that if she remained silent, they would tire of their taunts and leave her be. However, this time, the situation took an unexpected turn. Seeing her silence, the woman in yellow erupted in fury. "Impudence! How dare you, a mere servant disciple, disregard me? I shall teach you a lesson." With that, a whip suddenly appeared in her hand, striking fiercely toward Huanxia. Huanxia's pupils dilated in horror. She attempted to evade, only to find her body immobilized, helplessly watching the whip descend toward her face. Just as the whip was about to connect, a flash of brilliance surged forth, and the woman in yellow let out a shriek as she was sent flying backward. Chapter 57. The sword peaks defenders. Upon the sudden appearance of the azure figure before her, Huanxia widened her eyes in astonishment. Xie Sisi offered a reassuring glance, her small chest held high with a sense of pride as she pointed her flowing sword forward. "Which peak do you belong to? State your name." Recalling the scene she had witnessed upon her arrival, her anger surged. This moment felt all too familiar, reminiscent of schoolyard bullying. In her past, after the untimely death of her parents, she had no one to support her and had often been victimized during her schooling. The girl clad in yellow, caught off guard, was struck by the sword, a deep gash appearing across her body, followed by a heavy kick that sent her crashing to the ground, blood spurting from her lips. The entire encounter transpired in mere moments, leaving the girl momentarily dazed. Upon recognizing Xie Sisi's attire, her pupils dilated, her curses caught in her throat. Yet Xie Sisi was relentless. "Which peak do you belong to? State your name." Not only did she intend to confront the assailant, but she also sought to address the matter with the responsible parties. Within the sect, disputes among disciples, as long as they did not endanger lives, did not necessitate the intervention of the peak's leader. Each peak had a chief disciple, akin to a prince in the secular world, groomed to inherit the leadership of the peak. This position might not always belong to the eldest disciple, but could also be held by other exceptionally talented juniors. The chief disciple possessed the authority to restrain and discipline their fellow disciples. Once clarity was achieved, the chief disciple would be summoned to seek accountability from the opposing chief. Regardless of the circumstances, they would make their stance clear. No one from Sword Peak, not even a mere servant, would be allowed to be bullied. The girl in yellow, now silent, cast a furtive glance at those who had previously stood behind her. They quickly stepped back, distancing themselves, and clarified to Xie Sisi, "We are not with her." Fuming, the girl in yellow spat blood once more, seething, "You all clearly incited me to confront this servant. Otherwise, why would I bother with her?" Had she not been told that dealing with this servant would earn her favor with senior brother Chao from the Pill Peak? She would never have acted so rashly. Moreover, they had convinced her that servants were seen as lowly subordinates in the eyes of the inner disciples, who would not defend them even if they were bullied. She had naively assumed this was the status of servants in her own peak, which led her to act impulsively. Little did she know, she had encountered a formidable opponent, and now those same people wanted to disassociate from her. Realizing she had been used, her anger boiled over as she addressed Xie Sisi. "I admit my wrongdoing." But it was their suggestion that a servant infiltrating the inner sect to attend classes disrespected us inner disciples. In my impulsiveness, I sought to teach her a lesson. She dared not mention Chao Xian, as the tale of Lu Su from Pill Peak being punished for his actions against a disciple from Sword Peak had long echoed throughout the sect. The conflict between the disciples of Pill Peak and Sword Peak had become quite evident. If she were to claim her actions were to curry favor with Chao Xian by bullying Huansha, who knew if Xie Sisi would retaliate? Furthermore, if this information reached senior brother Chao's ears, he would surely be displeased with her. Thus, she could only fabricate another excuse. After all, many inner disciples in the transmission hall looked down upon the servant Huansha, so her words were not entirely unfounded. She continued her defense. "I merely intended to intimidate her, not truly harm her. Now that you've struck and vented your anger, what more do you want? Do you think just because you are a direct disciple, you can bully us inner disciples at will?" In her final words, her indignation resurfaced. How dare this little brat stand up for others and flaunt her power before her? What was so special about her? Was she not just a waste with 5 spiritual roots? Just because she had the good fortune to be accepted as a disciple by the pure young master, she thought she could be arrogant. Had it not been for her status as a direct disciple, she would have already knocked her down. Xie Sisi, amused yet infuriated, took a few steps forward, her flowing sword brushing the face of the girl in yellow. "Indeed, I am taking advantage of my status as a direct disciple to deal with you. Did you not also leverage your identity as an inner disciple to flaunt before Huansha? What is this? When you wield your influence, you see no fault. But now that you find yourself at a disadvantage, you feel wronged? Is the world merely yours to dictate, where you can act however you please? Should the law enforcement hall's master relinquish their position to you?" The girl in yellow was left speechless, her face flushed with shame and anger. Xie Sisi disdainfully spat, "You cowardly, bullying wretch." Her gaze swept over those who had previously stood behind the girl in yellow, her petite form radiating a formidable presence. "I do not care who instigated you to encourage this fool to confront us from Sword Peak. But mark my words, observe the consequences that befall this fool and consider whether you can endure them." The individuals she addressed paled, hurriedly declaring, "Do not heed her nonsense. We have no part in this. We must leave." With that, they scurried away. Huansha, touched yet anxious, worried that Xie Sisi might escalate the situation, finally found her voice and stepped forward. "Senior sister, let it go. I am unharmed, and she has learned her lesson. Let us leave it at that." Xie Sisi understood Huansha's concerns. As a weakling, the desire to resist was often stifled by fear of severe repercussions. Ultimately, it was the absence of support that rendered her powerless. The people of Sword Peak do not bully others, but neither do they allow others to bully them. On the surface, they appeared to be victimizing Huansha, but in reality, they were striking at the very honor of Sword Peak. Who dares to trample upon the dignity of Sword Peak? Xie Sisi's words were not only meant for Huansha but also for the onlookers. The disciples of other peaks often engaged in conflicts, and such frictions were commonplace, rarely warranting further consideration. However, with only 7 individuals in Sword Peak, including both direct disciples and servants, any incident involving one of them would draw the attention of the entire sect. In such a scenario, should Huansha be bullied without any defender from Sword Peak, it would reflect poorly on the entire peak, leading others to regard Sword Peak with disdain. Noticing that the girl in yellow was not wearing a disciple's garb, Xie Sisi could not ascertain her identity until Huansha revealed that she was a disciple from the Artifact Peak. With a chilling smile that inspired trepidation, Xie Sisi turned and sought out her senior brother. Chapter 58. Absurd rumors. After listening to Xie Sisi's account, Feng Xiu praised her, saying, "You have done well. As sword cultivators, we must forge ahead fearlessly. Even though we are few in number, we shall not allow ourselves to be bullied." Elated by the compliment, Xie Sisi left with a smile. That very day, Feng Xiu sought out the chief disciple of the Qi Peak for a sparring session. Feng Xiu rarely strikes without reason. When he does, his moves are meticulously planned, leaving no room for criticism. It is said that on that day, the chief disciple of Qi Peak was thoroughly beaten. He contemplated reporting Feng Xiu to the law enforcement hall but found no justification and had to swallow his indignation. Upon discovering that his junior sister instigated the confrontation with the Sword Peak disciples, he vented his anger on the girl in the pale yellow attire, scolding her before confining her. Later, he learned from the girl's friend that her actions were incited by someone who sought to curry favor with Chao Xin from the Dan Peak, which led to resentment towards the Dan Peak disciples. You at the Dan Peak and the Sword Peak must settle your own scores. Manipulating our Qi Peak disciples to take the lead is utterly disgraceful. Are our disciples merely seen as foolish tools in your eyes? As a result of this incident, everyone realized that the disciples of Sword Peak were not to be trifled with. Even a mere servant disciple was not someone to be bullied at will. Meanwhile, Xie Sisi, under the influence of certain individuals, gained a reputation for being domineering. If they wished to label her as such, so be it. Xie Sisi was indifferent to their opinions. With a master who was tough and a third senior brother who was a troublemaker, being called domineering was quite fitting. It sounded like a family trait. Having entrusted the matter of washing silk to her senior brother, Xie Sisi began to focus intently on alchemy. First, she needed to procure an alchemical furnace. This furnace not only facilitates the control of heat, but also aids in the condensation of medicinal vapors, making it an essential tool for beginners. According to ancient texts, some alchemists have reached such mastery that they can refine herbs into pills merely by gesturing, without the need for external tools. Such capabilities were beyond Xie Sisi's current imagination. She had yet to even cross the threshold of learning and would follow the beginner's guide step by step. After acquiring the furnace, she also needed to gather medicinal ingredients. The beginner's guide provided two basic formulas, one for a blood-staunching pill and the other for a qi-gathering pill. She decided to start with the blood-staunching pill. The required ingredients were available in the market, and she purchased them all. The fact that a disciple from Sword Peak was learning alchemy was indeed a rare spectacle. Everyone was curious about what this new little disciple from Sword Peak was up to. You, a waste with 5 spiritual roots, are ill-suited for cultivation. Yet you aspire to practice alchemy? It is sheer folly. Meanwhile, the people of Sword Peak allowed her to pursue her whims. Pampering a disciple or junior sister was not meant to be so indulgent. Moreover, the fact that Xie Sisi had already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement was instinctively overlooked by many. Among these remarks were tones of disdain, envy, ridicule, and jealousy. Yan Ruxue embodied the latter sentiment. Upon hearing that Xie Sisi wished to learn alchemy, jealousy gripped her heart. She envied Xie Sisi for having such a great master and senior brother who indulged her every whim, unlike her own situation. Though her master held her in high regard, he would not indulge her whims, and she constantly had to be cautious and seek his favor. As for her senior brothers, they had initially been quite attentive to her. But since she had lost a bet after heeding her own advice, their treatment of her had noticeably diminished. With an equally talented senior sister above her, she found herself lacking in comparison. Unlike Xie Sisi, who was the only girl at Sword Peak and thus the center of attention, her own experience mirrored that of the Xie family in the secular world, where she had always been overshadowed. Despite her superior looks, talents, and character, her circumstances felt infinitely inferior to those of Xie Sisi. Why was it so? Life seemed profoundly unfair. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. If Xie Sisi wishes to dabble in alchemy, let her do so to her heart's content. I must strike her down. She envisioned the day when Xie Sisi would become a laughingstock within the sect, and then she would see how arrogant she could remain. and whether the people of Sword Peak would continue to protect her like a treasure. With this thought, she called over a nearby servant disciple. Go do something for me. The next day, a rumor began to circulate among the disciples of the sect. Have you heard? It is said that Xie Sisi from Sword Peak wants to learn alchemy to compete with Yan Rushue from Dan Peak. What do you think Xie Sisi is thinking? A sword cultivator competing with a pill cultivator? How absurd. I know. I heard that Xie Sisi was once the young mistress of a prominent family in the secular world. Yan Rushue was entrusted by her family to take care of Xie Sisi. Who would have thought that Xie Sisi, out of jealousy over Yan Rushue's superior talent, would bully her, taking advantage of their previous relationship? Now that she suddenly wishes to learn alchemy, it seems likely that she aims to undermine Yan Rushue. I'm not saying this, but her qualifications are clear. She is only setting herself up for humiliation. Yan Rushue possesses a singular spiritual root and is a naturally gifted alchemist, while Xie Sisi is a waste with 5 spiritual roots. How could she possibly compete? Just wait and see. This time, she will surely embarrass herself. Is everything you say true? They were once master and servant? TSK, how could you miss the point? The crux is that Xie Sisi is about to embarrass herself. Another disciple, having overheard their conversation, approached. What are you discussing? Oh, this matter? I have heard about it as well. I find Xie Sisi rather interesting. Perhaps she wishes to learn alchemy simply for fun. Children often act impulsively without the complexities you all attribute to her. As the rumors spread further, they became increasingly absurd. By the time they reached Xie Sisi's ears, it had transformed into a declaration of challenge against Yan Rushue, claiming she intended to compete and see who was the better alchemist. Almost without exception, everyone scoffed at her audacity, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Xie Sisi was bewildered. When did I challenge Yan Rushue? I have no recollection of such a thing. Huan Sha looked at Xie Sisi with concern. Someone must be stirring trouble behind the scenes. Shouldn't you confront Yan Rushue to clarify this matter? Xie Sisi was aware that the rumors had spread throughout the entire sect, and someone was undoubtedly fanning the flames. If she guessed correctly, it was likely Yan Rushue herself. Was she attempting to undermine her in her area of expertise? Given that woman's jealousy and pettiness, it was entirely plausible. If she went to confront Yan Rushue now, it would serve no purpose and might even backfire, allowing Yan Rushue to use the opportunity to push her into the spotlight and solidify the notion that she had thrown down the gauntlet. Feng Siyu gazed at Xie Sisi with a serious expression. Do you need me to intervene and quell the rumors? Xie Sisi shook her head. No need. Rumors cannot be suppressed. They will run their course. Ignoring them is preferable, as addressing them would only elevate the instigator. She then reassured Huan Sha. You need not concern yourself with these rumors, nor should you seek out Yan Rushue. It would be futile. Seeing that both of them still wore worried expressions, Xie Sisi suddenly smiled mischievously. Have you not yet witnessed my alchemical skills? Chapter 59. The perfect elixir under the curious and bewildered gazes of Feng Siyu and Huan Xia. Xie Sisi gleefully led them to her alchemy chamber. This chamber had been transformed with Huan Xia's assistance after Xie Sisi decided to pursue the art of alchemy. At the center stood the alchemical furnace, while one wall was lined with wooden shelves piled high with medicinal herbs and various materials essential for alchemy. On the opposite wall, more shelves housed numerous jade vials for storing the elixirs. Although Xie Sisi could currently only concoct hemostatic elixirs, she was determined to present herself with the utmost seriousness. It wouldn't be long before the shelves brimmed with jade vials. Alchemy comprises 3 fundamental steps. The first step is the purification of materials, which is crucial. The cleaner the materials are, the higher the quality of the elixirs produced. Conversely, impurities can result in failed elixirs or even explosions. The removal of impurities primarily relies on the perception of wood elementals. The higher the quality of an alchemist's wood spirit root, the better their affinity with plants, making this process easier. Thus, upon discovering that Yan Rushue possessed a singular wood spirit root, Master Xuanjue promptly declared her a worthy disciple of the Pill Peak. The second step of alchemy is fusion. This involves controlling the temperature of the furnace to decompose and melt the herbs, testing the alchemist's ability to manage heat meticulously. As different materials require varying temperatures for decomposition, the alchemist must add the ingredients sequentially, ensuring that one batch is fully processed before introducing the next. This process is time-consuming, as it hinges on the alchemist's internal spiritual power reserves. Insufficient reserves may result in diminished efficacy or, in severe cases, render the elixir worthless. Xie Sisi had thoroughly memorized these principles outlined in the Beginner's Guide to Alchemy. She deftly selected the necessary materials, skillfully extracted the required portions, and controlled the wood element to perceive and eliminate impurities before casting everything into the alchemical furnace and sealing it. Feng Suyu observed, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he was not versed in alchemy, he sensed that haphazardly tossing all the materials into the furnace was not the correct approach. Yet, seeing his junior sister exude confidence, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Next came the heating and melting phase. Typically, alchemists rely on geothermal heat, necessitating that their chambers be situated above such sources. Some alchemists, however, tame exotic flames for their personal use, allowing them to concoct elixirs anywhere with merely their furnace. Nevertheless, exotic flames, being foreign entities, are challenging to command. They require a period of adaptation to enhance the alchemist's synchronization and experience in order to achieve optimal results. Fortunately, Xie Sisi faced no such complexities. She could inherently control fire elements, effortlessly determining the required temperatures for each material by converting her internal spiritual power into fire elements. Additionally, with her balanced elemental affinities, she need not fear an imbalance that could lead to chaotic surges of power. Thus, even as a novice, she found her alchemical endeavors remarkably smooth, free of hindrances. While Yen Ruxue was hailed as a natural alchemist due to her singular wood spirit root and the prestige of her master, Xie Sisi could proudly declare herself a born alchemist. Aside from the initial furnace, where she wasted 2 elixirs due to inexperience, her subsequent attempts yielded no failures, each batch surpassing the last. Initially, she could produce only 2 low-grade hemostatic elixirs from a single set of materials. However, after reflecting on her challenges during the process, she managed to produce 6 low-grade elixirs in her second furnace, while the third yielded 5, including 1 medium-grade and 1 high-grade hemostatic elixir. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. Once that initial barrier was breached, the mysteries of alchemy unfolded before her like a torn window paper. By now, she had successfully refined a batch of perfectly crafted hemostatic elixirs. What defines perfection? It is an elixir devoid of any flaws, free from toxicity, and capable of being completely absorbed by cultivators. Typically, elixirs are classified into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme. Perfect elixirs are legendary throughout history. Only a select few alchemical masters have managed to create them. Due to their extreme rarity, they are not included in conventional classifications, and their mere existence can send ripples through the alchemical community. With this distinction, Xie Sisi could easily overshadow most alchemical masters, let alone the fledgling Yen Ruxue. With such confidence backing her, she felt no fear of rumors. After all, the embarrassment would not fall upon her. Who knows? Perhaps she could turn this gossip into an opportunity for profit. Contemplating this, a mischievous smile crept across her fair face, prompting Feng Suyu to suppress a sigh. Focus. Concentrate on your alchemy, he urged. The child was still too young, lacking patience, and could easily become distracted even while refining elixirs. Resolving to think of ways to quell the rumors, he felt protective of his adorable junior sister and could not bear to see her bullied. Meanwhile, Wanxia nervously clutched her sleeves, her eyes fixed on the alchemical furnace, silently praying for success. The stakes were high. Failure would be a significant blow to her senior sister. Yet failure was not an option. Typically, it would take an ordinary alchemist an hour to brew a batch of hemostatic elixirs. However, Xie Sisi capable of controlling the fire elements while simultaneously decomposing the herbs, drastically reduced the time required, completing the process in just the span of 2 tea lights. Finally, the elixirs emerged, glistening with a luminous whiteness as if coated with a layer of phosphorescence. Upon closer inspection, intricate patterns could be discerned on their surfaces. In the alchemical realm, it is a well-known rule that basic elixirs cannot possess elixir patterns. Should such patterns appear, it signifies that the elixir has transcended the ordinary, reaching the level of perfection. Wanxia, unaware of these nuances, felt genuine joy upon witnessing her senior sister's success, cheering, "Senior sister, you're amazing." Feng Suyu, with his vast experience, immediately recognized the exceptional nature of the 5 elixirs. They were indeed perfect elixirs. Moreover, she had produced 5 in one go. Suddenly feeling slightly dizzy, he needed to steady himself. Despite his usual composure, he found it difficult to contain his astonishment. Looking at Xie Sisi, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. The only thought racing through his mind was, where did this little prodigy come from? In that moment, he wholeheartedly agreed with Xiao Jianyu's remark. Their master had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Those so-called geniuses paled in comparison to his junior sister, who was anything but ordinary. The world ought to witness the true prowess of the so-called waste they spoke of. Chapter 60. The little junior sister is truly a fortune god. After the initial shock, Feng Suyu began to feel a sense of foreboding. In the past, his master had proclaimed him a genius of swordsmanship, which led to being targeted and abducted by malevolent cultivators, nearly losing his spiritual roots. If the evil practitioners were to learn of his junior sister's extraordinary talent, one could only imagine the nefarious deeds they might undertake. It would be prudent for his junior sister to remain low-key until she matured. Moreover, he needed to procure additional protective items for her. Noticing the change in Feng Siyu's expression, Xie Sisi's proud demeanor diminished slightly, and she blinked in confusion. "Senior brother?" Feng Siyu rubbed his face and turned to remind Huansha, "You must not speak of Sisi's alchemy." Xie Sisi assumed Feng Siyu was aligned with her thoughts and eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, we cannot let it be known. Otherwise, we won't be able to profit from it." Huansha replied, "All right, I promise not to speak of it." Although she did not fully comprehend why her senior brother and junior sister insisted on secrecy, she was determined to obey. However, Feng Siyu was captivated by Xie Sisi's mention of profit. Profit? Yes, indeed, he mused. Xie Sisi beckoned to them, adopting a conspiratorial tone. "Let me tell you, Wansha expressed her concerns. Is this truly all right? Lacking knowledge of alchemy, she felt uneasy about her junior sister's approach. Yan Ruxue was a prodigy with a singular with spiritual root, a natural alchemist, and a direct disciple of the esteemed master Xuanjue. Could her junior sister truly measure up? Xie Sisi patted her chest in assurance. "Rest assured, trust me, and I shall ensure we all prosper." Having witnessed Xie Sisi's alchemical prowess, Feng Siyu harbored no doubts about the success of her plan, save for one caution: just keep a low profile. Remember, a tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. Until you attain your golden core, do not attract too much attention. Understanding that fame often brings troubles, she nodded. "I will heed my senior brother's counsel." With that, she produced the elixirs she had crafted and distributed them. Both her senior brother and West's senior brother received flawless medicinal pills, while she bestowed 2 high-quality hemostatic pills upon Huansha. The remaining pills would be exchanged for contribution points at the task hall after the current events settled. By the way, where is West's senior brother? Unable to locate him with the medicinal pills in hand, Xie Sisi realized she hadn't seen him for several days. Among the disciples, she found West to be the most reliable. Though somewhat simple-minded, he never caused trouble. Upon hearing this, Xie Sisi packed away the pills. Interestingly, she had previously hunted magical beasts outside Tianjin City. In the vast expanse of the continent, beasts were categorized into 3 types: spiritual beasts, ferocious beasts, and magical beasts, all possessing heightened intelligence. Magical beasts favored human flesh and were the most numerous. Spiritual beasts consumed spiritual fruits and herbs, posing no threat to human cultivators and were fewer in number, while ferocious beasts, with their violent nature and innate combativeness, were the rarest. Junior sister, look what I have brought for you. Zhou Ping'an cheerfully presented a storage bag to Xie Sisi. I heard you wished to refine pills within this bag. The bones and cores of magical beasts can be used for alchemy. Keep it safe for when you need it in the future, so you won't have to spend spirit stones. Xie Sisi graciously accepted the storage bag. Thank you, West senior brother. She then offered him her crafted hemostatic pills. These are the ones I have been refining. Please take them. As her cultivation was still too low, she could only manage to create second-grade pills to achieve higher-grade creations. She needed to elevate her cultivation. Zhou Ping'an's face lit up with joy. I shall rely on you, junior sister. The fact that she had gifted him something was genuinely heartwarming. He resolved to treasure whatever pills she produced, regardless of their quality. Observing his expression, Feng Xiu understood his thoughts. It was no wonder Zhou Ping'an felt this way. Before witnessing Xie Sisi's alchemical skills firsthand, he too doubted her abilities. A mischievous thought crept into Feng Xiu's mind, and he cleared his throat to remind Zhou Ping'an, why not open the bottle and take a look? Zhou Ping'an, perplexed, gazed at Feng Xiu. What am I looking at? It's just a hemostatic pill, isn't it? He's seen them before. What's so special about it? Feng Xiu replied. Don't you wish to see the pills crafted by junior sister? Surely, you are curious. Speaking with someone so simple-minded was tedious, as he tended to lack depth in thought. If it were the second junior brother, he would have already made numerous connections in his mind. Zhou Ping'an frowned, sensing something unusual about Feng Xiu today, yet he complied and opened the jade vial. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Upon seeing the intricate patterns on the hemostatic pill, his eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Could it be? Is it truly as I suspect? Unable to resist, he rubbed his eyes and scrutinized further. Seeing his astonished expression, Feng Xiu felt a wave of satisfaction. This was more like it. He couldn't be the only one astounded. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Ping'an exclaimed, "These pill patterns are astonishingly lifelike." Feng Xiu could no longer contain himself and muttered through clenched teeth, "Perhaps you should take a closer look and see if they are merely painted?" Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. They aren't painted? In truth, the moment he first laid eyes on the pill, he had suspected it to be the legendary flawless pill. However, after reflecting that junior sister had only been practicing alchemy for a little over half a month without any prior foundation and not being a disciple of the pill peak, he found it hard to believe she could produce a flawless pill. He rarely engaged his mind, thinking it was likely a prank by the senior brother and junior sister. Thus, he assumed the patterns were merely painted on. But seeing the expression on Feng Xiu's face, he began to doubt his assumptions. Could it be that junior sister truly crafted a flawless pill in just half a month? Delighting in Zhou Ping'an's astonishment, Xie Sisi couldn't help but tease. It's not painted. If you don't believe me, West senior brother, try one. Chapter 61. The plan to make money. Zhou Ping'an shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum, and immediately cherished the elixirs, hiding them away. After all, this was the legendary perfect elixir. Even his master might not have seen one. Yet his junior sister gifted him so many, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, observing his infatuated expression. Feng Xiu expressed his disdain. Quickly wipe that lewd expression off your face. You look ridiculous. Unhappy, Zhou Ping'an retorted. I am simply delighted. I refuse to believe you wouldn't be overjoyed to receive elixirs from our junior sister. You merely know how to feign indifference. Feng Xiu. Is this fool always so infuriating when he speaks? Xie Sisi blinked. She had realized that despite Master Brother's impressive demeanor, his nemesis was none other than the bumbling Xie Sisi. In Xie Sisi's presence, Master Brother often found himself at a disadvantage. Was this what they called sincerity as an everlasting trump card? This revelation made her stifle a laugh behind her hand. Feng Suyu cast her a helpless glance. Xie Sisi immediately dropped her hand, puffed up her cheeks, and averted her gaze, pretending as though she had not been amused. I was worried before, but now I have no concerns. By the way, junior sister, could the rumors possibly be true? Did you really challenge that Yanrushiyue to a duel? When he first heard the rumors, he dismissed them outright. His junior sister was a sword cultivator. How could she possibly challenge a disciple of the alchemy peak to a duel? If there was to be a challenge, it should be a swordsmanship contest, not an alchemical one. Would she really stoop to exploiting her weaknesses against someone else's strengths? His junior sister, with her delicate charm and cleverness, could never commit such a foolish act. The rumors sounded utterly false. Yet now, the once soft and obedient junior sister had concocted a perfect elixir, leaving him uncertain. Of course not. I am diligently cultivating and have no intention of challenging Yanrushiyue. This situation arose because someone is intentionally targeting me. Xie Sisi promptly denied the allegations. Upon hearing that someone was deliberately targeting his junior sister, Zhou Ping'an immediately grew angry. Who dares to target you? He turned to glare at Feng Suyu. Master brother, have you found out who it is? To bully our junior sister, they must have a death wish. Xie Sisi. Quite well. It is evident you are a true disciple of the Sword Peak. Regardless of personal qualities, this protective nature is shared among all the brothers. Xie Sisi. You need not inquire with Master Brother, Xie Sisi said. I have a good idea of who it is. My brother and I have a plan. We can seize this opportunity to profit. She then elaborated on her plan to Zhou Ping'an, who listened with wide-eyed astonishment. Given his naive and honest character, he never imagined the situation could be turned to their advantage. How had his junior sister come up with such a clever strategy? Remembering how his second brother had boasted about their new junior sister being a little fortune goddess, he had previously thought his brother was exaggerating. Experiencing it firsthand now made him a believer. Suddenly, he remembered a pressing question. But last time, the wealth-gathering gambling house lost such a substantial amount of money due to your incident. Do they still dare to set up a gambling table now? Xie Sisi smiled. That depends on you and Master Brother. Feng Suyu continued. If we let them set up a gambling table, they will undoubtedly hesitate. But what if the Alchemy Peak's people intervene and insist on hosting? The Alchemy Peak disciples had repeatedly targeted the junior sister. If they did not suffer a substantial loss, they would never learn their lesson. The three of them refined their plan further. Then, Xie Sisi secluded herself, no longer purchasing materials for alchemy. Zhou Ping'an, feigning anger and worry, confronted anyone discussing the rumors of Xie Sisi challenging Yanrushiyue, but his clumsy speech only left him speechless, ultimately departing in frustration. Feng Suyu sought out Chao Xian, hoping to clarify the rumors and restore peace for Xie Sisi, but was met with evasive verbal tactics. Even Huan Sha could not resist arguing in the transmission hall, asserting that the senior sister could not possibly refine elixirs, hence, how could she challenge anyone? Which left her in tears. Yet, propelled by malicious intent, their attempts at clarification made barely a ripple in the sea of gossip. On the contrary, those who had previously bet against Xie Sisi's ability to last a month on Sword Peak, driven by unspoken motives, spread the rumors even wider, intent on solidifying the claims. Upon hearing the news, someone's eyes lit up. Excellent idea. But who will take the lead? I have heard that after the last incident, the manager of the wealth-gathering gambling house was dismissed. The new manager has stated that they will no longer accept bets concerning that junior sister from Sword Peak. Is that a problem? If the wealth-gathering gambling house refuses, we can find a reputable person to host the bets. Surely they will comply. That must be done. But who can we find? They must be someone of significance. I believe a few of the direct disciples from the Alchemy Peak would be quite suitable. Yanrushiyue had been in splendid spirits lately. Ever since she learned that Xie Sisi had retreated from public view due to the rumors, a smile had not left her face. She was confident that a mere five-element root like Xie Sisi could never refine elixirs. However, having always had everything at her fingertips, she had developed an unstable temperament, growing bored of anything that piqued her curiosity once the novelty wore off. Her sudden desire to refine elixirs was undoubtedly a fleeting whim. Unfortunately, as long as Xie Sisi remained hidden in her shell, the rampant rumors would not harm her. She needed to find a way to coax her out of her retreat. Furrowing her brow, Yan Ruxiue pondered, twisting a strand of spirit grass in her hand. At that moment, a servant disciple entered, bowing his head. Yan Ruxiue frowned. "What is it?" The servant disciple respectfully replied, "There are 2 inner sect brothers outside requesting to meet you." Chapter 62. Incitement. Although there are only 5 direct disciples of Danfeng, the inner disciples number over 200. The so-called inner disciples are, in essence, akin to registered disciples. They are nominally students of the esteemed Master Xuanjue, yet he primarily concerns himself with admitting them to Danfeng, leaving their training largely unattended. To acquire knowledge, one must seek it at the transmission hall, where the extent of learning depends on individual diligence and comprehension. Yan Ruxiue, being a direct disciple, holds a superior status over these inner disciples. She typically focuses on nurturing her relationship with her master and senior brothers, often failing to recognize her so-called inner senior brothers and sisters. Upon hearing that 2 inner disciples have come to see her, she is puzzled. What might they want? Narrowing her eyes in speculation, she wonders if they are merely here to bring her gifts and curry favor. If that is the case, she would be willing to meet them. With a plan forming in her mind, a smile graces her face. "How could I let my senior brothers wait outside for long? I shall accompany you to meet them." As she stands and walks outside, the 2 young men waiting at the door are taken aback to see Yan Ruxiue personally coming to greet them. They silently marvel at her beauty and kindness, recognizing her humility, which is devoid of any airs. Hastily, they bow in greeting. "Junior sister Yan." Yan Ruxiue returns the bow with a smile. "I have not been in the sect for long, and I should have taken the initiative to visit my 2 senior brothers. However, countless trivial matters have delayed me, forcing you to come to me instead. I apologize for this." The 2 young men are surprised by Yan Ruxiue's politeness, which not only respects their status as inner disciples, but also elevates them in her speech. No one dislikes being respected, especially when it comes from someone of her esteemed rank. This alone fills them with a newfound admiration for her. As they drop their guard, their conversation becomes more casual and sincere. Yan Ruxiue invites them into her quarters and patiently engages in small talk. However, as the 2 men continue to chatter without presenting any gifts to flatter her, she grows increasingly impatient and discreetly signals to a nearby servant disciple. Having served her for a considerable time, the servant recognizes her cue and promptly advises, "Junior sister, it is time for your alchemy session." A troubled expression instantly crosses Yan Ruxiue's face. Before she can respond, the 2 young men, filled with guilt, exclaim, "Look at us. We've kept junior sister Yan so entertained that we've completely forgotten the matter at hand. We came to deliver a challenge from Master Xie of Jianfeng." Yan Ruxiue's eyes flicker, and she sighs. "Ah, so that is it. I suspect you have heard of my prior relationship with Sisi. Her parents entrusted me with her care, and I ought to be more attentive. Yet, she insists on pursuing alchemy, and my words fall on deaf ears. Alas." With another long sigh and a shake of her head, she adopts a demeanor of concern for others, yet herself wounded. Her words, though seemingly revealing, convey little, allowing her to remain unscathed should anyone inquire later. The 2 men interpret her statements and quickly conclude that Master Xie indeed issued a challenge to Yan Ruxiue. They believe she is kindly advising her, yet she is disregarded and bullied by Master Xie due to her previous status. They are instantly filled with indignation. "We have long heard of Master Xie's arrogance, but to be so brazenly disrespectful." Yan Ruxiue feigns concern. She is merely young. Youth is no excuse. I see her innate malice. She merely relies on the support of the pure young master. Yet, our Danfeng is not to be trifled with. Do not fear, junior sister. Should she dare to bully you again, we shall avenge you. This cannot simply be overlooked. She must be taught a lesson. It is unacceptable to bully someone and act as if nothing has happened. Listening to their conversation, One might mistakenly believe that Master Xie has committed heinous acts against Yan Ruxue. If Master Xie were present, she would surely give them a thumbs up. What a bunch of imaginative storytellers. They should be writing scripts. After expressing their indignation on Yan Ruxue's behalf, the two finally reveal the purpose of their visit. What? You wish to gamble at the wealth exchange and turn this situation into a wager? Yan Ruxue is delighted by this unexpected proposal. It is as if a pillow has been offered just as she was feeling sleepy. She has been pondering how to draw Master Xie Sisi out of her shell and into the light of public scrutiny, and now such an opportunity presents itself. However, she cannot take the lead in this matter, lest her previous displays of tolerance and care for Master Xie Sisi become a source of ridicule. With a frown, she hesitates. This may not be appropriate. I am young and inexperienced, and I do not fully grasp the intricacies of gambling. Regardless of any misunderstandings Sisi may have about me, I genuinely wish her well. No, I cannot be involved in this. You may leave. I shall pretend I have not heard your words. With that, she adopts a posture of dismissal. Rather than being offended, the two men perceive her as more honorable. Even when Master Xie has come to provoke, she remains mindful of the request from her parents, continually showing restraint. Once outside, one of them turns to the other. Are we really to let this go? Such a golden opportunity for profit, abandoned so easily. What a pity. How could we let it go? Did she not claim to be inexperienced? Then we shall seek someone with more experience. Are you suggesting? I believe our senior brother would be quite suitable. It is the duty of a senior brother to support and defend his junior sisters. No servant of Jianfeng should be allowed to bully anyone, especially not our direct disciple. Indeed, let us seek out our senior brother. Meanwhile, within the room, Yan Ruxue's face lights up with a satisfied smile upon hearing their conversation. The following day, Chao Xian visits Jianfeng to seek out Feng Xiyu. Chapter 63, Who Manipulates Whom? Feng Xiyu wore a stern expression. What brings you here? Chao Xian, undeterred, replied with a smile, regarding the matter you approached me about last time. I have given it considerable thought and find it quite reasonable. Feng Xiyu's expression softened slightly, yet he retorted. Did you not previously say that this was merely childish play, that the innocent need not concern themselves? Recalling his earlier evasive remarks to dismiss the situation, Chao Xian appeared somewhat sheepish. At that moment, I did not anticipate the matter escalating to such proportions. Now that new developments have come to light, I thought it prudent to consult with you. Upon reflection, I believe you were indeed correct. While it may be trivial chatter among children, if it spirals out of control, it tarnishes the reputation of our Tianyi sect, which is far from ideal and invites outsiders to revel in our misfortune. He then pivoted the conversation. The Jukai gambling house has reopened its betting due to this incident. Are you aware? Feng Xiyu looked perplexed. Opened a betting house? What are they wagering on? Suddenly realizing something, his face flushed with anger. This is utterly absurd. My junior sister has not issued any challenge to your junior sister, and you know it. It was preposterous for the Jukai gambling house to capitalize on such nonsensical rumors to create wagers. Seeing Feng Xiyu, usually stoic, exhibiting rare anger, Chao Xian privately praised him but feigned helplessness. What can we do? 3 men can create a tiger. Everyone is saying this, even if we come forward to clarify. No one will believe us. They might even assert that the Jianfeng disciples are cowardly and have colluded with us to fabricate a false clarification. Feng Xiyu, visibly incensed, declared. What a joke! We, as sword cultivators, adhere to a path of fearless advance. How could we cower over such trivialities? Chao Xian nodded in agreement. I am fully aware of the swordsmanship passed down by our pure young master. It is precisely because I understand this that I have made these remarks to provoke the other party. Otherwise, we would be unable to proceed with subsequent matters. However, our knowledge alone is insufficient. We need others to believe it as well. Now that bets have been placed, persuading them to retract will be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, our best course of action is to arrange a match between the 2 junior sisters in 2 months' time. Solidifying the competition is the true purpose of my visit. Fong Siyu furrowed his brow, appearing hesitant. Chao Xin pressed on, retrieving a book from his storage ring. This contains my insights on alchemy, along with some rare formulas. I shall give it to Sister Xie for her study, which should aid her in refining elixirs. In an effort to persuade Fong Siyu to agree to the match, he had indeed invested significantly. Moreover, you need not worry about Sister Xie losing during the contest. I have already spoken to Ru Shui, and during the match, they will only spar to a draw. This way, both parties save face and the rumors will dissipate. None of us will suffer losses, and the sect leader will only commend us for our efforts. But a contest in alchemy is not the same as a martial duel. How can one simply call it a draw? When the time comes, if Yan Ru Shui emerges victorious, it will merely be said that no one anticipated Sister Xie's alchemical abilities were so lacking, and the matter will be resolved. Will Jianfeng truly pursue it? If they insist, it would only serve to embarrass themselves further, which he would relish. Chao Xin, with his silver tongue, continued to persuade Fong Siyu. The Jukai gambling house has set 3 betting options, one for Sister Yen to win at even odds, one for a draw at 5-1. And one for Sister Xie to win at 10-1. I will place a bet on a draw. After all, since I am the house, the money wagered will ultimately come back to me. His intention was to convince Fong Siyu of his genuine desire to assist Jianfeng while simultaneously enticing him to place a wager. Otherwise, if everyone bet on Yan Ru Shui's, and no one placed a wager on Sister Xie, the house would have to pay out. Thus, they needed a willing participant to take the financial hit. Given his understanding of the Jianfeng disciples, he was confident they would place bets, as they were fiercely protective and proud. Even if they knew they would lose, they would still bet to support their junior sister. Besides, he had offered them a potential winning choice. Indeed, Fong Siyu appeared swayed. For the sake of my junior sister, you are willing to go to such lengths. What more can I say? I will wager and await the contest in 2 months. Chao Xin, elated, worried that Fong Siyu might later retract his agreement, seized the moment. Shall we announce the upcoming match now? It will prevent wild speculation and ensure Sister Xie does not feel wronged. Agreed. Fong Siyu affirmed decisively. The two promptly drafted a challenge and acceptance letter on behalf of their respective junior sisters, each affixing their seals, and coordinated to issue a public statement to confirm the match time. With the freshly minted challenge letter in hand, Chao Xin walked away contented. As he reflected on the newly inked acceptance letter, Fong Siyu allowed a faint smile to grace his usually serious countenance. Life is like a game of chess. In this round, he had indeed outmaneuvered his opponent. Zhou Ping'an entered from outside. Elder brother, I saw Chao Xin leave your place. What was his purpose? Naturally, he has come to bring us financial support. Fong Siyu chuckled, revealing a storage ring. Inside are 900,000 top-grade spirit stones. You will take them to the Jukai gambling house and bet on my junior sister to win. Yesterday, Chao Xin had conspired with the gambling house's proprietor, and Fong Siyu was immediately aware of the behind-the-scenes manipulation. As members of the same sect, he did not wish to be overly heavy-handed, otherwise the elders and sect leader would intervene come settlement time. Thus, he placed his bet early, allowing Chao Xin an opportunity to adjust the odds. However, even if Chao Xin altered the odds, the minimum would still revert to even odds, meaning he would ultimately need to pay Fong Siyu 900,000 top-grade spirit stones. Such a sum was more than sufficient for Fong Siyu. The alchemists of Danfeng were notoriously proud, and especially Master Xuanjue, who would never allow the appearance of his personal disciples defaulting on debts. Perhaps, in the end, Master Xuanjue would even assist him in repaying that amount. As an esteemed alchemist, Master Xuanjue was far wealthier than Master Qingmiu. 900,000 top-grade spirit stones, though substantial, he could manage. Yet, he mused, spare the rod. Spoil the child, a lack of strictness falls on the master. The disciples of Danfeng were all in need of discipline, a consequence of Master Xuanjue's inadequate guidance. He could not allow Master Xuanjue to have it too easy. He must learn a lesson of his own. With a glint in his eye, Fong Siyu added, "When you place your bet, first wager on my junior sister to win. Once they accept your wager, you can then backtrack and claim you placed the wrong bet, wanting to wager on a draw instead. If the gambling house agrees to your retraction, you will act as if you never made that statement and continue betting on my junior sister to win. If they refuse to allow your retraction, display great anger and argue with them. The more heated, the better." Old Xi's temperament was quite suitable for this task, as no one would suspect him of being cunning. Zhou Ping'an, initially taken aback by his elder brother's extravagant bet of 900,000 top-grade spirit stones, was further astonished by the latter's suggestion of wagering on a draw. "Why should we bet on a draw? You wouldn't understand. Just do as I say." Unwilling to waste time explaining to his rather simple-minded junior brother, he refrained from elaborating. Zhou Ping'an scratched his head and departed with the storage ring in hand. Chapter 64. Life is like a play, all dependent on performance on that day. Chao Xian received news that the people from Jianfeng had staked 900,000 high-grade spirit stones, betting on Xie Sisi's victory. Chao Xian instinctively sensed something amiss. Who placed the bet, and why was there no wager on a draw? The inner sect disciple delivering the message was brimming with excitement as he recounted. It was Brother Zhou who placed the bet. "You know Brother Zhou, he's straightforward, a bit naive, and fiercely protective. As soon as he entered, he declared he would bet on his little junior sister to win." The gambling house manager, harboring resentment over his previous losses, knew full well that even if they had bet on a draw, they would still lose. Yet, to spite them, he insisted on a non-refundable wager, leading to a significant uproar. It seemed they genuinely believed that betting on a draw would guarantee a win, unaware that they had walked into a trap of their own making. The inner disciple reveled in recounting the scene, embellishing it as he went along. He praised "We, the brothers, owe it all to our senior brother for standing up for us." Chao Xian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Regarding the inner disciple with newfound warmth, "I believe you have been a disciple for many years. If you have any questions about alchemy, I am free today to offer you some guidance." The disciple beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior brother." Meanwhile, Xie Sisi had also received the news and was eagerly awaiting the outcome. She nodded vigorously, acknowledging the crucial role played by Brother Xie in their plan's success. Zhou Ping'an, still perplexed, asked senior brother, "Since they have already been ensnared, why did you insist on this elaborate ruse?" He wondered why. Given that the betting was already underway and the competition confirmed, they had to make things so mysterious and complicated, seemingly creating unnecessary trouble for themselves. Xie Sisi chuckled and explained, "I understand. Last time, senior brother made a killing by placing his bet just before the market closed. The Jutai gambling house and Chao Xian will surely learn from their mistakes. If we had simply followed Chao Xian's advice to bet on a draw instead of on my victory, they would have suspected foul play, lowered the odds, or even devised other schemes to sabotage the bet. Your performance today alleviated their suspicions. Moreover, when we eventually win, they will likely deny it, claiming we had agreed on a draw and accusing us of breaking the agreement, which would escalate the situation. 900,000 high-grade spirit stones multiplied by 10 equals 9 million high-grade spirit stones. The people from Danfeng would certainly be reluctant to part with that sum. When the sect leader inquires, we can explain that it was not out of malice that we sought to deceive them, but because they insisted on a change to their bet after placing it. With Chao Xian as the house manager, the responsibility does not lie with us. In essence, we aim to profit while maintaining the moral high ground." Fong Siyu nodded in agreement, initially intending to be less forceful to give them a chance to lower the odds. However, realizing the need to teach Xuanju Zhenren a lesson as well, he decided a stronger approach was warranted. Thus, he instructed Zhou Ping'an to deliberately act out the incorrect bet to dispel Chao Xian's doubts, ensuring the odds remained unchanged. Xie Sisi and Fong Siyu exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes glinting with cunning. Zhou Ping'an scratched his head, still somewhat confused. "If they are convinced that my junior sister will lose and a draw is impossible, why not simply allow me to change my bet?" They believed that regardless, we would lose. Of course, this is to vex us and enjoy our misfortune, Xie Sisi responded, mimicking the tone of spectators, mockingly commenting, "The people from Jianfeng are betting that Xie Sisi, that 5-element root waste, can win such foolishness, truly a waste of money. Imagine if you were oblivious to my alchemical prowess and genuinely placed the wrong bet. Would you not be furious upon hearing such rumors?" Zhou Ping'an considered her hypothetical scenario and nodded. "I would be angry. They want us to be enraged, ideally inciting internal strife. From the outset, they harbored malicious intent, and our actions are merely a justified counterattack. Thus, I feel no remorse in outmaneuvering them. Every action and consequence is preordained. Had they not sought to harm us, even my attempts to outsmart them would have proven futile." And so, the decision was made. The following day, as anticipated, the news of Jianfeng's bet of 900,000 high-grade spirit stones on her victory became a subject of jest among the disciples. 2 months felt like an eternity, and Fang Xiyu, fearing Zhou Ping'an might inadvertently expose their ruse, assigned him a task to keep him occupied. The gossip spread, transforming into fodder for the curious, suggesting that Zhou Ping'an had erred and was too embarrassed to face his peers, deliberately avoiding them. Yan Ruxue, listening to the discussions at Danfeng each day, found her spirits rising, even improving her success rate in alchemy. Xuanjue Zhenren, upon learning of the incident, initially intended to caution his disciples against excessive behavior. However, he reconsidered, believing that if his young apprentice could overcome her emotional turmoil and focus on her cultivation, it would ultimately be beneficial. The young girl from Jianfeng could endure a little hardship. In the future, he could always compensate her with a few alchemical creations. As for the 2 involved peaks, the Jianfeng peak master remained in seclusion, while the Danfeng peak master feigned ignorance. The other peak masters, although uneasy about the situation, felt hesitant to intervene. Given the silence of those directly involved, they merely advised their own disciples to refrain from participation, lest pure Yang Zhenren emerge from seclusion and hold them accountable for the matter. Time slipped away amidst this peculiar atmosphere. Xie Sisi remained hidden within Jianfeng, avoiding any appearances. Just as speculation arose about whether she was secretly weeping in fear, she suddenly appeared in the task hall. "What? You wish to accept a task?" The disciples at the task hall nearly choked on their own saliva upon seeing the petite figure clad in the attire of a direct disciple. Chapter 65. Chao Xian's doubts. Xie Sisi tilted her head with determination, declaring, "Yes, I wish to undertake a task." The disciples of the task hall exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and concern. "You, of all people, have issued a challenge to the esteemed Yen from Dan Peak. Instead of diligently honing your alchemical skills at Sword Peak, you choose to squander time on tasks. Such recklessness and immaturity." They lamented the fact that the senior brothers at Sword Peak had wagered numerous spirit stones on her success. They couldn't help but wonder how they would react upon discovering her neglect of serious study. With a hint of concern, a disciple of the task hall kindly suggested, "Shouldn't you inform Brother Fang and seek his advice?" Xie Sisi shook her head, resolute. "There's no need. No matter what I choose to do, my senior brother will support me." The disciple sighed, realizing that her audacity stemmed from being overly indulged. "Very well, if the senior brother of Sword Peak expresses no objections, I shall refrain from interference." He then retrieved the task registration ledger. "Pray tell, what kind of task do you wish to undertake?" Xie Sisi had already contemplated her desire. "Are there any tasks related to guarding the medicinal herb garden?" In recent days, she had diligently practiced alchemy at Dan Peak. The ingredients required for her concoctions had all been sourced by her senior brother. Yet, as she produced more and more elixirs, she discovered that the potency of the same herb could vary drastically depending on its growth environment. For instance, herbs flourishing in a spirit-rich environment would be robust and potent, requiring only a small quantity in her formulations. Conversely, those grown in a barren setting, despite being of the same age, would be frail and weak, necessitating a larger quantity for efficacy. Such subtle distinctions could significantly affect the quality of the elixirs. Indeed, while some common herbs were only harvested once they met the required quality, those that fell short were simply discarded. However, rarer herbs could not afford such waste. Aspiring to become a high-level alchemist required an intimate understanding of the condition of herbs. Thus, many masters of alchemy personally managed their gardens, observing the growth of their plants to ensure the potency of their ingredients. Only after gaining sufficient experience could they delegate the management of the gardens to apprentices. As she had never cultivated herbs herself, her grasp of their potency remained insufficient, a notable shortcoming. Despite her keen intellect, there were no shortcuts in this regard. Mastery came only through first-hand experience, not mere theoretical study. Coincidentally, she also sought to earn contribution points, making the task of guarding the herb garden all the more appealing. Guarding the herb garden? The disciple of the task hall looked at Xie Sisi quizzically, then flipped through the ledger. Such a task does exist, but the compensation is minimal, only 2 contribution points per month. Typically, only outer disciples undertake such duties. There are higher-paying and less demanding tasks available. Might you be interested in those? Xie Sisi resolutely shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I wish to take on the task of guarding the herb garden. Very well then. Coincidentally, a senior sister from Dan Peak, Xie Tian, recently announced a task requiring assistance in her herb garden. She has already assigned 1 person, leaving 1 spot available. If you have no objections, you may take this task. Xie Sisi readily agreed. The tasks related to guarding or cultivating spiritual herbs were predominantly assigned by the disciples of Dan Peak, leaving her little room for selection. Upon receiving her task plaque, she proceeded to report at Dan Peak. The senior sister mentioned by the disciple, Xie Tian, was an inner disciple of Dan Peak, having been part of the sect for over 50 years. Although cultivators do not age visibly, she appeared youthful and radiant, resembling a woman barely in her 20s. Upon realizing that a disciple from Sword Peak had accepted the task, Xie Tian was taken aback, her brow furrowing with suspicion. She could not shake the feeling that Xie Sisi's presence at the herb garden might harbor ulterior motives. Though passionate about alchemy, she was not oblivious to the long-standing rivalry between Dan Peak and Sword Peak. Given this context, she found it hard to believe that Xie Sisi, rather than diligently practicing alchemy at Sword Peak, would come to guard an herb garden without some hidden agenda. Reluctantly, she decided to inform Chao Xian about Xie Sisi's assignment. Chao Xian reacted in accordance with her initial suspicions, but soon realized this was an opportune moment to gather evidence against Sword Peak. Let her come. Treat her as a regular disciple. Keep an eye on her discreetly. If she exhibits any suspicious behavior, document it with this recording stone. She accepted the stone with a nod. Unbeknownst to Xie Sisi, her actions had aroused the vigilance of the Dan Peak disciples. Upon arriving at Dan Peak, she approached Xie Tian. Senior Sister Hua, I am here to guard the herb garden. Xie Tian maintained a stern demeanor as she led Xie Sisi to the garden, adopting an official tone. You will be responsible for this section of the garden. The spiritual herbs will reach maturity in a month, and birds often come to pilfer them. Your task is to scare away any thieving birds. Some damage to the herbs is permissible, but it must not exceed 10 plants, or you will be liable for the losses. After a month, in addition to the 2 contribution points from the task hall, I will reward you with 20 spirit stones or a bottle of gathering chi pills. Xie Sisi agreed readily, having already been informed of the terms by the disciple at the task hall. After outlining the task, Xie Tian turned to leave, eager to distance herself from any association with Xie Sisi. Unfazed by the senior sister's demeanor, Xie Sisi approached the task purely to gain experience and earn contribution points, indifferent to any potential friendships. She patted her pet, a bird named Tu Mao. Will you play on your own, or keep me company here? Tu Mao chirped. I'll play by myself. With her newfound attire, the bird resumed its haughty demeanor, flitting about with a sense of superiority and often teasing other spiritual birds at Beast Peak, much to its own detriment. Xie Sisi had little patience for its antics, remarking, "If you have the audacity to provoke others, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Did you not consider the possibility of being challenged when you acted so recklessly?" Thus, Two Mouse strutted away, seemingly undeterred by past lessons. It continued to provoke other spiritual birds, emboldened by the knowledge that they were reluctant to retaliate. Eventually, upon recognizing Two Mouse's nature, the other birds grew indifferent to its taunts. Ironically, Two Mao discovered that engaging in frequent skirmishes aided its recovery of spiritual energy, transforming it into a notorious troublemaker at Sword Peak, constantly scheming for fights with spiritual beasts and birds. At times, Xie Sisi questioned whether she had made a grave mistake in forming a contract with this troublesome creature, as it seemed more suited for her third senior brother's temperament. Choosing to remain uninvolved in Two Mao's mischief, Xie Sisi waved her hand dismissively. "Go on, but remember to return for me tonight." The birds that raided the herb garden, much like their worldly counterparts, would rest at night and not venture out to forage. Chapter 66. The world is bustling. All for fame and fortune. Take, for instance, the medicinal garden at Danfeng, meticulously arranged within a vast array that encompasses the entire expanse of the garden. Inside the formation, the area is divided into distinct sections according to specific requirements, with each section maintaining a unique temperature. Ho Qingtian's spiritual herb garden spans approximately 50 acres, where gentle breezes caress the face and the climate is perfectly temperate. Xie Sisi was the last to arrive. By the time she reached the garden, 3 outer disciples were already present. Among them, 2 were responsible for tending to the garden, while 1 was tasked with guarding it, driving away any birds that dared to steal food, much like Xie Sisi's own responsibilities. The trio had never encountered Xie Sisi before, but upon noticing her wearing the disciple robes of the Sword Peak and estimating her age, they deduced that she was the recently renowned direct disciple, Xie. At once, the 3 approached her, offering their greetings. "Greetings, senior sister Xie." They lacked the audacity of Ho Qingtian to treat a direct disciple with disdain. After all, Ho Qingtian was an inner disciple, nominally the pupil of the esteemed Xuanjue Shenren, and could claim a shared rank with direct disciples. In contrast, these outer disciples were but small fry, inherently lower in status. Even upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, outer disciples were expected to respectfully address inner or direct disciples as senior brother or senior sister. Xie Sisi waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. I am here on a mission, just like you. Please, go about your tasks without worrying about me." Yet, despite her words, it was impossible for them to overlook her presence. To speak of it, the Sword Peak disciples were notorious for their protectiveness. If they could curry favor with her, perhaps they could even secure a position as a servant disciple at Sword Peak, which was undoubtedly preferable to languishing in the outer sect. Even the average inner disciple would not compare to a mere servant disciple from Sword Peak. Immediately, a man with a mustache chuckled, "I am Hu Yu, responsible for managing the spiritual fields. My tasks for today are complete. Senior Sister Xie, you're in charge of chasing away the birds, correct? Since I have some free time, I will assist you with your task while you rest." "Indeed, my tasks are also finished. Allow me to help drive away the birds as well," another man with a dark complexion chimed in, adding, "You can call me Jia Kuan, just little Jia. Please feel free to give any instructions." The last one interjected, "No need for your assistance. My task is the same as senior sister's, and I shall undertake it as well." He then flashed a smile at Xie Sisi and continued, "I am Qian Jiang. Who would have thought I would get to work alongside you, senior sister? It must be a stroke of luck from my ancestors." The other 2 exchanged disdainful glances. How shameless! Such flattery, truly lacking in self-awareness. Xie Sisi chuckled at their antics. "You need not go to such lengths. I have said I am here to work, and that is indeed what I intend to do. This is my first mission, and there are things I do not yet understand. I hope to seek your guidance." Seeing her polite demeanor, the 3 felt relieved. The task of driving away the birds was quite simple. Whenever a bird approached, they merely needed to use their spiritual energy to shoo it away. Previously, it had been a solo endeavor for Qianjiang, which proved somewhat burdensome. However, with Xie Sisi's arrival, Hu Yu and Jia Cohen joined the effort, making the work exceedingly easy. In a spirit of reciprocity, Xie Sisi and Qian Jiang assisted them in tending to the garden, pulling out any weeds that dared to emerge and squashing any pests found on the spiritual herbs. Through mutual aid, their camaraderie blossomed. Having long been engaged in the caretaking of the garden, Hu had acquired knowledge about the characteristics of various herbs over time. Each conversation with him allowed Xie Sisi to learn something new. Meanwhile, Qian Jiang and Jia Cohen, who had undertaken various miscellaneous tasks, spoke eloquently about their experiences. As the saying goes, in the company of three, there is always a teacher. Xie Sisi discovered that these seemingly inconspicuous outer disciples possessed a wealth of knowledge. Their insights differed from those imparted by her senior brothers. They represented the survival wisdom of the common folk. Whether in the secular world or the realm of cultivation, it was the unnoticed individuals who comprised the vast majority. Understanding their perspectives proved immensely beneficial to her. She felt increasingly assured that her decision to undertake this mission was indeed the right one. Through their interactions, Hu Yu and the others realized that Xie Sisi bore no airs of superiority. She was as unpretentious as an ordinary neighbor girl, starkly contrasting the rumors of her alleged arrogance and obstinacy. Consequently, they felt a sense of injustice on her behalf, while also pondering why she did not seek to clarify the misconceptions. In response, Xie Sisi stated, "Clarifying rumors is futile. People only believe what they wish to believe. I cannot gather everyone and share meals with them to make them understand me. Even if I had that ability, it would be unnecessary. After all, no one dares speak ill of me in person. They can think whatever they like." Furthermore, she mused, the world is bustling, all for fame and fortune. Why is it that the people of Danfeng, despite their extreme pride, appear to have excellent relationships, while the sword-peak disciples, aside from the third senior brother who enjoys fighting, have not committed any acts of humiliation against their peers, yet their social standing is lackluster? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that cultivators cannot do without elixirs. Even if one does not require elixirs for cultivation, when injured, one still needs them for healing, does one not? When one is in need, even if the people of Danfeng look down upon others, they still have many admirers. The same holds true for the other peaks. Where there is trade, there is interaction, and mutual respect is granted. In contrast, the sword peak operates differently. What does it matter if you rank first in overall combat prowess? If you are beyond my reach, I have no need to curry favor with you. Having grasped this insight, Xie Sisi grew disinterested in engaging with public opinion and competing with Yan Ruxue, for she knew she could not match her influence. Yet, she firmly believed that this situation would not persist. Once she elevated her alchemical skills and demonstrated that one need not rely solely on Danfeng, Yan Ruxue would find herself hard-pressed to wage any further battles in the arena of public opinion. Having emerged from an era of explosive public discourse, would she fear a mere fledgling? She would ensure that her opponent faced dire consequences. The day after Xie Sisi commenced her tasks at Danfeng, Yan Ruxue became aware of her presence. Initially, she, like Chao Xian, believed that Xie Sisi's arrival heralded some scheme. However, as time passed without any news, she observed that Xie Sisi was diligently engaged in her task of driving away birds. Waiting and waiting, she found that aside from her routine duties, Xie Sisi was not involved in anything else, but rather appeared to be enjoying pleasant conversations with the three outer disciples. At this point, Yan Ruxue was utterly perplexed. Did she truly have no ulterior motives beyond her daily tasks? Doubtfully, she inquired, could it be that she is secretly plotting something and you have simply not noticed? Chapter 67 Encounter with an adversary. Ho Chi Tian cast a surprised glance at her. Was it not said that senior sister Yan was intent on caring for Xie Qingjuan? Yet he remained ungrateful? Judging by her tone, it hardly seemed like she was concerned for him. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to her. She merely needed to focus on her own affairs. Yan Ruxue also realized that her previous words were inappropriate, quickly furrowing her brow and adopting a worried expression. As long as she is unharmed, that is what matters. I was merely concerned that she might direct her ire towards you due to our relationship. After all, that 50-acre medicinal garden is entirely senior sister's effort. If it were to suffer even the slightest damage because of me, I would be too ashamed to face her. Seeing Yen Ruxiue in this state, Ho Chi Tian felt a warmth in her heart and comforted her. Even if she harbors malicious intent towards the medicinal garden, it has no bearing on you, junior sister. You need not shoulder all the responsibility. Yen Ruxiue smiled faintly. Though you say so, perhaps it is best if I accompany senior sister to the garden and see the state of affairs. It would be rather amusing to observe her predicament now that she has fallen from grace. The thought of the once lofty young lady reduced to a mere farmer excited her. Upon nearing the medicinal garden, Yen Ruxiue was greeted by a familiar chirping sound. Unable to resist, she turned to Ho Chi Tian and asked, "Has senior sister been keeping spirit birds?" Ho Chi Tian replied with a smile, "Aside from a spirit crane for transportation, I have not kept any other spirit birds. The sound you hear should belong to the peacock raised by Xie Qingjuan." A peacock? Yen Ruxiue instantly recalled the green peacock that had previously teased her and her second senior brother outside Tianjin City, her expression momentarily contorting in disgust. At this hour, that peacock should not be here. Something must be amiss. I see, she mused, recalling that Xie Sisi indeed bought an unsightly peacock from the Beast Peak, feeling relieved. As long as it is not that wretched green peacock. She would have ample reason to suspect that the mischievous antics of that peacock were instigated by the impudent Xie Sisi. With a laugh, she said, "Now that you mention it, I do recall that Sisi purchased a peacock. However, I remember that it is merely a first-tier spirit bird. How could Sisi possibly form a contract with such a low-tier spirit pet?" Ho Chi Tian shook her head. Who can say? Perhaps she was drawn to its beauty. After all, it is quite normal for young girls to be enamored with gaudy and superficial things. Beautiful? That creature hardly resembles anything beautiful. Ho Chi Tian, oblivious to Yen Ruxiue's reaction, had already arrived at the medicinal garden. She pointed ahead. "Look, it's right there. Doesn't it appear quite lovely?" Yen Ruxiue followed her gesture, her eyes widening in disbelief, nearly bursting with outrage. "It's that wretched creature." Xie Sisi was currently exasperated by the bald bird. That rascal had once again gone out to flirt. After tiring of the antics within the sect, it sought battles with spirit birds and beasts outside. This time, not only did it emerge victorious, but it also triumphed against 3 opponents that had previously bullied it. As it claimed, had they not fled swiftly, it would have plucked every last feather from them. Since being stripped of its feathers, it had developed a fondness for this peculiar skill of feather plucking. Engaging in battles with birds now inevitably led to feather removal. It was affectionately dubbed the rascal bird by other spirit birds. In the avian world, it had gained a certain notoriety. "What do you know? You don't realize how valiant I am," it declared. "They call me the rascal bird out of envy. If I am a rascal, then what are you? You taught me the art of feather plucking." The bald bird, refusing to concede, insisted. "Chirp. They took advantage of my vulnerability. Had I not been schemed against by humans, causing my realm to plummet, those wretched birds wouldn't stand a chance against me." Overwhelmed with emotion, the bald bird inadvertently let slip its secrets, and attempts to rectify the situation came too late. Xie Sisi regarded it with suspicion. "You claim your realm has declined?" Now that the truth was out, the bald bird decided to brazen it out, raising its head defiantly. "Chirp. Of course. I was once at the 3rd tier, equivalent to your human golden core cultivators. Impressive, right?" Xie Sisi looked at it with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. "What a disaster. I had hoped that as your realm increased, so too would your intelligence. It seems." She shook her head, sighing. This creature was simply naturally foolish. The bald bird was indignant. Although Xie Sisi did not finish her sentence, the unspoken words were clear to any bird. It prided itself on being the smartest in the avian realm and could not accept such slander. It immediately began to argue with Xie Sisi. "Chirp. Chirp. Explain yourself clearly. What is wrong with me? I'm doing just fine. The most handsome in the bird world. Just then, an angry voice echoed nearby. "Ah, you wretched creature. I finally caught you." Chapter 68. Bald Feather vs. Yen Rushue. Xie Sisi turned her head and saw Yen Rushue charging towards her, seething with anger. At the same moment, Yen Rushue unleashed a fireball towards Bald Feather, followed by a transparent thread that she directed to ensnare him. Upon spotting Yen Rushue, Bald Feather instantly fluffed up in agitation. "Chirp, chirp. You wretched woman, I finally found you. Today, I shall exact my vengeance." The recent victory had inflated his confidence to the utmost, and he flapped his wings vigorously to deflect the fireball, rushing headlong towards Yen Rushue. When enemies meet, there is no room for mercy. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the two. Despite her lower cultivation level, Yen Rushue possessed an array of defensive treasures, alongside offensive talismans and medicinal pills. Bald Feather had fallen to the first level, akin to a human in the chi refining stage, yet he excelled in agility, battle experience, and flight. For a time, the confrontation was evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Ho Chi Tian was taken aback by the sight of her usually gentle and timid junior sister suddenly erupting in fury and engaging in combat with a bird. She was momentarily stunned. Then her heart ached as she realized that several of her precious spiritual herbs in the garden had been destroyed. These were herbs on the verge of maturity. In a swift moment, a glimmer flashed before her eyes, and another dozen spiritual herbs were severed. This time, it was the result of Yen Rushue's 1,000 binding threads. Another batch of herbs fell, affected by the wind blades emitted by Bald Feather. Ho Chi Tian clutched her chest, her face pale. Taking a deep breath, she shouted, "Stop this at once." Yen Rushue instinctively halted her assault. Bald Feather, however, was indifferent to her command. He had no knowledge of that woman. Why should he stop at her behest? When the wretched woman had attacked him, she hadn't asked for restraint. It must be said that he possessed a rebellious streak. Had it not been for the hardships endured during his initial escape, and the respect Xie Sisi had afforded him during their contract, he would not have obediently heeded her words. Even if he were forcibly bound by a contract, he would devise a method to flee and turn the tables on his opponent. When commanded to cease, he defiantly persisted. Seeing Yen Rushue cease her attacks, he seized the opportunity to claw at her head, flapping his wings to lift her into the air. "Ah!" Yen Rushue let out a cry of despair. Bald Feather clutched 2 tufts of her hair, stained with blood, as he soared into the clouds. Xie Sisi communicated with him through her mind. "Quickly go find senior brother. Senior sister." Ho Qingtian's expression shifted dramatically, casting a cold glare at Xie Sisi. Xie Sisi feigned innocence. "What do you want, senior sister Ho?" Now with tufts of hair missing and blood streaming down her face, Yen Rushue looked like a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. Her eyes filled with malice as she glared at Xie Sisi. "Xie Sisi, I will not let this matter rest." "Just you wait," Ho Chi Tian added. "Xie Sisi, isn't it a bit excessive for you to bully those from the Pill Peak? Hey. You must provide evidence when speaking. Do not think you can intimidate me just because of my age." Xie Sisi retorted, hands on her hips, defiantly lifting her chin. "It was you two who suddenly came shouting for a fight, and I didn't even lift a finger. How is that bullying you?" Ho Chi Tian felt that Xie Sisi was grasping at straws, her displeasure mounting. "I clearly said to stop, yet your spirit beast chose to attack. Are you claiming that you bear no responsibility as its master?" Xie Sisi stood her ground. "First, I signed an equal contract with Bald Feather. We are friends, not master and servant. Second, spirit beasts do not possess the same level of intelligence as humans. Is it not normal for them to respond slowly to human commands?" They were in the heat of battle, and Bald Feather couldn't halt his claws in time. It stopped attacking afterward, did it not? Yen Rushue, seething with rage, retorted. "It knows it has caused trouble and is feeling guilty. Otherwise, why would it flee?" Xie Sisi scoffed. "That's your interpretation. I do not accept it. I want to know why you initiated the attack on Bald Feather. Was it not your provocation that led to this conflict? This matter cannot be resolved through mere debate. We should discuss it before the sect master. The disciples from the sword peak were protective, and those from the pill peak were equally unyielding. On the opponent's turf, even the most justified arguments could lead to oppression. Thus, she promptly sent Bald Feather to inform senior brother. He was intelligent and would know how to handle the situation. Since the incident involved direct disciples from both peaks, even the disciplinary hall would find it difficult to manage. Consequently, Fang Xiyu, upon receiving the news, immediately escalated the issue to the sect master for personal adjudication. Before long, all parties involved were summoned to the main hall of the peak. Upon hearing the news, Master Xuanjue hurriedly arrived, taking a seat alongside Fang Xiyu on opposite sides of the hall. Master Han Ai occupied the main seat, observing the two factions below with a slight headache. He had heard of the enmity between the Sword Peak and the Pill Peak. Although their relationship had not been particularly amicable, they had managed to coexist superficially. Both peak masters were fiercely protective of their disciples, and he found himself at a loss as to how to mediate the situation, choosing instead to feign ignorance. Yan Ruxue clutched her head, her injuries untreated. Appearing pitiful and forlorn as she cried out, "The peacock contracted by Sisi nearly caused the demise of me and second senior brother. When I unexpectedly encountered it this time, I was overwhelmed with anger and impulsively engaged it in battle. When senior sister Ho commanded me to stop, I did so, only to discover that the opponent had taken advantage of the situation to harm me. I implore the sect master to adjudicate this matter on behalf of the disciples." Master Han Hai frowned upon hearing her words. If what she said were true, then the fault indeed lay with the peacock. Master Xuanjue, witnessing the pitiable state of his disciple, felt a surge of compassion and cast a fierce glare at Bald Feather. "You wretched creature, how dare you injure a direct disciple of our sect? Clearly, you are resistant to taming. Such a beast poses a threat. It would be better to eliminate it to prevent future calamities." Bald Feather immediately bristled. Xie Sisi discreetly admonished, "Behave yourself if you wish to avoid being slaughtered." Master Xuanjue was a formidable being in the transformation stage. Should he become enraged and act without restraint, even senior brother would be unable to intervene. As for the sect master, he appeared to be a conciliator, and even if he could intervene, he would likely hesitate. Fang Xiyu, in a calm manner, remarked, "Master Xuanjue need not be furious. The truth of the matter has yet to be clarified. Perhaps we should hear Bald Feather's side of the story?" Seizing the opportunity, Xie Sisi added, "I, too, wish to know what Yan Ruxue meant when she said that Bald Feather nearly caused her and senior brother Lu's demise. Have you encountered it before?" Yan Ruxue felt a flicker of guilt at the question, reluctant to divulge the truth. Chapter 69 Xia Duo, the esteemed Master Xuanjue declared, regardless of the circumstances, "A beast is merely a beast. Can a beast ever surpass a human in dignity? If you have an affinity for such a creature, I shall take it upon myself to procure another peacock of the same ilk for you. This beast, under no circumstances, can remain." Upon hearing these words, Fang Xiyu's countenance darkened. It was evident that Xuanjue was attempting to exert his influence, a display of utter shamelessness. Master Han Hai remained silent, yet inwardly he found some agreement with Xuanjue's assertion. After all, when a spiritual pet injures a direct disciple, the fault primarily lies with the pet. No matter how noble a beast may be, it cannot be compared to a human. If Master Xie felt aggrieved, it would suffice for him to ensure Xuanjue compensates the other party adequately. Elimination of a mere beast was a trivial matter. There was no need to exacerbate the rift between their sections. In truth, the absence of Master Chunyang allowed Han Hai to unconsciously lean towards Xuanjue, as he was more difficult to contend with than the two younger disciples. Having endured the hardships of society in her previous life, Xie Sisi immediately discerned Han Hai's intentions. She was well aware that fairness was an illusion in this world. Thus, she felt no sorrow as long as Master Han Hai could maintain a semblance of equity. In such moments, it was imperative not to let her senior brother confront Xuanjue, lest it force their master into an awkward position. Without hesitation, She seated herself upon the ground and began to wail, "Wu, master, I want my master. Yan Ruxiue has her master to support her, but I am left unprotected. They are bullying me, Wu." After all, she was but a child, and children speak freely without reservation. While crying, she implored Fong Xiyu to send a message to Master Chunyang, "Senior brother, hurry and summon our master. If he remains in seclusion any longer, my dearest little pet will be bullied to death, Wu." No one anticipated that Xie Sisi would suddenly resort to such theatrics. Everyone present was a civilized individual, engaged in a reasonable discussion, so how could she suddenly collapse in distress? Yet, upon seeing her diminutive form, they found it difficult to scold her. It would truly be akin to bullying a child. If word of this spread, who would take it seriously? Indeed, they had inadvertently crossed the line into the realm of child intimidation. Master Hanhai felt somewhat flustered and a twinge of guilt. Upon witnessing Fong Xiyu genuinely preparing a message to summon Master Chunyang, he felt a wave of panic and quickly intervened. "Your master is in seclusion. Such a trivial matter does not warrant his attention. Put down the message talisman at once. Heaven forbid we draw that tempestuous figure out. Otherwise, our peak shall know no peace." Without needing Fong Xiyu to speak, Xie Sisi interjected, "Uncle Master Xuanjue intends to kill my pet, Tumo. How is that a trivial matter? Tumo is my contracted spiritual pet. Killing it is akin to killing me." Xuanjue's insistence that a beast is inferior to a human left him speechless, while simultaneously he grew wary of the possibility that this pair of siblings might truly summon Master Chunyang from his meditation. Given Chunyang's temperament, should he be compelled to emerge due to this incident, he would not rest until he had leveled Xuanjue's alchemy peak. Seeing the situation escalate, Yan Ruxiue hastily interjected, "Master's steed, the spirit rock, is a 5th-tier spiritual beast. How can this 1st-tier creature compare?" In response, Xie Sisi retorted, "They are both beasts. What is there to compare? The spirit rock is 5th tier, but Tumo may very well grow to 8th or even 9th tier. You dare to speak up? If not for you inciting hostility towards Tumo, would we be embroiled in this mess?" Her words were ostensibly directed at Yan Ruxiue, yet they subtly criticized Xuanjue. Furious, Xuanjue barked, "Impudent." Xie Sisi let out a loud wail, preparing to continue her lamentations. Master Hanhai quickly interjected, "This matter indeed requires careful inquiry. Xuanjue, be silent. Do you truly wish to summon Master Chunyang?" Clearly, he lacked discernment. Having been excessively coddled over the years, he had developed an intolerant disposition. He failed to consider that the sword peak was not a domain he could suppress. Their master was merely in seclusion, not deceased. Did he not fear that once Chunyang emerged, he would dismantle Xuanjue's alchemical peak? After addressing Xuanjue, Master Hanhai sought to reassure Xie Sisi, "Do not weep. Your uncle master will advocate for you. There is no need to disturb your master." Xie Sisi, feeling wronged, replied, "Then I shall temporarily defer to uncle master's judgment." Her implication was clear. If he failed to take action, she would continue her cries for help. Master Hanhai felt a headache coming on. After much coaxing, he finally managed to calm both parties down and began to inquire about the situation from the beginning. The investigation proved straightforward. With Xuanjue subdued, Yan Ruxiue found herself without support, and through a few probing questions, Master Hanhai unraveled the events that transpired. Though Yan Ruxiue wished to fabricate a tale, Tumo and Xie Sisi shared a deep bond. Any attempt at deception would be swiftly exposed by Tumo's loyalty. After 2 failed attempts at lying, Yan Ruxiue refrained from further mischief and confessed the truth. Xie Sisi astutely summarized, "So, what you referred to as Tumo almost causing harm to you and your second senior brother was, in fact, your intention to capture Tumo as a spiritual pet. Tumo refused and consequently fled, yes? To place your ire upon Tumo is truly audacious. By your reasoning, should you desire something, Tumo must comply without protest, correct? If I am not mistaken, prior to our journey to Tianjin City, Tumo was already my spiritual pet, a fact both you and your second senior brother are aware of." So how can you still justify attempting to capture Timo? Were you truly aiming to capture Timo, or were you deliberately seeking to provoke me? Yen Rushue's face flushed crimson as she struggled to counter. When I first saw it on Beast Peak, it was not in this form. Moreover, if not for it, we would not have been besieged by golden elixir cultivators, nor would we have faced near demise. Xie Sisi retorted without hesitation. That was entirely your own doing. You were fully aware that you were no match for the golden elixir cultivators, yet chose to remain stationary. Is that not self-inflicted? You simply dislike me and, emboldened by your master's backing, you seek to bully me. She wailed, once more dissolving into tears while casting a pleading glance at Master Hanhai. Uncle Master, you promised to support me. Chapter 70. The result of punishment. At this moment, Master Hanhai was genuinely afraid of her tears. Upon hearing this, he quickly turned to Master Xuanjue. I am fully aware of the circumstances. It is indeed the fault of Disciple Yen. According to your judgment, how should we proceed? Master Xuanjue's expression darkened instantly. While he wished to defend his disciple, he found that Xie Sisi's arguments were both logical and compelling. Undeniably, his apprentice was at fault. Even if he wanted to speak in defense of his disciple, he found himself at a loss for words. He could not resort to coercive tactics again, as the sect leader was observing and would certainly not permit such behavior. He felt utterly stifled, harboring a faint dissatisfaction towards Yen Rushue. She appeared to be clever and gifted, yet her disposition was lacking. If her temperament remained unchecked, she would surely cause significant trouble in the future. He promptly declared, since this matter is to be decided by the sect leader, let him handle it so that no one may accuse me of bullying the weak. Master Hanhai then stated, in that case, I shall speak. Disciple Yen initiated the provocation and bears the greatest responsibility. Thus, I decree a 10-day confinement for you. Do you accept this punishment? Yen Rushue felt indignant, but dared not voice her objections. Bowing her head, she replied, Disciple accepts the punishment. Very well, Master Hanhai nodded, then turned to Xie Sisi. It is a fact that your spirit pet harmed another, and while it was provoked, it still committed an error. Therefore, as the pet's owner, you are to compensate Disciple Yen with medicinal pills to heal her injuries. Do you have any objections? In comparison to Yen Rushue's punishment, Xie Sisi's was hardly a concern. Yen Rushue coldly averted her gaze. No need. Xie Sisi shrugged and looked at Master Hanhai, sect leader. Disciple Yen says she does not require it. Master Hanhai's displeasure grew. Yen Rushue's actions clearly demonstrated her dissatisfaction with the punishment. He felt that, out of respect for Master Xuanjue, he had already shown leniency towards her. Her lack of gratitude was quite ungrateful. Realizing Master Hanhai's annoyance, Yen Rushue suddenly understood that her actions had disrespected the sect leader. She quickly softened her tone and said to Xie Sisi, you may keep the pill. As an alchemist, I have no shortage of them. You need them more than I do. Regarding compensation, let's forget it. To be honest, I was rather reckless this time. After nearly facing death, I was frightened and could not control my emotions upon seeing your spirit pet. This was my fault, and I apologize to you. Please do not hold it against me. Seeing this, Master Hanhai's expression finally improved. All right, since the matter is settled, you may disperse. Hao Qi-tian, who had accompanied them, had remained silent until now. Upon hearing that the matter was concluded, she suddenly grew anxious. Sect leader, my medicinal garden has been destroyed. Silence. Master Xuanjue interrupted. You dare present such trivial grievances before your master? A few ruined herbs hardly warrant your complaint. You, as a senior sister, should not be so petty as to quarrel with your junior over something so minor. Is this how I have raised you? Hao Qi-tian felt a surge of frustration, but dared not argue, lowering her head in acceptance of her master's rebuke. The spiritual herbs in her garden had been meticulously chosen by her, and now so many were destroyed. How could she not feel heartbroken? It was clearly her junior's fault. Yet her master rebuked her instead, displaying undue favoritism. In the past, Yen Rushue would have offered a few comforting words to Hao Qi-tian and perhaps given her some medicinal pills in apology to foster goodwill. however, feeling displeased. She had no intention of addressing Xie Tian's grievances. After all, she was merely an inner sect disciple. What could it matter if she was angry? Without even glancing at Xie Tian, she followed Master Xuanjue out the door. Xie Sisi approached Xie Tian, her short legs carrying her forward. I am quite clear about debts of gratitude and grievances. While it was indeed Yan Rushue's fault, some herbs were damaged by the spirit pet. So here are 2 mid-grade spirit stones as compensation. Just to be clear, I will only compensate for what was damaged by my pet, the damages caused by Yan Rushue. You should claim from her. Fong Xiu patted her head and took her hand. Let us go. Holding the spirit stones, Xie Tian watched as Xie Sisi and Fong Xiu flew away on their swords, feeling a sudden complexity of emotions. She had thought the gentle and kind little junior sister would not mention the destruction of her medicinal field, and not only did she not offer compensation, but she did not even apologize. Instead, it was the reputedly domineering Xie Sisi who willingly offered compensation. Suddenly, Xie Tian felt that her prior defense of Yan Rushue in the medicinal field had been foolish. Following this incident, Hu Yu and his companions initially assumed that Xie Sisi would not return, yet to their surprise, she arrived again the next day. The trio was astonished, wanting to inquire but hesitating to speak, feeling quite uncomfortable. Xie Sisi, however, graciously took the initiative to clarify, "This is how it is. Master Xuanjue has already rendered judgment. Disciple Yan has been sentenced to 10 days of confinement. After all, this shame is not mine to bear, so why should I hide it?" Upon hearing this, the trio felt as if their worldviews were being shattered. Clearly, Disciple Yan had attempted to forcibly seize another spirit pet and had turned the tables. Observing such a seemingly gentle and lovely young lady act so shamelessly left them bewildered. Yet, given that they were on the territory of Dan Peak and the matter involved a direct disciple of Dan Peak, they could not openly criticize her. They were now more convinced that rumors were unreliable, twisting black into white. The absurdity of the claims was astounding. As a month passed swiftly, only 5 days remained until the match with Yan Rushue. Having received her contribution points, Xie Sisi refrained from taking on further tasks and dedicated herself to alchemy in the refining room, awaiting the day of the competition. To ensure fairness, the site for the alchemy contest was chosen to be the arena used for the sect's grand competition. On the day of the match, the arena was packed with spectators, all eager to witness the spectacle and the outcome of the wager. Even some elders and peak masters of the sect hid in elevated positions, secretly observing the event. Master Xuanjue made a concerted effort to maintain his expression, yet a hint of pride escaped his countenance. The peak master of the artifact peak cautiously inquired, "I wonder, how adept is Disciple Yan at alchemy now?" Master Xuanjue smiled. "She is currently capable of refining high-grade first-tier pills and occasionally produces exceptional ones." Having joined Dan Peak for less than a year, Yan Rushue's achievements were remarkable. Her talent indeed extraordinary. The peak master of the artifact peak appeared astonished. Disciple Yan, at such a young age, is already capable of refining exceptional pills. The younger generation is formidable. You have chosen well as a master. She truly embodies your former brilliance. The peak master of the beast peak echoed his sentiments. No one mentioned Xie Sisi. In their minds, this contest was nothing but a farce, as Xie Sisi could never hope to surpass Yan Rushue. The starting points and the time spent learning alchemy were simply incomparable. How could they be put to the test? As they spoke, both Yan Rushue and Xie Sisi ascended the stage, with the Law Enforcement Hall's Wanjiha serving as the judge. The competition officially commenced. Chapter 71. Doubt and mockery. In recent days, Yan Rushue has been harboring a pent-up frustration. The confinement area is devoid of spiritual energy, a mere cave lacking any amenities. Over the past 10 days, she has been at a loss as to how she has managed to endure it. The very thought that her confinement was orchestrated by Xie Sisi fills her with deep resentment. Fortunately, her talent for alchemy is commendable, and her master holds high expectations for her. As soon as she emerges from her secluded chamber, her master presents her with a superior-grade spiritual tool, an alchemical furnace named Duantian. She understands that her master is also burning with a fervent desire, hoping not only for her victory, but for an impressive triumph that would trample Xie Sisi beneath her feet, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Sword Peak and avenging the Dan Peak's grievances. She is determined not to disappoint her master. With this thought in mind, Yan Ruxue raises her chin defiantly, radiating an unparalleled confidence in her alchemical prowess, her forte. As she steps onto the stage, a wave of excitement ripples through the crowd. They are all rooting for her, hoping for her victory. In the betting stakes, the majority have wagered on her success. Should she falter, their spirit stones would be rendered worthless. Feeling the overwhelming support from the audience, a smug satisfaction spreads across Yan Ruxue's face. Look, everyone believes she will win. What can Xie Sisi possibly compare to her? Xie Sisi approaches from the opposite side of the arena, flanked by Fang Xiyu, Zhou Ping'an, and Huan Sha. Aware of Xie Sisi's capabilities, the three maintain their composure. Xie Sisi gestures reassuringly and turns to face Yan Ruxue, noticing Yan Ruxue's chin almost touching the heavens. She cannot resist asking, "Did you sleep awkwardly?" Engrossed in her own fantasies, imagining Xie Sisi losing the match, throwing a tantrum, and being scorned by the crowd, Yan Ruxue is momentarily speechless. Wan Zihe can barely suppress a laugh. Clearing his throat, he declares with seriousness, "Since both of you have arrived, let us commence." To ensure fairness, this competition will be divided into 3 rounds. In the first 2 rounds, each sister will select a type of elixir they excel at, while the final round will feature a randomly drawn basic formula chosen by me. Is that agreeable to both of you? Yan Ruxue eagerly interjects, "Absolutely." Xie Sisi nods in agreement. Let us proceed as the senior brother suggests. Very well, who shall present their topic first? Yan Ruxue feigns humility, suggesting, since Sisi is younger, she may choose first. Regardless of the topic, she is confident of victory. It is better to appear magnanimous and win favor. Xie Sisi concedes, "All right then. Let us begin with the blood-stanching pill. This is her most familiar elixir, one she can control both the quality and yield of with ease." Yan Ruxue's heart leaps with joy. This is also her area of expertise, as she has already mastered the art of crafting superior blood-stanching pills. The medicinal materials are well prepared, filling 2 large racks on the stage for their selection. As soon as Yan Ruxue unveils Duantian, a collective gasp rises from the audience. Though they may not comprehend the intricacies of alchemical furnaces, the mysterious patterns enveloping Duantian and its ancient, weathered texture signal its extraordinary quality. In stark contrast, Xie Sisi presents a mere ordinary furnace, a common item worth 100 low-grade spirit stones from the spiritual tool shop, nothing remarkable. It is one thing to lack talent, but to be outclassed in equipment as well? How can one even compete under such circumstances? The crowd shakes their heads, losing all interest in Xie Sisi. Even those hidden high above glance curiously at Master Xuanjue. The Peak Master remarks, "If I recall correctly, this furnace was gifted to you by your senior uncle many years ago. You have used it for quite some time, and now you have bestowed it upon your young disciple. It seems you hold her in high regard." Master Xuanjue responds with a smile. Ruxue is straightforward and possesses a natural talent for alchemy. This furnace is well suited for her use. Seeing Xie Sisi's alchemical furnace, a flicker of disdain crosses Yan Ruxue's eyes. This little wench has brought forth such a mundane furnace for alchemy, clearly unprepared. Is she simply waiting for Yan Ruxue to go easy on her, hoping for a draw? Today, she shall receive a lesson that will make her understand that even if Yan Ruxue were to relent, she would still be incomparable to this little trash. First, she meticulously processes the medicinal materials, expertly removing impurities. She completes this task with ease and, looking up to see Xie Sisi's progress, is taken aback to find her tossing all the materials into the furnace at once. Yan Ruxue? What is she doing? Does she know she cannot compete and has thus thrown caution to the wind? Amused, Yan Ruxiue cannot help but offer a gentle warning, Sisi. That approach is incorrect. You cannot simply toss everything in. You must control the flame and gradually refine the materials. From below, the disciples of Dan Peak echo her sentiments. Indeed, this is absurd. Does she even know how to concoct elixirs? This is not a stew. You cannot just dump everything in at once. She is merely a sword cultivator. If she has not even grasped the basics of cultivation, how can she possibly learn alchemy? Has she lost her senses? With such a reckless method, she has not even begun to scratch the surface of alchemy. Who gave her the audacity to challenge Yan Ruxiue? At such a tender age, she has been coddled by her seniors, becoming arrogant without recognizing her own limitations. I stand by this. If she manages to concoct an elixir with that method, I shall walk on my hands. Count me in. If she succeeds, I will wash my hair upside down. Even the disciples from other peaks, upon hearing the comments from Dan Peak's disciples, agree that Xie Sisi is behaving foolishly. However, since this matter does not concern them directly, they merely exchange a few remarks without being as harsh as Dan Peak's disciples. Cultivators have keen ears and sharp minds. Both Xie Sisi and Yan Ruxiue hear the comments from the crowd clearly. A smug smile deepens on Yan Ruxiue's face. Xie Sisi, however, rolls her eyes in annoyance and calls out to the Dan Peak disciples, Hey, I hope you're not colluding beforehand out of fear that I might win. Deliberately saying unpleasant things to mess with my mindset? But I must disappoint you. I will succeed in making my elixir. Ha ha. Chapter 72. A resounding slap in the face. Typically, an average alchemist requires an hour to concoct a hemostatic pill, producing merely 6 pills per batch. However, Xie Sisi had already managed to trim the crafting time down to the duration of 2 tea brews, all while achieving a flawless result. Now, with her senior brother advising her to conceal her prowess and refrain from producing perfect pills, she found that her alchemical time had been halved once more, now only requiring a single tea brew. Initially, she intended to modestly craft 2 exquisite hemostatic pills and 3 upper-tier ones. Yet, upon witnessing the audacity of those at Dan Peak, she decided to escalate her efforts. Why not deliver a crushing blow? Producing 6 exquisite pills in a single batch without the constraint of perfection seemed reasonable, did it not? Indeed. 6 pills, 2 more than the usual 6, would surely render Yan Ruxiue unable to compete. When Xie Sisi proclaimed her success, Yan Ruxiue's first reaction was disbelief. Never had she heard of anyone achieving such a feat in such a brief span of time. Even her master could not manage it. How could a novice, having only practiced alchemy for a few months, accomplish this? Yet, seeing that Xie Sisi had even extinguished the flames, she found herself momentarily uncertain. Not only Yan Ruxiue, but the spectators beneath the stage also wore expressions of incredulity, momentarily rendered speechless upon hearing Xie Sisi's claim. In the air, the master of Qi Peak could not help but glance at the esteemed Xuanjue. Did she truly succeed? Xuanjue replied with a cold smirk, merely a ploy for attention. Throughout history, I have never heard of anyone who would throw all ingredients into the furnace to refine them. Suddenly, the silent master of Fu Peak interjected. Could it be that you are simply uninformed? Just because you have never heard of it does not mean it is impossible. I believe this child possesses a clear gaze, unlike one prone to deceit. Xuanjue's expression darkened. Since you hold her in such high regard, why not place a wager? The master of Fu Peak was the only female among the leaders, having been doted upon during her apprenticeship. After becoming a peak master, her fellow disciples had become elders, continuing to treat her with utmost care. Coupled with her exceptional abilities and profound cultivation, she had developed a temperament intolerant of insolence. Having heard of the previous discord between Dan Peak and Jian Peak regarding the matter of the bald man, she held a deep-seated disdain for Xuanjue's bullying behavior. Witnessing him belittle the young girl only intensified her contempt. After all, was it not merely taking advantage of her absent master? Had pure yang been present, Xuanjue would surely have refrained from such remarks towards his disciple. Unfazed by the attention directed her way, The master of Fu Peak promptly retrieved a piece of diamond sand from her storage ring. Very well, I shall wager this diamond sand against you. If you win, it becomes yours. What will you stake? Diamond sand is an exceedingly rare material that can be utilized for alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman creation. Its unique properties enhance the quality of pills, artifacts, and talismans. This particular piece, if used sparingly, could last a considerable time. Upon seeing this, even Xuanjue's interest was piqued, as was that of the master of Qi Peak, though both ultimately restrained themselves with formidable willpower. Xuanjue produced items of equivalent value, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Since junior sister Yushu is so eager to offer me gifts, I shall graciously accept. Yushu was the monastic name of the master of Fu Peak. As the tension between the two escalated, the master of Jin Peak hurriedly intervened. Look, junior sister Xie's alchemical furnace is about to open. Instantly, all gazes converged upon Xie Sisi. Calmly, she lifted the lid of the furnace and beckoned with her hand, revealing 6 plump, round, and adorable pills in her grasp. 6 was a considerable number. She could not hold them all in one hand, requiring both to cradle them securely. Silence enveloped the space. All eyes watched as Xie Sisi presented the pills to Wang Jiheng. Yan Rushue's complexion drained of color, murmuring, "Impossible, this cannot be." Flustered, her control wavered, causing the herbs within her own furnace to be reduced to ashes. Yet she paid no heed to this. Her gaze was fixated on the pills Xie Sisi had placed on the plate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A total of 6 exquisite hemostatic pills. A brilliant light ignited in Yan Rushue's eyes, as if she had discovered some incriminating evidence against Xie Sisi. Her expression morphed into one of excitement and agitation as she declared, "You cheated." In that moment, she set aside her own alchemical pursuits. As the crowd's attention turned towards her, Yan Rushue strained to control her emotions, adopting a heartbroken demeanor as she spoke to Xie Sisi. Sisi, I know you have a strong competitive spirit and desire to win. However, there are limits to what can be done. If you truly care about the outcome, just tell me, and I will yield to you. But why resort to cheating? If you allow such trivial matters to dictate your actions when faced with significant challenges, will you not likewise choose the crooked path? An unsteady heart leads to a precarious journey. Your life will be ruined. Heed my advice. Quickly admit your mistake and clarify the situation. No one will hold it against you, considering your youth. Upon her words, the 2 disciples previously named by Xie Sisi began to rally, urging her to concede to her alleged dishonesty. Yet, Xie Sisi simply regarded them with a look of incredulity. You accuse me of cheating, but do you possess any evidence? Suppressing her glee, Yan Rushue earnestly replied, The 6 pills in your hand are evidence. You are still a novice in alchemy and may not know this, but throughout history, no one has ever produced 6 hemostatic pills. 5 is the absolute limit. This little wretch, cheating without verifying her facts, merely seeking the limelight. And now she had exposed herself. Serves her right. Ha ha. Yan Rushue reveled in her anticipation of Xie Sisi being unmasked, flustered and humiliated. Yet, Xie Sisi remained unfazed, her brows raised defiantly. It has always been thus. Does that make it right? Or do you believe that senior brother Wan and I conspired to cheat together? Or perhaps you think that your master and the other masters from various peaks are mere decorations. If I were truly cheating, would they remain indifferent? Before ascending the stage, her senior brother had informed her that the peak masters were observing from above. Wan Ziheng, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. I can assure you that junior sister Xie operated under my watchful eye throughout and did not cheat. In an instant, Yan Rushue's complexion turned ashen. Chapter 73. Overwhelming victory. As the foremost disciple of the enforcement hall, Wan Jihe could not possibly utter a falsehood. Moreover, his master was observing from above. Even if others conspired with that little wretch, his master would not. So, was it truly the case that these 6 elixirs were crafted solely by her own merit? How could that be? Yan Rushue's face turned pale as she vigorously shook her head, unwilling to accept this outcome. When she had refined a supreme elixir, her master praised her as a genius. Yet, Xie Sisi not only managed to create a supreme elixir, but produced 6 at once, indicating that she had fully utilized the medicinal materials without a trace of waste. In comparison, her so-called genius seemed like a mere joke. She had the guidance of a renowned master, while the other relied entirely on her own exploration. She had always been conceited, believing her only flaw was her humble origin, while excelling in every other aspect. Yet, reality had proven otherwise. Not only was her background lacking, but her talent was also inferior. The minuscule thread of black mist residing in her dantian gradually swelled. Just as she was about to lose her sanity, a voice rang in her ear, "Calm your mind and center your spirit." Simultaneously, a surge of pure energy flowed into her mind through her Baihui acupoint. It was the real person Xuanjue who noticed her unstable state and feared she would succumb to inner demons. Without regard for the contest's rules, he intervened with his spiritual power, descending from the clouds to deliver a stream of clarity into her consciousness. In an instant, Yan Rushue's chaotic thoughts settled. Realizing how close she was to losing her sanity frightened her, and she hastily obeyed the real person Xuanjue's advice, closing her eyes to meditate in place. The black mist in her dantian condensed into a slender thread again, coiling down. Xie Sisi pouted, feeling a slight twinge of disappointment. She had anticipated that Yan Rushue would erupt in anger, but to her surprise, the real person Xuanjue had intervened. With a dissatisfied huff, Xie Sisi turned her gaze to the 2 individuals below the arena, the senior brother who walked on his hands and the one who washed his hair upside down. "Please begin your performance." Upon being called out, the 2 instantly became the center of attention, their faces flushed crimson. They wished to cheat. But with so many eyes upon them, how could they face their sect again if they were caught? Yet, if they fulfilled their promise, they would have even less face to show afterward. At this moment, they regretted their impulsive bravado. Had they known Xie Sisi was this formidable, they would never have dared to speak up. No, had they known from the start, they would not have approached at all. If they had merely come to watch the competition, there would have been no trouble. Simultaneously, they begrudged Yan Rushue for her uselessness. Had she won, Xie Sisi would not have dared to trouble them. Ultimately, unable to withstand the oppressive gazes of the crowd, the 2 covered their faces and fled. Xie Sisi sneered. "Such insignificant trash, if you can't play, then don't. No wonder you talk big. It turns out your words are as empty as a fart." With no intention of keeping your word, her words were undeniably sharp, yet with reason on her side. The disciples of the Danfang sect found her remarks harsh, but dared not retort. Especially those who had previously mocked Xie Sisi, they now felt their faces burn with shame. Unable to meet her gaze, let alone speak, the real person Xuanjue's expression darkened, and he spoke in a grave tone. "One should show mercy when able." Xie Sisi nonchalantly nodded. "Understood, I see. When one cannot win, they slander others as cheating, then feign magnanimity with empty platitudes about mercy. It's not the first time. I recognize this routine." She had never held a favorable opinion of the real person Xuanjue, and now her disdain for him grew stronger. Having already torn the veil of civility, there was no need for courtesy. It had been many years since the real person Xuanjue had been so openly mocked. Now, in front of a large audience, he found himself ridiculed by a 6-year-old girl, his face turning an ashen hue. Yet, he could do nothing about it. After a moment, he managed to utter, "I initially thought your aptitude was commendable and wished to accept you as a disciple, but your temperament is truly unteachable. Do take care of yourself." Xie Sisi feigned a smile. "Then I truly thank you. I am grateful for your refusal." The real person Xuanjue stumbled, nearly falling from the clouds. The sect leader of the Fufeng chuckled, adding fuel to the fire. "You owe me the wager I won, don't you?" She increasingly found that this quirky little girl from the Sword Peak suited her tastes. It was a pity that she hesitated due to the girl's poor spiritual roots. thus allowing pure yang to snatch her up. Now, she wondered if this little girl would be willing to become her disciple. Well, she was quite open-minded and could share a disciple with pure yang. She would not force the girl to leave the sword peak. As Yan Rushue meditated to stabilize her mind, guided by the real person Xuanjue, the arena fell silent for a moment. Growing bored, Xie Sisi began to examine the earth fire in her hand. Earth fire was a common spiritual flame obtained by drawing the heart of the earth's fire to the surface. For instance, the magma flames erupting from fissures around active volcanoes are classified as earth fire. The temperature of earth fire is extremely high, and due to its lack of sentience, it cannot be tamed. After special processing, it can only be carried for a brief duration. Prolonged exposure would incinerate its container. When Xie Sisi first began refining elixirs, she converted her internal spiritual energy into fire elements to control the temperature within the alchemical furnace. Thus, she felt that the presence or absence of earth fire was inconsequential. Her fire spiritual root allowed her to control the temperature of flames. It seemed prudent that in the future, she should also tame a unique fire for her own use. She recalled that in the texts she studied, Yan Rushue had acquired a rare heavenly fire, seemingly from some secret realm. She needed to contemplate this further. Opportunity. Both chance and fate are indispensable. Things without an owner bear no inscription declaring they must belong to Yan Rushue. Whoever is destined shall obtain them. Therefore, she felt no guilt about seizing an opportunity that belonged to Yan Rushue. If it was truly Yan Rushue's, she could not take it. If she could take it, it meant it was not Yan Rushue's. Half an hour passed in waiting. Not only Xie Sisi, but even the spectators below grew impatient. Amidst the calls and cries, Yan Rushue finally opened her eyes. After half an hour of meditation, she had come to a realization. The reason Xie Sisi chose the hemostasis pill must be that it was her strongest suit. Perhaps, after all this time, it was the only type of elixir she could refine. Now, it was her turn to propose a challenge, and she believed there was no way Xie Sisi could win. With newfound confidence, she declared, "Next, I request the refinement of the Peiyuan pill." The Peiyuan pill, while also a foundational elixir, is notably more challenging to refine, with the highest grade capable of reaching the third tier. Thus, it is considered the most difficult within the foundational formulas. She had only recently mastered the refinement of the Peiyuan pill, but to win the competition, she set aside her hesitations. She firmly believed that Xie Sisi could not possibly refine the Peiyuan pill. As it turned out, Xie Sisi indeed managed to refine it, albeit at a lower grade, producing 5 lower-tier, second-grade Peiyuan pills. Conversely, Yan Rushue produced 2 upper-tier and 2 middle-tier, along with 1 lower-tier. The smile on Yan Rushue's face widened. "See? I knew that little wretch, Xie Sisi, could not surpass me." Seeing Yan Rushue's triumphant expression, Xie Sisi felt a pang of sympathy and suggested, "Why don't you take a closer look at the grade of my elixirs? Look at this child." She was so dazed by her own victory that she couldn't even discern the grades of the elixirs. Yan Rushue's smile faltered. "What did you say?" Wanziha cast her a sympathetic glance. Junior sister Xie refined 5 second-tier lower-grade Peiyuan pills. Junior sister Yan refined 5 first-tier Peiyuan pills. In this round, junior sister Xie wins. No matter how high the tier of the first-grade elixirs, they could not compare to second-tier pills. Moreover, the quality of Yan Rushue's elixirs was hardly remarkable. The color drained from Yan Rushue's face once more as she muttered, "Impossible, how could this be? This cannot be." With a sudden roar, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly shattering her resolve. Ultimately, she was hastily taken away by the pallid-faced Master Xuanjue. This contest concluded with a resounding victory for Xie Sisi. Within the sword peak, Xie Sisi bit down on her chopsticks, her face etched with concern. "Senior brother, do you think the alchemists will truly honor the 9 million high-grade spirit stones, or might they resort to deceit?" Chapter 74. The Master of Symbol Peak comes to collect disciples. 3 days have elapsed since her match with Yan Rushue. During this secluded meditation, It is uncertain when she will emerge. Initially, they had set a trap, intending to ensnare the real master, Xianju, as well. Nevertheless, Feng Xiyu remained composed, even going so far as to write an IOU when he could not repay the spirit stones. With a master present, no one dared to default on their debts. Hearing Feng Xiyu's words, Xie Sisi felt reassured. That is good. Indeed. Chao Xian was unable to produce such a large sum of spirit stones for compensation and reluctantly penned an IOU. The Gathering Wealth gambling house, due to this incident, suffered another humiliation. The proprietor was reprimanded by higher authorities who believed that his misfortune stemmed from Chao Xian's actions. Not only did he refuse to take the blame for Chao Xian, but he also revealed that Chao Xian had conspired with him to undermine Xie Sisi. Consequently, Chao Xian became notorious. He bore a significant debt, and his reputation plummeted as he was branded as a traitor to his own sect, collaborating with outsiders to harm a junior sister from his own school, deceitful and shameless. Those who had lost money, unable to confront the people of Sword Peak, redirected their fury towards Chao Xian and Yan Ruxue. Cursing Yan Ruxue was futile, calling her a genius with a single wood attribute was absurd, as even those with 5 attributes surpassed her. She was more akin to a fool. They further scolded Chao Xian, calling him a nuisance who created trouble for amusement. If he had not concocted such a gambling scheme, they would not have wagered their money. Without gambling, they would not have lost their fortunes. In general, people seldom reflect on their own errors. When mistakes occur, they instinctively seek to blame those around them. Previously, the rumors that mocked and derided Xie Sisi had now returned tenfold to haunt Yan Ruxue and Chao Xian. Even if Chao Xian sequestered himself indoors, these whispers would still reach his ears. The joy he once felt was now replaced by ire. However, with so many people cursing him, he hesitated to take action for fear of inciting further wrath. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, he clandestinely accepted a long-term task and slipped away. With the master in seclusion and the elder brother hiding away, the usually bustling Dan Peak fell into an unusual silence. In stark contrast, Sword Peak suddenly thrived. Although Dan Peak housed the majority of the sect's alchemists, there were also a number of highly skilled practitioners outside of Dan Peak who were adept at alchemy. Upon learning of Xie Sisi's talent for alchemy, they eagerly sought her out, hoping to take her as a disciple. If she could concoct second-tier elixirs and numerous first-tier elixirs without guidance, just imagine the potential if she received instruction. Who would not desire to take on such a gifted apprentice? The future accomplishments of the disciple would reflect glory upon the master, perhaps even ensuring their legacy would endure through the ages. As for Xie Sisi's grievances with Dan Peak, at their level of cultivation, they stood on equal footing with the real master, Xianju, and had no reason to fear Dan Peak. Yet, Xie Sisi had no intention of taking on a master, politely declining each offer. The would-be mentors bore no ill will. They simply stated that should she change her mind, she could seek them out at any time. During these days, Feng Xiyu felt increasingly anxious, fearing that his junior sister might succumb to temptation and be swayed by those with ulterior motives to abandon their sect. Fortunately, she remained resolute, firmly committed to Sword Peak. After several elders from their sect, skilled in alchemy, had come to visit only to be turned away, Feng Xiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next day, he was surprised to see the master of Symbol Peak, Yusu, arrive. Yusu, a stunning beauty, radiated an air of elegance with every gesture. Disciples, pay your respects to Master Yusu, Feng Xiyu instructed as he and Xie Sisi bowed. Sitting in the main seat, Yusu stated directly, I have come this time for you, dear disciple. Feng Xiyu's heart sank, and he cautiously probed, Master Yusu, do you also practice alchemy? I had not heard of this before. With a light laugh, Yusu replied, While I may not practice alchemy, no one surpasses me in the art of talisman crafting. I am aware of your spiritual roots, which encompass all 5 elements. Since you can concoct elixirs, I presume that drawing talismans should be within your capabilities as well. Thus, I wish to inquire if you would like to learn talisman crafting from me. As her gaze fell upon Xie Sisi, the latter, a self-proclaimed admirer of beauty, found herself momentarily entranced by Yu Su's ethereal visage. Unlike the previous instance when she had been bewitched by Shui Dai's charms, this time it was pure admiration for something beautiful. Being suddenly singled out, Xie Sisi nearly agreed without thought. Luckily, while she appreciated beauty, she was not easily swayed by it. She managed to retain her composure and responded, "Talisman crafting, you say? To be honest, I am quite tempted. I had initially planned to learn talisman crafting, artifact forging, formation techniques, or beast taming after mastering alchemy. Now, having the foremost talisman expert in the world approach me to teach, what an opportunity many would covet." However, she needed to clarify a few things. Hesitantly, Xie Sisi inquired, "Is it simply a matter of learning without needing to become your disciple?" Yu Su paused, the smile on her face deepening. "Is it not good to take me as your master? If you become my disciple, you will be able to walk confidently within the sect." Xie Sisi felt conflicted, letting out a long sigh as she reluctantly replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Master Yu Su. However, I already have a master and do not intend to switch sections." Rejecting the invitation of a talisman master was indeed painful. When her own master emerged from seclusion, she would certainly demand compensation. "I do not require you to switch sections. I can teach you alongside your master," Yu Su replied earnestly. One could not deny the sincerity of Master Yu Su. Not only Xie Sisi, but even Feng Xiu, who listened nearby, felt inclined to agree on her behalf. As long as she did not betray her sect, having multiple teachers in the cultivation world was not an uncommon affair. Xie Sisi was equally tempted, but ever since joining the sect, her master had shown her great kindness. To take on another teacher without her master's consent would be disrespectful. Finally, she wiped her face, adopting a serious demeanor. "This must be approved by my master. I cannot make such a decision unilaterally, and I hope Master Yu Su can understand." The more she persisted, the more Yu Su regarded her with admiration. It was indeed rare for someone so young to uphold their principles in the face of great temptation. Regretting her hesitation when she had taken on disciples, Yu Su lamented internally that she had allowed pure yang to seize the opportunity first. Alas, such was fate. With a sigh, she concluded, "In that case, I shall not press the matter. Once your master emerges from seclusion, I will personally discuss this with him." As she spoke, she retrieved a book from her storage ring, saying, "These are my notes from my early years studying talisman crafting. You may take a look." Finally, she added, "Your master will surely agree to my teaching you. By giving you these notes, it does not count as benefiting an outsider." Chapter 75. The return of the fifth senior brother. The sudden arrival and departure of Master Yushu was swift and decisive. After her departure, the sword peak fell into tranquility once more. During this recent competition, a staggering 9 million top-grade spirit stones were earned. And although Chao Xian was unable to settle the entire amount, he still incurred a loss of 500,000. Feng Suyu, generous as ever, took the initiative to distribute the sum. Xie Sisi, having contributed the most, received a substantial share of 250,000 top-grade spirit stones, transforming her already ample treasury into a veritable gold mine. In the realm of cultivation, the significance of wealth cannot be overstated. It is paramount. The adage rings true: no matter the endeavor, spirit stones are indispensable. Xie Sisi was once again reminded of the veracity of the saying. Cultivation requires spirit stones, as do the materials needed for alchemy, and now, with the addition of talisman drawing, the materials for that also necessitate spirit stones. Each of these pursuits is a voracious consumer of wealth. Pills can be exchanged at the task hall for contribution points or sold in the market for spirit stones, and the same applies to talismans. As Master Yushu remarked, she possesses a natural talent for drawing talismans, and although she may not surpass her prowess in alchemy, she certainly excels beyond the majority. The entire winter passed with Xie Sisi immersed in cultivation, alchemy, and talisman drawing, occasionally visiting the library to exchange for books to study. As winter faded into spring, before long, Xie Sisi celebrated her 7th birthday. Her master and second senior brother remained in seclusion, with no word from them. Feng Suyu, having received information in advance, summoned some temporary disciples from the outer sect to tidy up the residence of Wan Xingyun. Xie Sisi was exceedingly curious about this 5th senior brother whom she had yet to meet. The rooms of her other senior brothers were characterized by simplicity and practicality, devoid of anything beyond essentials for cultivation. In stark contrast, the 5th senior brother's room was adorned with an array of trinkets and decorations, exuding a lavishness reminiscent of the chambers described in novels about noble families. Even her own bedroom paled in comparison to the exquisite nature of his. It was evident that the 5th senior brother was a person of refined tastes. Feng Suyu confirmed Xie Sisi's speculation, stating, "Your 5th senior brother hails from the prestigious Wan family of Jiangzhou. They are a renowned lineage, primarily focused on law cultivation. However, your 5th senior brother has always had a penchant for swordsmanship, and he's secretly left his family to become a disciple under our master." Xie Sisi, puzzled, inquired, "Is it not a good thing to have a master? He is the foremost sword cultivator of our time. For an ordinary family, it would be an unparalleled honor to be his disciple." But the Wan family places great emphasis on their own lineage, Feng Suyu explained. As a direct descendant, your 5th senior brother's choice to pursue swordsmanship over law cultivation is viewed unfavorably. It has even allowed some distant relatives to slander him. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. Once your 5th senior brother raises his cultivation level, not only will the Wan family cease to trouble him, but they will also begin to elevate him. Thus, it is clear that, regardless of the circumstances, strength is of utmost importance. Xie Sisi nodded in agreement, affirming, "Elder brother is right." After concluding their discussion, Feng Suyu suddenly realized that his little junior sister was a fervent cultivator. And fearing she might rush off to practice, after hearing his words, he hastily advised, while cultivation is vital, so too is the necessity of appropriate rest. The saying goes, one must balance exertion and relaxation, otherwise, neither literature nor martial arts can be mastered. Do you understand this? Xie Sisi nodded once more, replying, "I understand." Feng Suyu sighed in relief, grateful that although his little junior sister was passionate about cultivation, she was also receptive to advice. Chapter 76. 5th senior brother Wan Xingyun. Xie Sisi was practicing her sword at the mountain top when she spotted a noble young man gracefully descending the slope, accompanied by a small child. Clad in pristine white, he appeared untouched by the world. His clear, poetic features and smooth, lustrous locks, gathered neatly at the back with a jade belt, exuded an ethereal charm as they fluttered gently with his movements. His skin, as delicate and radiant as mutton-fat jade, glimmered under the sun, accentuating his moderately full red lips that appeared even more vivid. Without a doubt, this must be her 5th senior brother, whom she had never met before. Upon witnessing his appearance, Xie Sisi was momentarily taken aback. She had thought her 2nd senior brother's looks were unparalleled, yet 5th senior brother was equally remarkable. Wan Xingyun immediately spotted the petite figure on the peak, and a smile bloomed in his gentle eyes. "Little junior sister," he greeted, his voice as melodious as the chime of jade. Xie Sisi hurriedly sheathed her sword and ran toward him joyfully, exclaiming, "5th senior brother." She chuckled foolishly, attributing her skills to the excellent teachings of her brothers. Wan Xingyun chuckled lightly. "There's no need to flatter them. If we speak of guidance, only eldest brother is truly steady and reliable. The others are quite the characters. One is sharp-tongued, another is hot-tempered, and the last is simple-minded. If you truly learned from them, master would be in tears." Being dear brothers, Wan Xingyun unabashedly teased his own siblings. Xie Sisi laughed heartily but felt compelled to defend them. "They are just pure-hearted." Wan Xingyun playfully tapped her head. "Little sly one. By the way, I heard from eldest brother that you are learning alchemy. As he spoke, he retrieved a small alchemy furnace from his storage ring. "This is an alchemy furnace I stumbled upon. It's of no use to me. Take it for yourself." The furnace, no larger than a palm, was as translucent and exquisite as a piece of jade art, adorned with a soaring fire phoenix whose feathers were intricately detailed and lifelike. Curious, Xie Sisi examined the furnace and noticed ancient characters engraved at the bottom, Rui Qiankuan furnace. As she infused it with her spiritual energy, the furnace shimmered brightly, soaring into the air and transforming into a full-sized alchemy furnace in an instant. Wan Xingyun instructed her, "Try dripping a drop of your blood on it." Following his guidance, she pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the furnace. In that moment, she felt a connection with it, realizing she could now manipulate the furnace's size at will. No wonder it was called Rui. It truly was as one wished. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "This must be a treasure of significant value, right?" Wan Xingyun shook his head. "It is merely a spiritual tool. This furnace can grow. You have already formed a contract with it, allowing it to be nurtured within your dantian. As your alchemy skills improve, so too will the furnace's capabilities. Moreover, this furnace also serves as a defensive spiritual tool. You will discover its functions as you use it." Even though he did not practice alchemy himself, he could still assist his little junior sister with such external matters. Having read numerous books, Xie Sisi now understood the rarity of growth-type spiritual tools. These artifacts might start at a low level but have the potential to elevate infinitely. One could say that a growth-type artifact is more precious than an exquisite treasure. Though accustomed to being pampered by her brothers, she was still astonished by Wan Xingyun's generosity, and she solemnly declared, "I will cultivate diligently and will not disappoint fifth senior brother's expectations." Then, she retrieved a pile of elixirs and drawn talismans from her storage ring, saying, "These are prepared for you, fifth senior brother. Once I improve my skills in alchemy and talisman crafting, just let me know what you need, and I will provide it." Just then, Feng Xiyu emerged and nearly lost his composure upon hearing her words. He quickly interjected, "There's no rush regarding cultivation. You are still a child, in a crucial growth phase, and must pay attention to rest." Wan Xingyun cast a puzzled glance at eldest brother. Cultivators possess a physique that is distinct, and cultivation does not hinder growth. Why would eldest brother deceive the little junior sister? Feng Xiyu signaled him to comply, and Wan Xingyun cleared his throat. "Eldest brother is right," Feng Xiyu earnestly advised. "Knowing is one thing, acting on it is another." Xie Sisi obediently nodded. Sensing that eldest brother and fifth senior brother had matters to discuss, she quickly excused herself. As soon as Xie Sisi left, Feng Xiyu's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a stern expression, and he led Wan Xingyun deeper into the mountain while asking, "Have you resolved matters at home?" Wan Xingyun's expression remained warm, yet his eyes glinted with intensity. "I have taken care of it. There will be no more trivial disruptions to my cultivation." There were other direct descendants in the family. Even if he did not inherit the family head position, it was not for the distant branches to meddle. Feng Xiyu felt reassured by him and nodded, choosing not to say more. The following days passed in tranquility. Feng Xiyu remained stationed at the Sword Peak, rarely descending. Zhou Ping'an eagerly undertook tasks one after another, seldom resting, while Wan Xingyun enjoyed a leisurely existence, admiring flowers, moon-gazing, playing the zither, and listening to music. Though rarely seen practicing, his swordsmanship was the finest among his peers, with his cultivation at the mid-golden core stage. Wan Sha, utilizing the foundation-building pills provided by Feng Xiyu, finally broke through to the early foundation establishment stage one sunny afternoon. Foundation establishment cultivators could become disciples of the inner sect. After much contemplation, Wan Sha bid farewell to Xie Sisi and departed for the Talisman Peak. When she first arrived at Sword Peak, it was agreed that she would care for Xie Sisi until the latter was capable of self-sufficiency. Now that Xie Sisi was perfectly capable of taking care of herself, and with her own aspiration to become a talisman master, the opportunity to leave had presented itself naturally. The farewell was simple, devoid of sadness, just a hint of reluctance. Yet it paled in comparison to Wan Sha's bright future. Before departing, Xie Sisi stuffed a pile of spirit stones and materials for talisman crafting into her hands, grinning. Next time we meet, I shall call you senior sister. Wan Sha, for the first time, reached out to ruffle Xie Sisi's hair. Her eyes filled with dreams and joy for the future, gently responding, "Never. In my heart, you will always be my little senior sister." With Wan Sha gone, Xie Sisi felt a sense of loss for a few days before rallying her spirits to resume her cultivation. Boom! An explosion echoed, and a plume of black smoke surged into the sky. Chapter 77, targeted as Wan Xingyun sat in the courtyard, savoring the beauty of blooming flowers and enjoying her tea. A sudden, violent explosion startled her, causing her to splutter the liquid. "Young master!" The young attendant jumped in alarm, eager to rush forward. Wan Xingyun waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. How many times has this happened today?" The attendant counted on his fingers, the 5th time. 5 times, indeed, Wan Xingyun sighed, rubbing her forehead. "I shall go check on my junior sister." Xie Sisi's residence was not far from hers, and it wasn't long before she arrived. There, she found Xie Sisi with a pouty face, glaring intensely at several talisman papers on the table, silently gritting her teeth. "I refuse to believe I cannot draw this explosive talisman," she declared, reaching for her brush again. Noticing her soot-covered face, Wan Xingyun stifled a laugh and advised, "Haste makes waste. Perhaps you should take your time with your drawing." Only then did Xie Sisi realize Wan Xingyun had come, 5th senior brother. "What brings you here?" With a sigh, Wan Xingyun replied, "If I hadn't come, you would have leveled this house by now." The talismans she had managed to create were unstable. Even the slightest touch would cause them to detonate. Xie Sisi had always excelled in her cultivation endeavors, be it swordsmanship, alchemy, or talisman crafting, but this was her first encounter with failure, and it left her feeling quite vexed. Through their recent interactions, Wan Xingyun finally understood why the eldest senior brother had deceived Xie Sisi about the effects of constant practice on her growth. She was simply too dedicated, a true cultivation fanatic. Suspecting that even while eating or sleeping, she was still practicing, Xie Sisi's rapid progress was astonishing. In less than 2 years, she had advanced from a mere mortal to the 10th level of Qi refining, and with a little more effort, she would reach the foundation-building stage. This was despite the eldest senior brother's best efforts to discourage her from focusing solely on her training. With such talent and diligence, their master was indeed fortunate to have such a worry-free disciple. After silently berating their master in her thoughts, Wan Xingyun earnestly advised, "Haste makes waste. You might consider temporarily setting aside your training and engaging in different activities. Once your mind is at ease, the talisman crafting will flow naturally." Xie Sisi realized that her recent state of mind had been problematic, filled with an inexplicable sense of anxiety, a consequence of her prolonged, intense training. This was a familiar sensation from her past life, where the demands of part-time work fragmented her study time, forcing her to squeeze every minute for learning. Over time, while her body managed to cope, her mind grew weary. In that moment, she finally grasped what her eldest senior brother meant by mindset. Gathering up the materials for talisman crafting, Xie Sisi felt a sense of relief and smiled. "You're right, 5th senior brother. I plan to go out and travel a bit to relax my mind." "Traveling, you say?" Wan Xingyun pondered. "As it happens, I am free lately. Let us descend the mountain together." Knowing Wan Xingyun wished to look after her, Xie Sisi felt a bit embarrassed and quickly replied, "No need. I can manage on my own. Don't worry, I have plenty of protective talismans. Even if I encounter danger, I can handle it." To reassure Wan Xingyun, she displayed her various protective talismans. Besides those she already possessed, Feng Xiyu had also provided her with numerous protective items. Counting quickly, she realized she had over 20 defensive charms, talismans, and other artifacts. Plus, with an offensive puppet gifted by a senior, she felt well prepared. Seeing this, Wan Xingyun finally relaxed, cautioning her, the outside world is fraught with dangers. If anything seems amiss, do not involve yourself, keep your distance. Should anything arise, reach out to me or the eldest senior brother immediately. Xie Sisi nodded earnestly. Wan Xingyun then handed her a few spirit stones, advising, if you do encounter danger and cannot handle it, hire some wandering cultivators for protection. Do not hesitate to spend. With our Tiani sect's reputation, they will not dare to cause trouble. After bidding farewell to Fang Xiu, who also offered his concerns and sent her off with 2 offensive artifacts and a bag of spirit stones, Xie Sisi waved her hands. No need, senior brother. I assure you, I will take care of myself. Such a small girl made it hard not to worry. However, Zhou Ping'an knew the path of a cultivator must ultimately be walked alone, much like fledglings must learn to fly solo. Despite his reservations, he could not hinder her. In the end, he gave her a bag of spirit stones and personally escorted her down the mountain. As spring breathed life into the world once more. It was the day of Xie Sisi's birthday. She delightedly slurped down longevity noodles, for today she turned 8. Half a year had passed since she descended the mountain for training. During this time, she had witnessed many things and met various people. Her once tense heart now relaxed. Her spirits lifted, and her talisman crafting flowing effortlessly. While she could not assist others much, she could provide the original family with elixirs for longevity and health. With this decision made, she began planning her route back to her original family's home in the mortal realm. There was no need to rush. Riding her horse, with her pet rabbit nestled in her arms, she ambled along, stopping to admire and play with anything that caught her eye. Carefree, she felt like an ordinary little girl. Suddenly, a communication talisman at her waist lit up. Picking it up, she gently brushed it, revealing a message, Junior sister, happy birthday. It was signed by the eldest senior brother. A smile graced Xie Sisi's face. The life of a cultivator is long, and sometimes one may spend years in seclusion, forgetting birthdays. Last year, she had secretly celebrated her birthday on the Sword Peak, and the eldest senior brother had remembered, sending his wishes this year. As her thoughts lingered, blessings from Huanjia and her 5th and 6th senior brothers also came through. Her 3rd senior brother, far away in Tianjin City, was unaware of her birthday, while her 2nd senior brother and master were still in seclusion, oblivious to the passage of time. In a corner of the noodle shop, 2 men with sinister appearances were secretly eyeing Xie Sisi, their greed unmistakable. Her horse rolled its eyes and whispered to Xie Sisi, 2 more fools have set their sights on you. Calmly finishing her last sip of soup, Xie Sisi remarked, let us give them a chance. Chapter 78. Speak. Who are you? As Xie Sisi departed the noodle shop with her feathered companion, the 2 men exchanged glances and decided to follow her. This secluded town, situated near the mundane world, was home to many low-level cultivators and disciples from a minor sect known as Fangxuan Mountain. The sect's leader had only reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and its total number of disciples barely surpassed 100. Hence, it was considered one of the most formidable forces in this area. The 2 men felt they had aligned themselves with a significant figure, disregarding even the leader of Fangxuan Mountain, and they certainly did not view Xie Sisi as a threat. Although it was rather suspicious for a young girl to wander alone, their limited experience led them to believe that her family likely consisted of only a foundation establishment elder, rendering them unafraid. As the 2 men left, a young woman at another table could not suppress her anxiety. Those 2 ruffians are up to no good again, senior brother. Are we just going to stand by and watch? The younger man displayed a conflicted expression, hesitating before suggesting, should we follow them and see what happens? The older man disapproved, stating, when we descended the mountain, our master cautioned us against meddling in others' affairs. The people behind them are not to be trifled with, even by our master. We cannot invite disaster upon our sect due to a momentary impulse of kindness. The younger man felt shame wash over him, lowering his head in silence. However, the young woman still burned with righteous fervor. If we don't intervene, then so be it. But since we have seen it, how can we stand idly by? If you are afraid, then stay here. I will go and take a look. Without waiting for a response, she rose and made her way outside. The two men hurried after her. Hey, junior sister, don't act recklessly. Xie Sisi sensed that she was being followed and, without wasting time, led the two men to an open space outside the town. Enough of your sneaky following. Speak, who are you? Why are you trailing me? The two men were taken aback. You know we are following you? The feathered companion, exuding an air of elegance, disdainfully preened its feathers and replied, Such trifling pests do not warrant my intervention. I leave them to you. Xie Sisi calmly stepped back a pace, saying, Oh, since you are so eager, why not you take the lead? Good luck. The feathered companion was momentarily perplexed. The two men, feeling insulted that Xie Sisi ignored them to converse with a bird, angrily declared, Such an audacious little girl. Today, we shall show you the might of our brotherhood. With that, they unsheathed their weapons and charged at Xie Sisi. Standing behind her companion, Xie Sisi knew that to reach her, they must first contend with the bird. The feathered creature muttered in frustration, This little brat is becoming increasingly intolerable. With no other option, it spread its wings and swiftly dispatched both men with a flick of its appendages. Proudly, it puffed out its chest, dismissing the two as unworthy challengers. Just then, the young woman who had followed them arrived and witnessed the scene, her eyes lighting up. Little sister, is this your spirit pet? It's so impressive. Flattered by the compliment, the feathered companion chirped triumphantly at Xie Sisi. Did you hear that? They praised my prowess. In a telepathic exchange, Xie Sisi feigned a smile. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. Next time we encounter such trouble, I shall rely on your strength. Disregarding the bird, she turned to the young woman. Yes, this is my spirit pet. Did you come over to offer assistance? Sensing the young woman's goodwill, she inquired further. The older man interjected hastily. Do not misunderstand. We were merely passing by. We should leave quickly. Do you truly wish to bring trouble upon our sect? His tone had grown slightly irate by the end. The young woman bit her lip, addressing Xie Sisi. My name is Yunwan, a disciple of Fengsuan Mountain. If you ever find yourself in need, feel free to visit Fengsuan Mountain and seek me out. This was tantamount to an offer of assistance should Xie Sisi face insurmountable challenges in the future. The older man shot her a disapproving glare, urging her to stop speaking before hastily leading her away. Watching the trio retreat, Xie Sisi remarked, She possesses a noble heart. The feathered companion scoffed. One can only act heroically with strength. Without it, one merely endangers their friends and family. This girl clearly lacks the wisdom that comes from experience. Although it had never faced such trials itself, it had witnessed many similar instances within its heritage. Thus, upon leaving its clan, it had resolved to focus solely on self-preservation. Yet, the harsh realities of the world had been laid bare before it. Fortuitously, it had encountered Xie Sisi. Had it met a merciless cultivator intent on coercing a contract, it could have been driven to a desperate end, unaware of whether it would succumb or fight to the death. Sighing, it attempted to shake off the past. Approaching one of the unconscious men, it extended a claw and prodded him. This little fool has fainted. Should we wake him? Xie Sisi nodded. Yes, wake him up. The feathered companion adjusted its claws and aimed a powerful strike just below the man's abdomen. A dull thud resonated, and the previously unconscious man screamed in agony, his forehead veins bulging as he jolted awake. The commotion roused the other unconscious man, who, sensing danger, attempted to flee. However, Xie Sisi swiftly threw a binding talisman, ensnaring him. Now, tell me, who are you? What was your intent in following me? Chapter 79. Murdering the heart. Spare me, fair maiden, spare me. The man, his face ashen with terror, attempted to kneel but found his body ensnared, rendering him immobile as he could only plead for mercy in fright. The other man, whose companion had been crushed beneath a foot, gritted his teeth against the pain, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head. We merely saw the little fairy's opulent attire and sought a modest loan. We harbor no ill intentions. Please, kind fairy, discern our sincerity. Yet, not a word of their protestations swayed Xie Sisi. She understood well the wisdom of concealing one's wealth. Thus, upon descending the mountain, she had carefully secured all her valuables, even opting for plain, unremarkable garments, her hair hastily tied back with a simple band. Adorned with neither jewelry nor ostentation, she embodied simplicity to the utmost. Such attire could hardly convey affluence unless these two possessed the uncanny ability to see through her storage ring and the contents of her clothing. Disinterested in their falsehoods, Xie Sisi waved her hand, instructing the bald bird to proceed with the interrogation. These two are yours. Pry their mouths open. The bald bird chirped enthusiastically. It was a professional in the art of torture. Upon recognizing that a ferocious creature was to interrogate them, the two men turned pale, promptly surrendering. We'll talk. Please, spare us from the bird's wrath. They spilled their secrets like beans, divulging everything in a single breath. One was named Wang Damao, the other Wang Erden, notorious ruffians in the town. Years ago, they had briefly studied some rudimentary techniques from a wandering cultivator. However, their poor aptitude and lack of resources had left them stagnant, mere early-stage chi refinement cultivators after many years of effort. 3 years prior, a nefarious cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment had arrived in the area and, seeing the brothers' ruthless nature, recruited them as subordinates, offering pills and spirit stones as rewards for their services. Xie Sisi inquired, "What tasks did he assign you?" The brothers exchanged furtive glances, hesitating to respond. "Well, we were instructed to deliver at least one pair of young boys and girls to him each month." Xie Sisi's gaze sharpened. "What does he require boys and girls for?" Wang Erden dared not answer, while Wang Damao, emboldened, replied, "That elder said he seeks to select a pair of gifted children to inherit his legacy." Xie Sisi scoffed. "Do you truly believe such nonsense?" The brothers fell silent, fully aware of the absurdity of their situation. The path of cultivation was merciless, lacking talent and resources. Aspiring to ascend to greatness was akin to climbing a mountain of knives. They recognized the futility of their journey yet refused to resign themselves to despair. With no viable path ahead, they chose to embrace the wicked way. After all, in the eyes of cultivators like them, the lives of mortals were as insignificant as weeds. Capturing a few innocents could yield resources for their cultivation, and in their twisted reasoning, they deemed the children's deaths as having some value. Thus, despite knowing the nefarious purpose behind the elders' demand for boys and girls, they acquiesced for their own gain. Over the past 3 years, countless children had been delivered to their dark master. They operated with caution, seldom acting within the town. Instead, they preyed upon the mundane world, keeping their deeds concealed. It was only half a year ago that they accidentally abducted a disciple's family from Fengsuan Mountain, drawing the ire of its leader, who sought to reclaim the abducted. This incident exposed their actions. At that time, the wicked cultivator had already advanced to the initial stage of golden core and was far beyond the town leader's capabilities, who quickly sustained grave injuries. Since then, the brothers had grown increasingly reckless, feeling emboldened by the absence of a formidable protector. This particular occasion marked their deadline to deliver children to the wicked cultivator, but rather than venture into the mundane realm, they sought to procure 2 children from the town to fulfill their obligation, fortuitously setting their sights on the solitary Xie Sisi. Hearing their confessions, Xie Sisi felt a surge of revulsion, believing the bald bird had been too lenient and wishing it had inflicted more pain upon them. For such scum, human morality and ethics were futile arguments, and she had no desire to waste her breath. If this elder you speak of is so formidable, have you ever pondered why he does not seize the children himself, but instead relies on your hands? The brothers, as if it were the most natural thing, replied, "The elder is a lofty being, too proud to act personally. He requires a few underlings to assist him." Xie Sisi regarded them with pity. "With your intellect, It is no wonder you have been sold, yet you still assist in counting the coins. You recognize that mortals are as insignificant as ants. What leads you to believe that offering a few of these ants to your so-called exalted elder will yield you valuable rewards in the form of pills or spirit stones? Do you truly perceive him as a benevolent figure here to aid you? Certainly not. Deceptive, sinister, cunning, and vile. These were the words that could describe a wicked cultivator. Devoid of any commendable traits. As Xie Sisi refrained from further elaboration, the brothers remained oblivious to the incongruities of their situation. However, her words soon illuminated the unsettling truths. She continued bluntly, "It is because he requires you to share in the consequences of his actions. The rewards he offers are merely a price for your lives and those of the children. When you deliver the children, do you not also sign a contract binding them to servitude?" Xie Sisi was not fabricating these claims. She had encountered such occurrences in her readings. Cultivators inherently defied the heavens, while wicked cultivators were particularly loathed by the celestial order. Thus, every time a wicked cultivator faced tribulation, it was a moment of reckoning. The risks were immense, fraught with peril. To avoid being obliterated by heavenly retribution, these wicked beings often made preparations. The brothers were evidently pawns, used to deflect calamity. The children they had captured were to be offered, and by signing contracts on their behalf, the burden of karma would fall heavily upon the brothers when those children perished. Understanding began to dawn upon them. Though they had never signed a contract for the children, each time they delivered one, they pressed their fingerprints onto a peculiar document. The wicked cultivator had claimed it was for record-keeping purposes, to ensure proper compensation for the number of children delivered. In hindsight, it was likely a contract of servitude, possibly containing even more malevolent stipulations. Realization struck, and cold sweat broke out upon the brothers' brows as they anxiously inquired, "If we were to share in his karmic consequences, what fate awaits us?" Chapter 80. The Calamity of Mount Fonsuan. Why do humans fear death? This stems from the dread of the unknown. Cultivators, who connect with the cosmos, possess the knowledge that after death comes reincarnation, which is why many fear not death itself. Some powerful beings, for various reasons, even choose to embrace death, opting for rebirth and a fresh start. However, tell them that upon death there is no rebirth, and one might witness a stark change in their resolve. The fear of a dismal end can indeed outweigh the discomfort of a meager existence. Xie Sisi's words were piercing, striking at the very core of their being. The two brothers felt a pain deeper than mere physical suffering. It was a mental blow that shattered their composure. How could this be? You must be deceiving us. It's impossible. We merely captured a few insignificant lives. We did not cause their demise. Why should we bear such dire consequences? This is unjust. Ah, that scoundrel is to blame. I will not rest until I confront him. Observing their anguish, tears streaming down their faces, Xie Sisi felt a sense of satisfaction. Was this not more effective than merely chastising them? Villains cannot be reasoned with. They must be made to feel the weight of their own actions as punishment. Summoning the bald creature, it obediently approached, and Xie Sisi delivered a sharp slap to each of them. With a resounding crack, Wang Damao and Wang Erden were sent sprawling, their faces swelling instantly, transforming into grotesque caricatures. The brothers were bewildered, unable to comprehend why they were being struck when they had done no wrong. Xie Sisi, exasperated, questioned, "Why weep now? Where were your tears when you seized those innocent children?" Wang Damao stammered, "Indeed, indeed." Both brothers were engulfed in a tempest of emotions, anger, grievance, and fear, yet they dared not speak, their eyes reflecting despair. Xie Sisi continued her inquiry. "What is the name of that evil practitioner? Where does he reside? How many allies does he have?" Wang Damao cautiously probed, "If we tell you, will you spare us?" Realizing the gravity of their situation, he now feared death more than ever. Xie Sisi scoffed, "It appears you have yet to grasp the reality of your predicament." The bald creature interjected, "Answer her. Stop with the pointless chatter." Wang Damao cried out in pain as he was pecked, causing Wang Erden to tremble in fear, and he hastily exclaimed, "I will tell you everything. The malevolent practitioner calls himself the ancestor of the heavens, possessing initial stage golden core cultivation and wielding the 10,000 souls banner as his artifact. Besides these two brothers, he has 5 or 6 initial stage loose cultivators working for him, whom he considers insignificant. The very name suggests that the 10,000 souls banner is a tool crafted from human souls, primarily employing soul-based attacks. Coincidentally, Xie Sisi possessed a puppet of golden core caliber, which could counter the 10,000 souls banner. She believed she could confront this so-called ancestor of the heavens. With time on her side that evening, she decided to draw additional heart-cleansing talismans for preparation. Winning the battle would be ideal, but if she were to falter, she had confidence in her ability to escape. After discussing with the bald creature, it eagerly agreed, having not engaged in a satisfying brawl since their travels began. Now, with an opportunity to fight, even against a golden core practitioner, it was ready to claw at him. As for Tu Xiaoguai, it mostly behaved like an ordinary rabbit, spending its days quietly eating and sleeping, and Xie Sisi occasionally forgot its unique nature, treating it as a regular rabbit. In truth, it had become rather inconspicuous. The night passed without incident. The following day, Xie Sisi mounted the bald creature and soared toward the direction indicated by Wang Damao and Wang Erden. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries reached her ears. The bald creature, with keen eyesight, spotted a group engaged in combat and excitedly called out. Xie Sisi gently patted its head. Less gawking at the commotion, we must move swiftly. The creature protested, You're such a bore, not even letting me enjoy the spectacle. Disinterested, Xie Sisi replied. What is so remarkable about fighting? One can witness it any time outside. I advise you to steer clear of any battles, lest you be caught in the crossfire. As they continued to fly, the bald creature craned its neck to observe. Wait, this fight seems peculiar. It appears they are attacking their own. It gasped, Oh, another one has fallen. What a deep-seated grudge to resort to such brutality. I believe I've spotted that woman from yesterday. Xie Sisi paused, leaning over to peer down. From a distance, the figures were not entirely clear, but their attire indeed resembled that of the 3 individuals from the previous day. These individuals hailed from Mount Fengsuan. Did they not? She instructed the bald creature to descend slightly. As they lowered, it became evident that the combatants were clad in identical sect robes, their expressions fierce and bloodshot, as if possessed. A closer look revealed dark energies swirling in the air. The fallen bodies were quickly enveloped by this dark mist, transforming into desiccated corpses. Connecting the dots from Wang Damao's accounts, Xie Sisi surmised that the malevolent practitioner was behind this chaos. She signaled the bald creature to ascend higher as they began their search. Indeed, atop a slightly elevated peak, they discovered a gray-haired elder confronting a figure cloaked in black. The cloaked figure exuded an aura of malevolence, his visage gaunt and skeletal, with a dark flag suspended above him. Countless tendrils of black mist poured forth from the flag, lunging toward the elder, while the remnants dispersed toward the battlefield below. Without a doubt, this black-clad figure was the ancestor of the heavens. The elder, likely the sect leader of Fengsuan Mountain, exhibited visible strain, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth clenched, and blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, clearly nearing his limit. The ancestor of the heavens cackled, his voice shrill and grating. Old Wu, I advise you to cease your struggles and submit as a meal for my little treasures. Perhaps I might show mercy and allow 1 or 2 of your disciples to carry on your legacy. With bloodshot eyes, the elder retorted, Tantion. Why must you pursue our annihilation when we have not interfered with you? The ancestor replied, You should be grateful. Your kind, with your abundant flesh and spirit, is far more nourishing than mere mundane children. Once you are eradicated and I claim Fengsuan Mountain, who would dare oppose me again? The elder, filled with hatred, exclaimed. So you have long harbored intentions against us. Alas, you realized this too late. Had you acted sooner, we would have united with righteous practitioners to vanquish your evil. The ancestor of the heavens laughed maniacally. In truth, you are the only one willing to allow my growth. My current success is indebted to your assistance. I must thank you properly. Before he could finish, he was struck by a sword, the force piercing through him, leaving him with a chilling sensation. Chapter 81. The Murder and the Corpse. The Ancient One, filled with trepidation, felt his hair stand on end. In a swift motion, he narrowly evaded an attack while hastily consuming a healing potion, simultaneously commanding the soul-devouring banner to assault the woman. Instantly, countless tendrils of black mist surged toward her, enveloping her completely. Just as the Ancient One began to relax, an unsettling silence enveloped the scene. Why was it so quiet? There was not a whisper from within the black mist. The soul-devouring banner was his prized artifact, painstakingly crafted over decades from the souls of countless mortals, nurtured with the flesh and blood of numerous children to awaken the ferocity of vengeful spirits. After numerous rituals, this banner had become his greatest reliance. Even an ordinary golden elixir cultivator would be hard-pressed to escape its grasp without losing half their life. Yet now an eerie stillness permeated the air. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted as the stunning woman emerged from the black mist, utterly unscathed. The Ancient One's eyes bulged in disbelief as he shrieked, "Impossible! How can you be unharmed?" The banner was designed to deceive the minds of enemies and unleash the fury of countless spirits, causing dual damage to both body and soul. The individual before him, however, seemed entirely unaffected, unless she was not human. "Chirp, chirp. You ugly creature, what is impossible? Today I shall show you." The creature known as Tu Mao mocked, lunging toward the Ancient One with its claws outstretched. In truth, upon discovering the Ancient One's whereabouts, Xie Sisi had refrained from rushing into action. Instead, she had Tu Mao drop her from a distance. Then, she applied a concealment talisman, stealthily approaching the Ancient One from behind. Taking advantage of his momentary arrogance, she stealthily unleashed a golden elixir puppet to launch a surprise attack. The puppet exhibited no fluctuation in blood energy, thus not alarming the vengeful spirits within the soul-devouring banner. It also lacked any murderous intent, allowing it to remain undetected until it pierced the Ancient One's chest with a sword. Xie Sisi and Tu Mao had agreed that once the golden elixir puppet successfully struck, Tu Mao would emerge to deliver a decisive blow to the fallen foe. Tu Mao, eager for action, seized the opportunity to charge at the Ancient One. Drawing from the experiences gained from battles against various spirit beasts in the Tianyi sect, Tu Mao had transformed from a mere novice into a seasoned combatant. Its sharp claws whirled like a tempest, launching a relentless barrage of strikes that left onlookers breathless. Its beak and wings coordinated in the assault, transforming each moment into a potential bloodbath. Under normal circumstances, the Ancient One would have dismissed Tu Mao as insignificant. However, now, severely injured and drained from previous battles, he found himself struggling to respond to Tu Mao's ferocity. In a flurry, he was forced to retreat, his composure shattered. Tu Mao, witnessing this, became increasingly emboldened. "Chirp, chirp. Witness my prowess." The Ancient One, consumed by rage, commanded the vengeful spirits within the soul-devouring banner to attack Tu Mao. An overwhelming wave of black mist, imbued with a chilling aura, surged forth. Before it could draw near, Tu Mao felt a sharp pain in its head, as if countless voices were screaming within its mind. A moment of disorientation struck, conjuring memories of being hunted by a group of human cultivators as it had just left its clan. A crimson haze clouded its vision. "Kill! Annihilate them! Slay all those who have wronged me!" The blood-red orbs of its eyes fixated on the elderly man nearby, who was desperately attempting to heal himself. With a flap of its wings, Tu Mao charged toward the elder. Xie Sisi gasped in alarm, rushing from her hiding place and flinging several purification talismans at Tu Mao. "Hey, wake up, Tu Mao. Don't strike the wrong target." Fortunately, Tu Mao, lost in a haze, failed to dodge, allowing the talismans to adhere to its body without exception. It was only in the final moment before its claws grasped the elder that Tu Mao regained its senses. Xie Sisi let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you're all right." The white-haired elder, equally startled, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and forced a grin that was more painful than tears. Thank you for your assistance, young friend. I am Wu Mingfa, the sect leader of Fangsuan Mountain. Had it not been for your help, I would have been in grave danger. Xie Sisi waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I did not act for your sake. She then turned her gaze back to the battlefield. Tu Mao, influenced by the soul-devouring banner, was momentarily incapacitated. However, the golden elixir puppet remained undeterred, mounting a fierce offensive that cornered the Ancient One. Facing imminent death, the Ancient One contemplated self-destruction, only to be decapitated by the puppet's sword, his soul scattering into the void, extinguished from existence. With the demise of the Ancient One, the soul-devouring banner fell into a lifeless black flag, discarded upon the ground. The disciples of various sects below, previously ensnared by the banner's influence and engaged in mutual slaughter, regained their senses. Upon witnessing the carnage around them, they erupted into tears, their sorrow echoing through the valley. Wu Mingfa, overwhelmed with grief, wept bitterly. The sect he had painstakingly built lay in ruins overnight. How could he not feel heartbroken and enraged? While Wu Mingfa mourned, Xie Sisi busied herself with the spoils. Though the evil cultivator had committed heinous acts, he was still a golden elixir practitioner with his share of treasures. Aside from a collection of sinister materials, the storage ring contained a substantial number of spirit stones, approximately 2,000 to 3,000, albeit of inferior quality. Unfazed by their low grade, Xie Sisi sorted through the items, discarding the detritus while keeping the spirit stones and the storage ring. Observing her deft movements, Wu Mingfa momentarily forgot his sorrow, astonished. Young friend, what are you doing? Claiming my spoils, Xie Sisi replied nonchalantly. Wu Mingfa was taken aback. But he was an evil cultivator. Xie Sisi regarded him quizzically. And what of it? Are the spirit stones he used any less valuable? With that, she ignored his protests, retrieving the golden elixir puppet and summoning Tu Mao. Let us venture to his lair. She mounted Tu Mao and departed. Yunwan and several senior disciples, concerned for their master, approached, only to catch sight of Xie Sisi's receding figure. Yunwan stood frozen. Who is that young girl? Wu Mingfa, visibly excited, asked, Do you know her? Yunwan shook her head. Not exactly. I only met her yesterday. Master, did you slay the evil cultivator? Gratitude washed over Wu Mingfa's face. Thanks to that young friend's assistance, he recounted the events, urging, This young friend is our sect's savior. We must repay her kindness if we encounter her again. The young man who had accompanied Yunwan the previous day wore an expression of shame. Just yesterday, he had feared the repercussions of associating with her. Yet it turned out that Fangsuan Mountain relied on her salvation. Chapter 82. The Xie family where is spring? With a tuft of dogtail grass between her lips, Xie Sisi languidly sat atop the back of the bald creature, humming a tune while feeding the little rabbit, Xiao Guai, a carrot. Bald, she sang, Your chirping is unbearable. Please cease your singing. Xie Sisi retorted, Spring resides in the eyes of that child. La la. Bald, growing impatient, exclaimed, Do you not feel embarrassed listening to yourself? Others sing for coin, yet your singing feels like a matter of life and death. Xie Sisi countered. Have you ever witnessed a tone-deaf individual distressed by their own voice? It is the listeners who suffer. Bald scoffed. You ought to abandon sword practice and focus on honing your vocal attacks instead. If someone means you harm, just sing at them. I guarantee they will flee in terror. Irritated, Xie Sisi questioned, Is my singing really that dreadful? I think I sing quite well. Just look at Xiao Guai, he loves my singing. In search of validation, she lifted Xiao Guai and asked, Right, Xiao Guai? The little rabbit blinked its bright red eyes, then suddenly drooped its eyelids and fell into a deep slumber, performing a flawless act of instant sleep. Xie Sisi sighed, Really, can you not show a little courtesy? She playfully flicked Xiao Guai on the head and, in a huff, set him down. Just eat your carrot. Bald chirped gleefully. The air was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Xie Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since their battle with the malevolent cultivator 2 weeks prior, Bald had been acting strangely. That day, when they arrived at the malevolent cultivator's lair, the atmosphere was thick with the stench of blood and darkness, with the desiccated bones of countless children littering the ground. They encountered 3 rogue cultivators who, like Wang Damao's brothers, aided the evil one. Before Xie Sisi could make a move, Bald charged in, reducing the 3 to mere puddles of flesh. After scavenging what they could from the lair, Xie Sisi set the place ablaze to cleanse it. She begrudgingly took on the role of a psychologist, using humor to help Bald untangle his psychological issues, eventually allowing him to regain his former proud and arrogant demeanor. Curiously, Xie Sisi suddenly inquired, "Bald, how old are you this year?" Bald hesitated. "Why do you ask?" "I am far older than you, little one." Xie Sisi blinked her large eyes. "I'm just asking. You're not still in your juvenile phase, are you?" The juvenile phase of spirit beasts is akin to the early childhood stage in humans, approximately 1 to 3 years of age. Bald flared up instantly. "I am 200 years old. You are the one still nursing." "Oh, 200. Xie Sisi elongated her tone, giggling. "That's not so much. In human years, we should be about the same age. No wonder you seem so childish. You really are a little one. Hey, do peacocks not hatch from eggs? Do they still need to nurse?" Having inadvertently spoken the truth, Bald chose to remain silent, feigning death and ignoring all of Xie Sisi's attempts to provoke him. Fearing that he might truly become enraged, Xie Sisi only teased him a little before changing the subject. It's been over 2 years since I've seen my parents. I wonder how they are doing." To avoid revealing the original owner's identity, she often reassured herself along the journey, convincing herself that they were indeed her parents. Over time, she developed a genuine sense of longing for them. Bald rolled his eyes. "You are about to see your parents. What is there to sigh about? If anyone ought to lament, it should be me. I have no idea when I will see my own parents." Such was the nature of this peculiar bird. As the pair continued their banter and stroll, Bald, being a spirit beast, stood tall and robust, resembling an ostrich with his magnificent plumage, drawing attention and admiration as they walked. Xie Sisi was the daughter of the wealthiest family in the coal city. Approaching her hometown, she felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. "What a gigantic bird!" exclaimed a child as they passed by, eyes wide with wonder, eager to approach and touch Bald. A nearby woman quickly intervened. "My dear, you cannot touch that. In all my years, I have never seen such a grand and beautiful bird. Could it be the legendary steed of an immortal?" The woman thought to herself, hesitant to gaze too long, fearing the child might cause a commotion. She urged, "Aren't you eager to see the princess? We must hurry, or we will miss her." Indeed, the child shifted their focus and followed the woman. "Mother, is the princess beautiful? When she arrives, will Xie Leoi's family truly hold a banquet? Can we eat our fill at Xie Leoi's banquet?" Xie Sisi perked up at the mention of Xie Leo's family. Could they be referring to her family? And a princess? What on earth was happening? In her memories, while the Xie family was affluent and had produced a few officials, they had never had any ties to the royal family. How could a princess possibly be connected to the Xie family? Pondering this, Xie Sisi patted Bald's head. "Come. Let us go have a look." The Xie family outside, the atmosphere was festive, yet within the inner courtyard, gloom pervaded. Clad in splendid attire, the matriarch of the Xie family sat upon a soft couch, lamenting, "What a calamity! What has become of us?" Xie mother wore a stern expression, devoid of any joy. "The royal family is far too oppressive." Another woman of similar age shared her discontent. "What purpose does it serve to lament now? We can only hope that Sisi can make a name for herself and return after her studies, supporting our family. Otherwise, all the wealth we have accumulated over generations will be seized by those unscrupulous individuals." Everyone knew who the unscrupulous individuals referred to, and expressions of anger surfaced on their faces. Yet, circumstances dictated their powerlessness, leaving them to place their hopes on Sisi, who had been sent to cultivate. Xie mother opened her mouth but remained silent, her countenance growing increasingly grim. The matriarch glanced at the hourglass in the room and rallied quickly. Adjust your expressions. The princess will be arriving shortly. We cannot invite calamity upon ourselves. Chapter 83. The Prelude. Although the Xie family is composed of merchants, they uphold strict decorum. When a maid hastily entered the room, the occupants furrowed their brows. However, upon hearing the maid's words, their displeasure dissipated, replaced by expressions of joy. The matriarch, known as Madame Xie, immediately rose with excitement. Really? Where is Sisi? Quickly, take me to see her. The term little miss in the household exclusively referred to her daughter. Xie Sisi. Grandmother Xie chuckled, urging, hurry, hurry. Bring my precious darling to me, so I may behold her. The second and third madams also rose, laughing. Eager to accompany Madame Xie, the maid quickly interjected, the little miss is waiting outside. As she spoke, she gestured for a trusted servant to go fetch her. Unable to contain her anticipation, Madame Xie was the first to rush out. The second madam remarked, what courage does she possess to stop Sisi? It must be Sisi who instructed her to announce her arrival. Mother, do not scold her. Grandmother Xie pondered this and agreed, smiling, that child Sisi has always been well-mannered. Who would have thought that after seeking a master among the immortals, she would remain so sensible? Then, her expression darkened as she asked, who among you secretly contacted me to send her a message? Outside the door, Madame Xie was also inquiring of Sisi about this matter. In summary, it was rather complex, leaving her quite bewildered. Upon her arrival, the maids in the residence immediately recognized her, not wanting to disturb her father. Xie Sisi inquired of the maid and learned that there was a joyous occasion in the household today, with her mother and two aunts gathered at her grandmother's. She decided to join them. After exchanging greetings and expressing concern for one another, Xie Sisi sat beside her mother in the room. Curiously, she asked, I heard outside that a princess is coming today. When did our family become connected to the royal family? Upon mentioning this, the previously joyful faces of those present were clouded with anger. Xie Sisi blinked, speculating, is this princess coming to cause us trouble? However, that seemed unlikely. If trouble were afoot, why would the household be preparing a celebratory feast? A family only hosts such feasts when a momentous event occurs. This situation traced back to Xie Sisi's initiation into the Tiani sect. The Xie family, as the wealthiest in the coal city, had business interests spanning the nation. The fortune amassed over generations could indeed rival that of a nation. The Xie family not only excelled in business acumen, but also possessed a keen awareness of the need for power alongside wealth, understanding that riches alone do not guarantee longevity. Thus, they fervently nurtured the younger generation to pursue official careers and fostered connections with learned individuals, all while desperately hoping for the emergence of a prodigy within the family. The arrival of such a prodigy would signify a true transformation of their fortunes. Regrettably, for many years, no one in the Xie family had exhibited spiritual roots until the birth of Xie Sisi. As the sole legitimate daughter of her generation, she was cherished from a young age. When she was just over 5 years old, an old Taoist priest passed by the Xie residence and was warmly received by her father. Before departing, the priest bestowed upon him a prophecy, stating that the future of the Xie family rested upon Xie Sisi, revealing that she possessed spiritual roots and advising her father to take her to the Tiani sect for apprenticeship. Business-minded folk are often well-informed, and Xie's father had long been attentive to matters of cultivation. Naturally, he had heard of the Tiani sect, recognized as an esteemed sect. Upon learning that his daughter had the potential to join, he was overjoyed, almost at a loss for words. Yet, after his initial elation, he worried that the priest had miscalculated or deceived him and sought means to verify Sisi's spiritual roots. Upon testing, it was confirmed that she indeed possessed spiritual roots, albeit the weakest kind, a combination of 5 elements. Though this was not particularly desirable to most sects, it was still better than having none at all. After further inquiry, he discovered that the Tiani sect valued a disciple's character over mere aptitude. Unlike many other sects that prioritize the testing of spiritual roots before accepting students, The Tianyi sect required potential disciples to first pass the mountain trial before being eligible for assessment of their spiritual roots, regardless of their aptitude. As long as they could pass the trial and possess spiritual roots, they would be welcomed. It seemed the old priest had not misled him. The future of the Xie family truly lay in his daughter. Thus, Xie's father and mother, accompanied by Sisi and a retinue of servants, set forth on their journey. The hardships of the journey are unnecessary to recount. After much toil, they finally arrived at the foot of the Tianyi sect, only to be informed that the selection process for the trials had already concluded and that registration had closed. Fortunately, Xie's father had prepared in advance, having exchanged nearly half of their family fortune for spiritual stones. Moreover, with his persuasive nature and ability to navigate social networks, he managed to secure a place for Sisi. At that moment, Yan Ruxue, with various oaths and sweet words, expressed her desire to continue caring for the young Miss. Xie's parents, considering Sisi's tender age and lack of hardship, hesitated but ultimately agreed, hoping that Yan Ruxue would assist her should the climb prove too daunting. Consequently, Xie's father, swallowing his pride, also added Yan Ruxue's name to the list. The couple believed that they held sway over Yan Ruxue's family, ensuring her loyalty. Little did they suspect that Yan Ruxue, though young, was quite cunning. Upon hearing idle chatter at the mountain's base, she assumed that simply reaching the summit would grant her entry into the immortal gate and the status of a disciple. To a 10-year-old, immortals seemed an unattainable entity. Even Xie's parents would need to kneel to speak to one. If she were to become a disciple of the immortals, why would she need to serve others? Those once lofty lords would have to kneel before her. With such thoughts in mind, as she ascended the mountain path, she sensed that matters were amiss and abandoned Xie Sisi. As news spread, the emperor took notice and set his sights on the Xie family. Chapter 84. The Bald One causes trouble. The nation where the Xie family resides is known as Dongchen, a realm that has flourished for a millennium. In the mundane world, the rise and fall of dynasties is a common occurrence. Every nation transitions from prosperity to decline, often precipitated by the emergence of foolish rulers. Dongchen is no exception. The current emperor, in his youth, harbored grand ambitions of pursuing immortality and enlightenment. However, upon discovering his lack of spiritual roots, he redirected his focus to governance and lavishly supported 2 wandering cultivators as national advisors. As the years passed, the emperor, now advanced in age, became increasingly foolish and fixated on the pursuit of immortality once more, easily swayed by the 2 wandering cultivators who drained the treasury. Faced with dwindling coffers, the emperor, in consultation with his advisors, resorted to heavy taxation and targeted wealthy merchants for confiscation of their assets. Coincidentally, news of Xie Sisi's initiation into the Tianyi sect reached the palace. This revelation made it impossible for the emperor to fabricate charges against the Xie family and seize their wealth at will. While he coveted the fortune of the Xie family, he also feared the might of the Tianyi sect behind them. Torn between the two, the emperor devised a scheme to marry his daughter into the Xie family, positioning her as the matriarch. This way, the wealth of the Xie family would effectively become his own. Should the young miss of the Xie family attain success in the future, he would bask in that glory as a relative. Ultimately, he believed he would emerge unscathed from this arrangement. The matter of whether he would live long enough to enjoy this wealth was not a concern he pondered. He supported the wandering cultivators in their pursuits of cultivation, aiming for longevity himself, convinced that no one could dare suggest he would not live long. However, the head of the Xie family is Xie Fu, and the position of heir will fall to Xie Sisi's biological elder brother, both of whom are already married. Unable to compel Xie Fu to divorce, the emperor set his sights on Xie Ge, ordering him to abandon his wife. Once Xie Ge married the princess, Xie Fu would relinquish his position, and the Xie family's wealth would still be his. In essence, the emperor thought he had orchestrated every detail to his advantage. Years of being elevated to the throne had left him oblivious to the wrongness of his actions, convinced of his own brilliance. Regardless, the situation unfolded as it did. The Xie family, unable to resist and unwilling to burden Xie Sisi with trouble, accepted this fate while feigning gratitude. Nevertheless, no one harbored joy in their hearts. It was evident to all what the royal family was scheming. Thus, the earlier sentiments arose, hoping that Xie Sisi would one day rise and support her family. Xie Sisi was taken aback. Was the emperor truly so shameless? No wonder her family's expressions were so grim. Who wouldn't be enraged in such circumstances? Especially Xie Mu, who fumed at the emperor's audacity. After marrying, the princess would spend her days cavorting with a band of ruffians in the manor, spouting nonsense about dual cultivation, driving the prince to the brink of despair, rendering his family a laughingstock. Now, the emperor was sending her to their home to wreak havoc. Madame San was filled with indignation at the thought of such a disgrace entering their household. They could neither strike nor scold her, and they would be subjected to ridicule. This was not a union, but rather a deliberate affront to their dignity. So, this princess was still a widow? Xie Sisi's eyes were open to the grim reality. Xie Mu sighed. Wasn't this all to save face for the princess? Today marked her first visit to their family, and they needed to make some sort of gesture. She added, this was a request from the princess's court lady. Xie Sisi sneered, wishing that the princess would take her leave to wherever was cooler. The matriarch of the Xie family expressed her concerns, but there are 2 immortals in the palace. Xie Sisi reassured her, do not worry. Once today's events conclude, I will speak with the emperor and those so-called immortals in the palace. Rest assured, even if I cannot handle them, I have my senior brother and master for support. My master is the foremost sword cultivator of our time, extraordinarily formidable. Upon hearing this, the matriarch felt a sense of relief. In her memories, Xie Sisi, being 10 years older than the original host, had treated the original host like a daughter, showering her with affection. Had the original host been alive, she would certainly have been unwilling to see her beloved sister-in-law suffer such indignities. While they spoke, a maid entered to report, the court lady from the princess's residence has arrived, requesting to check on the preparations, urging the matriarch and the other ladies to prepare for the princess's reception. Upon finishing her report, she swiftly departed for the outskirts of the city. Retrieving the bald one from her spirit beast pouch, the bald one is causing trouble. Chapter 85, A dazzling entrance. The spirit beast bag was not soundproof. Tu Mao listened intently from within, and upon hearing Xie Sisi's intentions to stir up trouble, it began to concoct ideas. If we're going to make a scene, let us make it grand, showcasing our might. Let that wretched princess and the emperor see that our family is not one to be trifled with. These are Sisi's kin, her family, and how could they allow a bunch of commoners to insult them? Xie Sisi was rummaging through her storage ring when she paused at Tu Mao's words. What brilliant idea do you have? But from Tu Mao's demeanor, it seemed there was more to it. Tu Mao chirped proudly, clearly pleased. Stirring up trouble was its specialty. Sisi's eyes sparkled, and she leaned in. Stop teasing me and spill it. Tu Mao chirped again. Sisi eyed it skeptically. Can you really do it? Tu Mao, irked, nearly swatted her. How could I not? I am of the phoenix bloodline. If I can't control spirit birds, how can I not command a flock of mere mortals birds? Sisi stroked her chin. You have a point. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she chuckled. Then surely you can make them relieve themselves, right? Let me tell you. From that moment, the two shared a rather mischievous laughter. After Sisi departed, the Xie family regained their confidence, adopting a more composed demeanor. The matriarch discreetly instructed someone to inform Xie father of the situation while telling a maid, go tell the lady-in-waiting that our Xie family has pressing matters today and cannot host the princess. She should come another day. It was clear that their beloved granddaughter was providing them with moral support, and as elders, they could not let her down. The maid happily complied and hurried off to relay the message. At the princess's residence, the lady-in-waiting, who was being served tea by the steward from the inner courtyard, awaited the maid's announcement to escort her to meet the matriarch. Lady Chen, the lady-in-waiting, had been assigned to serve the princess when she married and had remained by her side ever since. Impatiently, she pushed aside the tea leaves with her cup, refusing to drink. She carelessly tossed the lid onto the cup, creating a loud clatter that startled the steward. The steward hurriedly replied, "I beg your pardon. I specifically instructed her not to delay your business." She ran over as fast as she could. Lady Chen scoffed dismissively. "The inner courtyard is filled with ladies of the house. How could servants be allowed to run about? What if they were to bump into the mistress? Such laxity in rules requires strict correction. When our princess comes to reside here, we cannot tolerate such impropriety." The steward, too intimidated to argue, could only smile ingratiatingly, repeatedly agreeing with her. This seemed to please Lady Chen slightly. Although the Xie family was affluent, they remained regarded as lowly in the eyes of the powerful, only slightly elevated due to having a disciple of the celestial realm among them. Otherwise, the emperor would not have sent the ill-reputed widow princess their way. The emperor's attitude mirrored that of the princess, who was equally haughty. Known for her extravagant lifestyle that vexed her husband, the princess showed no reluctance when informed of her marriage to a member of the Xie family. She cared little for her reputation, as long as the Xie family could provide her with the pleasures she desired. However, upon hearing of the Xie daughter's apprenticeship to a celestial master, the princess grew less enthusiastic. In her previous marriage, she had taken a similar approach, living rather comfortably after the wedding. This visit was no different. The responsibility of Lady Chen was to thoroughly reprimand the Xie family, highlighting their faults to suppress their pride, before leading them to wait at the entrance. Once everything was in order, she would inform the princess, who would then arrive escorted in a grand procession. This was the princess's dignity and spectacle. As Lady Chen frowned, preparing to scold, the maid interjected, performing a greeting. "My lady, the matriarch has declared that we are to host esteemed guests today, and the princess should come another day." After stating this, she disregarded any further inquiries from Lady Chen. Instead, alongside the inner courtyard steward, she politely yet firmly ushered Lady Chen out. Immediately, the guards of the estate were summoned, and with a fierce determination, they marched toward the Xie residence. I refuse to believe they would dare to confront us. Anyone who does so disrespects the emperor's authority and invites destruction upon their family. As they approached the street where the Xie family resided, a sudden commotion erupted. "Look! A miracle!" The princess peered out from her carriage. Above, a splendidly adorned giant peacock soared through the sky, its iridescent feathers shimmering in the sunlight, breathtakingly beautiful. Surrounding the peacock were thousands of birds of various colors, circling gracefully. These birds either carried fruits in their beaks or clutched flowers, filling the sky like a grand procession. Uncertain who initiated it, the crowd began to kneel and bow, murmuring prayers for blessings, peace, and prosperity, as if they were making wishes. The sight of the kneeling crowd rendered the princess and her entourage particularly conspicuous. Two mouse spotted them. "Chirp, chirp. Sisi, is that them?" Xie Sisi glanced at the carriage marked with the princess's insignia. "Indeed, it is." With a swift gesture, she cast a spell, lifting the carriage's roof. Simultaneously, a shower of excrement descended from above, providing an unexpected cleansing for the procession. Chapter 86. Family Arrangements. With tears glistening in his eyes, Father Xie laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Wonderful! Wonderful! At last, my son has returned." Turning to the eager townsfolk waiting for the celebratory feast, he declared, "To honor my son's homecoming, our Xie family shall host a banquet for 6 consecutive days. All the elders and villagers are welcome to partake, eating and drinking to their heart's content." Seated atop a peacock, Xie Sisi chimed in, "Our family's achievements today are deeply rooted in the unwavering support of our elders and neighbors. I have little to offer in return, but I shall share the fresh fruits I gathered along the way for everyone to enjoy." As she spoke, a flock of birds, their beaks filled with morsels, swooped low, discarding their treasures upon the ground. The atmosphere erupted with joy, filled with cheers praising the Xie family. Meanwhile, the princess and her companions, particularly the princess herself, found themselves in quite a predicament, seated in a carriage bereft of a canopy, covered in bird droppings, the stench overwhelming. Xie Sisi commanded the bald horse to halt before the estate, As the birds dispersed, she and her father entered the courtyard, releasing the horse to roam freely. She took out her pet rabbit to keep it company. Once the princess's entourage departed and the doors were securely closed, the family gathered together in a warm and cheerful reunion. After exchanging pleasantries, the younger generation dispersed, leaving only a few elders in the room. It was then that Xie Sisi presented her elixirs, saying, "These are longevity pills I have crafted, capable of fortifying health and extending life. Grandmother, father, mother, uncle 2, aunt 2, uncle 3, aunt 3, each of you shall take one." The longevity pills, while not difficult to concoct, required precious materials. However, as Xie Sisi was affluent, they posed no burden to her. In this era, the strength of family lineage was paramount. Mobilizing the entire clan's resources for a single individual was no trivial matter. When the original owner was discovered to possess spiritual roots, Father Xie resolved to exchange half of the family's wealth for spirit stones to send the original owner to the Tianyi sect, a decision supported by the entire clan. Otherwise, without a division of assets, even as the family head, Father Xie would lack the authority to utilize such wealth. Now that Xie Sisi had reaped the benefits, she felt compelled to repay this familial debt. In addition to the longevity pills, she distributed various elixirs and talismans among them. The second madam joyfully remarked, "It was indeed wise of my brother and sister-in-law to determine to send Sisi for cultivation, otherwise we would not enjoy such advantages." The third madam chimed in, "Our Sisi is truly remarkable, such a young child with such great capabilities. I've heard that alchemists are held in high esteem. I believe I once overheard my sister-in-law mention that your master is a sword cultivator. Does he also teach you alchemy?" Xie Sisi smiled, responding, "My master teaches me swordsmanship. Alchemy is a self-taught endeavor." Sensing their interest in matters of the sect, she briefly explained, emphasizing her several exceptionally fond senior brothers. The Xie family was filled with admiration. Regrettably, though prosperous, the family was still mired in mundane matters, failing to capture the attention of the immortals. If only they were more deserving, they would surely prepare lavish gifts to express their gratitude for the care Sisi received. After a lengthy conversation, the second and third uncles discreetly excused themselves, leaving Sisi and her parents to converse with the elderly matriarch. Before departing, Grandmother Xie admonished, "The gifts Sisi bestows upon the family should remain our secret. No one must speak of it. Should word slip, and someone sets their sights on our Sisi, be prepared to forfeit the benefits of your household. If I learn of any ill intentions, there will be no mercy." The second and third uncles assured her that they would keep silent, alleviating Grandmother Xie's concerns. Once alone, Xie Sisi produced a bag of spirit stones and a spirit testing stone for her father. This testing stone can determine whether someone possesses spiritual roots. I have included instructions for its use. From now on, any child in the clan who reaches the age of 5 can come for testing. Should they possess spiritual roots, it will facilitate their journey to the Tianyi sect or any other sect of their choosing. Her father accepted the bag of spirit stones. Understanding their significance for the clan's future, he would decide how to allocate the stones should a child with spiritual roots arise. Holding the testing stone, Father Xie was even more elated than when receiving the longevity pills. With a mixture of amusement and exasperation, he replied, "Mother, rest assured. Your son is well aware of these matters at this age." Mother Xie added, "Wealth can sway hearts. While Sisi is at home, all is well. But I worry that once she departs, someone may harbor ill intentions. Let us keep the matters of spirit stones and the testing stone concealed until absolutely necessary." Xie Sisi then revealed a defensive array plate. This array can be activated with a spirit stone in times of danger, capable of withstanding attacks from golden core cultivators. Additionally, I have these talismans and elixirs for the clan. Father, please accept them. The sect's techniques must not be divulged. Here are a few manuals I purchased, which our clan's youth can use for cultivation at home should they be unable to succeed in the sect. If our family aspires to evolve into a true sect of cultivation, these manuals will serve as the foundation. Moreover, I have a golden core puppet that I will leave behind when I depart. I shall erase my imprint, and you can control it with your blood. Mother Xie expressed her concern. Wasn't this given to you by a senior in your sect for your protection? What will you do if you leave it here? While you are safe at home, I can focus on my cultivation outside. Mortals have fleeting lives, and even if I care for you, I cannot do so for many years. A couple of closures and a few secret realms could pass in the blink of an eye. Hearing her words, Father Xie ceased to decline the offer, feeling both grateful and deeply moved. My daughter is merely 8 years old, yet she handles matters with such maturity. A stark contrast to the childlike demeanor she exhibited 2 years ago. Truly, the guidance of the immortals is exceptional. Xie Sisi had contemplated whether to relocate the Xie family to the foot of the Tianyi Sex mountain. However, there were no towns for mortals in that area. Moving her family there would necessitate her constant supervision, otherwise, they would undoubtedly be bullied by wandering cultivators. Presently, her cultivation at the Qi refining stage was insufficient to protect them, so after careful consideration, she chose not to mention it. By the way, have the Yan Ruxue family been dealt with? Xie Sisi suddenly inquired. Chapter 87. Dealing with Yan Rushue's family. The family of Yan Ruxue resembles a ticking time bomb. Suddenly recalling this, I hurriedly inquired. The mere mention of this family darkened Xia Mu's expression. Initially, having believed them to be honest and diligent after serving our household for many years, we were grievously mistaken. They were all treacherous at heart. Upon receiving a letter, Xie father and mother sent someone to investigate the Yan family. To their astonishment, they discovered that this family had taken advantage of their master's trust, amassing wealth through unscrupulous means. Not only did they exploit the tenants and the shopkeepers, but they also extorted small suppliers. Had they been aware of this earlier, such parasites would certainly not have been spared. However, now that Yan Ruxue had become a disciple of the celestial sect, any action against her family required careful consideration. A sweeping judgment could breed eternal enmity. After all, their daughter was from the same sect as Yan Ruxue, and if her family were to go too far, it might reflect poorly on Xie Sisi. Yet leniency was not an option either. Without restraint, who could predict what they might do next? After much contemplation, Xie father and mother decided to confine Yan Rushue's family to the estate, where they would labor under strict supervision. The contracts binding them remained firmly in Xie father and mother's hands. Xie Sisi pondered. Keeping them imprisoned indefinitely was not a viable solution. If Yan Ruxue truly wished to take action, then retaining the contracts would be meaningless. The contracts held by Xie father and mother were akin to a useless trinket. Xie father, well aware of this principle, inquired, "What should we do in accordance with my daughter's wishes?" To redeem her family, Yan Ruxue could hardly refuse, could she? Not only must she consent, but she should also display generosity by offering a substantial sum. Otherwise, would it not imply that the lives of her family were worthless in her eyes? Even if she held such sentiments, she would never express them publicly. Xie father clapped his hands and laughed. "This idea is splendid. My child is indeed astute." Xie mother beamed with pride. "Naturally, one must not forget whose daughter she is." Xie grandmother remarked, "Sisi has grown wiser. I can rest easy knowing this." After exchanging words for a while, they were interrupted by the second madam calling them to dinner. After satisfying their hunger and resting for a spell, taking advantage of the early weather, Xie Sisi and Tu Mao ventured to the imperial palace. They even orchestrated a little mischief, allowing birds to relieve themselves upon me. This was no mere inconvenience for me. It was as if they were defecating on the head of my father, the emperor. "Father, you must not let them off lightly. Have the two national masters teach that young lady of the Xie family a severe lesson." The emperor, upon hearing this, darkened in countenance and dismissed the princess, conferring with the two national masters. Both were scattered cultivators, lacking in talent, and at their advanced age had only reached the foundation-building stage. The cultivation world was ruthless. Neither wished to risk further dangers. Noticing their prospects for advancement were bleak, they chose to remain in the secular realm as national masters. Despite their grandiose boasts, in reality, they were each more cowardly than the last. In the absence of immediate peril, they could maintain their facade. However, now that the emperor sought their assistance, they were terrified. How could they dare to act? While they hesitated to take action against Xie Sisi, dealing with a mortal emperor posed no challenge. As Xie Sisi arrived on Tu Mao, they had just been giving the emperor a thrashing. Without employing any spiritual power, they had clumsily beaten him into a state resembling a pig's head. Upon seeing Xie Sisi, they promptly discarded the battered emperor onto the ground, sporting bruises and injuries. This is not our doing. It was the emperor's own folly. Should you be displeased? Feel free to enact your vengeance. We shall not intervene. Killing the emperor was out of the question. As long as the dynasty's fate was not sealed, the emperor enjoyed the protection of the dragon's fortune and the will of heaven. To slay him would entangle Xie Sisi in grave karma and immense trouble. Suspecting that these two intended to betray her, Xie Sisi nonchalantly produced a golden core puppet. As the puppet released its golden core pressure, the two scattered cultivators immediately knelt. "We were wrong. Please spare us, revered one." Their response was remarkably smooth and practiced, leading Xie Sisi to suspect they had rehearsed in private. Nevertheless, their compliance spared her the need for further persuasion. After intimidating them with the golden core puppet, she provided each with a bottle of nourishing elixir as a sweetener. "Keep a watchful eye on my family. If anyone poses a threat to them, inform me. I shall not treat you unfairly. Additionally, keep an eye on the emperor. Should he act foolishly, administer a similar lesson as today." The two, clutching their elixirs, patted their chests in assurance, responding eagerly. The elixirs were trivial. What truly mattered was establishing a connection with a direct disciple of the Tianyi sect, a relationship that others could only dream of obtaining. Xie Sisi remained at home for 5 days. Chapter 88. Return to the sect. The journey back was swift. Xie Sisi rode her feathered companion, Tu Mao, with all her might, and in just 10 days, she beheld the gate of the Tianyi sect. Without the security of a golden core puppet by her side, she felt vulnerable, despite having many hidden cards for her protection. However, such cards were precious. Using one meant losing one, and she was unwilling to expend them unless absolutely necessary. Thus, she had to urge Tu Mao to fly a bit faster. Although it was a bird, she treated it like a beast of burden, which exasperated Tu Mao, leading it to protest. "Chirp, chirp. If you do not compensate me well, you shall never have me carry you again." Xie Sisi promptly offered it a spirit pill. Tu Mao smacked its beak. "One is insufficient." After she presented a whole bottle, it finally expressed its satisfaction. They flew on, and at last, the mountain gate came into view. Tu Mao was so overjoyed that it nearly shed tears. They had arrived, and it could finally rest. With the danger behind them, Tu Mao stubbornly refused to fly any further, descending in the market square. With its beady eyes fixed on Xie Sisi, it declared, "Chirp, chirp. I am hungry. I desire spirit fruits." Xie Sisi replied, exasperated, "Did I not just give you a whole bottle of spirit pills? There were 30 in that bottle. Have you eaten them all?" Tu Mao retorted with indignation, "Chirp, chirp. Spirit pills and spirit fruits do not taste the same. If you ate the same dish every day, wouldn't you tire of it?" Enraged, Xie Sisi found its argument valid and could not retort. Tu Mao continued, "Chirp, chirp. Once you figure it out, let me know. Right now, I just want spirit fruits. You are so stingy, hoarding all those spirit stones, saving them one to produce any offspring." Fuming, Xie Sisi poked it with her finger. "What do you know? You wouldn't understand the value of household expenses unless you managed them yourself. You see so many spirit stones, yet you don't consider how much I need them. If I spent them freely, they wouldn't suffice." Despite her words, she led Tu Mao into a shop selling spirit fruits. Spirit fruits, imbued with spiritual energy, came in many varieties. Among them was a type called snow spirit fruit, known for its rich spiritual essence and crisp, sweet flavor. Regular consumption not only enhanced cultivation, but also purified the body, increasing the absorption of spiritual energy, making it Tu Mao's favorite. Naturally, such delicacies came at a high price. As they were favored by nearly all cultivators, The demand far exceeded the supply, driving the price skyward. One piece cost a mid-grade spirit stone, and Xie Sisi gritted her teeth to purchase 100. As Tu Mao devoured the fruits, it grumbled, "Chirp, chirp. These fruits grow abundantly in our homeland. Yet in your human hands, they cost a mid-grade spirit stone each. You humans are truly adept at making money." Xie Sisi carefully stored the fruits in her storage ring, handing one to the little rabbit, Xiaoguai, while she bit into one herself. Isn't the purpose of business to make a profit? Charity is what one does without expecting returns. Do you think there are many philanthropists among human cultivators? Although it was the first time Tu Mao had heard the term philanthropist, it grasped the concept instantly. Xie Sisi chuckled lightly. "If you fear the wrath of your elders in your homeland, don't implicate me in your schemes. If the location of the Peacock clan were to be revealed as abundant in snow spirit fruits, it would attract ill-intentioned individuals, and then the Peacock clan would never know peace." Tu Mao quipped, "Chirp, chirp. I will just say you urged me on, and we shall bear the consequences together." "Ha ha. Hey, you pesky featherball. Don't you dare frame me. Just wait until I deal with you." Xie Sisi feigned anger, playfully punching Tu Mao. In response, Tu Mao tilted its head and nudged her playfully. Xiaoguai, fearing the ruckus, quickly hopped onto Xie Sisi's head, resembling a rabbit hat from a distance. Tu Mao, displeased, tugged at Xiaoguai. "Chirp, chirp. You stinky rabbit, get down. I haven't even rested on her head yet. Why do you get to perch up there?" With a snow spirit fruit in its mouth, Xiaoguai clung tightly, refusing to budge. Xie Sisi winced. "Xiaoguai, let go of me." "Oh no, Tu Mao. Where are you pulling?" "You're pulling my hair out." Amidst the playful chaos, a group of wandering cultivators briskly walked past them, animatedly discussing something. "Hurry, or we shall miss out. My injuries never seem to heal. It's perfect for the little fairy to take a look. The little fairy is so kind. Without her, we common cultivators would never afford such expensive pills." The trio suddenly halted, exchanging glances. Little fairy? When did a little fairy appear in the market? Seizing the opportunity, they collectively decided to witness the prowess of this little fairy. Xie Sisi, holding Xiaoguai, climbed onto Tu Mao's back and followed closely behind the wandering cultivators. As they walked, Xie Sisi engaged one of them in conversation. "Excuse me, fellow cultivator, who is this little fairy? Is she truly remarkable?" To avoid drawing attention on her return trip, Xie Sisi had changed into simple attire, appearing quite unassuming. She paused. "Ah? Oh yes. I am also seeking the little fairy for treatment, having come in search of her. I am curious about her abilities. Could you please tell me more?" The wandering cultivator replied, "You've come to the right place. Let me tell you, not only is the little fairy beautiful, but her medical skills are extraordinary." "Do you know her background?" Xie Sisi shook her head. "I do not." The cultivator gave her a look of disbelief, his tone fervent. "The little fairy is a highly esteemed disciple of the renowned Xianwei Zhenren from Tianyi sect. You must have heard of Xianwei Zhenren, the master-level alchemist capable of concocting 7th-tier pills. Truly impressive." A disciple of Xianwei Zhenren? Instinctively, Xie Sisi thought of Yan Ruxue. To prevent any confusion among readers regarding the context of alchemical pills and alchemists in the story, let me clarify. In this narrative, pills are categorized by tiers, ranging from 1 to 9, with each tier further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. For instance, the blood-stopping pill belongs to the first tier, which is divided into inferior, medium, and superior grades. Alchemists are classified from lowest to highest as apprentice, first tier, alchemist, second and third tiers, alchemist master, fourth and fifth tiers, grandmaster, sixth and seventh tiers, master, eighth tier, and grandmaster, ninth tier. Note, the numbers in parentheses indicate the corresponding pill tiers that different grades of alchemists can concoct. Chapter 89. The transformation of Yan Ruxue. When the topic of the little fairy's origins arose, the wandering cultivator spoke at length. Through the wandering cultivator's narration, Xie Sisi finally discerned that this so-called little fairy was none other than Yan Ruxue, It turned out that shortly after Xie Sisi descended the mountain, Yan Ruxiue had emerged from her seclusion. The specifics of how Master Xuanjue enlightened her during that period remain unclear, yet the results were undeniably remarkable. After her retreat, Yan Ruxiue shed her previous restlessness and adopted a demeanor that was calm and grounded. She interacted with others devoid of the ostentatious insincerity that once characterized her, embodying sincerity instead. In the face of rampant rumors and slander, she maintained her composure, unfazed. Before long, she transformed public perception through her actions. Moreover, 6 months prior, she whimsically opened a medical clinic upon her descent, dedicated to treating the ailments of wandering cultivators. Throughout this endeavor, her medical skills advanced astoundingly, and her alchemical techniques became increasingly refined. Due to her exceptional medical prowess and affordable medicines, she earned the affectionate title of Little Fairy among the wandering cultivators, who held her in high esteem. However, Xie Sisi felt an unsettling dissonance. Although the narrative depicted Yan Ruxiue as adept at manipulating emotions, the story commenced with her already 15 years of age. Yet the current Yan Ruxiue was merely 12 years old. In every aspect, she failed to compare with the 15-year-old Yan Ruxiue from the book. Yet, as recounted by the wandering cultivator, Xie Sisi sensed a striking resemblance between the present Yan Ruxiue and the 15-year-old version penned in the story. Could it be that her previous disparagement of Yan Ruxiue had inadvertently catalyzed her growth? How perplexing! Was her mere act of retaliation now serving as a catalyst? With a faint sense of discontent, Xie Sisi dismissed such thoughts and followed the wandering cultivator to the entrance of Yan Ruxiue's clinic. A long queue had already formed outside, with 2 junior disciples from the Dan Peak maintaining order and attending to patients. Riding her steed, Xie Sisi made no effort to conceal her presence, and the 2 junior disciples spotted her immediately. One of them appeared momentarily stunned, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety, as if he feared she might disrupt the scene. The other simply turned and rushed inside the clinic, exclaiming, "Sister Yan, the esteemed disciple of the Sword Peak has arrived." Yan Ruxiue was engaged in conversation with a wandering cultivator within. Upon hearing this, the waiting cultivators expressed their displeasure. After eagerly awaiting the little fairy's consultation, they now felt their time had been squandered. Given Yan Ruxiue's beauty and kind heart, no one dared to blame her, especially since she had humbly apologized for the inconvenience. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the noble lady mentioned by Yan Ruxiue. Why did she choose to arrive just when the little fairy was to attend to them? It seemed intentional. Ignoring the disgruntled murmurs of the wandering cultivators, Yan Ruxiue hurried outside and, upon seeing Xie Sisi, promptly bowed, saying, "Ruxiue pays her respects to the esteemed lady. Has your journey been smooth? Did you encounter any dangers along the way?" Her tone was filled with earnest concern, reminiscent of a devoted servant. Xie Sisi was taken aback by Yan Ruxiue's transformation. Had she truly changed so drastically? A sense of vigilance crept into her heart. What trials had Yan Ruxiue endured during her seclusion with Master Xuanjue that rendered her so formidable? Gazing at Yan Ruxiue's gentle and humble demeanor, Xie Sisi felt a chill run down her spine. "Baldi, do you think this Yan Ruxiue could have been possessed by another soul? Or perhaps she has been reborn?" Baldi rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? Is soul possession that simple? Under the watchful eyes of a god transformation stage master, who could accomplish that? Rebirth is even more absurd, unless one possesses the power of time and space, which is beyond the capability of ordinary beings. Do you truly believe that an ancient deity with such powers would intervene for a woman of dubious character? Moreover, the ancients have long since perished. Divine beings have vanished. You wouldn't understand if I explained it. In any case, she cannot be reborn." Yan Ruxiue continued to bow, and seeing that Xie Sisi did not respond, her expression remained devoid of anger or embarrassment. Instead, she lowered her head, appearing even more humble. Witnessing their sister being treated with such disdain, the junior disciples could no longer bear it, exclaiming, "Esteemed disciple Xie, our sister is speaking to you." Xie Sisi glanced around and noticed not only the two junior disciples, but also the surrounding wandering cultivators glaring at her with resentment. However, due to her status, they dared not voice their discontent. This exemplified the concept of a conflict without bloodshed. Yan Ruxue seemed to have done nothing. Yet, she had amassed a considerable amount of animosity towards Xie Sisi. One misstep could ignite the fury of the crowd. Dismounting from Baldi, Xie Sisi rushed over to support Yan Ruxue, her travel-worn face displaying concern. "Sister Yan, what are you doing? Stand up straight. So many people are waiting for your consultation. We cannot waste time here. Hurry inside and attend to everyone. We must not betray their trust. Perhaps you might finish attending to everyone before closing?" "Of course. I cannot make decisions for you. I merely offer a suggestion. It's entirely your choice. Fellow cultivators, please remain patient. The little fairy is kind-hearted and will not let your visit be in vain. She will surely attend to everyone." With that, and without granting Yan Ruxue an opportunity to respond, Xie Sisi mounted Baldi and swiftly departed. Chapter 90. Finding the cause. Yan Ruxue was nearly driven to despair. She had initially intended to use Xie Sisi as an excuse to distance herself from the scattered cultivators, inciting their wrath towards Xie Sisi. Regardless of whether Xie Sisi mocked her as usual, ignored her entirely, or feigned sisterly affection, she planned to seize the moment to retaliate and further cultivate animosity against Xie Sisi. Indeed, the events unfolded as she had anticipated. The scattered cultivators were stirred to anger. However, she did not expect Xie Sisi to act contrary to expectations, opting not to choose any of the aforementioned responses. Instead, she took on an air of superiority, chastising Yan Ruxue and unilaterally extending her consultation time. Consequently, not only would the scattered cultivators harbor no resentment towards Xie Sisi, but they would also express gratitude towards her. Thus, despite Yan Ruxue's arduous efforts, she reaped no benefits. The scattered cultivators might even believe that her medical practice was orchestrated by Xie Sisi. Realizing this, Yan Ruxue felt as though she might shatter her silver teeth in frustration. Indeed, the scattered cultivators, who had just glared at Xie Sisi, began to sing her praises. No matter, she still had a backup plan. After all those years in the mortal mirror, her experiences were not in vain. "Mortal mirror?" Xie Sisi inquired, puzzled. Feng Xiu explained, "It is a magical artifact that allows one to undergo mortal trials. In simpler terms, it is akin to an illusion, drawing one's spirit into a realm where they experience the joys and sorrows of human life, thereby aiding cultivators in comprehending existence and refining their mental state." The mortal mirror does not present fixed scenarios. It generates illusions based on the desires of each individual, making the experience feel as though they have lived an entire lifetime. The mortal mirror is a treasure of our sect, lent by the master to assist Yan Ruxue in overcoming her mental barriers. The master has truly gone to great lengths for this disciple. Upon hearing Feng Xiu's words, Xie Sisi finally understood the source of Yan Ruxue's transformation. Living an entire life within the mortal mirror was akin to a rebirth, was it not? Though she remained unaware of what Yan Ruxue had endured in the mortal mirror, it seemed that instead of alleviating her mental burdens, it had only intensified them. Yes, Yan Ruxue's mental obstacle was indeed her. She had known this from the very beginning. However, now Yan Ruxue had become adept at concealing her thoughts, wrapping her malice towards Xie Sisi in layers of subterfuge. Understanding the reason behind Yan Ruxue's change, Xie Sisi ceased her contemplation and shifted the conversation. Has Master Xuanjue emerged from seclusion? Is he aware of the promissory note? Xie Sisi's eyes brightened, and she laughed with joy. Then do we not possess a wealth of spirit stones? Oh, Master Xuanjue's desperate need to maintain his dignity is truly adorable. Ha ha. Adorable? Feng Xiu's lips twitched. The image of Master Xuanjue's sullen expression was hardly endearing. 850,000 high-grade spirit stones was no trivial sum. It had drained the entire alchemy peak. For several days, Master Xuanjue's face remained dark and brooding. The alchemy peak was notoriously proud, with its members crafting elixirs based on their moods. However, under financial duress, They could no longer afford to maintain their heirs, and had to diligently refine elixirs to earn spirit stones. Even Master Xuanjue had taken on several alchemical commissions. After months of tireless effort, the alchemy peak finally regained its footing. The rift between the alchemy peak and the sword peak had only deepened. Nonetheless, the sword peak members were unconcerned. With such an abundance of spirit stones, they had no worries about acquiring elixirs. Moreover, they had their junior sister, who, at such a young age, had already become an alchemist. How far could she be from becoming a master alchemist? After exchanging casual banter, Feng Xiyu suddenly asked, "Have you yet to establish your foundation? When you descended the mountain for training, you were already at the 10th level of qi cultivation. Given the time that has passed, you should have established your foundation by now." Feng Xiyu nodded in agreement. It's wise to exercise caution while you are alone. While we sword cultivators are taught to be fearless, it does not imply recklessness. Xie Sisi's interest piqued. What kind of secret realm are you referring to? I have heard that secret realms are abundant in rare treasures. Is that true? Feng Xiyu replied, "Indeed, it is true. However, secret realms rich in rare treasures are of high rank and pose great dangers. With your current level of cultivation, you lack even the qualifications to enter. The Dongshan secret realm, for instance, is located within the Dongshan forest. It is a modest secret realm that opens once every 80 years, and many have already explored it. The areas open for exploration have been thoroughly scoured, so do not harbor hopes of treasure hunting. Merely going there to broaden your horizons will suffice." Xie Sisi was not disheartened. Gaining knowledge was worthwhile. Xiao Jianyu was still in seclusion. Xie Sisi exclaimed, "Is the second senior brother still in seclusion? It has been 2 years already." Feng Xiyu chuckled. "Your second senior brother is attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage. Achieving the nascent soul is no easy feat. Expect him to remain in seclusion for at least 5 or 6 years." As his words trailed off, a sudden tempest arose outside, accompanied by distant rumblings of thunder. Chapter 91. Xiao Jianyu emerges from seclusion. Xie Sisi curiously gazed outside. Noticing the sudden shift in weather, it had been pleasant just moments ago, but now rain seemed imminent. Feng Xiyu's expression turned somewhat peculiar, if I am not mistaken. "It appears your second senior brother is about to face his tribulation." Just after he had assured his junior sister that the second brother would not break through so soon, the Yuaning thunder tribulation arrived, delivering a swift slap to his earlier words. Xie Sisi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this the thunder tribulation?" She dashed outside, her excitement palpable. In her entire life, she had never witnessed a thunder tribulation. The prospect of seeing this legendary event filled her with exhilaration. Feng Xiyu sauntered behind her leisurely. It is akin to an ordinary thunderstorm. The lightning strikes serve to refine the practitioner's body and stabilize their spirit. As long as one endures, their strength earns the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Failure to withstand it can lead to severe injuries or, in the worst case, death. Thus, one must approach the thunder tribulation with utmost caution and preparation. Xie Sisi expressed her concern. "I wonder if the second senior brother is sufficiently prepared." "Fear not. Your second senior brother possesses extraordinary talent. The thunder tribulation is trivial for him," Feng Xiyu reassured her, his demeanor relaxed and untroubled. Noticing her lingering anxiety, he elaborated, "Your second senior brother has an anomalous lightning spiritual root, naturally attuned to the essence of thunder. What is a tribulation for others is merely a divine boon for him." As they conversed, they observed the approaching thunderclouds in the distance. The cumulonimbus clouds amassed ominously, shrouding the entire sword peak, exuding an aura as if the heavens were about to unleash devastation upon the land. Feng Xiyu's expression shifted. This scoundrel. He isn't planning to undergo his tribulation on the sword peak, is he? If the Yuaning thunder tribulation strikes down, it could obliterate the entire mountaintop. Fortunately, Xiao Jianyu proved to be reliable. In a critical moment, he burst forth from his secluded chamber and darted eastward. With the main figure fleeing, the thunderclouds, deprived of their target, swirled momentarily before menacingly pursuing him. Xie Sisi rubbed her eyes. Did the lightning just grow thicker? Was it merely an illusion? Fang Xiyu affirmed her observation. Indeed, it has intensified. The thunder tribulation faced by practitioners embodies the will of the heavenly Tao. If Xiao Jianyu toyed with the thunder tribulation, it was tantamount to jesting with the will of the heavens. How could the heavenly Tao not amplify its force? Do you wish to witness the thunder tribulation? Xie Sisi nodded eagerly. I do. Fang Xiyu took her hand. Come, I shall lead you to observe. Turning to Tu Mao and Tu Xiaoguai, Xie Sisi inquired, would you like to join us? Tu Mao shook his head vigorously. No. You go ahead. What is there to see in thunder? I have grown weary of it during my time in the clan's territory. Tu Xiaoguai mirrored his refusal. Very well, Xie Sisi conceded, following Fang Xiyu in the direction where the clouds gathered. In a short span, Xiao Jianyu had already sprinted 1,000 miles away, selecting an isolated area to halt. The rolling clouds surged, the lightning coiling within them becoming increasingly formidable, poised to strike down the very one who had dared to mock it. The commotion was so great that those unaware might mistake it for a divine transformation tribulation. Cultivators within 1,000 miles were stirred, abandoning their tasks to converge and witness the event. Observing high-level practitioners face their tribulations can greatly aid one's own cultivation insights. No one wished to miss such an opportunity. Upon their arrival, Xie Sisi and Fang Xiyu beheld a throng of practitioners already gathered. Xiao Jianyu hovered in the air, eyebrows arched defiantly, tilting his head in a rebellious manner, vociferously berating the heavens. I say, you petty old celestial, must you be so sensitive? I am not intentionally toying with you. Is such a grand spectacle truly necessary? It feels as though I am facing a divine transformation tribulation. If I succeed, will you grant me transformation? Perhaps the thunder tribulation could endure no longer, as a lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel surged toward Xiao Jianyu. Xie Sisi only caught a fleeting exclamation from Xiao Jianyu, drowned out by the thunderous roar that enveloped them. A blinding white light seemed intent on tearing the very fabric of space, coalescing into a sphere of lightning around Xiao Jianyu. Xie Sisi's heart leaped, her hands instinctively clenching as her gaze fixated on the dazzling orb of light. Fang Xiyu's previously serious countenance now bore a hint of concern. If the first thunder tribulation was this formidable, how fierce would the subsequent ones be? Could the second brother truly persevere? Those who cared for Xiao Jianyu felt time stretch interminably. In reality, only 3 breaths passed before the lightning sphere dissipated, revealing a completely unharmed Xiao Jianyu within. Just as Xie Sisi sighed in relief, she witnessed the lightning, now several times thicker than before, descend anew. Then came another, and yet another, each strike more ferocious than the last, sending Xiao Jianyu crashing from the sky to the ground. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and finally, the last bolt of lightning struck. Xie Sisi silently counted, a total of 36 strikes. As the lightning dissipated, the formerly smooth wilderness had transformed into a massive crater, within which lay a charred figure. How tragic could he be? Dead. In the silence, an unknown voice ventured to speak. Xie Sisi quickly shot a fierce glare in the direction of the voice, unable to discern its source amidst the crowd. Observing Xiao Jianyu's dire state, she turned to Fang Xiyu with concern. Senior brother? Fang Xiyu reassured her. Do not worry, he will be fine. As his words fell, a radiant light ascended from the heavens, showering golden rain upon the earth. Cough, cough. A weak coughing sound emerged as Xiao Jianyu, propped on his sword, shakily rose from the pit, laughing heartily. What cannot kill me shall only make me stronger. From this day forth, I too shall ascend to Yuaning. Ha ha. Xie Sisi. Excellent. Very much like the second senior brother. Her worry had been unwarranted. Chapter 92. An invitation from the sect leader Xiao Jianyu successfully transcended his tribulation and ascended to the realm of Yuanying, strutting about with an air of arrogance. His head held high as he paced before Wan Xingyun and Zhou Ping'an. Ahem, I must say, old Xiao Jianyu proclaimed, adopting a tone of authority. Your 3 senior brothers have all attained Yuanying. The ball is now in your court. You must strive to make your mark and reach Yuanying soon, to set a precedent for the younger disciples. Do not be solely preoccupied with tasks. They are endless. Zhou Ping'an scratched his head, puzzled. But I can accomplish my tasks without hindering my cultivation. Xiao Jianyu paused, adopting a stern expression. I am your senior brother. You ought to heed my words. Would I lead you astray? Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Why not? You have misled me before. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Xiao Jianyu quickly regained his bravado. Was that truly misleading? I merely intended to show you the treachery of human nature. It was to enrich your worldly experience. I sacrificed my own image for your benefit, and yet you failed to appreciate it. I am profoundly hurt. Zhou Ping'an scoffed. I do not believe you. Xiao Jianyu retorted. Well, believe what you will. He turned his attention back to Wan Xingyun, who smiled gently, fanning himself with a folding fan. Please, second senior brother, continue. This is your invitation to speak. Xiao Jianyu lifted his chin, feigning heartbreak. Old 5, it was acceptable when you indulged in pleasure before, being the youngest and all, but now, we have a little sister to consider. You must take on the mantle of a responsible brother. Wan Xingyun nodded. What you say is true, second senior brother. Look at me. I once despised cultivation, yet for the sake of our little sister, I secluded myself for 2 years, only emerging after reaching Yuanying. Am I not a model of responsibility? Wan Xingyun nodded again. What you say is true, second senior brother. Furthermore, not only have I broken through to Yuanying, but I also attracted a thunder tribulation comparable to the transformation stage. Though it was quite painful, the rewards have been immense. Would you not agree that I am formidable? Wan Xingyun nodded once more. What you say is true, second senior brother. Xiao Jianyu sighed in exasperation. Could you not use a different phrase? Wan Xingyun replied, What you say is true, second senior brother. Noting the displeasure on Xiao Jianyu's face, Wan Xingyun paused, humbly inquiring. What should I say instead? Xiao Jianyu, irritated, gestured at him. You, of all our brothers, are the most incorrigible. Wan Xingyun smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. Second senior brother. Xiao Jianyu huffed. I did not compliment you. Xie Sisi, amused by the interaction among her 3 senior brothers, stifled her laughter, fearing it might hurt Xiao Jianyu's pride. Xiao Jianyu poked her bun playfully. 2 years apart, and look how these unreliable brothers have led you astray. Xie Sisi lowered her hands, giggling. Hee. Feng Xiyu interjected. All right, second brother, you are now a Yuanying master. Why are you still so immature? Sit down. Feng Xiyu, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Zhou Ping'an. You need not speak. As the group conversed, a messenger arrived from the main peak. The sect leader requests that Feng Xixiang take Xie Sisi over. Xie Sisi, puzzled, asked, Do I need to go with senior brother? Xiao Jianyu wondered aloud. Is it because I reached Yuanying yesterday? Perhaps the sect leader wishes to celebrate my achievement? But why would it involve me bringing our little sister instead of myself? Zhou Ping'an remarked, Our sect has many Yuanying masters. It is not as if we are a lesser sect without foundation. Attaining Yuanying hardly warrants a celebration from the sect leader. You ought to stop embellishing your own accomplishments. Wan Xingyun concurred. Senior brother, she speaks wisely. Xiao Jianyu, feeling indignant, countered their assertions. Feng Xiyu inquired of the messenger. Does the sect leader have a specific matter for us? The messenger replied, Elder Xianwei and Sister Yan are also present. Feng Xiyu shot a look at Xiao Jianyu. Xiao Jianyu. He then addressed the messenger, You may proceed, we will join shortly. The messenger received affirmation and departed. Wan Xingyun speculated, I have heard that Yan Ruxue spent 6 months in the Mirror of Mortals. As we all know, while it seems like 6 months, one might experience decades or even centuries within. With such vast experience, she should not be so reckless. Even if she were, Elder Xianwei would not indulge her. Xiao Jianyu coldly scoffed. That is not certain. Elder Xianwei dotes on her precious disciple. Wan Xingyun dismissed him. I suspect this matter is primarily led by Elder Xianwei. Fong Siyu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. Miss. Fong Siyu and Xiao Jianyu exchanged knowing glances. Wan Xingyun smirked. A clever tactic indeed. It seems her time in the Mirror of Mortals has not been in vain. Fong Siyu turned to Xie Sisi. Have you considered how to respond? As he spoke, a sly smile crept onto his face, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Wan Xingyun chuckled. It is indeed quite fortuitous. In that case, let us proceed as you envision. Little sister, I trust you will not be at a disadvantage. He felt reassured by her demeanor. Fong Siyu nodded in support. Xiao Jianyu, feeling left out, anxiously exclaimed. What are you all talking about? Share it with me. What do you mean by retreating to advance? What mischief is Yan Ruxue up to now? Zhou Pigon sat quietly in his chair, his eyes intently fixed on the others, unwilling to miss a single word. Aware of his own limitations, he chose to listen and await the answers. Fong Siyu rose, guiding Xie Sisi toward the exit. We cannot keep the sect leader waiting. I will take Sisi ahead. And Old Five can explain to you later. Chapter 93. The matter of the contract of servitude. The scene unfolds yesterday. Upon returning prematurely, Master Xuanjue suspected that something amiss had occurred, prompting him to summon the attending disciples for inquiries. It is worth noting that Master Xuanjue harbored an undeniable fondness for his disciple, Yan Ruxue. Initially, however, he did not exhibit such concern for her. His prideful nature, coupled with a strong sense of honor, often influenced his judgments. In the past, after overcoming the trials of the mountain path, Yan Rushue's sudden betrayal displeased the other peak masters. Yet, Master Xuanjue dismissed their concerns, reasoning that a mere 10-year-old girl, despite her momentary lapse, was merely inexperienced. As she embarked on her path of cultivation, she would inevitably encounter a broader world, and such trivial flaws would be rectified. Upon discovering Yan Rushue's exceptional single wooden spiritual root, he was immediately captivated and took her on as a direct disciple. However, he soon realized that this little apprentice, while clever, was not without her own complexities. Master Xuanjue found himself unable to retract his decision, as doing so would imply that he had erred in judgment, validating the views of the other peak masters. The embarrassment of such a reversal was intolerable to him. Thus, he devoted more of his energy to Yan Ruxue, hoping to help her resolve her inner conflicts. To be fair, regardless of her character, Yan Ruxue had a remarkable talent for ingratiating herself with others. The adage "the crying child gets the candy" rang true in her case. Consequently, her troublesome antics compelled Master Xuanjue to invest even more effort into her development. As she continued to charm those around her, he grew increasingly fond of her. Initially, his motivation was to preserve his dignity. However, it gradually transformed into genuine concern for his little disciple's well-being. When Yan Ruxue met with the other party, she addressed her as Miss, adopting a humble demeanor throughout their conversation. Master Xuanjue finally felt reassured. The issue of identity had been Yan Rushue's psychological burden. Her ability to address Xie Sisi as Miss and to assume the role of a servant indicated that she had come to terms with her past and could face it with composure. After feeling a sense of relief, Master Xuanjue pondered further and found something unsettling. He and the Pure Yang were equals, both being peak masters. Yet his little disciple, when meeting the Pure Yang's disciple, acted as though she were a servant. Did this not imply that he was beneath the Pure Yang? He envisioned the scenario of the sect competition or a joint assembly of several sects, where, under the scrutiny of many, his disciple would first bow like a servant and then address the Pure Yang's disciple with terms of subservience. The mere thought of it made his face burn with embarrassment. He, who valued his pride above all, could not bear the shame of such a public disgrace. Thus, the matter of identity needed immediate resolution. However, it was a day of celebration for the Sword Peak, as Xiao Jianyu had just broken through to the nascent soul stage. If he were to confront them now, it might appear as though he were seeking trouble. Therefore, he endured a restless night, and first thing in the morning, he eagerly took Yan Ruxiue to the main peak, seeking the master's assistance in addressing this issue. Primarily, he wished for the master to serve as a witness to prevent the cunning Xie Sisi from agreeing in his presence, but reneging later. He had not considered this possibility until his third disciple reminded him of it. Observing Master Xuanjue seeking the master's assistance on her behalf, Yan Ruxiue felt a surge of gratitude, secretly reveling in the fact that everything was unfolding according to her plan. In the past, she had been foolish to confront Xie Sisi head-on. The wise toil with their minds, while the foolish labor with their bodies. With so many capable individuals at her disposal, why should she step forward and tarnish her reputation? Xie Sisi and Fang Xiyu arrived at the main peak, greeting Master Han Hai and Master Xuanjue before taking their seats nearby. Master Han Hai, with a warm demeanor, announced that they had been summoned because Master Xuanjue had matters to discuss with Xie Sisi. As their master was in seclusion and the matter was not of great importance, there was no need to disturb him. He assured them that with the master present, they would not suffer any grievances. This clarification was essential to prevent Xie Sisi from becoming upset and insisting on seeking the pure young master. Fang Xiyu nodded in agreement. Xie Sisi feigned ignorance. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Master Xuanjue. "What is it that you wish to discuss with me, Uncle Master? Are you impressed by my alchemical talents and wish to take me as your disciple?" If that were indeed the case, she would have to decline, for she could never betray her master, regardless of the master's involvement. Master Han Hai nearly had a heart attack, quickly interjecting, "That is not the case at all. Do not speak such nonsense. If this were to reach the pure young master's ears, he might mistakenly think I was aiding Master Xuanjue in poaching his disciples, and he would surely come after me with his sword." Yan Ruxiue's expression darkened momentarily, her head bowed in shame. Though no words were spoken, her demeanor seemed to convey an apology to Master Xuanjue. "Master, I am sorry for the embarrassment I caused you back then." Master Xuanjue's heart ached for her, wishing to reprimand Xie Sisi, yet she had not uttered anything particularly offensive. Instead, she merely coldly remarked, "Do not overthink it. I have no intention of taking you as my disciple." Xie Sisi had been quietly observing Yan Ruxiue. Upon hearing Master Xuanjue's words, she exhibited a look of relief. "That is good, that is good." With a serious expression, she further explained, "After the last competition, there were so many eager to take me as their disciple that I assumed you shared the same intention. Since that is not the case, I am relieved." What did she mean by "since that is not the case"? Was she some kind of monster? This girl truly had a knack for vexing others. Master Xuanjue felt a lump in his throat, unable to articulate his feelings and fearing that if the conversation continued, she might utter even more infuriating remarks. He swiftly returned to the main topic. "The reason I called you here is to address the matter of Ruxiue's contract of servitude. You must understand that once a cultivator embarks on the path of cultivation, they must sever ties with their past. You and Ruxiue hail from the same origins and were once master and servant. However, all mundane matters belong to the past, and such titles no longer hold meaning. Clinging to bygone memories will only cloud one's heart over time, hindering the cultivation of both you and Ruxiue. Today, I request the master to serve as a witness to help you both sever the ties of the past." Chapter 94. Master Uncle. Name your price: 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and a spirit boat? How extraordinary! Compared to the previous offer made by Master Xuanjue of a bottle of top-tier Peiyuan Dan, this new bid radiated sincerity. However, Xie Sisi, well-versed in the art of negotiation, understood the importance of not accepting an offer outright, even if it pleased her heart. To do so could lead the other party to believe they had overbid and suffered a loss, complicating future discussions. Thus, she feigned hesitation, a look of great difficulty crossing her face. "Might I inquire about the grade of the spirit boat?" The spirit boat, being a type of magical artifact, comes in various grades, each commanding a different price. The most inferior spirit boat, classified as a low-grade magical artifact, could be acquired for merely 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Master Xuanjue's expression darkened immediately. This audacious girl truly was insatiably greedy. He had intended to offer a low-grade magical artifact spirit boat, but seeing Xie Sisi's demeanor, he feared she would be dissatisfied with such a revelation. After all, he had already offered 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, so what difference would it make? With this in mind, Master Xuanjue declared, "It is a low-grade spiritual artifact." Anticipating her potential disagreement, he added, "With the spirit boat, your future journeys will be much more convenient." Xie Sisi's face brightened with a smile. "In that case, I am deeply grateful to Master Uncle." Saying this, she readily produced the deed of sale for Yan Ruxue and handed it over. Master Xuanjue reciprocated by giving her the spirit boat and spirit stones, completing the exchange. Joyfully, Xie Sisi admired her newly acquired spirit boat, nodding as she remarked, "Rest assured, as long as Yan's sister no longer refers to me as Miss, no misunderstandings will arise." Master Xuanjue considered this and agreed, promptly admonishing Yan Ruxue, "You are now free and my disciple. You must not demean yourself by acknowledging others as your masters." Yan Ruxue seethed internally. On one hand, she was infuriated by Xie Sisi's avarice. In the secular world, the cost of redeeming a maid typically amounted to a mere handful of silver, yet she had extorted such a vast sum of spirit stones and a spirit boat. How gluttonous! On the other hand, she was exasperated with Master Xuanjue's choice of words. What did he mean by demean yourself? Were it not for dire circumstances, would she have ever willingly called that little wretch miss? Nevertheless, her composure had since evolved. Even though her inner turmoil resembled a volcano, her exterior remained serene. "Master's teachings are well noted," she replied calmly. "Very well." Master Xuanjue nodded in satisfaction, preparing to depart, as the matter seemed resolved. Suddenly, Xie Sisi jolted, hastily stowing the spirit boat into her storage ring before producing a stack of deeds. "Given that we are severing my ties with Yan's sister, might we also ensure a complete severance? These are the deeds of her family members. Would you consider redeeming them as well?" A profound silence enveloped the room. Staring at the deeds in Xie Sisi's hands, the head of the Han High School was rendered speechless, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This disciple of his was no trifling matter. How had she effortlessly articulated demands for extortion so brazenly? Master Xuanjue's expression darkened further. Even a fool could discern that she viewed him as an easy target. Good heavens, was this truly how one extracted benefits? Their alchemy peak had painstakingly amassed resources, only to fill this girl's pockets. After having been swindled out of 9 million high-grade spirit stones, their meager savings had been exhausted. The disciples of the alchemy peak labored tirelessly, only to find themselves working for this insatiable girl. He longed to shout, "I refuse. Do as you please." Yet, he considered his pure-hearted and dutiful disciple, who treated him with utmost respect despite their short acquaintance, and he was certain she would be even more dutiful toward her blood relatives. If he left this matter unresolved, those family deeds might become a source of torment for her in the future. Sighing, he conceded that if he must resolve this for his disciple, it would be best to do so thoroughly. Ties that were severed should remain severed, lest they lead to further complications. Clenching his teeth, Master Xuanjue asked, "How much do you intend to demand for the redemption?" He couldn't help but wince at the thought. It was truly painful. A sudden feeling akin to tightening one's belt to repay a debt for a child overwhelmed him. What a vexing sentiment this was. Xie Sisi feigned difficulty. "Given my prior relationship with Yan's sister and our newfound bond as fellow disciples, one could argue that, based on our connection, I ought to give these deeds to Master Uncle." Master Xuanjue's eyes sparkled. A gift? Now that was acceptable. At last, this girl was displaying some sense. But before he could fully contemplate this, she continued, "However, as you are my elder, it would be inappropriate for you to accept them without recompense." Master Xuanjue thought, "You should just stop talking. How do you know I wouldn't accept them as a gift?" Xie Sisi persisted. "Moreover, Yan's sister has always been filial and respectful. If her own deed is worth such a significant sum, would it not imply that her parents, grandparents, uncles, and aunts should be valued even higher? Surely, she could not bear to see her family treated with such disdain. Yen Ruxue, unable to contain herself, was about to interject when Xie Sisi continued. But Yen's sister is the most dutiful of them all. She would never allow Master Uncle to be troubled over this matter, and might even insist that no redemption is necessary for her family. Yen Ruxue thought, "Are you in my head?" She had taken to the path of immortality, leaving her family with the Xie family. Did they truly dare to mistreat them? Once she established her footing, she could send someone to reclaim the deeds, and would the Xie family dare to withhold them? Yet, Xie Sisi had already spoken all that needed to be said. If she attempted to voice her thoughts now, Master Xuanjue would not only dismiss her, but would also find himself further persuaded by Xie Sisi's words. Grudgingly, she remained silent, internally cursing Xie Sisi. Meanwhile, Xie Sisi continued her earnest persuasion. The more understanding Yen's sister becomes, the more we must consider her well-being. If this matter is mishandled, it could become a burden on her conscience, rendering Master Uncle's efforts fruitless. I am not being greedy. Rather, I am sincerely considering Yen's sister's perspective. With that, she sifted through the deeds, extracting those belonging to Yen Ruxue as siblings, cousins, and nieces, and promptly handed them to Master Xuanjue. Afterward, she laid the remaining deeds before him, stating, "Master Uncle, please take a moment to review and name your price." Chapter 95. A profitable venture when Master Xuanjue arrived. He was in high spirits, but he departed in a furious huff. After redeeming the contract of servitude for Yen Ruxue's family, the meager savings painstakingly accumulated by the Dan Peak were once again depleted. Yet, he could not afford to refrain from this act of redemption. That wretched girl, Xie Sisi, was a nemesis of Ruxue. As Ruxue's master, how could he be so miserly? What would others think of him? Where would his dignity reside? He was all too aware that he had fallen into that girl's trap. Yet, her blatant machinations forced him to act according to her design. Yen Ruxue, biting her lip and lowering her gaze, followed closely behind Master Xuanjue, her face a mask of guilt, hesitating to speak. After a brief period of hurried walking, Master Xuanjue sighed deeply and turned his head. "This matter was my decision and has nothing to do with you. You need not take it to heart." Yen Ruxue moved her lips, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked up at Master Xuanjue with tear-filled eyes. "It is all because of me that Master is subjected to the constraints of a junior. I am unable to repay the kindness you have shown me." Seeing how understanding Yen Ruxue was, Master Xuanjue felt a wave of comfort wash over him and reassured her, "Enough, do not cry. Wealth is but an external possession. For us alchemists, it is easily obtained. One must not allow oneself to be burdened by trivial matters, lest it hinder one's cultivation." Yen Ruxue nodded. "I will remember Master's teachings." Once Master Xuanjue departed, silence enveloped the hall. Master Hanhai gazed at Xie Sisi with a complex expression. Was this what they called honest? If this little trickster were truly honest, then the world would be devoid of cunning individuals. Just look at Master Xuanjue. Ever since he fell into this little trickster's hands, he had never emerged unscathed. Each time, he was left a little more stripped of his resources. After finally accumulating some savings, all of it had been handed over to this little rascal. He harbored deep suspicions that such events would recur in the future. Xie Sisi, jubilant, began to tally her gains from the day. She was so pleased that she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her storage ring. Upon raising her head,